Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The Pittsburgh Pirates, they won 3-1 yesterday over the San Francisco Giants. They've now won 4 games in a row, and they've won 7 of their last 8 games. They've got an opportunity to sweep this series coming up. Game 3 of the series is today at 3:45. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, that begins next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Room for the crew, power for the load, and tech that keeps the ride easy. Meet your 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab at Washington Chevy. Get your 2025 Silverado 1500 with 0% APR for 36 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash. Or drive this 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab with $10,000 off, including our Big Ones discount. Choose your truck from any of our 3 locations. Visit WashingtonChevy.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Taking retail delivery by 8/4/25. See dealer for complete details.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Injured? This is attorney Ed Shenderovich of Shenderovich and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%, and we guarantee we'll win your case or you pay nothing. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1-yard line? 1.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Hello there. It is me, Nicholas Harry Callis, and this is the earliest show on 93.7 The Fan. I get the local day started. It's me, then Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson on the morning show, then Joe Starkey, sometimes Bob Pompiani on the midday show, Pony and Muller in the afternoon, and then a cast of characters. It could be anybody at night, or Pirates baseball. Not today, though. Pirates playing on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Playing the San Francisco Giants at 3:45. It's on the West Coast, so a little bit of a later start time for us on the East Coast, but normal for them. Noon-ish start time for them over there on the West Coast. 412-928-9370. Feel free to give me a call. Plenty of ways to enjoy content on 93.7 The Fan. You can listen on the radio. Just tune to the frequency 93.7. You can go to the Odyssey app. It's free, AUDACY. You can listen. And you can also rewind our content up to 72 hours in advance. We've also got a podcast page where all of our best audio is archived. And you can find that all on the Odyssey app or at 937thefan.com. You can go to YouTube and search 93.7 The Fan. You'll see our little black and gold logo there. You can watch a live studio view of us as we're on throughout the day. So plenty of ways to watch, plenty of ways to consume. There's also a YouTube chat. There's a way you can interact on YouTube as well. If you want to reach out to me, you can over the phone, 412-928-9370. Give me a call. You can also talk to me on X at Callis_33 is my handle. That's CALLAS_33. So feel free to do that. Feel free to interact. We're still going to talk about the MLB trade deadline. Didn't see a whole lot coming out of Steelers training camp from yesterday. They had Monday off. We have the Hall of Fame game on Thursday. There is football between the Los Angeles Chargers and the Detroit Lions. So that'll be exciting. We do have football this week, preseason football. So it's very exciting. The NFL's back. We'll have some things to talk about with that for sure. And the Steelers will be playing soon enough as well. And then, before you know it, we're a month away pretty much here from the regular season in the NFL. So that's exciting. But there's still a lot of baseball stuff to be sorted out. Not anticipating a very hefty trade deadline as it relates to the Pirates. But there's a lot of speculation here to kind of go over, to gloss over, because it is important. It is important to see what the fate will be of guys like Mitch Keller, David Bednar, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. But first of all, in all that, I do want to address the Paul Skenes clip because, I glossed over it. You heard Joe Starkey ripping Dom DiTomaso, and I'll be the first one to go to Dom's defense there. That wasn't quite Dom's fault. A lot of people missed that, and then Pony talked about it on Monday, and then Crowley addressed it, Doran addressed it on yesterday. I think that it's great that Paul Skenes has the confidence to take the role. Like, I feel like Paul Skenes is a leader, and he's younger than me. Like, he's very young. He's 23. And he's already able to talk like this, and talk in a respectful way. It's not like he's ripping the team. He's spelling out the reality of the situation, which is that they indeed didn't do enough. And he says it in such a way. He was on the postgame show with Dan Zangrilli on Sunday. And that was just missed by two of the main shows, which is why that's hilarious. But then, Crowley and Dorn got caught up. Starkey got caught up after ripping Dom yesterday. And I just want to address it a little bit as I, move into trade talks. I mean, just hearing him talk, it's refreshing for Pittsburgh fans to hear somebody, even if he's saying it just to be like a voice of reason among fans. I mean, whether he means it or not, it sounds like he means it, though, that, they didn't do enough in the offseason. And he's implying that they're going to need to do better to compete a little more when this next offseason comes around. I know you may rip this team. You may want to call in. You may have called in before and ripped this team, and you should. But the pitching is so good that just a little extra offensive effort could win them way more games than they've won so far right now. Have you seen the pitching stats? They're unreal. They're incredible. Need offense, though, is what needs to happen. Well, Paul Skenes saying that, he's a leader. He's respectable. I'm sure he's getting a lot of fans in Pittsburgh because he's keeping it real when he speaks publicly. He's not trying to gloss over or sugarcoat what situation the Pirates are in right now, which is one that is really underwhelming, really not good. Could be defined as embarrassing in some aspects as well, just based on, again, how great the pitching is, yet how much the offense makes this team suffer, though. So then we take it to, is Mitch Keller going to get traded? Is David Bednar going to get traded? What's going to happen there? Crowley and Dorn were talking yesterday about how, Mitch Keller started that game this week. And so that makes it less likely that he's going to get traded. You usually think that if a starter is going to get traded, that starter would get an off day. I still think Keller could get traded despite that fact. I just have a gut feeling that he's going to get traded. I have no tangible evidence. I have no hot wire rumors about that. I just have my speculation is that they're not going to keep everybody around. They're going to try to make some deal. I think they have to get rid of at least a couple pitchers in this one because the pitching has to go and they need to get offense back. I don't think Ben Cherington's going to be over aggressive, but I also don't think that he's going to keep every single player around. I don't think the Pirates are going to stand still at the deadline. I don't think Ben Cherington can afford to stand still at the deadline, and I think if he does stand still, depending on how exactly this team finishes the season, could cost him his job. I don't want to fire this guy. Necessarily. If he were making better moves, it's not personal. You know what I mean? If there were more hits than misses in his transactions, I would be fine with it. It's just a shame that we've gotten to this point. The offseason, free agency, that's your time to control a lot of what you can control. There's opportunity to spend. There's opportunity to negotiate. There's opportunity to have more options. There are little options. I know. There are fans that call in here and post on social media to tag us, to tell us. You text in, you talk on the YouTube chat, just get some bats. The unfortunate reality of the situation is the trade deadline is not a solve all problems solution for a team like the Pirates. The Pirates do not have much leverage in any of these trade talks, which is why this may become an underwhelming draft, or not a draft, an underwhelming trade deadline. They don't have the leverage that a team that's winning does. Or they don't have the desperation to win like a team that's in contention does. A lot of times, there are teams in contention that will overpay for that one piece that they believe will send them into and through the playoffs. Well, Pirates aren't in that situation either. They're not desperate. They don't have to sell off these pieces necessarily. But keeping too many pitchers could hurt them. I mean, they're going to be hurt either way, which is why I'm saying don't rush. Don't make any hasty decisions. Don't make any impulsive decisions. And don't sell these guys for less than they're worth at the trade deadline here. But I mean, this is like the point is, who are they going to get? Like, I know everybody's saying they need to get a major league bat back. Unfortunately, there aren't too many teams out there that are willing to underpay to give away some of their best hitters. And the best hitters in the league right now are under control. They don't have to be traded. And there are teams out there that are better than the Pirates that are more desperate and more willing to pay through a transaction to get that piece that they need. And that's the predicament the Pirates are in. They're not. Like, you can't justify just giving away Keller, Bednar, Santana. You know, some of these premier guys. You can't afford to just give them away. You need to get that major league hitting back. But my argument is, at the trade deadline, you ain't guaranteed anything. You're not guaranteed anything. And I know people want to call in, text in, post at us, get the major league bat. I mean, it's not that simple in the trade deadline. Like, who's out there that's available? Who's out there that's available that's a major league bat that's good, decent at the least, that the Pirates can negotiate, that the Pirates have the biggest leverage on? I don't think they do. Teams in contention aren't going to give up players in their lineup that are working. Not for one of the Pirates pitchers, I wouldn't think. I mean, that's just a predicament that the Pirates are in. Like, that's the vision I see here is one of. I mean, it's easier to say a hypothetical than actually like pick a name. Like, somebody call in to me right now. Somebody call in. You know, tag me in an X post at Callis_33. Tag me on X at Callis_33. And tell me, like, what player, like, which players out there do you think the Pirates could realistically have the most leverage to trade with? Like, what team? And who's the player? Who's the player on that team that they should go after that's realistic to acquire? That's why free agency is so important. I'm not shattering. I'm not handing you shatter. Well, geez, my brain just mixed up some words there. I'm not telling you earth-shattering information. I'm not telling you something new. I mean, I know you know this. Like, they're in a bad spot. But free agency is so important. And the Pirates cannot mess that up again. This offseason, they cannot afford to mess that up. They have a very rare opportunity with the pitching that they have to make them do good things. Their offense just needs to be better than bottom of the league. It is possible. It is not impossible. But that's why this trade deadline is crucial, to not overreact and to not make impulsive decisions and not overspend. And that's why it's imperative that free agency is handled much better than it has been over the last several seasons. 412-928-9370. I got callers on the line. You can get a phone line as well. 412-928-9370. Start with this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Pete.
Go ahead. What's up?
You know what? I thought their pitching staff was really good, but I looked it up, and their team ERA is 17th in the league, but their starting pitcher is 11th ERA in the league. Now, I would never get rid of Keller, because Skenes and Keller are 20% of a legitimate starting lineup. And I can't see us getting a rental for a couple of years. And no one's going to deal with the Pirates because they know they don't do good deals.
Yeah, thanks for the call. Sorry, I thought you were done. Yeah, I mean, I kind of understand your point. I mean, they're around the middle of the league. I mean, in ERA. Starting pitchers are better than half the league. The pitching is carrying this team. I mean, there's a bunch of other nuanced numbers in there as well, where you can see that they're one of the better pitching staffs in the league. Mitch Keller's win-loss record should not be what it is for how he's pitching. An ERA that's been between 3 and 4 all season. It's a very reliable pitcher. Should not have lost as many games as he has this season. He just shouldn't have. Paul Skenes should not have lost as many games as he should have. And unfortunately, his win-loss record and the Pirates organization as a whole might cost him the ability to win a Cy Young. That's the pretty much embarrassing part of this. But tell me, I mean, if you're out there and you're saying they need to get a bat, I mean, that's the big question here. It's like if you're calling in and telling, or if you've called him before, if you've texted him before, if you've chatted on YouTube before and said, hey, they need a bat. They got to acquire a bat at the deadline. They got to acquire Major League hitting. Give me a name. Like, tell me who's out there that the Pirates would have leverage over to acquire that quote-unquote Major League hitting. Let me know. 412-928-9370. Another caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Harry. It's GP. How are you?
Good. I haven't heard from you in a while. What's up?
I've been busy. But anyway, I would hold on to the pitchers, like you're saying. Let that ride. But I would try desperately to unload Hayes. Now, there's rumors floating around that Arenado, they're willing to that they're trying to get rid of Arenado. Is there somehow, some way? Now, I'm not saying Hayes go to St. Louis where he's at. I'm just saying somehow you could, I don't care what you get for Hayes, but maybe somehow swindle a trade of some sort to get Arenado. They're trying to get rid of him. Have a good day, Harry.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I don't know if Arenado's the guy you want now. Yeah, he's batting .235 with 10 home runs this season, 43 RBIs. Like, he's not who he used to be. I mean, I think it'd be cool. Maybe if he comes to Pittsburgh, he can resurge himself. Maybe he wants a different scene than St. Louis. He's been there for a few years now. He's got 3 years left, but he's 34, and he's on a downtrend in his career. I don't know if I'd be interested in him. I appreciate the effort, though. I appreciate you giving me a name. That's good. We can talk about that. We can dissect that. Yeah, I don't know that I would, just because, again, he's not performing well. Like, it's not like you're getting Arenado and it's like, hey, yeah, this is the Nolan Arenado who played for the Rockies or who he was early in his St. Louis Cardinals tenure. Like, he's not that guy anymore. He's very much old and not performing. I mean, could he find something? Sure. But I don't think that's the guy that you think he'd be if you acquired him. That's all. Not a bad thought, but yeah, I don't know. You'd really have to trust him to, like, figure it out. Because, like I said, he's not hitting like he used to. He's not the Nolan Arenado you remember from a decade ago. 412-928-9370. Another caller. Good morning. What's your name? Hello. Going once. There you go. You're on the air. What's up?
Hey, not too much.
That's too much air. Call back. A little too much air in that call. It sounds like you're driving, and I can't really hear you. So call back. Try again. 412-928-9370. I'm due for a break. Continuing to talk about the trade deadline. It's coming up. What will the Pirates do? Who will the Pirates get rid of? Can the Pirates have a solid trade deadline? Let me know what you think. 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan of the Morning Show, and you're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In East Deer Township, crews on the scene of a multi-vehicle accident. This time up the northbound side of Route 28, just past the Russellton-Creighton off-ramp. Watch for delays as you head past the scene. Meanwhile, traffic on the parkways east and west, inbound looking pretty good into their respective tunnels, just a little bit slow in spots. While the outbound parkway east, you do have that lane restriction in effect between the Squirrel Hill, Homestead, and Edgewood Swissvale interchanges. In addition, the ramp from Beechwood Boulevard to the outbound parkway east is closed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When I wake up
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel all right.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Lowe's knows hot deals help you get the most out of summer. Get up to 30% off select major appliances and get it delivered as soon as next day. Plus, get up to 30% off select patio furniture, grills, outdoor power equipment, and more. These end-of-season savings won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Valid on eligible in-stock orders in select locations. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
When I wake up
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel all right.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wakem 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means a half a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wakem 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with a Wakem 180 weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims. And in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Mulsey. Let's talk about the roof on your home. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this summer, but be forewarned. There are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important part of the process, the attic ventilation. You see, if your attic doesn't have proper air circulation, it can cause problems such as mold and wood rot, leaks in the winter, not to mention higher AC bills in the summer. This is one of the reasons I recommend MHI Roofing to my listeners. Their process begins with a free 21-point roof inspection that includes a thorough inspection of your attic. They know that if the ventilation isn't right, the roof will be built on a shaky foundation. Every MHI roof comes with a well-thought-out attic ventilation plan, and that's why they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Money-saving discounts and financing incentives are available. Call for your free 21-point roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
Crowley here. Celebrate National Carpet Cleaning Month with Zero Res and purchase 3 rooms of carpet clean, get 1 free, plus $50 off air duct services. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of the savings.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health, too, with Nature Made Probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
You hear that? That's Mike, sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. That's because Mike was smart this time. He took ZzzQuil Ultra to fall asleep fast, stay asleep longer, and get the deeply restorative sleep he needs. So now he wakes up refreshed and ready to conquer Mondays.
Let's do this Monday.
ZzzQuil Ultra. Not for colds, just for sleep. Really great sleep. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-351-4596. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Waking you up with our first take on Pittsburgh sports.
They know how to wake you up.
It's the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
My Nicholas Harry Callis, it's the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Just a couple more minutes left. Just kind of going over the trade deadline. Just talking about who the Pirates could get. I'm making the argument that I don't think it's easy as some people seem to make it. Just tell me, like, who are the Major League bats that they can get right now at the trade deadline? Like, what teams would be interested in trading with the Pirates, and what are the Major League bats that you'd be interested in them acquiring? My argument is not that they shouldn't do that, but, I mean, who's really out there at this point that they can trade for? I'm just emphasizing why it's so important that when they get to free agency, where they have way more control of their circumstances, where you can pay players to incentivize them to play for you, that's the time that you got to do this. I have a gut feeling that Mitch Keller is going to get traded. I know Crowley and Doran talked yesterday and said that they're not 100% certain that he will get traded now because he made a start this week. Made a start immediately before the trade deadline. Teams don't always like to acquire guys who've already had a start. They like to have them a little more fresh. They thought he might be sat down this week. He did not miss his start. And he pitched well. So, I don't know what... Yeah, I'm not sure what fans think, though, that they're going to get from this trade deadline, though. Like, it's not going to be a super hot trade deadline for the Pirates. And there's no magical player that the Pirates are going to acquire and are going to be able to evenly or underpay for. Like, I mean, teams like to trade these guys to other teams that are desperate to acquire a piece to get them to win. The Pirates aren't in a desperate situation. They're in a dire situation, I would say this is. Like, this is not a good situation for the Pirates. But that's why the Pirates need to be a little more patient here and not be hasty at this particular point in the season and in this cycle. Because their players are what they're worth. And they can't afford to underpay for players. I mean, it's only going to hurt them even more in the long term. But Mitch Keller's 4-10. Despite that record, he's got a 3.69 ERA. And 100 strikeouts this season, a 1.2 whip. He's very good. And every time I look at the stats of Pirates pitchers, I sympathize for them. I sympathize with them. It's a shame that he's 4-10, yet his ERA is in the mid-3s. It's a shame that Paul Skenes' record is what it is, despite his absolute dominance this season. And what are you going to do? Hopefully they don't botch the trade deadline. That's what I say. And with that, this show is over. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Doran from Studio B. That's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. After a hot day in the sun watching the black and gold practice, Sharky's in Latrobe is the place to cool off with an ice-cold Miller Lite. Join Donnie Football on July 30th as he broadcasts live from Sharky's 6 to 10. Donaldson's Crossroads, a Zamias Properties entity, is proud to support the Pittsburgh Public Schools Backpack Drive. Drop off your backpacks through July 31st in the bin near the Little Gym inside the Mini Mall. Then join Kids Fest Friday, August 1st from 1 to 4 p.m. with games, prizes, and Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan from 1 to 2 p.m. Training camp is back and Live Casino is your go-to before and after practice. Hit Sports and Social Steel City on the second floor of Live Casino and cool off with an ice-cold Miller Lite. And join Donnie Football broadcasting live from 6 to 10 on July 31st. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Sweet, the iconic British glam rock band live at Jurgles Thursday, July 31st. Known for their unforgettable hits and dynamic performances, Sweet is ready to rock the stage alongside special guests, Cream Doors and Rattlebones. Don't miss your chance to be part of this epic night. Buy your tickets now at Jurgles.com and get ready to relive the magic of the 70s with Sweet. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Sun's out, bags packed, and nothing but the open road ahead. The 2025 Traverse and Tahoe are built for summers that don't sit still at Riverview Chevrolet in North Huntington. Lease this 2025 Chevy Traverse for $459 a month for 24 months. Or lease this Chevy Tahoe for $849 a month for 36 months. Choose yours from any of our 3 locations. Visit RiverviewChevyGMC.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive. For Traverse, $56.99 due at signing. For Tahoe, $10,459 due at signing. Take new retail delivery by 8/4/25. See dealer for complete details.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it. I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce. Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
We're still on the scene with an earlier accident in East Deer Township, tying up the northbound side of Route 28 near the off-ramp to the Russellton-Creighton interchange. Watch for some possible slowdowns there. Inbound Parkways east and west fairly steady into their respective tunnels. Outbound Parkway west, though, you do have lane restrictions and a lane shift right around the Campbell's Run Road interchange where that work continues. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Pre-show, live from Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet, Monroeville. Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley, it's Dickerson, Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass in our Green Tree Studios. Dickerson, how's it going?
It's going good. Going great. Got our breakfast. You came in and you said that you had a nice little playlist that was
oh man
going, but it wasn't your playlist. It just kind of what you were listening to. It just banger after banger after banger,
banger after banger. Sometimes the planets align, and that's what happened on the way out here. Got Stairway to Heaven, which that'll take you about halfway here. That song is long, and then Madonna comes on, then Thriller. And then Black and Yellow.
Nice.
So we're going back 15, 17 minutes there. Just straight fire.
Yes. Yes.
Black and Yellow always reminds me of Aaron Rodgers picking the Steelers apart in Super Bowl 45.
Me too. Me too. And then Green and Yellow came out by Lil Wayne.
Yes.
That it reminds me. Yes. That's exactly what it reminds me.
Every time it takes me back. I feel like I'm on my college campus. Everyone was playing Black and Yellow back then. That was the Pittsburgh pump up, let's go song.
2010, right?
And then Rodgers is the quarterback a decade and a half later.
Crazy to think about.
A decade and a half later, this guy.
That's insane.
It really is. Harry, how we doing?
Great. Did you know I was in 6th grade when the Steelers lost Super Bowl 45?
So that would have put you in, this is quick math by me, and my God, so difficult. That would have put you in 4th grade when they won Super Bowl 43.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you would have been in 1st grade when they were in Super Bowl 40.
Mm-hmm.
I was a senior in high school.
Man, I was a freshman in Super Bowl 40.
Yep. Senior year.
That's the best time. We've had this conversation before. That's the best time in your life for your sports teams to be elite, because we care about our sports teams now. Everyone who's listening to the show right now cares about your sports teams. But when you are young, you are in high school, it is much higher on the priority list because you're not paying taxes.
Yeah.
You don't have kids. Right? You're thinking about college, and you're thinking about, hey, I got to be in shape. I'm going to play ball at a big-time level. Like, there are responsibilities, but it's different. And you're still a kid at heart.
Right.
So Antoine Randall-L's throwing a touchdown pass to Hines Ward. In that moment, nothing means more to you in the world.
You're absolutely right.
It's the best.
I remember it vividly. Just being, 17 years old and being like, wow, like the Steelers won the Steelers won the Super Bowl.
And you were old enough to remember 95.
Yes.
Where I really remember my parents' and family's reaction to it more than I remember the game itself. Like, that's the other thing about you're in high school and your teams are great is your understanding level is also really high.
Yes.
Like, you can be a nuanced fan. You can be an informed fan. And so you're at the height of your understanding that intersects with your caring about said team. It's the best. It's the best. And we were blessed.
Oh, my goodness.
Because you had Sid come onto the scene, and they're going to and then winning a championship, and those Steelers 15-1, then a Super Bowl championship, and
yeah.
What a time to be alive.
It was pretty cool. That honestly, I don't really talk about this that much, but like now I think about it, like that probably was the best year of my life, like sports wise, because the Steelers win the Super Bowl, Sidney Crosby, they're doing their thing, and it was like every week where I was in the paper. So like you turn to the professionals page of the Steelers are on the front page, then the Penguins, then it was like a picture of me. Like, I was right in the mix of all that. Like, just because being the player of the year, state player of the year, Whitfield player of the year, big-time national recruit. Like, if I go back and, like, look at, like, all my scrapbooks and stuff and just look at the timelines of it, it was probably the height of my, like, sports life.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And then being a part of all that and watching all that, with the Steelers and the Penguins transpire, being right in the thick of that was just – it was amazing. I don't know if there was a more euphoric feeling in my life that I ever had. Obviously, my kids are number one. But sports-wise,
it's a different thing.
Yes. Yeah, it was literally amazing.
They still had papers back then.
They still had papers. Yes.
I miss flipping through a paper.
Me too.
I was bad at folding them. My dad was real good with the creases.
Mm-hmm.
I had a difficult time when it would be like, this story concludes on page E6. I'm like flipping the damn
Right,
thing
flipping it upside down. Mackie brought one in, 2 weeks ago whenever you were out?
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. I was like, oh, you have a paper.
Stan used to do that as his prep.
Yeah.
He would have the paper. He'd have the sports section. He would read it from front to back. And then he had this yellow notepad. And his prep always cracked me up. He would write, he did 12-2. So he would write 12 Steelers, 12-15 Pirates, 12-40 Penguins. And that was it the whole way through. And then he would finish the show with this date and birthdays. And that's the most prep he did for the entirety of the show was, whose birthday is it today? What happened on this date in sports history? He would go back through the annals of time. And he has, he wouldn't even go online. He had his own little calendar with all the famous sports birthdays.
That were already, he already had.
Already in his written calendar. Yeah. But he would always come in with the newspaper. I digress. Texter. Hey, Crowley, how old are you? Proper grammar. No slang. What? 34? It's a weird text.
Yep.
Someone also writes, Crowley, that was probably the whitest list of songs you could list. MJ, I mean.
Black and Yellow?
Black and Yellow. What are we talking about? I think it was varied.
Yes.
You
variety.
Had classic rock with Led Zeppelin.
80s Madonna. Michael Jackson, 80s.
Yep.
And Black and Yellow.
2010.
I think that is as...
It's eclectic.
Yes. I was looking for the word.
Me too. Took a while.
Yeah.
I feel like every time we come out here, too, you've sent me something that has to do with space. And so you sent me this last night, 9:33 p.m. Man, up late.
Yeah.
That's not late.
Yep. That's late for us. I mean, I'm laying in the bed, though. Like, it's dark.
Oh, I was out so early last night, which led to some vivid dreams over the course of the night, the details of which I cannot share on the radio, and I wish I hadn't have said, because now my wife's going to ask me about them. Wasn't my fault. It was my subconscious. Anyway, the New York Times is reporting that a massive asteroid is on a potential collision course with the moon, which could trigger a destructive meteor shower on Earth. Well, how big's this sucker? Because the moon getting hit doesn't sound good. Meteor shower bad, but what's it going to do to our moon?
Right.
And if something real bad happens to our moon, what's going to happen to our tides?
Right.
Now, this is in 2032, I believe. This is supposed to go down.
Then there was a tsunami, in Hawaii?
Yeah. Did that hit?
I don't know if it hit. I just saw, the headline.
I saw that there was some earthquake off the coast of Russia, so there were tsunami warnings all over the world. It was like an 8-point something, so it was a big humdinger of a damn earthquake. And, I don't know what happened with that. I was asleep.
Tsunami. So let's rate them. What is, out of the disasters? You got tornado, you got twister, you have a hurricane, tsunami, earthquake. I think a tsunami is probably one, right?
Tsunami'd be bad. Tsunami'd be bad. I'm taking a look to make sure we're not being insensitive. Oh, yeah. Tsunami waves hit the United States. Warning in Hawaii downgraded as waves reach California, Washington, and Oregon coasts. Okay, I think we're fine.
Okay.
Yeah, tsunami's scary.
Yeah.
Definitely scary. Ground quakes.
Mm-hmm.
Ocean jiggles.
Ocean jiggles.
And then all of a sudden we're getting hit with it?
Yep.
Nah, no good.
Mm-hmm.
You ever been in an earthquake?
No.
Me neither.
Not even close.
You ever go to the Science Center?
Been in an earthquake.
You go to the Science Center and sit in that little room. It's like,
Yep.
For whatever reason, this girl I used to date in high school, she loved going in there. That was goofy, though, because it'd be like, oh, hit the button for a 5 on the Richter scale. And you're like, all right, this isn't so bad. And then you'd hit the 8, and you'd be like, son of a... But no.
Do they still have that, you think?
Good question.
I haven't been there in, 20 years?
I went with Nora when she was about 3, but you're trying to fit it in a window because she's going to start acting all goofy without getting her nap, and you're kind of hitting all the highlights as quickly as possible. I'm not sure that the shaking hurricane room, earthquake room would have done it for her.
Is that submarine still there?
I do believe the submarine's still there. I don't like that either. Claustrophobic.
Tight. That was tight.
Yeah, man. Can you imagine?
No. Absolutely not. You couldn't pay me.
You're in that damn steel penis.
Nope. In the ocean?
Yeah, it's no good.
Or even in a river? No.
That thing, in and of itself, above water, I don't like it with the claustrophobia. Underwater? No escape? Nowhere to go for God knows how long? Heck no. Callis, you like the submarine?
I would go on one. It doesn't scare me all that much.
Have you ever been on one? Have you been on the one at the Science Center?
Yeah, I've been in it. Yeah, not bad. It seems interesting to me.
Texter writes in, do you know the weather is coming or not? That's a different situation when you're discussing what's worse. That's true. With a tsunami, you could get some level of warning. Hurricane, if you are paying attention, you would know it's coming.
Yeah, but
tornadoes, they can just drop right on your face. Earthquake, I guess they have seismic activity that they can measure, but sometimes, bang, they just come out of nowhere.
I mean, regardless,
surprise factor bad.
Yeah, it is, but I mean, like a tsunami, what do you do?
Well, Mike Tomlin during a tsunami would just take the practice indoors. They'd be like, yo, Mike, listen, buddy, there is going to be an earthquake today. You might want to cancel practice. We'll risk it. 15 minutes in, bang, earthquake.
Yep.
Guy can't stay ahead of the Doppler. Texter, if you want to see some scary submarine stuff, watch that Titan submersible documentary on Netflix.
I was going to watch it, but then I was like, I don't know. I have to be in the mood, the mood to watch that.
Is it too soon? It might be too soon.
I'm not into it yet.
Starkey went caving in West Virginia. Did you hear about this?
Recently?
He was in West Virginia. His vacation last week was in the hills, the mountains of wild and wonderful West Virginia.
In the mountains of West Virginia. I've seen a lot of horror movies, and they've taken place in the mountains of West Virginia.
Yeah, what's the most famous one?
Deliverance?
Yes, Deliverance. My dad just watched that the other day, and we were walking into his house. The girls were coming over. He's like, oh, wait a second. I got to turn off Deliverance. Actually, you and my dad would get along with the horror movie stuff.
I just watched Deliverance a couple months ago. I think I told you, too.
Yeah.
I started doing the little jinger.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Is that what that's from?
Yeah.
You've got to be kidding me.
Yep. Little boy sitting on the porch with his little banjo.
Does he get it?
The boy?
Yeah.
No, he's like a part of it.
Oh, man.
His family.
Isn't there a Deliverance and The Deliverance?
Yeah, there's a couple Deliverance movies.
Okay.
That's the OG. I mean, they have nothing to do with each other.
Okay.
Nothing. But Burt Reynolds and John Voight and Ned Beatty. It's a good cast of characters.
That is a good cast.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Starkey was there.
Huh.
And he got into a cool spring. He also, they call it a darkness jump.
Aaron Rodgers? What?
Pretty much. It's pitch black. You are in a cave, and you're supposed to just jump into this submerged body of water.
He did that?
He did that. He also rappelled 40 feet down the side of a mountain.
Is he having a midlife crisis?
I thought the same thing. He's lost 20 pounds in the last month, he said. he looks great.
He does.
He really does. The belly is gone.
He's got muscles.
He does have muscles. He could bend me over. Man. He could snap me in half if he wanted to. Oh, boy, the verbiage there to begin that.
I can't believe that he did all that.
If you could have asked me to rank the people at the station in order of most likely to do that to least likely to do that, he would have been last if it wasn't me. Like, I can't believe he did that. But he said it's kind of like a symbol for life. It got him thinking. Like, what is life?
He's Aaron Rodgers.
He really is. What is life if not for a jump, a plunge into the unknown darkness? That's what he was saying. He was going all transcendental on the show yesterday with intern Dom, and Dom was like, can we talk about the Steelers, please? Please.
Jeez.
Yeah. I would never go caving.
No, I'm good.
Saw another one on the X, on the For You tab, which this definitely not for me. Not sure how it algorithmed in there, probably because of Starkey and our phones are spying on us. But a dude who got trapped in a cave for like 3 days.
And he was like crawling through?
He's crawling through.
And it's tight?
I mean, it's thinner than he is, and he had to like.
Oh my gosh, I saw that. I couldn't watch it.
Would puke. Would die, actually.
Did I ever tell you guys about the Nutty Putty incident in 2009? A dude thought that he knew the course or he knew the area, but he actually went to an uncharted part and tried to squeeze through but couldn't, got stuck for 27 hours and then died.
Well, that's a sad story.
Was there a movie about that? 127 hours?
Did the guy cut his arm off?
Yeah.
Nutty Putty.
I never heard of that.
Sounds like something else.
The Nutty Putty Cave. Sounds like Nutter Butter, but it's not. It's Nutty Putty.
Where's the Nutty Putty Cave?
Somewhere on the West Coast, I forget.
Yeah, not for me.
Oh, my goodness. Could you imagine?
Yeah, then they filled it in with concrete to keep people out because his body's just in there. Yeah, it's really bad.
Jeez.
Well, they filled it in?
Yeah, it's like his tomb. Yeah, it's really nasty.
That is the most morbid thing that we have ever talked about on the pre-show. The sentence "It's his tomb" was just uttered. Could you imagine though if they didn't concrete it, and you're the next person to do the Nutty Putty or whatever, and you're crawling through, and you're like, I'm going to be able to get out. This ain't good. And you look to your right, and your eyes have adjusted, rods, cones, things of that nature, and bang, there's a skeleton.
A skeleton just stuck there.
No way, man.
Could you imagine the smell? No good.
Well, someone texts in, speaking of smell, my son is a tech on a nuclear sub. Imagine being in a men's locker room with no ventilation. Texter, Hawaii had a ballistic missile threat in 2017 because the guy hit the wrong button. So Tim Benz is someone in his family lives out in Hawaii. So Tim will go out there and visit from time to time. Well, one day we're doing a show together, and his phone starts going off saying that there was an incoming nuclear warhead to Hawaii, and the alert was a mistake. Can you imagine getting that?
Oh, my goodness.
You're just hanging out. There's a volcano to your left, beautiful scenery, people belly dancing to your right. And you're just like, okay, this is how it ends. We're going to get hit with a nuke.
Oh, my goodness.
Just kidding. False alarm. I would need to know immediately. Like, that thing better not be sitting there for 30 minutes. Like, here comes the nuclear warhead, and you get no update? Who knows? I'd probably go get a big screen TV.
Big screen TV.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because you just don't know what's true in the afterlife, what's not true. It could be like the Egyptians, and what I bring with me is what I get to use in the afterlife. You better get yourself a big old TV, big old Samsung, yeah. Oh my God. Want to be able to catch them buccos whenever I'm in hell, rotting away. Speaking of hell, the Pirates. And so in 30 seconds, man, the rumors are flying left and right, Norm. And it's been sort of this slow trickle, really the last month or so. Well, now the rumors are flying left and right, swirling around these buccos, who were victorious last night, by the way, and winners of 7 of their last 8 games. We'll start with Major League Baseball's biggest insider on whether or not he thinks Keller's going to get moved, where Keller could land if he does move. That's next. 30 seconds, bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
I have Mitch Keller going to the Blue Jays for two reasons. Number one, the stuff in the performance is great. He's locked up long term. And considering that Max Scherzer and Chris Bassett are going to be free agents, considering Kevin Gausman has another year left, and this rotation could turn over almost completely in that period of time, having a good starter locked into a reasonable contract would be worth the prospect spend that it would cost. And the cost would be hefty, as it should be, because Mitch Keller's a guy.
Good morning, everybody. Tomorrow is Major League Baseball's trade deadline. Today also going to be the Steelers' first real practice in pads. So we're doubling up on the fun. We thought it would be yesterday, but Mother Nature had other plans. Hall of Fame game tomorrow. Fun week here. That was Jeff Passan, ESPN, Major League Baseball's biggest insider, arguably. We'll hear from a couple of insiders here over the course of the first hour of the show. He says his prediction, Mitch Keller gets traded. Mitch Keller gets traded to the Blue Jays, and he says Mitch Keller could fetch a hefty return. The Blue Jays are also rumored to be interested in David Bednar and or Dennis Santana. The asking price for David Bednar is another team's top 5 prospect. You would think Mitch Keller would yield that and more. Doran, a trade to the Blue Jays makes absolutely zero sense to me. The Blue Jays have the best record in the American League. That's why, obviously, they'd be buying. But they're not going to part with any of their Major League bats.
No.
This is it. You heard about a couple of the players leaving for Toronto after the year. This is their season. They are better than the Yankees. They are better than the Red Sox. The Orioles were supposed to be a playoff contender, if not more than that. They're in the basement. Tampa's having a decent season sitting at 500. They need to make good on now. That, to me, tells me they're not going to part from anything off their Major League roster. Okay, so go get a big-time Blue Jays prospect. That'd be great. Except a little digging this morning shows me they don't got what's the Buccos need, Doran. Their top prospect is also their top hitting prospect. He's a shortstop. Sounds so good so far. He plays in high A. Arun Namala. There's a bunch of names today that I think I'm going to screw up, so my apologies on the front end. Their next 6 highest-rated prospects, the Blue Jays, are pitchers. So their number one hitter ain't going to be up until 2028, according to MLB Pipeline. That's their projection. The next 6 guys are pitchers. The guy after that is a hitter who has a nice hit tool. He's got 8 home runs on the season. He's got decent numbers in AA and AAA this year. One more thing. That's where the Buccos got Spencer Horwitz from. And that scares me away.
Yeah.
I agree with what Passan said at the end of that clip. You should be able to get a lot for Mitch Keller. I just don't think Toronto makes a whole lot of sense. And if they came back, even if it's a top 50 prospect like this shortstop in high A is, I need a top 50 prospect that's going to play for the Pirates this year or next year. And so if you're going to get a guy from the Blue Jays who's close to the big leagues, he's not going to be a highly touted guy. This has me worried. Passan doesn't say stuff because he's guessing. He's probably heard some stuff. I'm not seeing a fit, and if Ben Cherington's making a deal with the Blue Jays, I'm ticked off.
Can you do a 3-team trade?
That's a good question. You could.
I mean, from my recollection and my, what I've seen out there is that they have a high asking price, and the asking price for Mitch Keller or Bednar would be a major league bat. And I'm at the point right now where I don't think that they'll get anything done, and those guys will still be here.
I think Bednar's going to go I think Keller's going to stay.
Okay.
And I think that will be a crime. Because of how Keller's finished the last couple of seasons after the All-Star break, something I've said probably way too many times on this show. Chris Muller brought it up yesterday on the PM team, too, and he had different stats than I did, but they all point to Mitch Keller being bad in the second half of seasons. But also the general lack of available starting pitching right now, and the fact that Mitch Keller for any other organization in baseball is affordable, you're not going to get more for Keller in the offseason than you'd get right now.
Mm-hmm.
Teams are desperate right now. Desperation leads to people doing silly stuff. In college, no one rolls over on a Sunday morning and looks to their right and goes, wow, that was a great decision. The woman I met at Jack's at 3:15 a.m. No, you struck out all night long, you're desperate, and you wake up next to a beluga whale. That's not nice, but you know what I'm saying. Desperation can lead you to make bad decisions, and I'm not talking about the Pirates being desperate here. I'm talking about this being a seller's market and other teams getting desperate.
Yes.
But to take this further, to your point, Ken Rosenthal, if Jeff Passan isn't the biggest insider in Major League Baseball, Ken Rosenthal is on that list. He had a real weird write-up yesterday saying that Nutting could judge Cherington in part on how the Pirates finished this year.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm paraphrasing what Rosenthal wrote, but if so, why would Cherington deal good players? Bob Nutting cannot evaluate Ben Cherington's tenure on the last 50-ish games of the season, can he? I think that'd be terrible business.
Well, why can't he deal good players? I mean, if he gets something back, which we don't have the faith that he does it, but if he gets something legitimate back, then he can be judged where it's like, okay, this guy did he did what he was supposed to do.
See, that part I do understand. If Keller goes out, you get two bats, they're added to your team, and those guys perform, well, then yes, you would use that as part of your evaluation. What Rosenthal was saying, oddly, was maybe he holds on, Cherington does, to his second-best starting pitcher, to his number one bullpen arm, so that the Pirates can win more games down the stretch to save his job. Which, if Bob Nutting, again, is allowing these last 50 or however many games are remaining, if he is evaluating those games to determine whether or not Cherington keeps his job, that is absolutely ludicrous.
Well, I mean, you don't have to trade him, though. I mean, if I don't get what I want, if I don't get what I think that is needed for my ball club, then I am going to hold on to those guys and see if we can win as many games as possible this year. So I think that Cherington, not in a great situation, but it's a good situation. It's like, all right, teams are desperate, as you just said.
Right.
If I get rid of these guys, I know that I'm being evaluated. I have to get something back, but this is the only way I get something back is if I show that this is what I want. And if I don't get what I want, then I keep what I have.
This would take some truth serum, but if that's why Keller wouldn't get dealt or Bednar wouldn't get dealt, then it'd be hard to swallow, but I'd understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Cherington would say that he wasn't able to get what he was asking for.
Right.
If Cherington was consciously not moving guys so that the team pitches well down the stretch so that he can keep his job, buddy, that can't be it.
No.
Bob Nutting, Travis Williams, if Travis is in on that decision, they need to evaluate what he gets back in a deal if those guys are dealt, and whether or not they can help for the 2026 Pirates. That, to me, is what this deadline is all about. I'm not thinking about the future at all if I'm Ben Cherington. I'm not thinking of the future at all if I'm Bob Nutting or Travis Williams or anybody within the organization. There's going to probably be a lockout in 2027. I mean, Bryce Harper's fighting the damn commissioner of baseball in his clubhouse. So next year is year 3 of Skenes. You might lose another full year of control with Skenes if there's a lockout and the players get their way and that year counts towards service time. Next year, Dom DiTomaso argued this yesterday. I've been saying something similar. He always takes things over the top. It's one of the more important seasons in Pirates history next year. So if Ben Cherington, the best he could do for Mitch Keller and David Bednar and whomever else he trades is high-end but prospects that aren't going to be up until after 2027, well, that's nonsense.
That's yes.
You can get I'm honestly okay, dude, with getting a lesser valued prospect who's closer to the majors.
Ready, yeah.
Now, I still want them to be like a top 100 guy. I'd still like it to be ideally a number 1 or number 2 prospect in whatever team system. But if their highest rated prospect is 2 years away and their second highest rated prospect is 6 months away,
taking that one.
I'm taking that guy.
Yes.
Absolutely. I don't know that I agree with Rosenthal. I think you're on to it there. I don't think Ben Sherrington is going to say, well, no, we got to keep Keller, we got to keep Bednar, we got to keep Santana.
Well, it's not a definite. It's not a definite that those guys are going to, Bednar's pitched well, but it's not definite that Mitch Keller and Bednar are going to win them games.
Right.
It's not definite. So,
right. Has Keller won them games? No, he's been great. He hasn't won them games.
Right.
Because they suck.
Right. So that wouldn't make sense. The only way it would make sense is okay, I didn't get what I want, so I'm going to keep these guys, especially a guy that, people have an affinity for because he's from Pittsburgh. I'm not going to trade away the Pittsburgh guy. I'm going to keep him here. The former All-Star who's played very well this year. If I don't get, 2 bats.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty simple, really.
Pretty simple.
When you boil it down to that, it is really simple.
Yeah.
And
I'm not going to go get a high A player.
I think
because you'll be fired.
Right. We got great value out of Mitch Keller. Yeah, you did for a team in that hypothetical. For a team that's in a rebuild.
Mm-hmm.
The Pirates need to be treating this deadline like they're buyers in a way.
Yep.
They're selling off a lot of assets, but you need to make baseball trades. It can't be, let's ship off Bednar and Keller together and get this massive haul of prospects. That's not what you're looking for. If it were 3 years ago and you had Keller pitching well and better, absolutely that's what you do. As many high-end prospects as you can, you get them, you throw them against the wall, you see what sticks. But when the goal is to win more games in 2026, and that's what Sherrington said to Zan Grilly, that's what Sherrington said on his radio show this weekend, then you need to be getting players who are knocking on the door. So that's a couple of rumors right there. Jeff Passan says he could see Keller going to the Blue Jays. And as we mentioned, the Blue Jays' top prospect is a shortstop who plays high A ball. MLB Pipeline has their 6 highest rated prospects as pitchers. That doesn't seem like a good fit. The Blue Jays are also interested in David Bednar, according to John Morosi. But again, are you getting a highly touted prospect that's far away? The Blue Jays just simply don't seem like a fit. There's a bunch more rumors. I tried to grab as many of them and put them on a sheet as I possibly could. So we'll get into those over the course of this hour. A lot of football talk today. Doug Whaley from 9 o'clock until 10. Ray Fittipaldo at 8. Most of the 7 o'clock hour will be spent on the Steelers. But tons of rumors. We'll get to them. Ken Rosenthal on the dangers of keeping Keller and Bednar. We'll hear from him when we come back. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, they beat the San Francisco Giants yesterday and have won 4 games in a row. Pirates could sweep the series if they win today. They've got a game against the Giants again, Game 3 of the series. It's at 3:45. It's a game you can listen to over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. So, you think your day was crazy? How do you think Sir Anthony Dominguez felt when he went to the ballpark as a Baltimore Oriole? Then, in between games of a doubleheader, Sir Anthony was traded to the opposing team. He walked across to the other dugout and threw a scoreless inning against the team he belonged to in the opener. Nuts. I'm Boomer Esiason.
DQ presents how to make a Blizzard treat even sweeter.
Just get a Blizzard treat on Miracle Treat Day, July 31st, and help support kids like me, Ari. On Miracle Treat Day, $1 or more of each Blizzard treat sold at participating locations benefits your local children's hospital. So treat yourself in the most meaningful way and support local kids like me on Miracle Treat Day at DQ, Thursday, July 31st. DQ. Happy tastes good.
When you've got real work to do,
Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at aquickdrain.com. PA license 074216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
Upgrade your learning experience during Dell Technologies Back to School event with AI PCs like the Dell 14 Plus featuring an Intel Core Ultra processor starting at $749.99. Supercharge your studies with features like real-time notes transcription, AI accelerated hardware to run multiple apps without slowing down, extended battery life, and more. That's the power of new AI PCs with Intel inside. Discover a smarter way to learn at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
At Target, back-to-school-a-days are here. What is back-to-school-a-days, you ask? We're talking 7 days of deals on looks and styles the kids will love, at prices you'll love even more. Because back-to-school at Target means getting all of the above. Through August 2nd, save 25% on select kids' clothes, with additional savings to round out their looks, including uniforms, leggings, polos, and activewear. Plus, their new favorite backpacks are 30% off. Happy back-to-school-a-days, now through August 2nd, only at Target. Terms and conditions apply.
Clouds and a thunderstorm today, the high 94.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews clearing an earlier accident in East Deer Township along northbound Route 28. This is near the Russellton-Creighton off-ramp. Watch for some possible slowdowns there. Also an accident now in Plumboro, Route 286 Gold Mile Highway at the intersection with New Texas Road. And a hazmat situation tying up Big Sewickley Creek Road at the intersection with State Game Lands Road in Franklin Park Borough. So watch for a possible closure there. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Them is you're not going to spend money. We know they're not going to spend money because they're the Pittsburgh Pirates. So if you have any chance to get impact offensive talent back in return for these guys, Keller in particular, with the years of control he has, in my mind, you have to do it. But they know the value of those players to their own organization. You can envision a world, if you were spending money perhaps, where you were building around those guys. I just don't see that world existing for the Pirates. It seems to me that they have to move Keller and Bednar. And I understand where they are, and I understand the difficulty of Ben Cherington's position. He's under fire. He has his job in question for next year. But in this situation, GMs generally do what is best for the organization. What is best for the organization right now is to trade those guys, both of them, Bednar and Keller, and get as much as you can offensively back.
Ken Rosenthal, big-time Major League Baseball insider, saying because of the way the Pirates do business, makes a ton of sense to trade Bednar and Keller. And that's the world we live in. That's a bummer, but I agree with that. You're not going to go out and spend money on the open market to get a significant bat this offseason. This right now would present an opportunity to upgrade the offense. And if Ben Cherington doesn't move both of those assets, you are missing a window to get big-time players. You just are. Texter writes in, what if they got high-value prospects now and trade them in the offseason for major league players? That's actually something that Ben Cherington talked about hypothetically in his radio show this weekend. Look, that might not be bad business. You get as many big-time prospects as you can, even if they're far away, and then you do trade them this offseason. But let me tell you something. That's a tough sell to the fan base. Ain't nobody going to buy it.
Nope.
You tell the fan base, well, we got all these high A guys that are highly valued. Doesn't mean we're going to hang on to them. No one's going to believe that.
No.
And that's a hard sell to ownership, too, because it's a project that's not finished. And so if you're Ben Cherington, you'd be saying to Bob Nutting, well, I know I got these lower-level guys, but they're high-end. We can use them. Well, you don't know what they're going to turn into in the offseason. That's all hypothetical.
Don't know if you're going to be here either, Ben.
Exactly.
To do it. And I don't want the next GM to have to deal with that. So that would be a hard no for me.
Get guys.
Yep.
Not guys who could be guys. Get guys who are guys. Yeesh. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We did not watch the Pirate game last night. It was late. The biggest story with the Pirates, of course, is the deadline. It's important to mention Tommy Pham. He goes 3 for 4 last night. He's hitting .273. Doran, that's the highest batting average on the Pirates.
Wow.
Doran, he is the second highest OPS on the Pirates. This after being one of the very worst players in baseball for much of the season. Ben Cherington actually didn't get a bad player here. He got a blind guy.
Yep.
Who then figured out how to see. And it's a shame that Tommy Pham couldn't have been this good all season long, but you'd have to think he's going to get traded.
Probably. He didn't get a bad player, but you don't want to get a Tommy Pham to be your best hitter.
That's the issue.
Yeah.
The issue isn't that he signed Tommy Pham. He's actually been vindicated a little bit for that. Like, Tommy Pham is a useful player, and I imagine that another team's going to come calling and ask for Tommy Pham because he's hot and he can help them. So that's not the problem. You're right. The problem is O'Neal Cruz is the only player on the Pirates with a higher OPS. The problem is not one guy on your team has a higher batting average.
That's a problem. That's bad.
And that's why almost, whether this is a word or not, irregardless of what happens the rest of the way, those first 5.5 years from Cherington and the lineup that Don Kelly has to probably grit his teeth in right on the card every night, that should keep him from being the GM beyond this season. You can give us a ring in the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. So to jump off that Rosenthal clip where Ken thinks, yeah, the Pirates do need to trade Keller and Bednar. Okay, you get bats. Do they have enough behind Keller in the rotation, behind Bednar, and maybe even Santana in the bullpen to make a deal like that? And I've just been saying it like it's a fact for months and months. Trade from a position of strength. Let's talk it out and how we actually feel about this potential rotation going forward. Because the second that Keller gets traded, and Heaney's going to get traded, the Yankees, that's another rumor, folks. Heaney, the Yankees are interested in him. Mm-hmm. So you get rid of those guys, you'll have Skenes, Falter, and Burrows in your rotation. You figure Chandler will come up. He's pitched well of late. Chandler, this month, 24 strikeouts, 8 walks, 2.95 ERA, and 21 innings. So he's sort of found his footing. So Chandler will probably be up in short order. You'll have 4 guys. I don't know what you do at 5. Is it Ashcraft and Majinski? Yeah, probably.
Probably Majinski.
And you'll kind of patchwork your way through the rest of the year. This year's not important, but I'm just to suss that out. Oviedo, his rehab assignment's been transferred to AAA. Jared Jones should be back, conservatively speaking, by the All-Star break next year. Bubba Chandler, who we mentioned, should be up at some point. Hunter Barco is a top 100 prospect. I mean, that's what you're looking at for rotation depth. Do we feel good enough about that to move on from Keller?
If you get some bats back.
Yeah.
If you get some bats back.
That's the whole thing.
That's the whole thing. That's the only way that you move on is if you get at least one legitimate bat back that you can add to the lineup, that you can add to the offense, then you'd be fine with it.
You need one sure thing.
You need one sure thing.
I'm with you.
You do. Or it doesn't make any sense. You talk about a position of strength. Well, it is like one of the highest positions of strengths in Major League Baseball. I mean, it has been for a while. So you're going to trade away from that to not get anything back, to get maybe a prospect that won't be here for 2 years? You're going to take away from something that you actually did good at? Makes no sense.
No, you need to get, and it's hard. It's hard to do at the deadline. You need to get a sure thing.
Yeah.
Because while I am optimistic about this rotation, and I think a lot of people are, tell me where the sure things are. Skenes is a sure thing. Bailey Falter has done enough that if he's your 4th or 5th starter, I think you're elated by that. I believe in Burrows. I do. He's been really good. He's got good stuff. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, Quinn Priester, by the way, since May 30th, 9-0 with a 2.60 ERA.
Nice.
And the guy that was traded for Quinn Priester, Nick York, is in AAA, and he's been just a guy. Would be nice to have him, actually. You'd feel a lot better about trading Keller.
Yes.
Not that I was saying that at the time, so I got to be somewhat fair to Ben Cherington. So Skenes is a sure thing. Falter's a sure thing. Burrows, I think you feel good about. Chandler, the highest-rated pitching prospect in baseball. He has refound his form. I don't think he's a sure thing.
No.
Oviedo's not a sure thing. Jared Jones' recovery going according to plan ain't a sure thing. Hunter Barco's a top 100 prospect. Have good feelings about him. He's not a sure thing. Ashcraft's been dominant in the bullpen. Well, so is Majinski. He wasn't good in the rotation.
Right.
So can Ashcraft pitch in the rotation? Maybe, probably, but you don't know. So you've got a ton of options. Right now, if you kept Keller and just, let's say, for argument's sake, spent $50 million this offseason and upgraded your hitting, you'd feel a lot better about the rotation, I think, with Keller.
Yes.
So you need to get a sure thing like you're saying. Because if you don't, you are taking a risk that even though we like this rotational depth, it's far from a promise. So it better be a guy knocking on the door at AAA, and it better be a big league bat that represents a legitimate upgrade. Because if you are guessing with the guys you get in return for Mitch Keller, and you are guessing that this rotation will all come together, next year could ultimately, unfortunately, wind up being worse than this year.
Absolutely right.
As for the bullpen, Dickerson, You do have Ashcraft. You do have Majinski. Isaac Madsen, your guy from Pitt. I mean, he just pumps fastballs today. He's like, hey, good luck hitting this. Yep. People can't. Yep. They found bullpen arms, too. If you trade Bednar and Santana, those three guys, I think, are the future of your bullpen. Mm-hmm. And I'm okay with that. Mm-hmm. But again, not a sure thing. So you better get a sure thing in return. Wait until you hear what Noah Hiles had to say yesterday about a potential David Bednar trade. It's a big one. Plus, a couple more rumors to get to before the top of the hour. Top of the hour, Peyton Wilson, Steelers inside linebacker. Did he take a shot at Minkah Fitzpatrick? We'll get to that then. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and San Francisco Giants played yesterday. Pirates won that game. Pirates have now won 4 games in a row. They have an opportunity to sweep the series. Third and final game with the Giants is today at 3:45. You can listen to the game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. North Shore Tavern leadoff show that begins at 2:50. More fun headlines. Go to 937thefan.com.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Will Howard, born in Pennsylvania. Will Howard starts his NFL career right here in Pittsburgh. After 4 years at Kansas State, Howard transferred to Ohio State ahead of last season. Howard led the Buckeyes to the school's first championship in a decade after multiple blowout wins in the playoffs. Howard was selected in the 6th round of this year's draft by the Steelers and will look to make a statement in the crowded quarterback room.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wacom 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means a half a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wacom 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
Hey, it's Malzy. Let's talk about the roof on your home. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this summer, but be forewarned. There are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important part of the process, the attic ventilation. You see, if your attic doesn't have proper air circulation, it can cause problems such as mold and wood rot, leaks in the winter, not to mention higher AC bills in the summer. This is one of the reasons I recommend MHI Roofing to my listeners. Their process begins with a free 21 21-point roof inspection that includes a thorough inspection of your attic. They know that if the ventilation isn't right, the roof will be built on a shaky foundation. Every MHI roof comes with a well-thought-out attic ventilation plan, and that's why they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Money-saving discounts and financing incentives are available. Call for your free 21-point roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Life's a relentless competition, and you might be losing without even knowing it. With testosterone levels plummeting 25% in just 2 decades, you're likely operating at a fraction of your potential. Your kids sense it when you're too exhausted for playtime. Your wife notices when that spark fades. Here's the harsh truth. Without addressing low T, nothing works. Diets fail, workouts fall flat, but there's hope. Mentality's FDA-approved treatment restores testosterone by an average of 30%. Don't let low T rob you of life's precious moments. Start at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights, golf on pristine green fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments in between. You were going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway. Might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. New to FanDuel, new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today and visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to get started. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Live from Studio B at Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville.
The optics of it all are going to play a little bit of a part in it, right? If he brings in someone, if he trades away David Bednar, a guy that he knows his boss really appreciates, right? But Bob Nutting has gone out of his way to prevent Bednar from getting traded before.
How about that? Something Noah Hiles has written. Bob Nutting a couple of years ago nixed a trade where David Bednar was going to go out. I believe that deal was to the Orioles. I believe. But either way, Ben Cherington mentioned on his radio show this weekend that whenever he gets trades in place, he has to run it up the ladder. He has to talk to Bob Nutting. And I don't think a guy being from Pittsburgh is a good enough reason to say no to a trade. I think if the return's bad, then okay. But if you're Bob Nutting, you're supposed to hire people that you trust to make the baseball moves, and you shouldn't be nixing any move for baseball reasons. Financial reasons, any owner is going to have to sign off on that. But the idea of David Bednar not getting dealt because he's from here when he's a reliever is wild to me.
All-star reliever from here.
Sure.
Great in the community. That means a lot to ownership. And if it's not a significant return, then it's not worth it in his eyes.
I don't know how many tickets David Bednar sells. And I know you didn't mention that, probably purposefully.
Right.
Because all those other things are undoubtedly true. And he's pitching like an all-star again this year. He didn't make the team, but this is his third all-star quality season. He's a really good player. I don't think a reliever's ever sold tickets. I mean, back in the day when guys were going 3 innings and they'd have submarine deliveries, okay, maybe. Mariano Rivera, Trevor Hoffman, Billy Wagner just got into the Hall of Fame, but the list is short, and I don't know that you're ever going to a game being like, oh, I better buy tickets because I got to see a reliever pitch. I mean, you probably want to see your starter pitch a complete game, but that's neither here nor there. Bob Nutting should not be nixing a Bednar trade right now, I guess is the point I'm making. Like, maybe back then when you weren't good.
But what if it's like for
something down the road?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if that's the case, then yeah.
Right.
And if it's with the Blue Jays, that sounds like all that they can offer. That leads me to believe others have speculated the Phillies are in on David Bednar. I saw one of the Philly radio hosts tweeted late last night just David Bednar's name. There's going to be at least a reliever move from the Pirates. We know Caleb Ferguson, he's on his final year of his deal here, so he's going to get traded. Ryan Borucki was called up from AAA But Don Kelly said last night he wasn't going to be activated, and he was throwing a side session. From what I understand, Barecki totally healthy.
Mm-hmm.
They're in San Francisco. That's a long way from Indianapolis. He's there because they're going to move a reliever, I think. And it's just too much of a seller's market right now to not move at least one of those guys, and probably both. Clase, the closer for the Guardians, he can't be moved because allegedly he's throwing balls on purpose. He might have been the biggest name up there with David Bednar. David Bednar vaults himself all of a sudden to the top of the reliever wish list.
Then he should get you should get a good return for him.
Got to get a good return.
Yeah.
You got to get a good return. And to me, it's not because he's from Pittsburgh you got to get a good return. It's because he's a really good player.
Yeah.
And I don't know that at this point in time you have the luxury of being able to value a guy for anything more than his baseball acumen. And look, it's tough to subtract all-star players like Keller, like Bednar, and get better. But when you've screwed up the last two off seasons and last year's trade deadline as badly as they have, you need to make good on this window right now. We'll see what happens. There's a few more rumors out there. We'll get to those coming up next. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play the San Francisco Giants today at 3:45. It's a game you can listen to over on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA. Coverage over there begins at 2:50, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. If the Pirates win, they'll sweep the Giants, and they'll make it 5 in a row. Right now, they're in the middle of a 4-game winning streak. More for headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Wednesday morning rush taking shape. This report brought to you by Window Nation. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com now. Crews have cleared an earlier accident in Plum Borough, reopening the intersection of Route 286 Golden Mile Highway and New Texas Road. Meanwhile, they remain on the scene of an earlier accident on the northbound side of Route 28 near the Russellton-Creighton off-ramp. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East, inbound delays at Wilkinsburg. Outbound jammed past the Squirrel Hill Homestead interchange into the Squirrel Hill tunnels and the lane restrictions, while Route 28 stacked approaching the 31st Street Bridge toward East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Now you can get 50% off all window styles plus no interest until 2030. Stop procrastinating on upgrading your home. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com to take advantage of Window Nation's best deal of the year.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from more than 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
At JeepOfPittsburgh.com, it's our Make This the Summer Sales event.
The choice is yours. Lease or buy your new Jeep at Jeep of Pittsburgh. Visit Pittsburgh's #1 lease leader at jeepofpittsburgh.com. We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Not available in all states.
Hey, bills happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to billshappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to billshappen.com. All you need is a job and a checking account. You could find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow at billshappen.com. Billshappen.com is the smart way to get a personal lender now. So if you need extra money for car repairs, medical bills, family emergencies, whatever you need cash for, go to billshappen.com and you can get the money you need as soon as the next day, up to $5,000. At billshappen.com, our process is safe, secure, and all online. No one to deal with in person, and Bills Happen does not charge you any fees to use our service. It's easy. When you need a lender, just remember, when bills happen, go to billshappen.com. Billshappen.com for the cash you need now. Billshappen.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
$50-minute mark on The Fan, soon to be brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Texter writes in, Buccos could bolster next year's team and not add money. Trade Keller for a bat. Cassie, that is one of the top prospects for the Cubs, who has a ton of power, plays in the outfield, and is close to being major league ready. And then trade a few high-end prospects to Cleveland for Stephen Kwan. They have Kwan for 2 more years. Now, Kwan is a multiple-time All-Star. He's a really good player. Yes, Cleveland is now in sellers mode. Look, if you could pull that off.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. And then you've got Skenes, you've got Keller, you've got Chandler, you've got that hypothetical rotation we've talked about with your horse, Mitch Keller, right there in the middle of it. You've added a power bat, and then you've added just a great professional hitter in Kwan. Yeah, that would be unreal.
Yes.
It's probably unrealistic. Ideally, yeah, you'd move prospects instead of a guy like Mitch Keller. I don't think that it sends a great message that you make a guy the highest paid pitcher in the history of the franchise and then turn around like a year plus later and trade him. Mm-hmm. I think it looks bad. If the Pirates operated the way a lot of other teams do, then they probably would treat the deadline that way. I don't think that's going to happen. Now, here's a note that I think is super important to mention. Johan Oviedo pitched last night for AAA Indianapolis. 5 innings, 2 hits, 1 run, 1 earned, no walks, 5 strikeouts, 62 pitches. So we asked, how do you fill out the rotation the rest of the year if you trade Keller, if you trade Heaney, and they will trade Heaney. The Yankees, again, reportedly interested. You would have Skenes, Chandler, Burrows, Falter, Oviedo.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
That's not bad.
Wouldn't mind getting a look at Oviedo the rest of the year.
Yeah. I mean, this year's this year is what it is, but definitely would like to see Oviedo. I'm sure he'll be up at some point soon.
Yeah.
Now that, he's thrown, through 5 innings, you said?
Yeah, you go 5 innings.
That's a lot.
That is.
62 pitches is decent.
Yeah. Yeah, efficient outing from him. I mean, you probably want to build him up to like 75, 80, 85 pitches, but that shouldn't take very long.
Mm-hmm.
Next time out, he goes 7. I mean, you think 3 or 4 starts. I mean, he should be able to hit the ground running and just plug and play. And that's good, man, because I thought he was going to be a solution to this thing earlier on in the year. And, hey, we know the Pirates have had, actually, even under Ben Cherington, a lot of success, like bringing in those starters, like Martin Perez last year. I went full.
You did.
I went full accent on that.
You did. Spanish.
I nailed that.
Perez.
You know who's good with that is Joe Block.
Is he?
Joe Block will always go with the native pronunciation, which I think is a respectful thing to do.
You think he studies that? Like, I mean, you think that's at the top of his board whenever he's going into a game?
I think it's massive for him.
Massive, yeah.
A lot of those play-by-play guys, they are pronunciation junkies, as you probably should be.
Yeah.
Like I know Tony Caridi for West Virginia, he's obsessed with it.
Really?
Obsesses over it.
I'm sure a lot of hockey play-by-play broadcasters are probably the number one obsessed with it. You have to be.
Have to be.
Is that tougher than baseball?
I think because there's just such a, how do I say this without sounding like a jackass?
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about a whole bunch of different countries. You're talking about a lot of Spanish,
right,
for baseball, which I think makes it easier. What was I saying? Got caught up in Spanglish. Good movie?
Never saw it.
Okay, good. It's terrible.
That's what
Sandler?
yeah.
It was terrible. It's the worst Adam Sandler movie I've ever seen.
Is Drew Barrymore in that one too?
I can't remember.
No.
I've only seen it once, and my taste may have changed. At the time I saw it, it was crap. Some more rumors. Ready for more rumors? Rumors. So I've mentioned John Heyman says the Yankees are interested in Andrew Heaney. Take him. Oh, here's what I was going to say before the pronunciation thing. So they got Martin Perez. They had Rich Hill. They had Vince Velasquez before that. The Pirates have every year, Bailey Falter, I thought was going to be one of those guys, and I guess he would count. They've gone out, they've added a guy that you put in the back of your rotation that's been pretty good for them. If Oviedo comes back the rest of your pitches well, that's money you're not going to have to spend in free agency. So you don't spend it on a starting pitcher. You feel comfortable about your depth there, and you can spend that on a bat. It's not a ton of money, but you get what I'm saying here. Andrew Heaney to the Yankees. That's a rumor from John Heyman. The Reds, this is a funny one to me. The Reds are interested in Isaiah Kiner Falefa. Their number one target is Eugenio Suarez. Bang, pronunciation. I love that name. Eugenio Suarez.
It's a good one. It flows. It flows.
Sounds like it's a romantic name. Eugenio Suarez. IKF a backup to Eugenio Suarez. So imagine being a Reds fan. It's like we could get the best home run hitter right there in the game of baseball right now in Eugenio Suarez to plug our third base hole. They've had him before. Let's go out and get that guy. Fan favorite guy. Hits absolute taters. He's got like 40 homers this year. But if you strike out on Eugenio Suarez, you wind up with Isaiah Kiner Falefa?
Yes. Yep.
I'd be so mad, dude, if I were a Reds fan. Actually, I'm mad as a Pirates fan that they have been linked to Eugenio Suarez.
Exactly.
And here the Pirates are in year 6 under Charrington with Paul Skenes, figured that they were going to be in contention. They'd be a team interested in Eugenio Suarez, and instead, hey, Reds, would you like? I know you want Eugenio. Would you like an IKF? Yuck. Ke'Bryan Hayes, that trade interest has dwindled. The Yankees made a trade for a third baseman. They were the team that was most interested in Ke'Bryan Hayes' services. He made another outstanding defensive play last night. The guy can't hit. That's actually one of the few trades I'd feel comfortable in Charrington making because I don't think you'd get a lot for him, but you would get the salary off the books.
Right.
And hopefully you could spend that on a useful hitter. Salary dump shouldn't be hard to pull off. Just doesn't sound like anybody really wants him.
No, but you could attach him to somebody just to get it off the books.
Yeah, you want David Bednar?
Here, take Ke'Bryan.
I bet you that would lessen the return on the other side, though.
You think?
I think. It depends. It does.
Basically, you're just getting him off the books. Like, you're not asking for anything more.
Right.
You're just like, hey.
But I wonder if another team's like, listen, we don't really want to take Hayes. You want a top prospect?
Right,
we'll give him to you.
True.
With Hayes, we're not going to do that.
True.
Texter, Spanglish is not terrible, you idiota.
Idiota. What's it about?
I don't know.
You don't know what it's about and you say it's terrible?
I never saw it.
You never saw it?
Mm-mm. I don't know why. It's onset Molsey disease. I caught it from Bechtold. I lied. I needed to get myself...
You said it was a terrible movie.
I know. If it's got below 50% on Rotten Tomatoes, I'm going to continue to pretend like I've never seen it.
I'm going to say that it has, but it's going to be somewhat close. It's probably going to be in the 40s. 43. Sure. Somewhere around there. Adam Sandler. Yeah.
And the tomato meter is, oh no, 54.
Wow.
And the popcorn meter, 60, Doran.
Wow. Decent movie.
Comedies always get knocked. That's actually a good score.
That is decent. Who's it? Who else is Drew Barrymore in this with him? He's in she's in all of his movies.
No, Winslet.
Got it.
Like I was saying, Spanglish, great movie. Loved it. December 17th, 2004. Remember exactly where I was when I saw it. All right, we'll keep you. Oh, Salma Hayek's in it. That movie can't possibly be bad. If you got Winslet and Hayek, what am I talking about?
Tia Leone? She's in it too.
Dang!
You didn't know who that is?
No, I did it again. I faked it again, Dickerson.
He was in Bad Boys.
All right, a lot more on the Pirates trade rumors as they become available over the course of the show. We're going to have John Wehner jump on with us at 8:35. Coming up next, Peyton Wilson talked about an issue that plagued the Steelers' defense late in last season, and it's got me asking a simple question about this Steelers' defense. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We'll let KDK take care of that. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Morning today should be one of the hottest days of the year. I have Pittsburgh hitting 93 for the high with morning temperatures in the low 70s. Noon temperatures will already be in the upper 80s. Humidity ticks down slightly today, and there is a small rain chance southeast of Pittsburgh this afternoon. Scattered to widespread rain returns to the area Thursday. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom opening soon in Mount Lebanon. The 8,000-square-foot showroom will feature an extensive selection of Anderson products, including the 100, 200, and 400 series windows and doors, as well as A-series and E-series product lines. The space is designed specifically for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. See you soon at 1675 Washington Road.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Route 28 inbound starting to slow down around Millvale and jam down toward East Ohio Street. Parkway West, you're in line near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound fairly steady until you hit the lane shift past Campbell's Run Road, and then fairly steady from there out toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg inbound, outbound delays near the Greenfield Bridge overpass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by beveragestoyou.com. Craving your favorite alcohol? Get it delivered to your door with beveragestoyou.com. No limits, no hassle. Craft beer, shots, bubbly wine, and beverages for the whole family. They bring the party to you. That's beverages, the number 2, the letter U.com. Drinks delivered.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim, the crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market, now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the stars, stripes, and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Yeah, I mean, everybody kind of knows what happened at the end of last year with communication and stuff. I don't think we have too much different stuff going in. I just think you see us flying around a lot more so just because of the communication from the back end to us, to the D-line. Everyone's just comfortable in their role and their position and just flying around.
That Steelers' second-year inside linebacker, Peyton Wilson, talking about the communication issues that we all saw with our two eyes plaguing the Steelers at the end of last year. Their communication was a disaster. Now you got a whole bunch of new guys, and Peyton Wilson is saying that the communication in the week one of training camp better than it was last season. I think that's a big statement from a guy who figures to be a massive factor in the defense this year. And we will get to that in a minute, but I feel like I owe the fine makers of the movie Spanglish an apology. I have no idea what the hell I'm talking about. A texter writes in, Adam, you were the biggest bonehead I have ever heard. You don't know anything about who's in the movie, and you're commenting on it? Just shut up, man. Yeah, a lot of people have written in Spanglish isn't a comedy. It's more romance comedy. People saying it's pretty good.
Kate Winslet's not in the movie.
She's not. The texters, they picked up on my fraudulence, Doran, and so they just started texting in famous actors and actresses. And I thought they were helping me fake my way through it, and it turns out they were laying a clever trap for me.
Yeah.
Because Salma Hayek, also not in Spanglish.
Are you sure?
No! I'm not sure of anything. Except I know that people are now telling me that she's not in it. Sarah Hyland from Modern Family, she was in it.
Paz Vega, she looks like Salma Hayek. She's in it.
There's someone out there that looks like Salma Hayek?
Tell me that this lady does not know. Yeah, she reminds me of her.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Yes, she reminds me of her, and good for her.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that be something? You're a nice lady. You grow up. Your buddy's like, hey, you look like Salma Hayek. It's a pretty big compliment.
I mean, it's not.
Quit showing me pics.
It's not bad being an off-brand Salma Hayek.
Absolutely not.
Nah,
that's a great thing.
Yeah.
If someone called me off-brand Brad Pitt, it'd be the nicest thing anybody ever said to me in my life.
Mm-hmm.
I did once get hit on at a Trader Joe's by the woman ringing me up, and she said I looked like a young Leonardo DiCaprio.
How old was she?
She had to have been early, mid-20s.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say it was like an older lady.
No, old people do that all the time.
Yep.
You look like that so-and-so.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
Like a Denzel.
And I definitely did not and do not look like Leo, but boy, did I hold that with me for a good long time.
Of course.
Mm-hmm. Texter writes, and I think Crowley's lying about lying. He saw it and didn't like it. Just own it. Guys, no, I promise you.
There's no way that you've seen this.
I didn't see it. I lied. And now, because of my incompetence trying to cover my tracks, here I am. I'm so incompetent that people don't know what I'm lying about, what I've seen, what I haven't seen.
I know exactly what you did. The movie came out, and you're like, I don't want to see an Adam Sandler movie called Spanglish. And you probably, in your mind, just tricked your mind saying that it was bad. Because you didn't want to see it because it wasn't a comedy and it was an Adam Sandler movie about Spanglish.
Mm-hmm.
And you were like, yeah, it's probably a bad movie. I'm not going to watch it.
Probably going to be bad, yeah.
Yeah.
Rotten Tomatoes says pretty good. One last text. Adam, you and Pony are identical narcissists. The worst two on this channel. You speak from the wrong hole. I think I deserve any and all criticism because of the Spanglish thing. And all I was trying to do was save myself.
But see, that's a movie that I would think that you have seen.
I like Sandler movies. Just never saw that one. Did see Click and Cried.
Yes.
Which we've discussed before.
Yes.
One of the earliest times I can ever remember crying at a movie. My man fast-forwarded through his entire life. It's devastating.
You know who else he was in the movie with?
I remember the remote control.
Who was the second main character, I guess, if you will? Co-star. Come on.
Salma Hayek. Sandra Bullock.
No way.
Who was it? You don't even know.
I don't know. I'm not acting like I know. Kate Beckinsale.
I knew it was one of them.
How did you not get Kate Beckinsale?
I couldn't pick her out of a lineup.
What?
Mm-mm. So Peyton Wilson there at the top said that the Steelers' communication now better than the communication at the end of last year. It's one thing for your defense to stink on a given game. It's another thing for your defense to stink, give up a big play, and then after the play, Minka Fitzpatrick's looking at an inside linebacker who's looking at the slot corner, and everyone's got their hands up like, yo, who was supposed to cover that guy? That is incomprehensible. It's indefensible. It cannot happen. And it is easier to communicate now at St. Vincent College when you don't have the crowd screaming in your face and the pressures of a playoff game than it would be in a playoff game. That being said, you're also nowhere near as far along in the process. And so this would be a time where you typically would see communication issues, no? Especially when you've added new pieces to this secondary. Darius Slay's new, although he was here for the offseason activities. Jalen Ramsey's not. They're moving him all over the place. They just brought in the former Ravens Jets safety. He's new. Juan Thornhill picking up the defense for the first time. You've got Peyton Wilson in year number 2.
As being a starter.
And you're doing a whole bunch of different stuff on defense. So it's an encouraging thing to hear from him. But it begs a couple of obvious questions. Number one, was Minka a big part of these communication issues last year?
I think it's pointing to that.
Yeah.
I think it's pointing to that. Whether he was a part of the communication issues or him going rogue and doing things that he wasn't supposed to do and people having to cover for him and, him going outside of the defensive play call. And, yeah, I mean, I would assume with the newcomers of last year, which was Patrick Queen, who usually probably, identifies things and sets the defense.
Green dot, Dorn.
Green dot. I wanted to dance around that. But I'm sure that Minka Fitzpatrick was still the green dot player on defense last year. He was the general. He was getting guys lined up, telling guys where to go. So I'm sure that it all circles around, and he's in the middle.
He was supposed to be this big film study guy, and I'm not doubting that he was. But far too often, the guy who's supposed to keep the lid on the defense didn't, because they gave up a ton of big plays, 26th in the league in pass defense. And far too often, you've got a guy out there who's your field general, and he's this big film study guy, and they're just looking around not knowing who's at fault or why dudes are running open. It has to, if it's not his fault, he still needs to bear some of the culpability. But most of that falls on Tomlin and Terrell Austin. How do you, and this was late in the season, how do you late in the season have coverage busts? We'll see coverage busts. You watch college football for a full day on Saturdays. You see that all the time. In the NFL, you watch Red Zone, you watch all these games, you don't see it a lot.
Because there's not that many coverages. It's not like that complex. I mean, there's only so many coverages you can roll out there, man. Like, it's not, you're not running 250 plays on offense. It's different. On defense, I mean, you're only doing a couple different things. Obviously, if there's different blitzes or different stunts, that's different than what we're talking about communication-wise.
They're showing stuff pre-snap and then rolling this stuff post-snap.
Like, communication-wise, it's like, all right, like, we need to line up here. We need to drop here. And, I gotta make sure I get this half. I got to make sure I get this quarter. I got to make sure I get this third. I got to make sure I get it in the hook. I got to make sure I get it in the curl. Okay, like, if you don't know what to do and you're not getting told what to do, that is a big issue because there's not many responsibilities from the back end.
And they did move on from the secondary coach, so they clearly weren't satisfied with the way things had been going. I just don't know how that can't be on the leader on the defense who is 20 yards off the ball and he's surveying the entire thing. And I don't know how it can't be on Tomlin and Austin.
Yeah.
Like, that is such a bad reflection on coaching. Like, that's what I think. When I see coverage bust, there are going to be times when players are out to lunch. I mean, that happens. But when it's a habit, when it continues to go on, that's a coaching thing. Because when guys screw up, then you got to sit them down. And we just don't see a lot of that.
Right. I mean, if Minka screws up, are you going to sit him down, though?
Not him. No, you're not. You're kind of cutting off your nose to spite your face at that point. but nobody pointed their finger directly at him. They were all mum. It was this weird little secret last year. Everyone knows who's at fault, but no one was saying it. Very bizarre. So I look at Austin and I look at Tomlin, and so here's the bigger question. At 412-928-9370, Pro Football Focus says the Steelers should have the best pass defense in the NFL. You don't need analytics to think that. You just need to look at who's on the roster, their pass rush, these great corners they have. Deshaun Elliott's a good player. Do we trust Terrell Austin and Mike Tomlin to get the most out of this defense? I can't.
I do.
Why?
Because a guy that's going into his second season that is now becoming a starter on the defense has already said that the communication has been better, and they haven't even put on full pads yet. That's significant. That's significant. If Peyton Wilson's like, oh my gosh, like the communication has been better. Like we know what we're doing. Guys are moving around. We're doing different things, but we know what we're doing. They haven't even put pads on yet. So obviously that they've been working on this from OTAs, mini camp, even probably throughout the summer to get to this point where they're hitting the ground running.
Yeah.
They're adding guys. They're trading guys that never even been here, never even been in Pittsburgh before, and they're just hitting the ground running. That's a great sign, in my opinion.
And Tomlin said yesterday, Ramsey's picking up different positions.
I mean,
it is a great sign. I'm not going to disagree with that. I'm just looking at the body of work lately and how much they've spent on defense and the way that they've finished defensively in particular and the way they've played defensively against good teams. And I'm going to put this defense in the category of I'll believe it when I see it. They should be a top
3.
Yeah, defense in the NFL. When I look at what they're spending and I look at the talent, I can make the argument for number one. Philly, you can have that. You won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You brought a pass rush in waves. You're pretty damn good. You can be number one in my book.
Whenever you are, regarded as a top-tier defense or even just a top-tier team or offense, defense, special teams, whatever, you always want to have an answer for everything.
Yeah.
And I feel like right now on paper, they have an answer. They didn't have an answer for Derrick Henry in the running game last year. We knew that. They went out and they tried to get an answer for that in Derek Harmon. You're going to have Cam Hayward obviously back. Hopefully Benton steps up. But on the back end, whenever you know in division that Cincinnati is that team that could just put 50 on you real quick, you went out and you got an answer for that. You tried on paper. I'm not saying that it's for sure. On paper, you try to get an answer.
Definitely.
So you look around the defense. You have 2 fast middle linebackers. I feel like that they've tried to get an answer for everything that they could see from an offense this year.
I don't see, when you look at the starters, I don't really see a whole. Juan Thornhill. Okay, but we've discussed this in the past. If your worst defensive player is a free safety and you've got a good pass rush and great corners or a great pass rush and good corners or great pass rush and great corners, that doesn't concern me all that much, especially when you just added a little bit of depth at that position. On paper, it's great defense.
Yeah.
It's been a great defense on paper before, too. Now, I will agree with you. I do think it's more complete this year than it was last year. It's probably as complete a defense as they've had in a very long time.
Very long time.
I mean, maybe going back a decade.
Of versatility, too.
Yes.
The versatile nature of just like you could go through almost every single player, and they can do multiple things. And, even thinking Jalen Ramsey being that number one guy, like if you don't have faith in Thornhill, take him out, put Ramsey there. Put Slay on the outside, put Joey Porter out. You can do that now.
If Joey's getting grabby in a game,
he
can't handle Slay Higgins. There's Slay,
yep.
Exactly.
And you got some depth behind it. You got some young depth behind it too. So,
if Beanie's your third slot corner instead of being your starter, you're in a much better position.
Much better position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm with you on paper. I know you believe in the defense. I believe in the talent. I don't know that Terrell Austin and Mike Tomlin can get the best out of this group. What say you at 412-928-9370? Let's take some calls. Ray Fittipaldo is going to join us at 8 o'clock. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates right now are on a 4-game winning streak after beating the San Francisco Giants yesterday. Pirates won the first 2 games of this 3-game series. Third and final game is this afternoon at 3:45. You listen to coverage over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. They've got the North Shore Tavern leadoff show beginning at 2:50. More fun headlines. Go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. Crowley here for Window Nation. I know you've been looking into replacing your windows. I've been there myself. It's overwhelming. All the options out there, all the advertisements you hear, everything you read, all the deals. Well, Window Nation, they make it easy. From the moment you reach out, you'll work directly with local experts who are proud to call Pittsburgh their home, too. And with one-day installations, all it takes, one day, your home will stay cool and comfortable through the rest of this hot summer. And, oh, yeah, cozy and warm through the winter, too. And right now, you can take advantage of Window Nation's biggest sale of the year. Get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 interest for 5 whole years. You heard that right. With Window Nation, you won't pay any interest until 2030. Don't wait. Get 50% off all window styles now. And remember, that comes with 0 interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION. Or online at windownation.com today to get your free quote on replacement windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. There is no misdirection concerning John Gruden's current obsession. He wants to coach again. Of course he does. Hopefully I'm not done, Gruden said. I'm about to make a comeback. Hopefully some of these guys that fell off my coaching branch, maybe they can hire me, because I'm looking for a job. And it's about time Chucky got one. He deserves one, and he should be back. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Attention timeshare owners. This is an urgent consumer alert from the Timeshare Exit Hotline, a national company specializing in helping consumers legally get out of their expensive timeshare contracts. We're offering you a way to legally get rid of your timeshare. So if you're fed up with the maintenance fees that keep on coming and want to learn if you can terminate your timeshare legally and permanently, call today. Even if you've tried before and were unsuccessful in getting rid of your timeshare, call today and see if we can help. We offer a complete 100% unconditional client satisfaction guarantee. Make this completely free call and learn how we can help you legally put an end to your timeshare nightmare once and for all. You have nothing to lose, so call right now to qualify and receive a free consultation.
Call 800-838-8614. 800-838-8614. That's 800-838-8614.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
1 in 5 people in the U.S. have a sexually transmitted infection, or STI. 1 in 7 people living with HIV are unaware. No shame, no stigma. The Allegheny County Health Department's Public Health Clinic offers free STI HIV testing and treatment at 1908 Wiley Avenue. Open Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 3:45 p.m., except Wednesday, 12 p.m. to 6:45 p.m. Walk in, make an appointment, or order a free test kit from the comfort of your own home. Learn more. Call 412-578-8081 or visit AlleghenyCounty.us/STD.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM grand stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read their full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payout via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Number of accidents clogging up the morning rush. The latest one in North for Sales, the intersection of routes 30 and 48 as crews are on the scene. Also one in the South Side Slopes area, the intersection of Ormsby Avenue and Burr Street. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East inbound jammed at Wilkinsburg. Outbound delays before the Greenfield Bridge overpass. And Route 28, delays there from the 40th Street Bridge in toward East Ohio Street. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Texter reacting to the pre-show way back when, about 2 hours ago. Doran all over the newspapers in high school while Crowley can't fold a newspaper. Sets the backdrop of this show perfectly. Vaughn from Philly. Also, Dom crushed it yesterday. Yeah, we love intern Dom.
Mm-hmm.
Intern Dom's very good at what he does.
Yes.
Yeah, you were big-time high school football player, and you were breaking records and scoring touchdowns, and you're all up in the paper, and I was reading the sports section and unable to fold it properly. That is true.
Yeah, didn't even think about that.
Me neither.
But
were you a good paper airplane guy?
No. No. Absolutely not. Couldn't fold a paper airplane. I still can't. No. I watch people do it, though. Oh, that's cool. Look at that. Aerodynamic.
Yeah, I used to fancy myself a paper airplane aficionado. And then my daughter made one the other day that was better than mine, and she's 6, and I retire.
Yeah.
It's over.
Yeah, I can't do it.
Yeah. Peyton Wilson says that the Steelers' communication issues of last year, they're a thing of the past. They're communicating as good as they've communicated in a long time in their, 4.5 practices now into training camp, because yesterday's practice number 1 in pads didn't happen because of Mother Nature. We'll make fun of that a little bit coming up at the bottom of the hour. The question is, the Steelers on paper, they're loaded defensively. Do we trust Mike Tomlin and Terrell Austin to get the most out of this unit? Doran feeling good about it. Me, not so much. Steelers have been outscored 63-0 in the first quarter of their last 5 playoff games. Now, this defense is better on paper than that defense was. Those defenses were. I'm not going to give Tomlin benefit of the doubt. What say you at 412-928-9370? To the phones? To the phones. Mike in Fort Wayne first up today. Good morning, Mike.
Hey, good morning, guys. You know, Crowley, man, I'm with you. Tomlin changed the defense when LeBeau left. It's interesting because when we lost Ryan Shazier, the conversation has been, how are we going to replace Shazier? Well, that was about the same time we lost LeBeau, too. That's what people seem to forget. And Tomlin tweaked that defense. We bring 5 a lot, and they're all rushing the passer, which feeds the inside linebacker position to the Wolves. And now all of a sudden, that guy can't decide, do I step up to try and stop the run because everybody in front of me is rushing the passer, or do I step back and stop the slant? And then you got like a guy like Minka that has to watch Queen because he's being fed to the wolves. It's not worked since LeBeau left. And
Thank you for the call, Mike.
You know.
I appreciate that. I don't disagree with the overall point. I will say we all know that this is Mike Tomlin's defense. There have been differences, though, depending on the coordinator. Keith Butler, when he was the DC, they blitzed a lot.
Oh, look how Minka played underneath him.
And he played totally different.
Right.
Brian Flores was here a couple of years ago. Brian Flores goes up to Minnesota. They blitz more than any team in football. They blitzed a lot 2 years ago. They didn't blitz as much last year. They were in cover 1, cover 3 a bunch. And you wonder if it's one of those necessity is the mother of invention things. Like, did they blitz less because of the communication issues? Did they play simple coverages because of the communication issues? That might have been the case.
Or personnel. Like, think about it. Would you trust Dante Jackson and Joey Porter Jr. in the second year to cover?
Me?
Right.
No.
Right. So, I mean.
Beanie Bishop?
And Beanie Bishop? And Cam Sutton?
Cam Sutton was the worst of the bunch.
I mean, you can't blitz. It's like impossible. You blitz, you're going to get tore up.
Yep.
Now, a little bit different.
And they're moving Watt around. I mean, we get reports early. Watt on the over the left tackle.
You can only do what your personnel can give you.
Sure.
So last year, you look at the personnel, and it's like, okay, like, this is what we can do. This is what we feel comfortable doing. We never want to get bit in the butt or put ourselves in a situation where we're going to expose ourselves. And I think that they played, and Mike Tomlin does play football or coaches football like this conservatively, usually. That's his kind of makeup. But I feel like they played ultra conservatively because the personnel that they had only could dictate so much. It could only do so much. Till the fact where if you put them in a next level position of blitzing and doing different things, you'd have got even more exposed than you already did at times.
And they got hurt too down the stretch.
Yeah.
I'm not going to discount that. Watt clearly not the same guy since he got banged up, and Dante Jackson, for all his struggles, you still needed him out there, and he had the back issues at the end of last season. So they are worlds better from a talent standpoint than where they were last year. And I'll take the talent level of a Derek Harmon over what Larry Ogunjobi had become with the Steelers any day, too. And
I don't even remember him making a play.
Dude.
Like, no, I don't remember him making one significant play.
I liken him to Nick Spaulding of the Penguins. They got him. I don't remember a single thing he did in a Penguin sweater. Larry Ogunjobi, man, was as invisible gets. Like, that dude, he'd show up on the stat sheet once every 4 games, make a play.
I don't remember it. You'd look at the stat sheet and be like, oh, he had a tackle.
Probably fell on a guy. Right. Cam Hayward was holding up or something.
Yeah.
So, again, I believe in the talent level, and I believe conceptually in what we think they're trying to do. We think they're going to blitz more. We think they're going to play a hell of a lot of man coverage. I love that. And I think Patrick Queen should be better in year 2. I think Peyton Wilson should be better in his second year in the league. There's a lot of reasons for optimism, but I can't get 63-0 out of my head.
Yeah.
I just can't.
Yeah.
And
I get it.
I bet you, dude, they start out like gangbusters too.
Mm-hmm.
Defense always ahead of offense. We've talked about that a bunch. And they're not playing a murderer's row of offenses early either. I bet you they look great defensively. How do you finish, though? And the schedule gets harder in the second half of the year.
We'll think about the Levi Wallaces that, these are
great points.
These are guys that were starting. I mean, Miles Jack, Joe Schobert. Like, these are the guys that were your starters on defense for the last 4 or 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
You can only do so much.
I mean, there's no excuse.
Right. There's no excuse.
We can agree on that.
Yeah.
Like, you better be a top 3 defense in the league. And I'm talking, you better shut down the run. You better be among the league leaders in sacks. You better be among the league leaders in turnovers forced. All across the board. You're spending $20+ million more than the next closest team. And I don't necessarily hate that strategy. I really don't whenever you're not paying a quarterback. But you got to get the most out of it. And the most out of this roster, the most out of what's on paper, would be the best defense in the league. Maybe the best defense they've had since 2010. On paper.
Mm-hmm.
On paper. Now, LeBeau's been gone for a while, and they have had good defenses, at least in the regular season since LeBeau's gone. So I understand the overall point made by the caller.
When did LeBeau leave, 13?
14, I want to say.
Because he was in Tennessee, I think, in 14 when I was there.
You have Dom Capers, too?
Where?
Tennessee.
No, Ray Horton.
That was it.
Yep.
That was it. Yeah, last year was 2014.
14.
Yeah, for Dick LeBeau. Gotcha. Here's another question. If Tomlin's such a defensive genius, I asked that way too snarkily. If Tomlin is this defensive genius, why do you got to go above and beyond and spend all this money on offense?
On defense?
On defense, excuse me, yes. I mean, you've got the 49ers, and Kyle Shanahan's this wizard, and he's like, give me Brock Purdy. I went with Brock Purdy.
I think we lose the concept of the highest paid defense because T.J. Watt takes a chunk of it. And it's not, like, dispersed.
He's the quarterback. When you think about the salary structure.
Right.
Like, if you had a high-paid offense, most of the teams that do, you'd say, okay, their quarterback, he's making 50.
Right.
Yeah.
So T.J. Watt takes a big chunk of highest paid defense. It's not like everybody, like 8 players are making the same amount, and that makes them the highest paid defense. There's like 3.
Top heavy.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll get into that a little bit. Coming up next, you can continue to ring us on why you hate Mike Tomlin, because that's generally the way those calls go. And Terrell Austin at 412-928-9370. George Pickens spoke yesterday with our brother station in Dallas. Wait until you hear what he had to say about the Cowboys culture compared to that of the Steelers. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight against the San Francisco Giants at 3:45. Pirates won the first 2 games of the series, so they could sweep the Giants if they can get a win. They also won 4 games in a row, and they've won 7 of their last 8. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about something that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend, Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Is this the summer where you finally make your real estate dreams a reality? Chris and Heidi have worked with Gina in the past, so when they were ready to sell their home, they knew they wanted to work with Gina. Again, in their 5-star review, Chris and Heidi said that Gina and her team are the epitome of professionalism, and we're always there for them throughout the entire process. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone, give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty, and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Kemlin Hyundai of Greensburg and brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and Tri-State Office Furniture. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
As you head out to training camp in Latrobe, look for your cold Miller Lite displays at the following distributors: Barkley Beer, Route 982, Bradenville, and Beverage Warehouse, Wilson Avenue in Greensburg.
Join the Lindy Group and drive your career forward. We're hiring Class A and Class B CDL drivers to expand our growing fleet in Pennsylvania and Ohio. As a Lindy driver, you'll earn competitive union wages and receive comprehensive year-round health care benefits. Enjoy driving local routes with Lindy's new, well-maintained equipment while being part of a team that values safety and reliability. Learn more and apply today at www.thelindygroup.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. The month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month, and because of that, Zero Res is offering a purchase of 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free plus $50 off of air duct services. Hey, Yins, carpet looking like it survived a tailgate at Acrisure, mud from the Mon, fries from your salad on the ground. That's why Zero Res is here to clean up the mess without leaving any soap or residue behind. We know it's a busy time of year with cookouts and graduation parties and all kind of summer activities. Your carpets could get nasty. Here's the thing about Zero Res. They can handle it all. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call My Cleaning Pros. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Schedule your appointment today at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same.
zero res.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
She's got a sound like no other. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. Friday, August 8th, the Iron City stage. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts with special guest Wehner. Their latest EP, Mindsets, is available everywhere you stream music. Tickets on sale now at etix.com. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Live from Studio B at Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville.
Definitely, because I watched the team for so long, and the camaraderie.
Does this seem like a place you would want to make a permanent home, George?
Oh, yeah, most definitely. Yeah, most definitely, because I watched the team for so long, and the camaraderie, like, I kind of understand the camaraderie more than I did in Pittsburgh. You see what I mean? Like, even what you guys do, like the Cowboys, is like I said, they're known for the Super Bowl. Right. See what I mean? Like, that's what they're known for. If they weren't known for that, then no one would care about the Cowboys. Right. But they're known for that. Then the camaraderie of the people give that same energy because they also want to see it again. So, like, I think I definitely understand it more here, the people more here than I did up there because I'm from the South. That's, you know, that's a whole nother deal.
Well, that part I do understand. That's George Pickens talking to G-Bag Nation, which is a afternoon show in Dallas on our brother station. That's where Jerry Jones goes on and gets grilled and then threatens the host that he's going to fire them, that station. I understand the whole, hey, Southern people versus Northern people, and one place is going to feel like home and others not. Like, I can empathize with that. We've all been places where people can be nice. It's just, it's a different kind of culture thing. I get that. The Dallas being known for Super Bowls thing is laughable to me.
Yes.
Hey, the Steelers and the Cowboys, I think they're fairly comparable in that they're discussed an awful lot for franchises that haven't won the big one in a long time. But Dallas hasn't played in a championship game since 1995, since they went to the Super Bowl and beat Neil O'Donnell and the Steelers. So get the hell out of here with that.
30 years ago.
Yes. We talked about
30
it
years.
in the pre-show. I don't remember it. I don't remember that. I remember my mom being pissed that Neil O'Donnell's throwing picks. That's what I don't remember the picks. I remember my family's reaction. That's how long ago that was. But hey, perception is perception. It's the culture thing, though, the camaraderie that he's talking about. And you can take this where you want to go, obviously, but Najee Harris left. He goes to Los Angeles, and he talks about how there was a lack of leadership in Pittsburgh. George Pickens goes to Dallas, and he's talking about camaraderie that basically didn't exist in Pittsburgh. Guys, again, to reference this meme, it's the dude in the hot dog suit saying, oh, we're all trying to find the guy who did this. Hey, Najee, there's no leadership. Be a leader. You're a first-round running back. You went to Alabama. Like George Pickens, like, you are the team's leading receiver. Yeah, you'd like for there to be more leaders, but pick up your end of that. Be a good teammate. Help foster some camaraderie. Like, by all accounts, and Kaboli talked to us about this on Monday, Pickens wasn't chummy with his teammates. Like, he was sort of his own kind of dude, and he juxtaposed that with DK Metcalf, who wants to be involved in everything and is really trying to get to know guys and is sharing a bathroom with Aaron Rodgers. Like, these guys still haven't looked in the mirror, and I don't think they're wrong. Like, you needed more leadership than was here, but they also needed to be part of that leadership council, if you will.
Absolutely. But whenever I think about the culture statement, there's nothing more eye-opening whenever you do get a chance to go see what it's like somewhere else. And then you compare. And I think it may be a little bit deeper than than being on the field and in the locker room whenever guys are talking about culture, talking about camaraderie, things of that nature. And what I take from what Najee said and what I take from what George has said, now they're with their new teams, it starts from the top. And I think that the culture starts from the top. And whenever you walk into the Steelers locker room, you look next door, and then they're sharing you don't picture the Pittsburgh Steelers sharing a facility with a college team. You don't picture this Pittsburgh Steelers, going to training camp and sharing dorm rooms with a teammate and not being able to practice in a bubble and having to go into a gym. Like, whenever you go to the Dallas Cowboys, your locker is probably like from the future.
Yeah.
That matters to guys. That's different. That's a culture setter. Like, oh, we're going to do everything we possibly can to give you the most you possibly can to be the best you possibly can. And we're going to take care of you. And that's a part of the culture. It means something. If you're a Cowboy, that means that you're our family. And we're going to get the best of the best. I don't know if the young players feel that whenever, like, you see that, you think that the Steelers are like that whenever you're in college, and then you get drafted by the Steelers, and you walk in, you're like, oh. And then you have a chance to go somewhere else, and you're like, oh, this is a little bit different.
Yeah, Pickens went to Georgia, and Najee Harris went to Alabama. The facilities at both of those fine institutions, Southeastern Conference institutions, blow the Steelers' facility so far out of the water it ain't even funny. Now, a lot of those college facilities are better than pro facilities. Not in the case of going to the Chargers. Not in the case of going to Dallas. If those guys are talking about that, then yeah, sure.
That screams culture to me.
Because that's a commitment from the top on down. We'll give you every dollar we can spend to help you. Because everyone's got the same cap.
Right.
But we'll go above and beyond elsewhere. I don't disagree with that. I mean, shoot, dude, you brought it up. You have thousands of fans there yesterday. We're all jacked up. Pads. Here we go. First day in pads. I think I saw Bob Labriola on video wearing pads with Missy Matthews wearing pads. Everyone's excited about pads. And all these fans are out there, and you can't practice.
Right.
You go to a basketball gym?
Yeah.
So I got that right. You got 90 guys, plus all the coaches and trainers and everybody in the media trying to get into that gym. That's a wasted day. And I know that they're building a facility. It's supposed to be finished in November. Like, how did that happen? How can you not be ready for camp?
That screams culture to me.
I get that.
Players say that. It's like, oh, this culture is different. Like, this culture is like that. This culture's, this is what I thought this culture was like. This is what I know the culture to be. And now I'm somewhere else. And it's like, oh, this is a different culture. And especially a historical and tradition, based program like in franchise like the Dallas Cowboys, you're like, okay, that's what I expected the Steelers to be like. When I hear the Steelers and I hear the Cowboys, those are the two top teams in the NFL. They're America's team, either or. You think that whenever you get to the Steelers, it was, in your mind, going to be like the Cowboys. And then you go to the Cowboys and you're like, Oh, okay, like this is what it was supposed
It seems first rate.
Right.
Whereas the Steelers seems mom and pop.
Yeah, third world, yeah.
Yeah, and there's romance.
People probably don't even want to hear this right now and don't care. They're like, whatever, just go play football. But it matters to guys. It does.
Well, and I think it should matter to fans.
And fans, too. Yeah.
I do think it should because, again, you have radar, first of all, so you don't even need a better facility yesterday to just move the practice up 2 hours and still get your padded practice in. I mean, guys need reps. Mike Tomlin can't, out of one side of his mouth, say, Roman Wilson can't play this year because he missed training camp, and then say, well, it's not a big deal to miss a practice. No, it's a massive deal. You only get so many. So you could have moved it up. Didn't. Any other team in the NFL, they're just taking that thing into their IPF. Like,
but think about if training camp was held here in Pittsburgh. So say like next week it was held here in Pittsburgh. It's like, oh, well, it's going to rain. We got to go inside. Oh, we got to wait till Pitt's done.
Right.
Can't just move the practice inside.
And they
you have to wait till the college team is done so we can use the facility.
Wait, we got to wait. Desmond Reed's running off the field.
Right.
Give it a couple of minutes. Deuce says 15 more minutes, folks.
That's what. I mean, you don't think of the Steelers having to deal with something like that, but then
it is totally relevant because every team, again, can spend to the salary cap. We've talked about the coaching staff size. It's not big enough. You're not keeping up with the Joneses there. And we've talked about the facility stuff. Every year the NFLPA survey comes out and ownership of the Steelers gets absolutely crushed. You may not, because you get the text, oh, millionaires,
right.
You want your favorite football team to win. You should be going above and beyond to provide your football team with every ability to find an advantage wherever you can. There's no cap on how much you can spend on facilities. That comes down to how much money you're willing to spend on facilities. And, folks, it ain't good here. So when Pickens talks about that, I am with you. As far as the leadership thing, like, come on, man, be a leader then. You want to be a good teammate? Go be a good teammate. Like, good teammates get other teammates to gravitate to them. Mm-hmm. It's the same thing in radio. Like, I don't want to work with intern Dom. He's just firing shots left and right. But I'll work with you. Mm-hmm. Good teammate. Gravitate. I don't know why I took a shot at Dom there. Right. All right.
He took a shot at me randomly yesterday.
Well, that happens every day, and I thought about doing it there, but I didn't. Growth. That is growth. Coming up next, we'll continue to talk about this. I think there's more meat on the bone here. You can weigh in at 412-928-9370. Ray Fittipaldo at 8 o'clock. Also, why did I get a text from Mark Cabali in the middle of the night? First, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis. He's great at his job. Fan headline.
Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
That's very kind. Wow. Pirates, they're playing well. They are playing again today at 3:45 against the San Francisco Giants. They could sweep the series. They won the first two games. If you want to listen to it, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Their coverage begins at 2:50, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Loney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still on the scene of an earlier multi-vehicle accident in North Versailles at the intersection of routes 30 and 48. Watch for some very heavy slowdowns there. Also on the south side slopes, crews on the scene of an accident there at the intersection of Ormsby Avenue and Burr Street. Parkway West, you are jammed right around the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound delays from 79 out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East inbound jams at Wilkinsburg. Outbound delays almost at the bend at Bates, while Route 28 stacks approaching the Route 8 at the bypass stop and go to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. It is hot. You need new windows. You don't know where to turn. Yes, you do. Window Nation. They make it easy. Their local experts know what windows work best in Pittsburgh homes like yours. Prepare for the future. Save big today with Window Nation's biggest sale of the year. Now you can get 50% off all window styles and no interest until 2030. That's right, 0 interest for 5 whole years, plus 1-day installation. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com for your free quote.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most.
Play ball!
And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wakem 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means I have a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wakem 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with a Wakem 180 weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
$50-minute mark on The Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Mark Caboli last night drinking beers at Sharky's in Latrobe. I think Donnie Football actually will be at Sharky's tonight for a training camp broadcast. It's not on my sheet here, but I think I have that correct. If you get there and Donnie's not there, you'll still have a good time. It's a great place to go. Yeah. Great food, great people. Well, Caboli, last night, middle of the night, he texts me a picture of the cigarette machine at Sharky's because I used to just pour cash into that sucker. Get soft packs of cigarettes, and kids, don't smoke. It's just terrible for you. Well, Caboli just sent me a text. Every single Steelers beat writer taking a selfie together at Sharky's, and then also Michael Silver from The Athletic is there, and they all just look bombed out of their minds. They just look bombed out of their minds. God. They're all going to be there sweating bullets. You know who's not pictured, actually? Ray Fittipaldo. Wow. And so he's going to join us in 8 minutes, and he's going to be clear-minded. He's going to be ready to go. That's how you get a leg up on your competition. All the Steelers writers at Sharky's after midnight, and Ray Fittipaldo not to be found there.
Whose idea do you think that was?
To take the selfie?
Yeah.
Or
who's holding the phone? Who was that in the middle holding the phone?
Oh, man, you're putting me on the spot here with the names.
This is getting out of hand. Media wanted to be their show.
The media?
Yeah, media wants it to be their show.
Trying to make it all about them.
Training camp's about them. I hear more about what the media's doing than what the Steelers are doing.
Wow.
I do.
We got nothing from yesterday.
I hear more about what the media's doing, bitching, complaining about all kinds of crap. Going to Sharky's, great place. But going to Sharky's, drinking Icy Light mangoes, talking about what positions and other players should play, being, zero techniques and things of that. I hear more about what the media is doing than the damn Steelers. It's all about them now. It's like the referees and officials in sports, making the sport and games about them. Get the hell out of here.
Wouldn't you love to go to Sharky's just one day like tonight with Donnie's out there having ice cold beer?
If I didn't have to work the next day.
Oh, yeah. You're coaching football tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're a real professional.
Yeah.
You go, you battle your ass off. You're coaching high school football in the evening time. You're going to bed early. You're waking up. We're doing an award-winning radio show.
Mm-hmm.
These guys, oh, God, it's so hot.
It's hot.
It's never been hotter while I stand here and take notes.
I can't believe the Steelers have to practice in the gym. I can't believe we have to go pack ourselves in the gym while the Steelers practice.
Humidity level in this gym just off the charts.
Oh, man, the lunch today was terrible. No, we used to actually get to stay here. The beds were awful. Like, what?
Now they'll complain that they can't stay there.
Yes.
Exactly. It used to be, can you believe we got to be in the dorms?
Yeah, we got to be in the dorms.
Now we can't. Can you believe we got to find our way? We got to pay our way. We got to find hotels around Latrobe. Oh, my God. It sucks so bad.
Got to wake up early.
You know, the people who aren't in the photo, I think it's important as we're calling out all the beat writers. And, hey, have a good time, whatever. But Brian Batko, not pictured. Our guy Chris Carter's there, though.
Yeah, he is.
He better get some slumber before we talk to him at 8 a.m. on Friday.
It's all about the media.
All about the media. And then Kaboli, he likes to, rip other media members. And now he's hanging out with all of them.
Right, of course. Hypocrite.
Classic Kaboli. All right, coming up next, one of the media members who got a good night's sleep last night, who's been covering every single Steelers practice in Latrobe, Ray Fittipaldo, is going to join us when we come back. First, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, if you are going to training camp, high of 92, low of 73, looks to be clear. Got to stay ahead of that Doppler. All right, Fittipaldo next, Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Celebrate the grand opening of the area's newest and premier Mitsubishi destination, Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. In-demand Outlander's huge selection, 0% financing for 60 months. Outlander hybrids up to $5,000 off or just $289 a month. Plus grand opening trade values at up to 125% of KBB value. It's a July savings spectacular, and we're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or crownmitsubishipa.com. See dealer for complete details.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Reports of an accident now on the inbound Parkway West as approaching the top of Green Tree Hill and the Green Tree Road off-ramp. That's causing slowdowns past the scene and then again jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Ford Pitt tunnels. Outbound, you have slowdowns from Parkway Center down past that accident. Then again from Roslyn Farms out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jams in Wilkinsburg, outbound delays at the bend at Bates, and Route 28 solid from the Route 8 at the bypass down to East Ohio Street, and you're a little bit heavy at the bend at Bellevue Westview on the inbound Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
No one celebrates celebrates the red, white, and new, like Shorty Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim, the crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market, now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorty Mitsubishi is all about the stars, stripes, and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorty Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at shortymitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Aaron Rodgers. Ever hear of him? The 4-time MVP quarterback who will spend his final NFL season here in Pittsburgh after joining the Steelers this offseason, coming off 2 down years in New York. The future Hall of Famer spent his prior 18 years in Green Bay, showcasing his all-time skill and talent. The last time Rodgers won a Super Bowl was 14 years ago over the very same Steelers he now joins. He will look to add one final Lombardi trophy to his resume, this time with the black and gold. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And joining us right now on that Fan Hotline is one of the few Steelers beat writers who weren't out on the town last night. That's Ray Fittipaldo. He's brought to you by the Western PA injury attorneys Larry Kelly and Joe George from LGKG, your home team. I guess I should also be clear, Jeff Hathorn not pictured. True. Jeff Hathorn, a hard worker. Jeff Hathorn making the story about the team, not himself, not out there partying his face off, and Ray's a professional himself, too. Ray, thank you for joining us. Good morning, buddy. Bummer, yesterday's first day in pads didn't go according to plan. Were you guys allowed into the gymnasium?
No, we were not. You know, back in the day, Adam, they would, like, cram us into this little corner. We couldn't move much, but we could watch what was going on. We can't do that anymore. But the interesting thing was we did get to see pre-practice yesterday. Wasn't a whole lot to glean, but they did have Calvin Anderson out there with the first team at left tackle. Dylan Cook was there on Sunday. So I guess those guys are going to go back and forth. But the good news, obviously, is Broderick Jones, Mike Tomlin said yesterday, is going to be back today. So first day in pads. Important for Broderick Jones to be out there if he's healthy, and a lot of eyes are going to be on him.
Ray, Peyton Wilson, he spoke to the media yesterday. He had comments saying that the communication on defense has been better so far this year. Do you think that was a shot at last year's kind of regime, or a shot at Minkah Fitzpatrick, who was really the general of the defense last year?
No, I didn't necessarily view it as a shot at anyone. I think it was just acknowledgement, Doran, that they did have a lot of issues late last season, and whether it was Minkah or, Cam Sutton or whoever else wasn't doing their job, I just think, Peyton was just saying, hey, that was last year. This year we're in a much better place. And you could see it. I mean, I know it was acclimation practices and, the real football starts today, but the secondary looked really good. There were a few things they had a hard time sorting out. They got burned twice in 7 shots on Sunday where, they couldn't account for a running back in the flat or a tight end in the flat. And they scored, right by the pylon. But other than that, those receivers and tight ends are getting covered up. And guys like Jalen Ramsey, Joey Porter, Darius Slay, all those guys look really good.
Ray Fittipaldo, the Post-Gazette, joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. So Broderick Jones is expected to be back today, according to Mike Tomlin. How has Broderick looked through 4 days of unpadded practice through your eyes?
Yeah, I mean, guys, I really hesitate to make sweeping judgments based on unpadded practices, especially for linemen. I really want to judge those guys on what they do today and, from here on out. But Broderick didn't look great. There were a few instances where, he was beaten for sacks. And maybe those outside linebackers have an advantage when you're not in pads. I get it. But when I said all eyes are going to be on Broderick this week, I meant it. A lot of people want to see what that guy is going to look like on the left side. Last time we saw him on the right side, it wasn't great, especially late in the season. I forget the exact number, but I want to say he gave up double-digit sacks last year. So obviously he can't do that this year, protecting Aaron Rodgers' blind side. He's got to be much better.
I feel like my grandma asking me this question at the dinner table because she would do this all the time. But does he look underweight?
He looks I don't want to say much better. He looks different. He is definitely slimmed down. And we'll see how he responds to that. The one thing is, you can say, okay, I'm going to drop weight. I'm going to be able to move better. I'm going to be able to, kick slide and get to my spot better. That's all well and good. But when somebody wants to get their hands inside on you and bull rush you, you better be able to sink your hips and be able to handle that and withstand that. So we haven't seen that yet. Obviously, we'll probably see that this week. If he did drop 25 to 30 pounds, it's going to be interesting to see how he handles those bigger edge rushers. But, obviously a lot of those guys are like TJ and they're speed guys. And, he wanted to be prepared for that. But he does look different. And, we'll watch and see if the drop in weight is a benefit for him.
Right, clearly today is the first day you could see the physicality, like you just mentioned, of the offensive line, defensive line, linebackers, things of that nature, running backs. But one thing that you can see in those first 4 days is natural speed, pure speed. Does Caleb Johnson look like he has that pure speed that the Steelers have been lacking and missing for the last couple of years?
Yeah, that football speed that Mike Tomlin and the other coaches talked about on draft night. They kind of poo-pooed like the 4.55 40 that he ran at the combine. They were like, if you watch this guy, he doesn't run like that on the football field. So you could see that. He's quick through the hole. He accelerates through the hole. We'll see what it looks like in pads today where, they're probably going to be tackling to the ground. If not today, they'll be tackling to the ground at least one day this week. So we'll see what he looks like there. But he's the one guy where, you just – talk to people around the team after practice. Almost to a man, they are excited about this guy. They're excited about a lot of guys. You'll hear them talk about Derek Harmon, but everyone in that building is hopeful that Caleb Johnson is that type of a guy. So got him in the third round, but there's a lot of expectations that he could be their so-called bell cow guy, for the next few years.
We've seen the video. We're reading everything we can. We're talking to guys like you. It sounds like, by all accounts, Aaron Rodgers is actually moving around out there better than expected. Is that what you're seeing too?
Yeah, the play broke down on Sunday, and he probably had 4 or 5 yards to get to the first down marker, and he probably wouldn't have made it, but he made a sprint there, and he actually looked pretty good. So he's obviously 41. He's going to pick and choose his spots, but listen, on 3rd and 2, if he has to get 2.5, 3 yards, he's capable of doing that. But the big thing, guys, is they got to protect him, and Troy Fautana's back. That's good, but they got to do a much better job of protecting him, the quarterbacks this year compared to what they did last year.
Ray, Juan Thornhill, if you look at this defense, it doesn't seem like that there's a weak link. But if there were to be a weak link, we probably would say it'd be Juan Thornhill. Does he look like he belongs? Does he look like he can be the starter this year and them not miss a beat on defense at free safety?
Yeah, I'll say this. He didn't look out of place in the first week. And, the coaches are going to have a much better gauge on what he's doing right and what he's doing wrong. But he was making some plays out there. Now, they did bring in Chuck Clark, and Chuck Clark is a veteran who has experience at that position. So, I think that's good. Competition makes everyone better. So we'll see if Thornhill is the guy standing at the end of camp. Maybe Clark is the guy, or hey, maybe they got to go out and get somebody else. But after the first 4 practices, Doran, he didn't look out of place. I thought he made some plays and he actually looked pretty good.
We know that they're moving Ramsey around a bit. You're seeing the same thing at a TJ Watt, that they're not just saying they're going to move him, but we're actually seeing a little bit of that right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Flipping sides, depending on the day. I think it was Saturday, he came out for 7 shots, and he was on the right side. So they're going to experiment like that. He's probably going to drop a little bit more in camp than you've ever seen him before. And I think I mentioned this to you guys last week, if not on your show, then probably with Pony and Chris. With their ability to play man outside now, that's going to open up a whole heck of a lot for backers dropping into coverage, maybe trying to fool quarterbacks and maybe trying to get some easy turnovers that way. They really couldn't do that when they were playing so much zone. It was pretty much, okay, here's our 4 rushers. We're going to rush. We're going to try to play zone or man behind them. But when you have guys who can cover, that opens up a lot of your blitz packages. And I think we're going to see some different tweaks and some different things we haven't seen in the past from TJ and all of those outside linebackers.
Ray, you could kind of get an inkling right now. Like, we know that they haven't been in pads yet, but you kind of get an inkling and a feel of what guys are doing, how they're moving, how they're communicating. Clearly, what Peyton Wilson said yesterday. Whenever the Steelers break camp and get ready and prepared for the first week of the season, who, in your opinion, as of right now, will be the strongest unit going into the season this year?
Undoubtedly. I mean, after 1 week, undoubtedly the defense. They are ahead of the offense. I think Jalen Ramsey, I know it's been talked about a lot for the last week or so, but he just brings a different dynamic to that defense. He's out there making plays. He's covering people up. Like people said, well, Aaron Rodgers struggled for the first few practices. Yeah, I mean, it's going to happen. Guys aren't open, and, the offense has to catch up a little bit. So I fully expect this defense to be in the range of, I know they slipped a little bit at the end of last year, but I'd venture to say definitely a top 10 defense if everyone stays healthy. And if guys like Ramsey play well, this defense has a chance to be even better than top 10.
Defensive line depth would be an area of concern, I think, Ray, and I'm sure through 4 days of unpadded practice you're not gleaning a lot, but are there guys you have hope for behind the 3 starters? And Derek Harmon, we know, is going to be a starter this year on the unit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see Derek. There's been a lot of talk about him really providing some juice as an interior pass rusher, and we didn't see a whole heck of a lot the last couple of years from Larry Ogunjobi in that regard. So I'm looking forward to that. But in terms of guys behind him, Adam, I don't know, Equale. Loudermilk. I hesitate to say they're just guys, but they have to prove something. Leal's coming back from an injury. I guess if there's one guy among that group that I don't know as well, it would be Equale. So maybe Equale does really well, and he's like your solid number 4 or number 5. But beyond that, I think they're just going to try to mix and match and see who's hot throughout the season.
Ray, any telling signs of the camaraderie between Aaron Rodgers and Arthur Smith?
Yeah, you watch them interact on the practice field, and Aaron has a good sense of humor, and we all know Art. You know him, Doran. He's got that wry sense of humor, so I think they get along in that regard. What Mike Tomlin said, I think on the first day, Aaron's a workaholic, so I'm sure behind the scenes as well. They're watching that practice film and they're saying, okay, how can we do this better? Let's attack this better. So I'm sure by the time September gets here, they'll be much more comfortable with each other, in in the film room and drawing up plays. But yeah, I think there's hope in that regard that those guys will get along much better than Arthur and Russell Wilson did last season.
DK Metcalf has advertised, Ray?
Yeah, I mean, that guy can run. I wouldn't say, I wouldn't say he's looked great, but I think that's probably a product of maybe the offense not being great around him, if you know what I mean. But yeah, he's fast. He's big. He laid out for a ball on the sidelines the other day that Joey Porter broke up. So that's the one thing we didn't see. I thought we might see a little bit more of that the first week. We didn't see a lot of deep balls to DK Metcalf. We saw some deep balls to some other guys, but we really didn't see DK go deep. So maybe that's in store today for the first team period.
And wide receiver too, Ray. Any new information to pass along there? Anybody standing out to you?
Calvin Austin is the guy for now. Roman Wilson, he's looked okay. Robert Woods has looked okay. But, like, when I tell you those guys are getting covered up, there's not a lot of room in that secondary. Maybe that does speak to maybe the relative, weakness of the group on the whole. But we'll see what happens, later on this week. But I think right now, if you have to go into the season, Calvin Austin would be pretty entrenched as your number 2 guy.
And finally, Ray, you have been present for hundreds of Mike Tomlin press conferences, small media gatherings, so you can generally look beyond the words that are coming out of Tomlin's mouth. How do you think he feels about this Sayamalu injury, and how serious do you glean that this thing is?
Yeah, I mean, I asked him about it yesterday, and he basically told us the same thing he told us on report day. He just doesn't want to give us a lot of information about it. So
great.
Listen, I think the longer this goes, the more it becomes a concern. He had the pec injury last year. I mean, Mike wouldn't even tell us what the soft tissue injury is. Maybe it's the pec again. Maybe it's something lower body. But Isaac hasn't even been out there for stretching or anything like that. So I think we're probably a ways away from seeing him out there.
Awesome. Ray, this was very good, comprehensive. We squeezed a lot into a little bit of time there, so appreciate your time, and we will talk to you next week with a bigger body of work to discuss.
All right. Thanks, guys. See you.
Stay ahead of that Doppler. That's Ray Fittipaldo of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. You can text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We asked Ray a million questions there, and he kept finding a way to bring it back to something that I want to dig in on a little bit coming up next. It is a day before Major League Baseball's trade deadline as well. John Wehner going to join us at the bottom of the hour. Should anything break that is relevant to the Pirates, or the Pirates make any moves, we'll bring them to you right here. First, it's a Nicholas Siricalis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, they won yesterday over the San Francisco Giants, and they've won the first 2 games of that series. They could sweep the Giants if they win today. They've got one more game in the series, and it's at 3:45 today. You can listen to the game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at 2:50. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The hottest gift this summer is the $500 Happy Gilmore 2 hockey stick putter from Odyssey Golf. By the way, I've got one. Inspired by the Adam Sandler movie sequel that opened last week, the putter comes in at 44 inches with a 57-degree lie angle and a 21-inch grip, and makes it ideal for copying Happy's slapshot putting method. And oh, by the way, it doesn't conform to the rules of golf, but it's fun anyway. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all three if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly, knowledgeable pharmacists are here to help, and most prescriptions are ready in under 20 minutes. Can't make it in? Choose same-day prescription delivery. All the value you expect from Sam's Club is at the pharmacy, too. And Plus members save even more with over 600 generic prescriptions for $10 or less. Pick up your prescriptions and all your club favorites in one easy trip when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy or your local Sam's Club pharmacy for details.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document, and then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert, and that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made Probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of a multi-vehicle accident tying up the inbound Parkway West, approaching the Green Tree Road off-ramp, causing solid delays back to Carnegie. Outbound is jammed from Banksville out past the accident scene, and then again from Roslyn Farms out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East stacked at Wilkinsburg inbound. Outbound delays at the Greenfield Bridge overpass. Route 28 stacked at the Route 8 at the bypass. And on the Parkway North, your delays from Camp Horn Road down to Perrysville. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Did you know dropping your first 25 pounds with Awaken 180 adds 6 to 10 yards to every shot? Even better scores every 5 pounds after? Look it up. Freedom from excess fat is measurable. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We'll react to Ray Fittipaldo in a couple of moments. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Pitt football reported yesterday, fall camp getting going. West Virginia reporting today. Penn State here in the near future. And it's funny because we look forward to nothing more than football season. And weekends in the summer are great. Like, I'm going to sit out, barbecue, have a couple of pops, cut your grass, you have a pop, all kind of fun family and friends activities. You're outside with the kids. I probably should have listed all those in reverse order. And then in the fall, my happiness on Saturday and Sunday all comes down to whether my team wins or not.
Yeah, you really let that affect you, huh?
Oh, yeah.
To this day, 34 years old.
I'm a child. I'm a child when it comes to the football.
Man.
You only got 12 ball games in college football, hopefully more if your team's good. And you got 17 of them in the NFL. The Steelers don't affect it as much because it's so intertwined, obviously, with our livelihood that if they lose, we'll have a great show. I want them to win. It's better if they win, but if they lose, we have content. College football, though, now my team loses. It takes me a sleep to get over that.
Well, you should be pretty excited this year because of just so much that's new for your team. Like, I mean, that makes things exciting whenever there is, newness and, the old regime that kind of went stale. We've all been in situations like that where you're either working for somebody or rooting for something that, an old regime goes stale and then you have new. Like, even with the Penguins, like, I don't know how many Pittsburgh Penguins fans are excited about this year, but you're excited about the unknown.
There's an intrigue factor.
An intrigue. That's the word. Like, I bet you're very, very intrigued this year to see. You just tweeted 70 new players on West Virginia, and Rich Rodriguez is back. So, got to have a little bit of an old feeling, but a new feeling as well to see how this is all going to work out. That makes it probably exciting for you, but also your mind is probably fried.
Well, it's goofy, man, because 3 p.m. on a summer Saturday, I think most of the time I'm just happy. 3 p.m. on a fall Saturday, don't know. And you're yelling at the TV and the blood pressure's going up. There's nothing like it. We all love it. People who are listening right now, you love sports. Everyone knows what I'm talking about. But we're so happy. And then all of a sudden, this thing that we have cared about but not thought about as much over the course of most of the year, now it's the thing that in that particular moment is controlling our happiness. It's always goofy to me.
In 3.5 hours worth. Like, you only get a small sample size, really. If you look at the days and how many hours are in a day, you only get 3.5 hours to see what the fate is going to be of that day and your team.
That's why people listen to this show in the numbers that people do, because you've got 17 Steelers games. There's 365 days of the year. There's 17 days. That's it of the year where you get to watch your favorite team play football. That you are guaranteed. Because they have preseason. So 20, and if you're lucky, a little bit more than that. Out of 365 days, we get all worked up about it. Ray kept coming back to the same thing. We talk about defensive backs. We talk about Rodgers. I asked about DK Metcalf. And he kept coming back to nobody's getting open. And look, when you get Ramsey and Slay and you have Joey Porter Jr., you want to hear that about them. But also when you have as many questions about this receiver core as you do, you don't want to hear that about the receiving core. And so I'm not sure what to make of it. And it's still early. But he kept bringing it back to that. Nobody's getting open.
He did keep bringing it back to that. And I think it's a positive because of what else, what the other things that we've heard, that they've barely thrown a ball over 25 yards.
Good point.
So they're working on some underneath things right now. They're working on little routes and things of that nature. They're not really trying to, work on those explosive big plays on offense. I'm sure whenever those develop and those get put in, things will be a little bit different. Defenses, the defense will back off a little bit and defense will change. So this is more for the defense to look good. We all know that. That fall of football early on, whenever, training camp starts, the defense always does look good, but it's still a positive that the defense is doing what they need to do.
So it'd be worse if it was in reverse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you the first 4 days, 3 days, you're going out there and you're lighting the defense up, you barely have anything installed. You have like the most generic plays installed. You don't have anything. You're not even preparing for what defense you're going to see. You're just running offensive plays to just try to get everybody's feet wet. So, no, I think it's encouraging to hear like Jalen Ramsey and those guys and Joey Porter Jr., Darius Slay, Deshaun Elliott, even Peyton Wilson and Patrick Queen. Those guys are locking guys down because they should right now. There's not that many plays that are installed that are explosive plays.
Yeah, if Calvin Austin's going out there and he's just lighting up Darius Slay.
It's no good.
That's no good.
No.
Okay, good. He kept bringing it back to that. I just wanted to make sure we don't need to freak out.
And I was like wondering, like, is that one-on-ones too? Like, is that 7-on-7? Like, is it just, or is it like, there's nobody getting open at all? Like, at all.
At all. And he even said DK Metcalf's not playing.
I mean, I haven't seen a clip of DK Metcalf. I've seen like one clip of him. Like
they had that back shoulder in the end zone where Tomlin was basically, he's grinning from ear to ear, talking about how we're not going to strike up the band, but that's what I've been envisioning all summer. Apart from that, they just haven't been on the same page. Which again, it's early times yet.
I mean, think about how many reps that the ones really do get at this period. I mean, you're seeing a lot of Will Howard. You're seeing Skylar Thompson.
Yeah.
You're seeing Mason Rudolph. Like, that all counts, too, of, like, them not getting open.
That's true. And even the sexiest drill that they do, which they start with 7 shots, Rodgers going to be out there for 4 snaps.
Right.
At most.
Right. Could be a running play.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's going to be some contact today, though. You go up St. Vincent College. It's going to be a hot one, but you'll probably see some goal line drills. You'll definitely see the 7 shots. And then the first team, 11 on 11, they'll have the run period, and it's just banging bodies.
Oh, man.
You're happy not to be out there.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Missed the checks, but I'm happy not to do it.
They pay you handsomely to sit here next to me all day, every day.
Sure.
Man, life comes at you fast.
Quick.
All right, coming up next, John Wehner is going to join us. It's the day before the day. It is trade deadline eve, and meanwhile, the Pirates have won 7 of their last 8 games, remarkably, after getting blowed at by the White Sox in a 3-game set. We'll talk to Wehner about all those things when we come back, but first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play today with the opportunity to sweep the San Francisco Giants. They won the first 2 games of the series. Third and final game starts at 3:45. You can listen to the game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More for the headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Darius Slay, another cornerback, you say? Darius Slay joined the Steelers this offseason. Coming off 5 years in Philly as one of the best corners in the Eagles' history. With 28 career interceptions, Slay is a 6-time Pro Bowler and won the Super Bowl this past February. And at the age of 34, he'll look to prove that age is really just a number as he joins a budding Steelers secondary.
Back at Jeep of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's one and only single location, family-owned and operated Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram store with our friend Taylor Fournier. Taylor, why is it so important for the customer to understand family-owned and operated?
We guarantee a member of our family is always working to get the best deal for our customers. Dealerships all buy their cars for the same price from the manufacturer, no matter the number of locations. But because we're focused on just our one location, we can beat our competitors' price in less time all the time.
And during the Make This the Summer Sales event, I hear you're expanding your Three Rivers Protection Program.
We sure did, Bob. The new and improved Three Rivers Protection Program. When you buy a new vehicle at zero cost to our customers, we cover paintless dent and ding repairs, wheel and tire coverage, lost key replacement, and many more. It's all part of our 3RP Protection Program.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, and look for that humongous yellow Jeep in the sky, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans science that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
If you're looking for something refreshing to drink, you don't always need to reach for a beer. Sometimes you need a little twist. Twisted Tea, hard iced tea. Tastes like iced tea because it's brewed with real tea. Ask for Twisted Tea wherever you buy beer. Hey, it's Mulsey. Let's talk about the roof on your home. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this summer, but be forewarned. There are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important part of the process, the attic ventilation. You see, if your attic doesn't have proper air circulation, it can cause problems such as mold and wood rot, leaks in the winter, not to mention higher AC bills in the summer. This is one of the reasons I recommend MHI Roofing to my listeners. Their process begins with a free 21-point roof inspection that includes a thorough inspection of your attic. They know that if the ventilation isn't right, the roof will be built on a shaky foundation. Every MHI roof comes with a well-thought-out attic ventilation plan, and that's why they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Money-saving discounts and financing incentives are available. Call for your free 21-point roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or book an appointment online at MHIRoof.com.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Live from Studio B at Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville.
If you smell what the Rock is cooking.
Wehner, deep left. Look at this. Steve. Oh, my goodness. He's done it. David Wehner. Unbelievable. It is unbelievable. He's done it in his home ballpark. John Wehner.
That's not the Rock stuff. That's Rocky stuff.
That is unbelievable.
It is trade deadline eve, and we are joined right now by our guy, John Wehner. John, how you doing today? Thanks for joining us on the program.
Well, just getting the day started. We're doing good.
John, are you out there on the West Coast?
Yes.
Oh, man.
Well, don't you guys watch?
Last night, John, I don't even need truths here. Yeah, we ain't watching that. John, we count on you to tell us what happened.
All right, well, I'm here. I'm ready. I was excited.
It's 5:37 in the morning.
5:20.
Yeah, my bad. I forgot.
Funny. You guys are funny. They did it to me when I was in L.A. Same thing in L.A. I'm like, well, they did it to me in L.A. I know they're going to do it to me here.
John, were you worried yesterday about like a tsunami coming in? Like, in all seriousness.
No, I was not.
Okay.
I mean, no, I was not. I was worried about not waking up for this great show of yours.
All right, John. So Baraki gets called up. He doesn't pitch yesterday. Ashcraft was outstanding again, and he has been in the bullpen, just wonderful for this team. He goes 3 innings last night. At least that's what the box score tells me. You can confirm if that's actually the truth because, you know, you were there. So, look, we don't know who's going to get moved. I'm guessing that nobody's told you who's going to get moved. But if Baraki's called up, he's not even upgraded to the roster. He was throwing a side session. I think we can all connect some dots. They're going to be losing a bullpen arm. Let's just say they do trade Santana, Bednar, and you've got Ashcraft, you've got Majinski, you've got Madsen, who's been really good. Do you think they could still have a good bullpen going into next year if they subtract a couple of pieces to add to the hitting side of things?
Yeah, I mean, for whatever reason, I think bullpen arms, you know, there's a lot of turnover. There's a lot of guys that come and go. I'd hate to see it. I'd hate to see Bednar and Santana in particular. Santana has been outstanding and still got some years of control. And Bednar, I mean, I don't think anybody's pitching better out of the bullpen than Bednar the last 2 months. And I think it would break his heart. On top of that, I mean, he obviously loves it in Pittsburgh. There's nothing like playing in your hometown. But, yeah, I think you could still please. There's a lot of arms here. There's a lot of arms, you know, down in AAA and even below that. You know, I mean, I don't know how many guys can have guys like Dowery, Moretta, and Colin Holderman. I mean, we got some guys that have done some good things at the big league level that are in AAA. You know, so it'll be interesting to see, you know, what happens there. But, yeah, I'd hate to see those two go at the back end.
John, if Mitch Keller is traded, do you think it'll be a circumstance where he's only traded if they get a major league bat in return? Do you think that that's the circumstance surrounding Mitch Keller at this point?
I hope so. I mean, that would be the reason to do it. I mean, if you're looking for improvement, and, you know, offensively is obviously where the improvement is needed, and you're giving up a quality big league pitcher, you'd hope that you'd get a quality major league bat in return, or somebody that's maybe blocked somewhere that, you know, they're certain is going to hit at the big league level. I mean, this team's a few bats away from being really, really good. And, you know, it'll be interesting. Obviously, they could add bats now, maybe in the off season. And I think with Mitch Keller, what he's making now and what he's due to make the next couple of years, if you get a major league bat now, you have money to get another major league bat or two in the off season as well. I think the question there is, you look around baseball, there aren't many very deep teams offensively, and if you're in the playoff race and you're looking for pitching, are you giving up hitting if you don't have a ton of it? I don't know how many teams are loaded with offensive players with extra bats. So that's the question I have there. But I mean, I don't want to see prospects that are 2, 3, 4 years away. I mean, we this team needs to get better soon, especially for next year with the pitching staff we have. And I would really hope that, you know, if Keller goes, it's for offense, it's going to help us sooner than later.
Totally with you on that. John Wehner joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Leover Peguero hits an absolute nuke off of Justin Verlander last night. I'm guessing here, but if IKF gets moved, and I think all signs point to that probably happening, you think you get a steady look at him at shortstop, and what do you think he could bring? What do you think he could be?
That's interesting because he's kind of a forgotten guy.
Yeah.
You know, he's still only 24 years old. We saw him at a very young age, and he showed that he had some pop, and, you know, he had his struggles as well. Man, I'm 5:30 in the morning. I'm trying to think of names.
Yeah, you sound tired, John. Why?
Simon, who we got in the Miami trade, I know he's played a lot of second. I'm not sure about short. And
you got the guy that you got in the Frazier deal.
Frazier.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess you'd want to see what those guys could do as well. But yeah, Peguero, he got 24, and he has struggled, and for whatever reason hasn't got much playing time up here. Yeah, you got to find out what you have at that position, outside IKF. So I would assume he's getting traded, and I don't know. I'd love to see a guy get an opportunity to go out there and play. I don't know who that is. Like I said, Simon, the guy they got for Frazier, who I can't think of right now, or Peguero. Yeah, I don't know who that would be. I'm sure they have a plan if they're going to trade him, IKF that is, and we got to figure that one out.
John, Quinn Priester since May 30th is 9-0 with a 2.60 ERA. Did you see that coming?
I saw talent there with him. Yeah, I didn't know 9-0. I didn't know, especially in Milwaukee, where there's that little ballpark where the ball tends to fly. I didn't see this kind. I thought he'd be a good major league pitcher. I thought he had a chance to be a good major league pitcher. I didn't think it would happen this fast or be this good. A great kid, got a good fastball with some sink, a couple of good breaking balls. Some guys take it. I mean, look how long it took Mitch Keller to figure it out. He really struggled for a couple of years. So sometimes that happens. And when you have a good athlete, Mitch Keller is a great athlete. He figured it out. Quinn Priester is a great athlete. And you just, some guys take a little longer to figure it out. And, boy, he seems like he's figured it out. Every time I look over, the box score, he's throwing up zeros.
John, we appreciate your dedication to making the show better. You have done that this morning. Do you tuck yourself back in, or are you now up for the rest of the day?
Oh, I'm hoping to get to sleep till 8. That would be wonderful. But who knows? I'm not much of a sleeper. But at least I'm going to try. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to try. I wouldn't have missed this for the world, of course. And I'm just glad we got to spend this time together.
John, if you want to fall asleep, Starkey comes on after us. Why did I do that? I didn't have. We love Joe. It was just too easy.
Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah, well, that's not very nice.
Thank you, Wayne.
Not very nice, but we'll talk to you guys later. Appreciate
Talk to you next
week.
Always. Appreciate you. You're the man, John Wehner. What a guy. What an oversight. I totally forgot.
So did I.
Probably didn't need to call him.
No.
Oh, well, it was good.
He was up. He was ready to go.
He said the team is a few bats away from being really, really good. I do agree with that. Best route to get those bats, probably parting with guys that you wouldn't regularly like to part from. All right, coming up next, there's a storyline with each and every AFC North team right now that we should hit on. Doug Whaley going to join us at 9 o'clock. That's on the way right now. Harry Headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and San Francisco Giants, they play today at 3:45. That's why John's out there on the West Coast. He's in San Francisco. But he will be part of one of the broadcast teams there. But you can listen to the game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Coverage starts at 2:50, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Pirates have the opportunity to sweep. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
It's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of five-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews have cleared an earlier accident from the inbound Parkway West, approaching the top of Green Tree Hill. Leftover delays back toward the Bend at Carnegie, and then again from Parkway Center down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound jam between Banksville and Parkway Center. down toward Carnegie, and then again at I-79 past Campbell's Run Road. Accident in the Homewood Brushton section of the city at the intersection of Frankstown Avenue and Paulson Avenue. Watch for delays around that. And we had an earlier accident being cleared. Crew still on the scene at the intersection of Carnahan Road and Banksville Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Did you know dropping your first 25 pounds with Awaken 180 adds 6 to 10 yards to every shot? Even better, scores every 5 pounds after? Look it up. Freedom from excess fat is measurable. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Join the fun on DraftKings Casino. Ranked the #1 online casino experience. They've got everything you've been searching for. Thousands of exciting games, huge jackpots, exclusive offers, and more. New players get a 10-day welcome offer. 500 spins on Huff and More Puff when you play just $5 to start. Download the DraftKings Casino app and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN. And spin your favorite slots with DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days. Valid for featured game only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends 8/24/25 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. #1 based on Eilers and Kraychak 2H24 product analysis.
Jim Shorkey Toyota in the North Hills delivers up July deals for the people. New 25 Toyota Tundras, low 1.99% financing for an incredible 72 months. Wow. Or choose a new 25 Toyota Corolla, Camry, or RAV4 and finance at 4.99% for 60 months. Plus, you'll celebrate the freedom to upgrade by grabbing up to $500 more for your trade. Pittsburgh's #1 volume Toyota dealer, JimShorkeyToyota.com. Call 1-855-410-4036 for complete details on all offers and terms.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with Awaken 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means a half a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with Awaken 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Doug Whaley to join us from 9 o'clock until 10. Going around the NFL right now. Oh, yeah. Love this time of the year. Tomorrow, Hall of Fame game.
Sure is.
Trey Lance starting for the Chargers.
Yep.
They had another backup quarterback that I liked. We were just looking at the rosters today. I think I might bet on them to win the first quarter.
Is it a known backup or is it?
Yeah, but now I forget. Whenever I need it most, I forget it. But I am looking forward to betting on the first quarter in the first half of the Hall of Fame game. While you look that up, storylines abound in the AFC North. The biggest one, Trey Hendrickson. He's ending his holdout. He'll be at Bengals camp today.
Oh, really?
Has not signed a deal. Probably tired of getting hit in the pocketbook for $50K a day. So he's coming back. He says, or at least it's been reported, that the thought process there is that he wants to put this contract negotiation in good faith moving forward.
Huh.
So I had thought he was a holdout candidate because of how cheap they are in Cincinnati.
Seemed nasty.
Nasty?
Yeah.
He led the league in sacks last year. You might not want to pay him more than Watt. He probably doesn't deserve more than Watt. He hasn't had the career Watt has or Garrett has, but he was the better of the three last year, at least according to sacks. Pay him somewhere in that range.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you don't want to pay him 40. Pay him 35.
Right.
Get it done. Give him guaranteed money. So he's back, and good for him. Maybe. He's probably going to get paid eventually. Bad for the Steelers.
Yeah. Taylor Heineke is the guy.
Oh, dude, I'm betting on Taylor Heineke tomorrow. Yeah. Trey Lance comes out, veteran Heineke. He goes in there.
All over rushing yards for quarterbacks.
Oh, yeah, we got to look at those. We got to break that down more in depth tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
We'll do that tomorrow. We'll do a quiz callus tomorrow. Bostic will be with us. Trade deadline day. Big show tomorrow. Big show today. Doug Whaley, 9 o'clock until 10. All right, so that's the Bengals. The Browns lose one of their starting corners they had high hopes for the season. Martin Emerson Jr., torn Achilles, out for the year.
Saw that. Yep.
That has to make you sick.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Browns just can't, they can't buy a bucket right now. They got the whole running back situation. Kenny's day-to-day, I guess, and, you're rolling with Joe Flacco right now. So then you lose your top corner, or one of your top corners. So that's the Browns.
I feel bad for any guy who gets hurt whenever, but, certainly right now. You gear up all offseason, and you go into training camp and you get hurt. That blows.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of injuries, the Ravens, Ice Likely. He has a foot fracture. It looked bad. They carted him off. We know how that goes at camp. He could be back by week 1, though. They're not thinking it's going to be a long term.
Yeah, whenever you hear fracture, and especially if it's in an ankle or foot or anything, that's better than, honestly, a sprain, a high ankle sprain, or obviously a tear. So a fracture will heal on its own. You'll be ready to go. He'll be back week 1, but I sent that to you last night because, to me, obviously I'm the Achilles connoisseur. Lower leg injury, went down, carted off, or not carted off, but helped off. Sounded like an Achilles. So good for him. Good that he's going to be able to play this year, but close call.
Seems like they dodged a massive bullet there.
Yep.
This is the best collection of offensive talent around Lamar Jackson that they've ever had. This is a massive year for them, and if they lost Likely, who really became TE number 1 for them last season, that would have been a massive deal. So good news for the Ravens, and you don't want a guy to be out for a long time, but if he was going to be, that would unfortunately be a positive thing for the Steelers. All right, that's around the NFL. Doug Whaley going to join us for a full hour coming up next. Looking forward to that. It's Wednesday with Whaley. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high at 92. If you're going to Steelers camp, going to be hot. Also, McAfee's going to be there, so it is going to be chaos. Bring your water. Be prepared to be in line. It's going to be a burner. Whaley next, Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Right now, choose from payments as low as $99 a month or 12 months with no payments and no interest. Plus, a free in-home window and energy assessment. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Exciting news from Hickory Heights Golf Club. Check out their brand new all-inclusive memberships designed to fit your lifestyle. Whether you're a weekend warrior, a frequent player, or just looking to enjoy the perks, they have the perfect membership for you. Every membership includes unlimited golf, range balls, discounts on merchandise, plus savings on food and drinks at their full-service restaurant. Not a golfer? No problem. Enjoy the clubhouse, book private events, or enjoy the best view in the city on the patio.
Find the perfect membership at hickoryheights.golf.
Kevin Morat, Mentality founder here with a wake-up call. You're running on fumes, gentlemen. Just 1/3 of the free testosterone you need. That's why you're drained, defeated, and disgusted with your progress. But here's the truth. Mentality doctors specialize in epic comebacks. Our clients show an increase of 30% testosterone levels within the first month. We don't just treat men, we reignite lives. Just imagine the focus, energy, and drive being restored. Your comeback starts now. Don't wait. Make this your best year yet. Start today at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Get 50% off windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com today.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim, the crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market. Now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
It's Wednesday with Doug Whaley, the Fans Football Executive Insider. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Wednesdays with Whaley is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I love the conversations that we have off the air that we cannot have on the air. And I wish we could bring this onto the air. I'm trying to think of what we can. We can't.
No. Not with him.
Not with me?
No.
You think I'll get myself into trouble?
Yeah.
Or more importantly, get you or Doug into trouble?
Yeah.
Doug, could you just talk into that microphone, please? I want to make sure I have the right one potted up here.
Check 1, 2. What is this?
Yeah, he's coming through beautifully. Live, Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. Craig Riley just traipsed on by. You always love when you have your teacher looking over your shoulder. I hated that in grade school. Like, we'd be in the computer lab, you'd be typing up a book report or something, and your teacher would stop. And every time, I could be like Tolkien. It could be beautiful words coming out. And I would always stop. You ain't watching what I'm about. I can't write with you looking over my shoulder. I hate that.
Stage fright.
Yeah.
Yep.
I have the same problem when I'm going to the urinal in the bathroom.
That's the one thing, by the way. Hope everybody's doing well.
Hi, Doug.
Hi. Camp started.
Yep.
So everybody's got to be excited. That's the one thing, and maybe it's just because of the athletic background I have, and you probably think the same way. When people would, like a teacher or a boss, or you have a report due, you get all nervous because you're like, oh, I got to be perfect. I was like, I'm going to do the same work I did if you weren't looking as if you are looking. So if the boss is here, if the boss isn't here, it's the same work. So I never got nervous and was like, all uptight and like, oh.
Oh, I would choke. And the rest of the show is going to be bad now with Craig Riley walking around. He was trying to close the door, too. We're boiling up in here.
Hot.
And we added an extra body to this thing.
Here.
It is.
Speaking of it being hot, it's hot at training camp, Doug. And help me understand this, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's 2025. How the hell are you missing out on a padded practice? Mike Tomlin talks about how valuable these practices are. You know it's going to rain. I know Mike Tomlin's a creature of habit. I know practice is scheduled for 1:55.
How do you not move that thing to noon and get in your first padded practice and shift some of the meetings to later on? I just don't understand it.
The only way, and like you said, though, it defeats my argument, is if it was a pop-up storm.
And that can happen in the summertime.
And that can happen. But if you look at the radar and as much is out there with weather and technology, you can say, okay, there's a really good chance that this isn't going to happen, especially with what we're dealing with at St. Vincent's. No indoor practice facility. Let's adjust it and give the public enough warning. Like last night or 5, 6 o'clock. Hey, chance of showers. We're going to move it up till 10 o'clock. Anybody coming in, adjust accordingly. I think that's the way to do. I don't understand that, and it's baffling, like you said, especially in today's age and technology out there.
Especially when Roman Wilson didn't play last year because he missed all of camp, and that's how important training camp is. And it's your first padded practice. It drives me up a wall.
And you add to the fact with the limitations on practice now and the time you can be on the field. 10 years ago when you could do 3 a days, that's all right. We'll make it up at the next 2 days. Or, hey, when the rain stops in the evening, let's just get the practice in there. Now, I mean, they are under lock and key, and players will report you, too. It's not like, oh, yeah, coach, don't worry about it. No.
Sure, hey, sign as a collective bargaining agreement for a reason.
No doubt.
Man, hour and a half practice. Is that what we talked about the other day? That's what they had?
Yeah.
Hour and a half on the field. That's nothing. I can't believe that. I can't believe that that's what NFL players are practicing now, only an hour and a half. I mean, back, we were practicing 2.5 hours, 3 hours. Like, it was no holds barred.
I used to have those talks with Tunch and Wolf all the time, and so they would play 6 preseason games, and Chuck would try to win. Like, there was a game famously that they were losing, and Tunch and Wolf were out of the game, and they're like, all right, taking their shoulder pads off, and they're losing, and Chuck Noll's like, get back in the game.
Yeah.
Get back. We need to have a winning culture. And I always thought, man, I love those guys. Man, they sound so old. Doran, you ain't been out of the league that long and things have changed that dramatically. And it's no wonder, guys, that the quality of play, particularly early in the season, I mean, teams struggle to put the aesthetic football out there on display.
No doubt about it, because like you're saying, you just don't put in the work. Now, the biggest difference, especially even when Tunch was coming in and Wolf, they really didn't have that offseason that is as strenuous and as grueling as the offseason they have now. So these guys aren't coming to camp to get into shape. They're in shape. And now the philosophy of coaches, and especially the younger coaches that are coming up, let's get in reps on the field and do coaching off the field. When we were coming up, they would be like, check, check, check. Run that play again. Do this, do this, do this. So they were doing the coaching on the field, and that's what extended that practice and made it a lot more grueling. So it's being a lot more efficient with your reps, knowing that you can't beat these guys down because their bodies are already in shape, and you're just going to wear and tear that something that's already where it needs to be.
Talk about being in shape. Broderick Jones, I mean, he's around 290 pounds, and everybody that's up there that we've talked to says that he looks like he's skinnier. You think that helps a player like him? I mean, usually, we've been talking all week about Broderick Jones, and he hasn't been having a great training camp so far, giving up, busting plays, doing things that he shouldn't be doing in year 3. It's more between the ears for Broderick Jones, but him being, 290 pounds, you think that helps an offensive tackle? Being more slender and quicker?
Well, this depends. And to me, is that an indicative of what they told him to do because they want him to be that way because of the style of play they want to play on offense, and especially at that left tackle? They're like, hey, we don't need you to be that big bruiser that's going to be strength and mauling guys and anchoring. We're going to be more of a zone read, so we need to get you athletic, be able to get out in space, get on somebody's edge. Yes, my question is, I heard somebody say, well, he dropped pounds so he could eat during camp. That doesn't make sense to me. It's 90 degrees out there. You're going to be, even for an hour and a half, a guy at 3:30, he's going to drop probably 10 to 15 pounds, and he's going to be able to eat. You want to maintain your weight at camp instead of eating to try to gain weight. That, to me, is a philosophy that I think I just don't understand. It doesn't compute in my head. But to answer your question, I think if I was there, I'd be asking Arthur Smith, is this something he took on himself, or did you guys tell him because this is the style of play and this will help you play the way we want you to play better? I don't know.
I was once listening to a podcast of the former president of the Miami Marlins, and he said they would have weekly weigh-ins for the players, right? And not one time, save for Casey McGee, I think it was, did a player ever gain weight during the season.
No.
That's baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it just is a strange thing that I've frankly never heard before. Doug, you're 2 years into his career. This would be year 3, as Doran mentioned. You're only 4 non-padded practices in, and Tomlin said he's going to practice today despite that soft tissue injury. When do you start panicking about Broderick Jones in your position as GM?
I'd say after the last preseason game.
Okay.
The last preseason game he plays.
How much would you play him?
Oh, he's playing.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's getting I think the whole offensive line is getting extended playing time because, again, you have as well as we think Aaron Rodgers is going to play, at 41, that offensive line has to step it up and help protect him. So to me, we all talk about the defense. We want to see it. We feel good about it. We're hearing good things about it. Offensively, the key is going to – and the key, I think, to the whole team is going to be Aaron Rodgers because, of course, quarterback's the most important position in football, maybe in all the sports. So with 41, you need those guys to play at a high level. And think about it. You have one guy, Frazier, that has played, 17 games and played at a high level consistently. Broderick Jones hasn't, right?
Sayamalu has been banged up as a Steeler, yeah.
Mason McCormick, and Faratano was out all last year.
I was panicking whenever we found out Sayamalu could be out for God knows how long because you want a veteran next to Broderick Jones as he's now playing his natural position, and you want them to develop that camaraderie, and now you find out he's hurt. And that's what happened to Broderick last year, too. He had that – it was the first day of camp, and then he had that elbow brace on. And now he's dealing with this. So it's the mental stuff, it's the technique stuff, Doran, that you brought up. And now, I mean, this is 2 years in a row where right at the beginning of camp he gets banged up.
So if you panic, so if your timeline is like, all right, I'll start panicking after the last preseason game that he plays in, and say that, okay, like, you know, this is on our radar now, but he's going to start. He doesn't have a great year. It doesn't transpire into anything good this year. Does that alter your plans for the draft next year in the first round?
Oh, no doubt about it.
You know, knowing that it's a heavy quarterback draft, everybody thinks they're going to draft a quarterback in the first round. Does this alter or change your plans of maybe not drafting a quarterback in the first round?
I wouldn't say not drafting. No,
okay.
Let's say this. But I would say this. If wherever they fall, and who knows what's going to happen, we'll just say, we're going to say there's 5 or 6 quarterbacks out there. If they are in a position where those guys are gone, then that next position is going to be that tackle. Now, if it's a guy where they sit there and say, all right, let's say quarterback X, they feel he could be the guy, and they're just going to say, well, we have to throw a dart because we need one, but this tackle is for sure, like a long, somebody like that, let's go with that, and just don't draft a quarterback to draft a quarterback. And that's where you want to make sure the player's ability, talent, and scheme fit is commensurate to where you draft him. Because if he's not, you overdraft, and then what happens when you overdraft? You more likely than not get a bust.
Yeah, that guy winds up playing for the Chargers in the Hall of Fame game a couple of years later.
Exactly.
Man, that would be such a disaster.
Yep.
Because if that's not the case, then you're going out and you're paying a guy in free agency. And Dan Moore's are getting $83 million.
But then what I would say is, okay, why did he bust? What did we not see or what did we not do? And the only thing I can see is he started 8 games, and he was a hell of a talent, but he wasn't a hell of a football player. Where did we overvalue the talent, or did we not develop the talent? Or was it a combination? So they got to start looking internal on some of these guys, on a lot of these guys. Because this 4th week in a row, the player development aspect of the Steelers, to me, is why you have a Jalen Ramsey, a Darius Slay, Aaron Rodgers, 30-plus guys that you're sitting there saying, oh, this is great. They're great names, and they were great, and we hope they can be great. But after that, they're going to be here for a year or two. Where are the Steelers? Hayward's 30-plus. T.J. Watt's 30-plus. I mean, Patrick Queen's about to be 30. I mean, where's your foundation here?
Right.
Where are you going? Mm-hmm. Or is it every year you're just going to go out and get these name guys and sign them, and everybody's going to be happy for a year and be like, well, we're just going to focus on this year, not next year?
We were talking about Pat Meyer yesterday. Doran made a really good point because I said, I mean, what's this guy doing? But Zach Frazier played well. I mean, they believe in Troy Faltanu. Now, Dotson goes off, and he plays a lot better elsewhere, but they've had some success stories here, then they've had guys that haven't worked out. First practice in pads today, we'll see what Broderick Jones looks like before we go completely into panic mode. But Doran brought something up yesterday that I think we should run by you, and we'll do that coming up next, relating to Broderick Jones in the left tackle position. You can text us. You got a question for Doug. We'd love to hear from you at 412-928-9370. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can also tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and San Francisco Giants complete their 3-game series today. Pirates won the first 2, so they have an opportunity to sweep the series if they can win this one today. Again, game time 3:45. Coverage can be heard over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. North Shore Tavern leadoff show over there starts at 2:50. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. One day after the passing of Cubs icon Ryne Sandberg, the team began wearing special commemorative patches featuring the popular infielder's number 23 and his signature. The Hall of Famer was a 10-time All-Star, the 1984 National League MVP, and an all-around class act. Rest in peace, Rhino. You will be missed for sure. I'm Boomer Esiason.
DQ presents how to make a Blizzard treat even sweeter.
Just get a Blizzard treat on Miracle Treat Day, July 31st, and help support kids like me, Ari. On Miracle Treat Day, $1 or more of each Blizzard treat sold at participating locations benefits your local children's hospital. So treat yourself in the most meaningful way and support local kids like me on Miracle Treat Day at DQ, Thursday, July 31st. DQ, happy tastes good.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Celebrate the grand opening of the area's newest and premier Mitsubishi destination, Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. In-demand Outlanders, huge selection, 0% financing for 60 months. Outlander hybrids now up to $5,000 off or just $289 a month. Plus grand opening trade values at up to 125% of KBB value. It's a July savings spectacular, and we're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or crownmitsubishipa.com. See dealer for complete details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Gurgling noises from sink drains, recurring clogs, backups, and bad odors from your main line drain shouldn't be ignored. These can be a sign you have a problem in your sewer line. You need to call the honest sewer and drain experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. McVeigh fixes your problems fast and fixes it right. Already know you have a sewer problem? Call McVeigh for a free second opinion or any sewer line repair or installation. Don't overpay. Call McVeigh today. That's McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, or visit callmcveigh.com.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Not available in all states.
Hey, bills happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to billshappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to billshappen.com. All you need is a job and a checking account. You can find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow at billshappen.com. Billshappen.com is the smart way to get a personal lender now. So if you need extra money for car repairs, medical bills, family emergencies, whatever you need cash for, go to billshappen.com and you can get the money you need as soon as the next day, up to $5,000. At billshappen.com, our process is safe, secure, and all online. No one to deal with in person, and Bills Happen does not charge you any fees to use our service. It's easy. When you need a lender, just remember, when bills happen, go to billshappen.com. Billshappen.com for the cash you need now. Billshappen.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Rushton section of the city. Crews remain on the scene of an earlier multi-vehicle accident in the 6400 block of Frankstown Avenue at Paulson Avenue. Also, watch for delays on the inbound Parkway West. You're solid right around the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound delays from Roslyn Farms out past Campbell's Run Road. And watch for crews blocking a lane of the outbound Parkway West past the airport heading over from Business I-376. Meanwhile, the Parkway East, that is jammed at Wilkinsburg. Outbound delays before the Greenfield Bridge overpass and Route 28 stacked at Millvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Texture writes in 412-928-9370. Troy Felton, who didn't look great last year before he got hurt, I'm worried about him also. What are you talking about? He didn't play enough. He played one game against Denver.
Right.
Get the hell out of here. No offense. Thank you for listening, Fuzz. You text all the time. You're very well informed. I know they're excited about Faltano.
Mm-hmm.
And so Doran asked yesterday, or you stated yesterday, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Feel free to correct me at any point during this sentence. Like, if Broderick stinks and he continues to stink, and Faltano is clearly the superior tackle, I know that they've been throwing Broderick around and yo-yoing him, but do you consider moving Faltano to left tackle?
That's who's your backup left, I guess. Are you a better offensive line with having Faltano at his natural position at right and a lesser left tackle?
Dylan
Cook, or Faltano at left tackle that I don't know if he's ever played there in college.
Yep.
Okay. All right, if he played in college, I thought he was a right tackle. Yeah, I'd move him over.
Yeah.
Give him a shot. Absolutely.
Would you think about this scenario outside of those two? Is it about what protects Aaron Rodgers the most? Which side? Would you think of it that way? Like, where do we need our most protection at for our 41-year-old quarterback?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I would actually take it even a step further, looking at every team we play and who is the most impactful rusher and which side it is, of the majority of them. If it's going to be coming off as a left tackle and he's protecting that, or is it the right tackle, that's where you'd have to start diving deep into that. And again, these are the things you have to do when you miss on a first-round pick. You got to start putting things together and fixing a jigsaw puzzle.
This is where the Steelers trying to win the Super Bowl, quote unquote, every year can hurt them. Like,
I disagree that they're trying to win the Super Bowl.
No, what I mean by that is with Broderick as a rookie, I had no problem with them waiting to play him, I guess.
I see what you're saying.
But then, let's play him at right tackle because we got Dan Moore Jr. on the left. You got to see the forest through the trees. Like, you need this guy to develop. Play him where he's comfortable. Play him there a ton because he's a project coming out of Georgia, and see if it bears fruit. But now they're juggling him left and right. Now it's year 3, and you still don't know if he could be a left tackle.
And this is why I say I disagree. And I agree with you, but what I think the Steelers and what they've shown through their moves and everything is they're not trying to win the Super Bowl every year. They're just trying to be competitive. And even when Art comes out and say, I will never come out and say making the playoffs is a bad year, that lets you know exactly what they're trying to do every year. And if they were trying to win the Super Bowl, you would have a foundation where we look at like, hey, maybe not this year, but another year with some service time of these guys, they're going to be hitting on all cylinders, and we're going to be able to compete with the Baltimores, the Buffaloes, and the Kansas Cities. Next year, can you say that? Can't even say it this year.
No.
What's in the pipeline that you can say, man, this dude, give him one more year. I think he's going to, as a team.
Well, maybe the offensive line. Maybe.
And after we just talked about Broderick Jones, we may be panicking.
But I mean, Zach Frazier, McCormick, and Altanu, maybe the offensive line.
All right.
You just signed TJ to an extension.
But he's got 2, maybe 3 years.
2 years. I don't.
DB wise, Porter. We hope he takes that.
Huge year for him.
Safety wise, no. Maybe the linebacker room. D-line, we'll see. Harmon, we'll see what Harmon can do. All right, you got Harmon. All right, let's pie in the sky, Rosie.
Yeah.
Harmon on D-line. Great. Outside linebacker, you better do it in the next 2 or 3 years.
Yep.
Unless you draft somebody. Inside linebacker, you got Wilson and Queen. All right. DB-wise, Porter. So that's 4 guys on the defense. Frazier on offense. Hopefully Fautanu, he's still got to do it.
Maybe McCormick, but it was a huge body of work last year.
And Fautanu, remember, he did have knee issues coming out.
He did.
Right. And then Broderick were already
panicking. And that's why they got Wilson, too, at middle linebacker. But he fell because he was oft hurt.
And Darnell.
You got DK Metcalf, and anybody that plays at Spades is Fautanu a possibility, Rodgers a possibility, Frazier, yes, and then possibility with Caleb Johnson and Jalen Warren. So you're talking about 7 guys, core guys.
And like half of them haven't played yet.
Yes, they're possibilities. And guess what? The most important position that keeps you competitive for a championship, you're banking on a 41-year-old or a 6th-rounder in Howard.
Or a young first-rounder next year.
Or a young first-rounder next year.
Is there any possible scenario where Rodgers would be your stopgap next year?
It sounds like it's up to him. I'm sure they would. And if he plays well, absolutely. But again, where are you going after that?
What does plays well look like? Like they got to win a playoff game? Is it just about the eye test, some of the statistics?
I think it all comes down to him. Does he feel like he's playing well? Because from everything he said, this is my last go-round. Now, if he comes back and says, hey, I left enough out on the table, but I see where this organization is going and the foundation they have, maybe the offensive line clicks. I got offensive line, Jalen Warren, Caleb Johnson, man, boom. DK Metcalf, they have a nice connection. Some number 2 or the combination of tight end receivers that clicks. Let me run it back. Maybe they win that first playoff game and get beaten the last second to Buffalo and it's in divisional round or championship, whatever. Then he might say, let's come. All right, let's do that. And then that's probably the best situation because you could draft that.
You still would draft a quarterback?
Yes, absolutely. Because now you've got a Love situation where he's going to at least have 1 year behind one of the most talented quarterbacks to ever play the position. That's coming out, and he's not going to be threatened because even if he goes another year after that, he knows his time is short. So now he can just disperse all that information to that young guy and not have that guy get thrown into the mix. That's the best situation.
That would probably be the ideal.
And you know that he's gonna be all right. $10 million.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't expect Aaron Rodgers, if he has a pretty good year, to come back and try to hit him over the head for like $40 million.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's gonna be like, just give me the same contract.
And you'd have a better understanding of your cap situation because theoretically, in this hypothetical, you would know earlier on.
Right. Exactly.
Unless it was a Favre kind of deal where he.
So that is the pie in the sky ending to this season where I would say, okay, they are that offensive line is starting to build a foundation and draft that quarterback with Rodgers mentoring for a year. Then I'm feeling a lot better. Then I'm saying, okay, let's do it. Even though I'm still skeptical in their player development.
Yeah, hard not to be. Trey Hendrickson is reporting to Bengals camp today. I want to get into that because it looks like ownership wins that one. In Pittsburgh, I feel like they struck the happy medium. They didn't give Watt a handful of years. They gave him 3. They did pay out the nose guaranteed money, $108 million. Could the Steelers have played things the same way with Watt? What would that have looked like? We can get into that and more. Texter writes in, is D-bag Dom working again today? Can't stand that guy. Man, Dom has made quite the impact for as little airtime as he's had.
Yeah.
We get half a dozen texts every day talking about intern Dom. All right, another half hour with Doug Whaley on the way next. Live from Bowser Chevrolet Studio B in Monroeville. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates have won 7 of their last 8 games. They're on a 4-game winning streak, and they have an opportunity to sweep the San Francisco Giants when they play today at 3:45. If you want to listen to coverage of that game, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Ryan Horvath here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Kansas State is one of my favorite teams in the Big 12 to bet this season. BetMGM currently has the win total at 8.5 minus 115, and I could easily see this team winning 9 to 10 games. I'm Ryan Horvath from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly, and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me, and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Can you even believe how deep into the summer we're getting? It's incredible. But listen, it is a perfect time right now. And I mean perfect time to get to Schultz Ford. All the great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. And I tell you all the time, it's Colin Dunlap here from KDKA. I tell you all the time, SchultzFord.com, 24/7, 365. Go ahead and shop anytime you'd like. The inventory is incredible. There is so much there. So check all that out, see what you like. You see a Mustang, you see an Explorer, you see that F-150. Man, those F-150s are sharp, and for all seasons. They're fantastic. That inventory's great, but how about mobile service? You got something that needs to be fixed real quick, they'll get right in your driveway, fix it, and do it right there. Pick up and delivery. They'll grab your car, take it in, and bring it right back. So get the Schultz Ford or check it out online at SchultzFord.com.
Upside presents Locals Just Know. In Pittsburgh, there are things that you just know. Like on game day, you can wear whatever you want, as long as it's black or yellow.
Look, Mom, I dressed myself.
That's great, honey, but it's game day, and you're wearing Eagle colors. Let's go swap that shirt.
Well, here's something not all Pittsburghers know yet. You can now earn Upside cash back at hundreds of nearby restaurants, gas stations, and grocery stores. Even local favorites like Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get Go. The best part? With Upside, you can earn cash back on top of your credit or debit card rewards and loyalty programs like My Perks from Giant Eagle. Download the free Upside app, and soon you'll feel like every day is game day. For a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PITT02. That's promo code PITT02 for an extra 10% cashback bonus. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, August 16th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
Selling a home doesn't have to be time-consuming or stressful. It should be fair, honest, and fast. Ryan Shalava here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. My team and I will buy your home with cash in its current condition and close on the day you choose. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com to get a cash offer today.
As you head out to training camp in Latrobe, look for your cold Miller Lite on displays at the following distributors: Greater Latrobe Beverage, Lloyd Avenue; Hop Shop, Beatty Road; and Rosa Distributing, Cedar Street.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Live from Studio B at Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville.
All right, we got to bring this onto the air. That was good. So Jackson Dart, I heard the clip with Pat Boyle this morning on the Infinity Sports Network. Jackson Dart says finally now things are slowing down in practice for him. And I bring that up to you guys at door, and you're like, practice is, okay, that's one thing. You put the pads on, you started walking through it. Man, it's about to get a lot faster for Jackson Dart.
Oh, yeah. I mean, practice is one thing. And then, well, OTAs is one thing because you're coming off, like, you haven't played football in a while. You played college football. That's your last football you played. Then you're in OTAs. You're like, wow, this is moving fast, and you're just in shorts. And then you go to training camp, and you're just in shorts. You're like, wow, this is fast. Okay, now it's starting to slow down after the heat acclimation period. Then you put the pads on, moves even faster. Then you go to preseason games, moves faster. Then you start to get a little bit used to the preseason games because you have a couple of them. Like, okay, I got it. Then regular season, it's like night and day.
Oh, man.
And then if you have a chance to go to the playoffs, playoffs probably is the biggest adjustment for NFL players because the game is moving so fast. So fast, even faster than anything put together that you've experienced.
And anybody that's ever been around it, and like Doran says, when you get in a playoff game, just the atmosphere, and then you step on it, it's even for professionals that play and scout and everything, you notice it takes a ratchets another level. Doran, here I always tell people this, and you need to explain it to the listening public. They talk about the rookie wall, and when you think about it, when you were your last year, you started training for that. You had spring ball, you had summer, you go through all the year. Right after the year, your football year's done, but you start training for the combine.
Yes, or All-Star game.
All-Star game.
Then combine.
Pro day. Then not only the physical element, what about the mental about where am I going? Then you go through the draft. You get drafted. Now you got to say, okay, now not only do I got to go to this team, I got to learn the playbook, learn where to live, where to go, learn the facility. then start saying every day rent's due. You got OTAs. Now you have maybe 3 or 4 weeks off in the summer, and then you're going to practice. And then those 3 or 4 weeks in the summer, you're in the books trying to figure out this offense, defense, and still staying in shape. So you're talking about close to 18 to 20 months of not only physical, but the mental grind. And that's why guys hit that rookie wall. It's not the longer season, because now college season is about as long as a pro season.
Well, a lot of these guys in the playoff.
Yeah, absolutely. But the mental and physical grind for 20-some months at the highest level, knowing that every day if you don't perform, you could get cut, the mental is almost as grueling as the physical.
That's why it is so damn impressive of what Jaden Daniels did this year.
Yes.
This past year. Like, think about what Doug just said. That whole grind, and Jaden Daniels is like, I mean, what? Jaden Daniels, was a Heisman.
He won.
He won the Heisman.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the guy was playing at a high level in college, goes through the whole entire process, and is just chipping away, goes to the NFC champion. That's very, very impressive what he did, and that's why we never seen a rookie win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, exactly.
And Doug, you, during the break, you said, man, you bring in all these old guys, and what's been the common theme of these last few years for the Steelers? It's that they have not peaked at the right time. They've actually played their worst football down the stretch. Now, a couple years ago with Rudolph, they did win those final games, but they were really not good leading up to that. Schedule also aided them in their efforts there. You start talking about the rookie wall. Think about the guys they're counting on this year, and Caleb Johnson going to help the running game. Derek Harmon's he's a starter. He has to be. They don't have the depth behind him. They're counting on him, and some other young guys too. And then on the other side, you've got the old guys.
Right.
It's not a mystery why they faded down the stretch. And you look at the schedule this year: Buffalo, Baltimore, Miami, Detroit, Cleveland, Baltimore, and that's at Cleveland. Old guys, rookie wall. You better make hay early in the season in that schedule if he wants to get in.
And this is a message to your boy Mark Cabali. Ask Tomlin this. Because he's always preached, you need to be playing your best ball in December and January. They haven't accepted that 1 year with Mason, and it showed when they got in the playoffs that they weren't worthy. When you have these rookies and these elderly vet guys, what are you going to do different to get them to be peaking at the right time? Because as you say, Coach T, doing the same thing and expecting a different result is insanity. So you're obviously not going to do the same thing. What are you changing in this year's approach to be able to get them to be peaking when they need to be peaking?
That's why you see the same teams in the last 5 years really make it to the Super Bowl. That's why they're so good. That's why they're, the Patrick Mahomes and the Philadelphia Eagles and the Travis Kelce's and the Chiefs are so good is they know when to peak.
Yes.
I mean, both teams start off very slow every year, and and on the ESPN, we all question.
Yeah. Yep.
We all, Patrick Mahomes isn't what he was before. The Philadelphia Eagles want to fire Nick Sirianni. We hear that every year. Mm-hmm. But then there's a moment in that season around the end of October when it's like, uh-oh.
Man, you're so right.
That's how the good teams play.
And to equate it to locally, the Pens back in the day. December, January,
March of the Penguins.
And
that's
all of a
whenever
sudden,
you know you have a good team, though.
They flip that switch and all right,
know.
it's time to go.
Yes.
Let's go.
And I think about the Patriots, too, in the heyday with Brady and Belichick. And, Doran, you were there. And every year, first take, October 10th. Is this the year the Patriots dynasty's over? Are they done?
Yep.
And then, bang, 8 in a row. Oh, wow, look at that.
Well, I mean, I kind of look at it like this. The very good teams and the very good players, they know how to turn it on when in at the right moments. But the coaching staffs and the players, they have to meld together because usually whenever they take that transition and they do start playing well is after they've seen enough film. They've they've played their division already.
Yes.
Once. Now you're going through it again? Oh, no. We're too good. We know exactly what you're going to do. We know how to counter to it, and we know how to, to make this thing go at the right time. That's usually whenever it happens.
Yeah, especially if they had success with against them in the first game.
Right.
Like, oh, you're going to think we're going to let you do that again? Go ahead. Plan it that way. We got you.
Oh, look at the Ravens-Steelers game in the playoffs.
Yes.
The Steelers, the way that they had defended Lamar throughout his career, we're going to hit Lamar no matter what. No matter what. Playoff game. We're going after Henry. Whoops.
Yep.
It was like one of those, you think I'm going to do this?
Yes.
I think, so we'll do the other thing? No, it didn't work. Didn't work. The
You
Ravens
know
were
that I
ready
know
for it.
that you know that I know.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to say. But I'm an idiot. And a loser. Social media's biggest loser brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. That was good, gentlemen. Coming up next, Trey Hendrickson back with the Bengals. Did the Steelers approach things incorrectly with TJ Watt? We'll get Doug's thought on that. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play today at 3:45 against the San Francisco Giants with an opportunity to sweep that three-game series. You can listen to that game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. Coverage begins at 2:50, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Loney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews remain on the scene of an earlier accident in the Homewood-Brushton section of the city. This is at the intersection of Frankstown and Paulson Avenues. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that remains jammed as you head past the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels, outbound slowing from I-79 past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East, you are still jammed at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels, outbound delays at the Bandit Bates. And Route 28, that is heavy between the 40th and 31st Street bridges down to East Ohio Street. Meanwhile, an earlier accident still being cleared in the Homewood-Brushton section, intersection of Frankstown and Paulson Avenues. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Calling all parents and teachers. At Staples, your back-to-school budget is officially saved by the button. The easy button, with supplies as low as 25 cents. Plus, laptops are up to 40% off and more deals on top brands and trending styles. Find it all at Staples. That was easy.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. It's #1 Cochran's 60th anniversary, and that means you can celebrate with spectacular offers at #1 Cochran Kia. Lease the 25 Sportage LX from just $275 a month with $1,965 due at signing. Or you can lease the 25 Telluride S from only $399 a month, also with $1,965 due at signing. Plus, their Kia selection is stacked with more than 250 new models all available. And remember, their clearly better car buying experience is totally transparent with no hassles to be found. So the question is, what are you waiting for? Get your 60th anniversary savings now at #1 Cochran Kia and CochranKia.com. Lease offer includes lease cash and dealer discount. Fee may apply for mileage over 30,000. Zero security deposit on approved credit. Excludes tax and fees. Ends 8/4/25.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
$50-minute mark on The Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Craig Riley just popped in here and said that a video from camp of Will Howard is doing more numbers than any other camp video or photo that we've pumped out on our 93.7 The Fan social media pages. Ben Tenuta does a great job. They're all artistic. He makes everyone look good. Will Howard.
Amazing.
Good for him.
Yeah.
We'll see if it's good for the Steelers.
What do you think it is? Is it because he said in his interview whenever he got drafted by the Steelers, at his house when he put the hat on, he was like, I've always wanted to be a Steeler, love the Steelers. I think that people just kind of laughed under that.
He has nailed it every step of the way. You win a national championship, and there's Ohio State fans around here. We saw him at the softball game coming for Jack Sawyer, who also did a great job. He signed 1 million autographs. I wound up respecting him a lot coming away from that, but that's neither here nor there. Wins national championship, put the microphone in front of his face. He says that right thing right then and there. He has really been effusive in his praise of the Steelers every chance he's had. Then Rodgers comes out and says he thinks he's going to have a long, productive career in this league. And we've also been starved for good quarterback play for half a decade now.
I guess my question would be, if he stayed at Kansas State and took them to, let's say, the CFP, like Arizona State. They would flip Arizona State and Kansas State. Is the affinity for him as high?
Probably not.
Or is it because it's Ohio State?
I think it's because of Ohio State.
Yeah.
And
National championship.
Why do you think he fell in the draft?
When I did him, I liked him with his poise and his placement, just his overall ability to run a pro offense. He's going to have he's got to learn, and he's going to have some growing pains. But the thing that I do like about him that he didn't really show at Ohio State, that he showed at Kansas State, was his ability to use his legs and run. So he's got a nice combination there. Can he elevate the overall macro of a professional passing game? That's the question.
You ready for a hot take?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if the affinity might have been different because he wouldn't have won a national championship or whatever, but I wonder if he takes Kansas State to the playoffs if he's drafted higher. Because they didn't have the same level of talent there.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wonder if that might have been the case. Now, it hasn't stopped other Ohio State quarterbacks from getting drafted early.
Right.
I mean, Fields first round. I mean, the list goes on there. I just wonder, if the folklore around him would have been advanced even more because he would have been viewed as the guy who got them there, whereas at Ohio State, he was just a piece to the puzzle, if that makes sense.
And he just made sure he got it to the right people. Because when you looked at, and this is why when I say overall passing game, when you look at him on film, he made the right throw and put it in the right place, but the guy he's throwing it to was breaking ankles.
Uh-huh.
So it's like, all right, one-on-one, this guy's going breaking it. It wasn't like read 1 to 2 to outlet, or hey, here's a mesh concept. I'm going to know that this corner is going to sit, so I'm going to hit the 7 routes. Stuff like that. You didn't see that, but he could put the ball where it needed to be.
I don't know what his path is to becoming the guy here.
Injuries.
That would have to be. That's what happened with Ben. I mean, I almost said Bradshaw. My God.
Man.
Batch was the 2, and so Maddox and Batch get hurt. It's not that funny, Doug. Jeez.
I'm just thinking. Look, go ahead. Sorry.
So that's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
If Rodgers went down for the season, I know I'd be tempted to play Will Howard. I think they would play Mason until they were like mathematically eliminated.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not winning the Super Bowl with Mason. So if you found out week 5, and knock on wood, you don't want this to happen, but Rodgers goes down for the entire year, you know he's out for the year, I'd be tempted like hell to play Howard. Get a look.
To me, that's when you start building the foundation, because now you're starting to see, okay, that O-line may be starting to work, and they're working with Will Howard, and then your receivers, and if this guy's the guy, all right, you got something. If he's not, okay. You know what Mason is. You can always go back to Mason.
Yeah.
Would you still draft a quarterback?
Mm-hmm.
If that was the scenario.
Yeah.
Will Howard. What if he goes out there and plays well?
Yes. Because guess what? Now you have a tradable asset.
Yep.
And I said that before. I would have kept Justin Fields and drafted Caleb Williams. Williams. What's his name?
You got it. Caleb Williams.
Yeah. I'm thinking Caleb Johnson. That's why I got screwed up.
Couldn't wait.
See, I got you. But with if you look at first-round quarterbacks, it's about a 50% or lower hit rate. If you have 2 of them, one of them is going to hit. And guess what? Another one doesn't hit, you can still trade them and get some pieces back, especially if they have a good preseason. So if Justin Fields would have had a great preseason, they said, all right, let's go with Caleb Williams, his trade value would have been much higher than what they traded him for, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
and guess what? If not, you have 2 quarterbacks and you need 2 quarterbacks these days.
You convinced me. That I think is a pretty good argument there, Doran. You're going to have to if Will Howard would pull a Dak Prescott and he's a 4th-round pick, he's a 6th-round pick. All of a sudden, wow, they're winning a lot of games with Will Howard. You would have to tie me up.
Oh yeah,
you'd have to gag me.
Yep,
I'd be losing my mind.
Yep, I know.
Ben 2.0.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah. But
everybody.
I think everybody.
You.
Yeah.
No, definitely not. Just
this whole entire town.
Right. And
would you draft one if Will came out and played like Dak?
Not if Aaron Rodgers ended up coming back. Say he had like a soft tissue injury and was out, and then Will Howard and Mason, something happened to Mason, and then Will Howard came in, played well, but Aaron Rodgers was playing well before he got hurt and wants to come back. If he wants to come back, I'm paying Aaron Rodgers. I'm gonna have Will Howard, and I'm gonna draft a receiver or a tackle.
Wow.
Yeah, no, if Aaron Rodgers comes back, then yes. But if Aaron's like, I'm out, yeah, I'm getting 2. Because think about it, if it's all right, let's say he comes in week 6, he's got 11 games. That next year, that's when people are like, all right, let's study this dude. What's he going to do? Can he maintain it? Like a Jaden Daniels.
Mm-hmm.
Is he going to be able to make
right.
a team? Or is he going to be C.J. Stroud?
Right.
So I'd rather have that security, again, knowing that if he ends up being that guy, you got a tradable asset that you can maybe even trade for more than what you spent on him.
August 9th is when Will Howard takes the reins as the Steelers franchise quarterback, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, boy.
Preseason game number 1. Yeah, preseason game 1. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Hot today, high of 92. Dulac just tweeted out a picture. Training camp 4 hours away. The line is incredible because now today's the first day in pads and Pat McAfee's there.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
like one road in and out. So stay hydrated, folks. Going to be a long one if you're going to St. Vincent to watch practice today. Thank you, Doug.
Appreciate it, fellas.
Doran, tomorrow at 5:40, we got Pat Bostic joining us. It'll be the trade deadline day in Major League Baseball. And thanks to Bowser Chevrolet here, Studio B, for hosting us today. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Starkey up next. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wacom 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means I have a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wacom 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. The month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month, and because of that, Zero Res is offering a purchase of 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free plus $50 off of air duct services. Hey, Yins, carpet looking like it survived a tailgate at Acrisure, mud from the Mon, fries from your salad on the ground. That's why Zero Res is here to clean up the mess without leaving any soap or residue behind. We know it's a busy time of year with cookouts and graduation parties and all kind of summer activities. Your carpets could get nasty. Here's the thing about Zero Res. They can handle it all. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call My Cleaning Pros. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Schedule your appointment today at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Summertime is fast approaching, so what's on your growing honeydew home improvement list? Mine, it never ends, but I was able to check a big box and preserve my all-brick home thanks to Precision Pointing, a full-scale masonry company. Tons of brick pointing, brick replacements. Don't even get me started on the chimney, much worse than I originally thought. But now, all set. Precision Pointing craftsmanship set me up and took away a huge worry and burden. Plus, at Precision Pointing, they guarantee all their work, and they don't require a down payment. Precision Pointing, brickpointingpittsburgh.net.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-251-5642. 800-251-5642. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-251-5642.
Get 50% off Windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com today.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound delays approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while outbound you are jammed at I-79 slow past Campbell's Run Road and that construction zone. Parkway East stacking inbound at Edgewood Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Outbound delays at the Bandit Bates up into the lane restrictions. And Route 28, you are slow approaching the 31st Street Bridge down to East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Derek Harmon, rookie defensive tackle Derek Harmon is about to be introduced to the NFL as a member of the Black and Gold, selected 21st overall in this past draft. Harmon spent his first 3 years in college at Michigan State before transferring to Oregon. As a Duck, he started all 14 games last season and received All-American honors. He now looks to integrate himself to Pittsburgh as a key piece of the Steelers' interior D-line. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
A little while longer.
A little while longer now. A little while longer now.
A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. Hey, 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 hey.
That's good. A little while longer now.
We also sneak it.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Sean Myers with your fan headlines. The Pirates stayed hot last night on the West Coast, a 3-1 victory against the San Francisco Giants. Pittsburgh scoring a couple of runs in the 8th inning to break a tie. They have now won 7 of their past 8 contests. Bailey Falter went 5 innings, giving up 1 run. Braxton Ashcraft earned the victory in relief. 3 scoreless innings, did not allow a hit or a run. Tommy Pham had 3 hits in the victory. Pirates wrap up their series in San Fran today, 3:45 the first pitch. Mike Burrows against Logan Webb is the pitching matchup. Buccos are off tomorrow. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at 2:45. That is on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. We have a problem now. Sean, don't call me Seth Meyers. We have a problem now. Yep. This is the only franchise I've ever observed, watched, followed, where even winning is a problem. And that's what's happening now. First of all, how are you? You good?
I am good.
You look wonderful, resplendent in your Penn State shirt. We have a Penn State guy here. We have a West Virginia guy here. Well, luckily, we have a Pitt guy, too, in Doran Dickerson.
Got all our bases covered.
Balances things out. Penn State going to be any good this year?
That's
They going to win the national title? Is Drew Aller going to be the Steelers' next quarterback?
I'm not as high on him
It's
as
going to be
Bechtel, I'll
Arch
tell you
Manning.
that much.
What?
I'm not as high on Drew Aller to this point as City Limits is. I got to see him do it on the field.
So do I, and I'm with you there. Well, I'm glad to know that everything is well. Bob will be back next week. And in the meantime, yes, we have a problem. The Pirates are winning. And I'll tell you why that's a problem. They've won 4 in a row. They've won 7 of 8. And if they win today, it's a little bit of a tough matchup, Burrows against Logan Webb. But if they win today, they're 35-36 under Don Kelly. They're essentially 500. They're playing really well. Tommy Pham is suddenly, Mickey Mantle at the plate. He's been the hottest hitter in the league now. And I'll tell you what the problem is, and I'll tell you in the form of Ken Rosenthal talking about Ben Cherington. I hadn't been thinking so much of this side of it with the trade deadline. What, a little more than about 32 hours away, somewhere around there, 6 p.m. tomorrow. And this is a gigantic trade deadline for the Pirates as far as 2026 goes, maybe as far as Ben Cherington's future goes. And that's really what I want to talk about right now. Is Ben Cherington maybe the worst general manager in the history of Pittsburgh sports? He may have made one trade. He's made a couple of good draft picks, but scores of horrendous ones. There's been no drafting and developing of hitters. There isn't one Ben Cherington hitter who was developed here, who's here and playing. Maybe Nick Gonzalez, I guess. But is he a high impact hitter right now? I don't think so, Sean. But here's what I'm getting at. I've been thinking of this from one side. Like, if I'm Cherington, it's time to take a big swing or two, because what do I have to lose? I may be on the hot seat anyway. Well, what if it's the other way around? And that's where this Rosenthal clip comes in. And I think this was from Foul Territory TV, okay? And this is the part about the question is how Bob Nutting will evaluate Cherington's performance. Would you like me to read that, or do we have that exact clip, Sean?
I think Ken picks up talking about the problem if they keep Keller and Bednar and the financial implications either way.
Let's hear it.
The problem with keeping them is you're not going to spend money. We know they're not going to spend money because they're the Pittsburgh Pirates. So if you have any chance to get impact offensive talent back in return for these guys, Keller in particular, with the years of control he has, in my mind, you have to do it. But they know the value of those players to their own organization. You can envision a world, if you were spending money perhaps, where you were building around those guys. I just don't see that world existing for the Pirates. It seems to me that they have to move Keller and Bednar. And I understand where they are, and I understand the difficulty of Ben Cherington's position. He's under fire. He has his job in question for next year. But in this situation, GMs generally do what is best for the organization. What is best for the organization right now is to trade those guys, both of them, Bednar and Keller, and get as much as you can offensively back.
I agree with that. I don't necessarily agree that GMs in this position have that altruistic mindset of I'm going to do best for the organization here. I mean, I just think from the human side of it, I need to do what's best for me. And here's the problem. Here's the crux of it. Rosenthal is clearly right that selling off Bednar or trading Bednar and Keller is the right thing to do here. They have a surplus of pitching. Both of those guys have been up and down in their careers, and they're way up right at this particular moment, Keller's last start notwithstanding. And the time to trade them for what they don't have, which is bats, is now. Like right now. The problem is Cherington's job security, and again, I hadn't thought of it this way. They're winning. They're playing well. They've, by and large, been a pretty decent watch under Don Kelly. With a few series, the White Sox one tops the list. Exceptions to that, but again, they're right around 500 under Kelly. So from Cherington's perspective, he may be thinking, and I wouldn't blame him for at least thinking this, we got to keep winning to save my job, and the best way to keep winning right now is to keep Bednar, keep Keller, even keep a guy like Tommy Pham, who's been on fire right now. That's what worries me. Even winning worries me with this franchise, because it'll be very easy for Cherington to walk down the hallway and tell Bob Nutting, you know what? We're just not getting the kind of offers that I think make it worthwhile here. And the way he talked about Bednar the other day, like he was the man who had saved the city from certain destruction and was a pretty good closer on top of that, just has me thinking, and also people like Noah Hiles reporting that suddenly they may not trade Keller. In fact, it seems unlikely, according to Hiles. Oh, my God. Are they going to keep these guys and even a guy like Tommy Pham? Because Cherington wants to save his job, and the surest way to do that would be to stay right around 500 down the stretch so you can report back to your boss and say, look what we did. Let's just go out and make a couple moves around what's already pretty much a 500 team under Don Kelly, and let's go here. The problem is, where are you going to get bats? Where are you going to get bats then? You going to buy them? Because you still have Keller's salary then at that point. Where are you going to get bats would be my question. Because you're not going to get far over 500, if at all, unless you supplement this pitching with more hitting. And I don't trust Ben Cherington to do anything. I don't even trust him to do the right thing at this deadline. I have said I think the Pirates are closer than others do. but it's so close and yet so far away. They're like, I think, one or two high-impact bats from at least being in contention for a wild card. It's hard not to be. But where do you get them? Where do you get them? So I'm highly concerned right now, Sean, that Cherington's mindset might be quietly, this is going pretty well right now. 7 of 8, 4 in a row, 500 basically under our manager. If we keep doing this, how can they fire me? Do you know what I mean?
I do. I just think that anyone who truly looks closely and isn't just reacting based on a record over an arbitrary period of time would not say that this team is well positioned to contend in future seasons with the roster that they have. And to your point, they're not going to have significant additions via free agency, certainly not significant additions to the lineup. Maybe you can find a relief pitcher fairly affordable that can make an impact. You're not going to get the type of bats that they need in the free agency market unless to completely do a 180 in terms of their financial approach.
And as Rosenthal says, you can envision a world where if you were spending money, perhaps you build around those guys, but I just don't see that world existing. Neither do I. You know, you get lucky once in a while, and it's great that Tommy Pham is hitting and has been for a good month and a half or so. Okay, he helped to bury this team. He was god-awful. It really doesn't matter, other than maybe you get a little better of a prospect if you trade him right now. So I guess, is that an argument for keeping him? I don't know. At least you get a lottery ticket prospect for him. But it doesn't matter what he's doing now. That was a bad signing. I won't even mention Adam Frazier and Spencer Horwitz was their big move. So here's the other thing that Rosenthal said, and it's kind of what I'm saying here. And I quote, "The question is how owner Bob Nutting will evaluate Cherington's performance at the deadline and beyond. If Nutting judges Cherington partly on how the Pirates finish, a sell-off involving Bednar, Kellers, and others would make the team even less competitive, damaging the GM standing." Bingo! That's what I'm saying here. That's exactly what I'm saying. In fact, that's why I said it, is that Rosenthal's quote sort of had me turning my... Is it a globe you look into? What do you look into to evaluate something? Not a Rubik's Cube.
No, I don't think you look into that. You try to solve that.
Yeah. And I never could. A kid named Dan, I was going to say Kingerski, but he covers the Penguins. Dan Zambrowski at Amherst Junior High.
Not Dan Zangrilli.
No, well, maybe him. Could do that in like a second. It was unbelievable. And I would spend a day and still couldn't do it. Could you do one? A Rubik's Cube, Sean?
Although I've never really tried for more than a few minutes.
We should have a competition.
I want to say that when the Pirates were in Seattle, there was a national competition in Seattle to solve the Rubik's Cubes.
Well, this is a Rubik's Cube of its own here. And then the second part of Rosenthal's statement was, however, if Cherington takes a passive approach, declining to leverage his ample supply of pitchers to acquire impact hitters, Nutting could fire him for a different reason, failing to put the team in a better position for 26. Boy, that makes it sound like Cherington's damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? So if I'm in that, where I'm screwed either way, I might bet on let's just keep winning and call his bluff. Don Kelly might save Ben Cherington's job. Are you aware of that? That could very well happen here.
Don Kelly's performance should earn him additional seasons. They should keep him as a manager if they have a strong finish this season.
Well, I know, but the last time I said that was before I went on my first of 10 vacations, and they wind up, I come back, I have to apologize to Limitz and his whole family because I told Limitz that I guaranteed Kelly would be back. And then when I returned, it was on the heels of the White Sox series. But I tend to agree with you. Right now, that's the way it looks. So if you were Cherington out there at 412-928-9370, 928-9370, and you were sitting home alone without the altruistic thoughts of, oh, I'm going to do what's best for this organization, whether I'm here or not, come on. Dave Littlefield went out and signed. Who was the guy Dave Littlefield signed for that gigantic contract right before he left? Do you remember that? It was a horrifying picture. And it was basically Dave Littlefield giving a middle finger on his way out. Matt somebody. I don't remember. Do you, Sean? Littlefield made this horrific signing of a high-priced pitcher, like something the Pirates would never, ever do. Basically on his way out as, here, take this. This is what I couldn't do my whole time here. I just don't believe.
You're not talking Matt Morris, are you?
Was it Matt Morris?
I thought
Is that who it was?
I thought they traded him, but maybe they re-upped
No,
him.
it was somebody. Maybe they traded for a guy with a big contract. Whoever it was here. Eat this on my way out. That type of thing. I'm not sure that people in general think that altruistically of the organizations that they're working for. People think about themselves. So if you were Charrington, what do you think is the best way to preserve your job? I guess it's to follow Nutting's orders. Is Nutting giving him orders? That's my other question. Or is he just letting him independently run things into the ground? Does Nutting go to him and say, listen, we're looking toward next year, make deals? And in that case, you make the deals and you've done what your GM or what your owner ordered, and then you have, an excuse down the stretch. You're not tied to your record down the stretch if you were simply following orders. I mean, that should be obvious. Listen, we went out, we traded Keller, Bednar, Pham, and others, and we're positioning ourselves for next season, either with real players, with AAA prospects who are knocking on the door, maybe blocked right now. I guess that's what you do, but my question is Bob Nutting ordering that? I don't know. Or is he just letting Charrington make his own decisions? And then if you're Ben, what do you do here? What do you do? Is it best to stand pat and win? Insofar as the Pirates win, which is right around 500. 412-928-9370 off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. He should have fired him. He should have fired him with Derek Shelton and brought in somebody else to run the draft and orchestrate this trade deadline and your off season.
That's what Washington did, manager and GM simultaneously.
And did the next guy make the Juan Soto trade, or who made that trade?
No, I'm saying this was this season. They did that. And
it was
right before the draft, and they weren't too worried because we all know the GM has some say in it, but it's generally the scouts who do stuff like that. So I agree. It made no sense to do one and then maybe just delay the inevitable with the other, which is the GM.
Well, that's the thing. Why would you want dead man walking to be running your organization? I mean, this, again, goes back to the boss here of having this almost untenable and ridiculous situation of a guy who may be fighting for his livelihood amidst trying to do what's best for his organization. Those two things don't always jibe. You know what I mean? And in this situation, they may be on opposite ends. That's the problem. Meanwhile, and by the way, I think Ben Charrington may very well be the worst general manager in the history of Pittsburgh sports. I don't think that that's an overstatement. I did an entire study on this, I don't know, back in May it was. And there have been 44 general managers, Sean, over 201 seasons of Pittsburgh sports, going back to 1882, the year Ron broke into the business. I don't know if you have a Ron clip to spice things up. And I could make a case that Charrington is the worst. I really could. This is year 6 of the rebuild. I think he's made one good trade. And there's not a single Charrington-developed good player, like high-impact player, in the lineup. And no, I don't include Alexander Canario. And you could just look at it. Just look at the numbers compared to all the other GMs that have served around here forever. Look at the lineup, for God's sakes. Hank Davis is still flailing away here. Jack Sawinski is back. Brian Hayes is still there. I think, did he bat fifth again last night? I don't know. Some of the other worst GMs, believe it or not, one was Dan Rooney, who went 6-22 as Steelers GM, but I think he kind of made up for that, right? That's too short a tenure to include him here. That was 1969 and 70, and he also hired Chuck Noll. This guy hired Derek Shelton, for God's sakes. So I'm going to let Dan Rooney certainly off the hook there. Jack Riley, in his first run as Penguins general manager, had only a .403 winning percentage. Cherington is somewhere probably around .420 right now. He was .411 at the time of this story. But even Jack Riley, that was an expansion team, for God's sake, so that lets him off the hook. And the only other GM who's around there that I could find was Eddie Johnston, who had a .400 winning percentage from 1983 to 88 as the Penguins general manager. But he was basically throwing games one of those years and happened to come up with Mario Lemieux. So I'm going to let him off the hook, too. He's a hero. Cherington is a goat in the worst sense of that word. He's absolutely butchered this rebuild. Now, the chief, Art Rooney, was also a GM at one point, and it didn't go well. But it was only 3 years early in his tenure, and they didn't even have, when they had the draft then, they would have it in a hotel ballroom, a smoke-filled hotel ballroom. And this is true, too, because I went back and researched this for a story once. They would sit next to sports writers at the draft. The chief, he'd like turn to I don't know, well, Ron was there, 1933, and say, Ron,
you're a pathetic person.
Who should we pick? That actually happened, Sean. I did a story on the Steelers' first ever draft pick, believe it or not, named William Shakespeare. And so I went back and researched what the draft was like. And that particular draft, I think, was at the Ritz-Carlton in Philadelphia, smoke-filled again. They would read like Street and Smiths or whatever the magazine was of the time and just pick a guy who they knew wasn't going to play probably anyway because the NFL didn't pay back then. They would go work in factories instead to make some money. So I'm not holding the chief accountable for those first 3 years. Can you imagine if Omar Khan sat next to Kabali for the draft?
He'd be asleep probably.
You stole my line. I was just going to say that. Kabali would probably be asleep. He'd have to rustle him awake. And then on his left, he had the Baconian Mongoose advising him on picks. That's what happened. So I'm letting the chief off the hook, too. And then there's really very few other guys. One is Branch Rickey, one of the most famous general managers in the history of sports. He signed Jackie Robinson and won 4 World Series early in his career. Signed Jackie Robinson, of course, when he ran the Dodgers, won 4 World Series with the Cardinals. And then his last stop, as with so many others, from Branch Rickey to Jeremy Burnitz to whoever else, his last stop was Pittsburgh, where he posted a .349 winning percentage from 51 to 55. Now, that's significantly worse. But you know where he beats Cherington?
Did he get Roberto?
Like everybody else does? Well, he built the core of the 1960 world champion Pirates by bringing in, yes, Roberto Clemente, Dick Rote, Bill Mazeroski, Elroy Face, Vern Law, all those guys. He also delivered one of the great lines in sports history, I might add, with Ralph Kiner when they lost 1 million games and Kiner wanted a pay raise. And Rickey told him, and I quote, "Son, we could have finished last without you." And off went Ralph Kiner.
Do you think they're going to say that same thing to Isaiah Kiner-Falefa?
I don't know. I do know that he predicted they would win 100 games this year. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do. I like the confidence, but it seemed a little
he's only going to be he's only going to be 30 or so off. Not a bad prediction. So what do you do if you're Cherington? What will Cherington do? What orders is he under? If I were giving him orders, it would be, Ben, you better damn well go out and find us some bats. And that brings us to the trade deadline tomorrow at 6. And sort of the themes developing here right now are, A, that it's a slow-moving market. The teams that have coveted players are holding out for big prices, and that would include Cherington. I was reading Jeff Passan and Buster Olney today had a nice piece on ESPN.com. Relief pitchers, as we know, are wanted, coveted at this deadline. Phillies, Blue Jays, Rangers, Tigers, both New York teams, Dodgers, desperately want relief pitching. Teams always want starting pitching, for obvious reasons, right? I mean, you get into a playoff series and you can have your own closer and then have David Bednar in the 8th and somebody else in the 7th. You're shutting down games in a short series. You have Mitch Keller giving you a decent start or two in a series for obvious reasons. And everybody thinks they can win, and maybe everybody can. It's baseball. It's often a crapshoot. We've seen the Royals win a World Series. We saw the Texas Rangers sort of drag themselves into the playoffs a couple years ago and then win it all.
By the way, Joe, did you hear that the Pirates have been linked with a Rangers hitter?
Who's that?
Adolis Garcia.
Yeah.
Who I don't think would be a logical fit whatsoever, although it would be tempting to, potentially have the ability to bring in a guy who has some pretty significant power.
I'm starting to get more desperate at this point, which probably isn't a good thing. He only has 1 year of control, but 1 year with Skenes, 1 year in that window is enough for me. They've already smashed that window twice or tried to smash it. They've blown 2 years with Skenes. Now, Garcia is 32. 39 home runs a couple years ago, gone down to 25 and 14, but he's still a 2.5 WAR player, which means he's valued. And he does have 14 homers, which would look pretty good on this team. Some of the other guys out there, it seems like the Pirates are going to have to choose between these AAA guys that are maybe blocked in their organizations and players who can add something right now in this Skenes window who are proven. I'm not saying those other guys couldn't, because a guy like we've been talking about, Owen Casey for the Cubs, he walks right into your lineup. But we've never seen him in the majors before. Taylor Ward, 1 year left out in Anaheim. Good power hitter. Stephen Kwan, 2 years left in Cleveland. Not a power hitter, but a really good overall player. High on base. Yandy Diaz, we've talked about him. I would go to get him in a second, depending on what Tampa Bay wants. And that's another theme of this deadline, is there are a lot of teams seemingly, in purgatory right now. Are we contenders or are we not? Jarren Duran, we've talked about him. He has 3 years left. I'm starting to come over to your side. I'm getting desperate. I guess that's what the deadline does to you. The deadline's tomorrow. I'd take him. I'd take 3 years of Duran, just put him in my lineup, a professional hitter. Then you have multiple white-hot AAA players right now. Guys that are just tearing it up that I would be very intrigued by. Casey, we've talked about from the Cubs. And he is just smashing home runs. I think he's had 2 multiple home run games recently, as it says. And this is Jim Callis from Baseball America, who I love and who's great at what he does. Casey was always projected for massive power, but he reached the upper minors without having learned to manifest it fully. Well, says Callis, he's manifesting it now. Having eclipsed last year's home run total in just 78 games, he's beating down the door to the majors in July, having already delivered 3 multi-homer games and a 5-hit game. He's batting .364 with 8 home runs this month. Unfortunately, he's been blocked twice over with the Cubs, who are stacked at that position, outfield, DH, whatever you want to say. Go get him. Take that chance. I would take that chance. There's a number of other guys. We mentioned Spencer Jones, who suddenly has taken off. He dropped out of the top 100 before the season, but now this 6'7" monster, he's got 10 homers in his last 18 games in AAA. Lucky streak, short streak, misleading streak. I don't know. He has 16 home runs in 31 games and is hitting .403. I'm willing to take a chance, and there are other guys they've been linked to. Because here's the Pirates' other dilemma, well, one of 100. Another dilemma they have right now, they don't have a catcher. Somehow they don't have a catcher.
If only they had drafted one first overall, that would have solved all those problems.
That would have solved a lot of problems. Which brings us to this Henry Ford character out in Seattle who's been blocked by the big dumper. He's apparently available.
I'd have a little
Harry
intel.
Ford. Did I say Henry?
Yes.
Henry is the guy who invented the car,
Yes.
basically, right?
Model T. Yeah.
Maybe they should get him and model their organization after him. No, it's Harry Ford, who's been blocked by the big dumper.
I don't know that he is going to stick at catcher, and that's the concern with him. Is he good enough defensively? He's a really good athlete. They've tried him in the outfield, but he's an advanced hitter.
Can he hit?
He's an advanced hitter.
Then get him. Then get him. I cannot believe I'm sitting here, 2 years ago, maybe 2 years ago, I'll say. It seemed like they were stocked with catchers, and then they bring in Joey Bart, who was really good last season. And you're like, man, so they got Davis, maybe still, a guy who will fulfill his potential. Endy Rodriguez, a guy who was their top prospect, I believe, before Skenes came in. And now Joey Bart. What a surplus at that important position. And now they have nobody. They don't have a catcher for the future. None. So that's where Harry, don't call me Henry Ford, comes in. And there's another guy, AAA guy in Seattle named Tyler Locklear, who's crushing the ball. You can find these guys all over. And I know Henry Davis crushes the ball at AAA too. I realize that that's the risk. But does that keep you from going after an Owen Casey? I mean, I get it. Like every sport, there's a lot of college football players who are great and not good in the pros. But then there are ones who are great in the pros. I mean, you have to make your decisions. You have to draft people. You have to trade for high-end AAA prospects who are knocking on the door. You can't just sit it out. I don't trust Ben Cherington to do a damn thing, but he's here. Somebody's got to do it. You can't just sit there. And the time right now is to make your trade. Do you like any of the names I mentioned out there at 928-9370? Yandy Diaz is my preference, a proven, consistent hitter at the major league level. Now, he's going to be 34 soon. I don't care. He has 2 years here of control, 2 years into the Skenes window. But my other choice would be Casey from the Cubs, and I would absolutely give up Keller to get him. Absolutely, I would.
I think they have the ability to kind of do both. They have enough assets if they want to move off of their top two relievers, off of Keller. Even I think Noah mentioned you trade a guy like Mike Burrows if you get an equivalent AAA hitter back.
Yeah.
I think they could get a proven MLB hitter like a Steven Kwan or an Adolis Garcia, someone like that. Durant would be a big swing for the fences, and still have enough to acquire a high-end minor league hitter, a AA or AAA guy who's on the cusp.
I would highly advise doing both, trading every, asset that's tradable right now. All right, Sean, 412-928-9370. Having said all that, I live in fear of what Ben Cherington might be thinking. And, there's nothing like winning. There's nothing like winning. And it'll be very, very easy if they just stay around 500 under Don Kelly for Bob Nutting to say, see, we're on the right track again. Whereas the other side of it, even if Nutting has ordered Cherington to make big moves and bring in players for 26, AAA guys even if he does that, and even if Cherington is just following orders, if they totally implode down the stretch, then it gets tougher. Because of public reaction and things like that. It's just a bad look, if you win, 11 games in August and 13 or 10 in September. If you completely implode and fold down the stretch, the optics of the situation may force a move anyway. Listen, Ben Cherington has very much earned his place on a blazing hot seat, if indeed that's where he is. He should be. any other executive in the history of sports with his resume would be. What's he going to do? What should he do? Let's talk about it. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never... I'm picturing Kabali falling asleep at the draft right in between Omar and Mike, and they're both turning to him for advice, like the chief
asleep at the wheel again.
All the other people had to do. He'll join us today, by the way. How about that?
He's going to be wide awake.
The big boy at 11 o'clock. Starkey's Card of the Week next, too. At Edgar Snyder and Associates, they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Sean Myers with your fan headlines. The Pirates, a 3-1 winner in San Fran last night against the Giants. They scored a couple of runs in the 8th inning to break a tie. They've now won 7 of their past 8. Pirates wrap up the series against the Giants today at 3:45. Mike Burrows gets the ball for the Bucs. Logan Webb opposes for the Giants. Our coverage on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK begins at 2:45. That, of course, is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. And we're talking about plenty of Pirates trade possibilities. Well, this trade talk is brought to you by Globe Airport Parking. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more of them, you can check out 937thefan.com.
Lowe's knows hot deals help you get the most out of summer. Get up to 30% off select major appliances and get it delivered as soon as next day. Plus, get up to 30% off select patio furniture, grills, outdoor power equipment, and more. These end-of-season savings won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Valid on eligible in-stock orders in select locations. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
DQ presents how to make a blizzard treat even sweeter.
Just get a blizzard treat on Miracle Treat Day, July 31st, and help support kids like me, Ari. On Miracle Treat Day, $1 or more of each blizzard treat sold at participating locations benefits your local children's hospital. So treat yourself in the most meaningful way and support local kids like me on Miracle Treat Day at DQ, Thursday, July 31st. DQ, happy tastes good.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Hey, today's birthday shout-out goes to Clint Hurdle. The 68-year-old interim bench coach and hitting coach for the Colorado Rockies published a book earlier this year. It's called Hurdleisms, Wit and Wisdom from a Lifetime in Baseball. Here's a typical gem. There are 2 kinds of people in this world, those who are humble and those who are about to be. Well said. I'm Boomer Esiason.
UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute is advancing research to improve patient outcomes.
Cardiovascular disease is a complex disease. We are looking at the disease from a molecular, cellular, and genetic level so that we have better outcomes with our patients.
UPMC is the only heart and vascular clinical research program affiliated with the University of Pittsburgh School of Medicine.
We are discovering the medicine of the future.
Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
You are in luck. Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington has extended our incredible July 4th deals. New Ram 1500s over 50 available, up to $15,000 off MSRP or 1.9% financing for 72 months. New Jeep Grand Cherokees 0% for 72 months. Jeep Compass just $289 a month. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. We're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See the look for details on all offers.
Doran Dickerson here with an exciting announcement for my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel. A huge promotional offer this month for you to take advantage of for your organization, group, charity, or sports team. If you buy 4 dozen or more t-shirts, you can get them for just $6.95. That's an incredible deal from an incredible company that's located right here in Western Pennsylvania. Keystone Custom Apparel. Take advantage of this offer. Tell them Score and Doran sent you, and visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com today.
As a bank, PNC prides itself on being boring, but the truth is they couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic Pittsburgh community. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for their equally brilliant clients. They have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM Sports account to get started. Then visit your promotions section and access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom, now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, August 16th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Setting. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Thinking about Ben Charrington here, going into the trade deadline, and like all of you, I'm wondering Is it better that this guy does nothing or something? If he does something, will it be disastrous? But he has to do something. Really. He has to trade Keller and Bednar and try to find bats. And he has to do it now because neither one of those guys, I don't think, will ever be at a higher stock than they are, better stock than they are right now. I truly believe that. And I wonder, in Cherington's position, what he's thinking. Should I take big swings? Is that best for me and my future? Or now that we're actually winning, we've won 7 of 8, we've won 4 in a row, and honestly now over a long period of time under this manager, we're basically a 500 team. Does that guarantee me job security into the future? It's a real question that Ken Rosenthal posed and that really has altered my way of viewing this trade deadline. And I mentioned Dave Littlefield. And the situations are quite parallel. Littlefield was in year 6 at the trade deadline when he made what I still think, and yeah, I'm sure he had to get Bob Nutting's blessing to make the deal. I still think he knew he was done, and this was a single-fingered salute on his way out. He brings in Matt Morris, a struggling pitcher from the San Francisco Giants at the trade deadline, even though the Pirates were completely out of it. And his contract paid him $10 million that year and the next year, which was a fifth of the Pirates' payroll. He just made either a desperation move or a take this on my way out and spend it move. Bob Smizik with a legendary column from that day, July 31st, 2007. The lead goes like this. Don't call the Pirates cheap. Don't you dare. You can, however, continue to call them clueless. That's the way they did it in the old days, Sean. Don't call me Seth Meyers. And he talks about Matt Morris, how the Giants were desperate to get rid of him, a last-place team like the Pirates at the time. And all they asked in return were Rajai Davis and a player to be named. And the Pirates were responsible for all $16 million left on that deal. A fifth of their payroll for a guy who had like a 4.5 ERA and had been over his previous 8 starts, it was up around 8. Is that incredible or what? Dave Littlefield goes out with a bang there, I think.
I looked at what he did in Pittsburgh, and he never played after.
He was horrified.
Yeah, after his time in Pittsburgh, that was it for his major
I
league
told
career.
you, this is the last stop saloon here,
Yes.
the last chance saloon.
He was a negative 1.7 WAR over his, whatever, season and a half or however long he was here.
Yeah.
So he was worse than a replacement level pitcher by 2 losses. You could have brought up any
Sean,
jabroni.
They spent a fifth of their payroll on him. That was probably the most uncharacteristic move the Pirates have ever made under Nutting, and nobody can tell me it wasn't Littlefield with a little parting gift. This is what I've been dealing with. Here's the real kicker to that one. You know what it was?
Well, Davis turned out to be a pretty respectable hitter.
Rajai Davis went from being, a nothing Pirate. He played 100 games here, if that. Not even close to that, actually. And then he winds up in Oakland in 2009 and hits .305 with 41 steals. Then the next year, he hits .284 with 50 steals. Oh, my God, the Pirates. So what does he do? Not Rajai Davis, but Ben Cherington. What does he do now? Is he desperate? And what exactly does desperation mean? Does it mean more of I keep guys like Keller, Bednar, and even Pham, and we continue to be around 500 and Bob Nutting loves me then? Or is it, do I take these gigantic swings because my boss has hinted that I should or flat out told me I should? Or is it somewhere in between? 412-928-9370. Mark Cabali, top of the hour. And, man, do I have a lot of questions for him about Steeler camp. But in the meantime, let's hit the phones, Sean, shall we?
We shall. We'll go down to Florida with Mark from Fort Lauderdale.
What's up, Mark?
I want to say, it's a really frustrating situation for everybody because you watch Charrington, but John Parado said he signed to 2027. I have a lot of respect for John. And
is that what he said?
It's in Pittsburgh baseball now. So I mean, I don't think Ben's on the way out of town. Based on what John said, and I have real respect for him. He's been on beat baseball for 35 years. Great writer in your town. But I think two possibilities for the Pirates that people are talking about. New York media has been talking this week a lot about Mitch Keller for Carson Bench, a first-round pick last year at Oklahoma State by the Mets, who's doing very well in Double-A, Binghamton. Not an easy league to hit in Eastern League. Those ballparks are big, and he might be a possibility. They're talking. And the other one I really hope doesn't happen because anytime you trade with Dave Dombrowski, he's famous for the Miguel Cabrera trade. Other than trading Randy Johnson for rental, Mark Langston, he's just a track record of dumping farm prospects that are highly hyped. But some people in Philadelphia think the Pirates are going to trade Bednar for Justin Crawford.
Yeah, I saw Justin Crawford's profile on there. He's more of an old school, get on base, run type guy, isn't he? Rather than a power guy.
He is, and his father, Carl Crawford, had a long career in the major leagues. He'll run through a wall for you, though, Justin Crawford. I've seen him play ball at a couple of levels. And the one the Pirates have called about, but it doesn't seem Seattle's willing to move, is Colt Emerson, a kid that was the Ohio Gatorade Player of the Year. He grew up not too far from Pittsburgh in Ohio, and shortstop. But he's young, but he was a great ball player last year in Arizona.
Well, maybe they can convert him to third base. I appreciate the call. I mean, I hope they need a third baseman starting tomorrow.
They're not getting Colt Emerson. I can tell you that right now.
Well, that's fine, but they need a third baseman. Would you agree with that?
I think they need pretty much every position on the field at this point.
Here's what Parado wrote the other day. The headline is, how many more mistakes can Ben Cherington survive? That's the headline to his story from 6 days ago. I wasn't aware of this situation. Has this changed at all since then? Angel Cervantes, I believe, their second-round pick.
Oh, he's going to UCLA.
Yeah. How could the Pirates not know that their second-round pick would decline to sign a contract? How could Ben Cherington not know? How could Director of Amateur Scouting Jason Horowitz not know? Now, he said maybe this was a negotiating deploy. But no, it's July 28th signing deadline. It's passed. Wow.
Yeah, that does not happen a ton. It's pretty rare that you draft a guy that high and can't work out a deal.
Okay. Now, this is a story. Parado says, what is certain is the number of texts I receive from people in the baseball world. They all wanted to know how the Pirates, an organization that says its only chance to win consistently is with strong scouting and player development, could whiff on the 50th pick. It's a dereliction of duty by both Cherington and Horowitz to not know there was a chance Cervantes would go to college. Oh, my God. I don't see the part where he says he signed through 2027. That's the problem here. Either way, who cares? I mean, Nutting did move on from guys who were signed before at the end of the Coonelly, Hurdle, Huntington regime. I just worry about what Cherington is thinking and wanting to do in his private moments when he looks at his future, when he's sitting there by himself thinking about his future. Maybe I should just keep guys and keep winning. They are winning right now. They're basically even under Kelly. Next.
We will go Greg in Youngstown.
Hey, Greg. I don't hear Greg. Do you?
Greg?
Something's gone horribly wrong. Who's next?
We'll see if Herman and Shaler can
I love the name Herman. Hello, Herman. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Thank you for the compliment.
Sure.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Guys, I hope that this is like a bluff tactic or something, but I don't know how you could keep Mitch Keller. I mean, the guy does not perform well in the second half, and I love Mitch. I think he's a great guy. I like him for Pittsburgh. He's blue collar. Like, he works hard. That's great. But at the end of the day, he's at his highest value, Joe. Like you said, how can you not move on from him?
And teams are desperate And not when I say desperate, teams are desperate to try to win the World Series. Like they know that a guy like Keller can help them do that, or maybe they're deluding themselves, like you said, because he tends to crumble in the second half of seasons. His value will never, ever be higher. Forget all the other reasons and just go with this one. Every day he serves is another day into his contract, and he's signed for multiple more years at a very good price. Then you throw in he's pitched to this point this season as well as he ever has, and you have a player who should be highly coveted. Now, I don't know how many of these teams have done their research to know he has a lot of 6 ERAs in August and September of the last 4 years. But whatever. This is the time, and it's the time with Bednar, not the offseason, now. They should be rolling into the final couple months here after tomorrow with at least some answers on what their 26 lineup is going to look like, or at least some auditions, some lengthy auditions. And I'm not talking about Nick York and Ron's son, Billy Cook. Okay, no more of them. One more.
Okay, we will go to Jay in Columbus.
Hello, Jay.
Hey, guys. I don't know how this guy keeps his job if he doesn't go for broke and get the top-tier prospect from Chicago, Seattle, Stark, what you said. I mean, you got to go with a AAA guy. You got to get rid of Keller. You got to get rid of Bednar. And Charrington is not – he's unhireable if he doesn't go for broke. I mean, if he gets – Owen Casey or a stud, and they remain competitive the rest of the year. They could call up Bubba Chandler and plug and play with Oviedo or whoever.
Oviedo made another good start at AAA, which was highly encouraging,
so,
I thought.
If they even remain remotely competitive the rest of the way, and you get value
I'm not sure.
for Keller, Bednar,
sure,
he might stick around another year.
Yeah. I'm not sure that, and I appreciate the call, I'm not sure that Oviedo can't go a long way toward replacing Keller, to be honest with you. You may think I'm crazy, Sean, don't call me Seth Meyers.
I would never think that.
But I think Oviedo was on a track where he could offer approximate stats. Let's wait and see what Keller's stats are by the end of the season, by the way. And I've mentioned Bailey Falter before. He had another good start yesterday. And I believe Bailey Falter, does he have a better ERA than Keller right now? No, it's 3.69 to 3.73. He's got a better whip. I mean, why don't we talk about Bailey Falter more? So you give me a rotation next year that starts out with Skenes, Chandler, Oviedo, Falter, another veteran, or a guy. I think Ashcraft is going to make a good starter, don't you?
Yes.
That kid he has a live arm and an idea of how to pitch.
And Jared Jones at some point is going to be a big contributor.
I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the fact they can't hit. Let's go to Starkey's card of the week. The General Patton from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Your chance to win the cards or cards of the week comes from going on our website, 937thefan.com, going to the contesting page right around noon, Wednesday through Friday. Sean, do you have a guess as to what the card of the week might be? I'm going to say it's Mitch Keller and David Bednar, both perhaps having made their last appearances for the Pirates.
I'm going completely off the beaten path here. I'm going Hulk Hogan.
Holy horse milk. All right, General, what do you got?
Good morning, gentlemen. Very good guesses, but I'm going a little more recent. How about Ryan Sandberg rookie card?
Oh, yes.
Best player in baseball, 1984, 1985. And interestingly, Joe, this is a statistical part of this business you enjoy. He was one of the first guys that people actually started investing into his baseball cards. Like prior to 1983, people just collected cards. Starting around 83, 84, Mattingly, Sandberg, people started to think, man, if I bought 10 of those, I might actually make some money. So it kind of precipice of changing the industry. But I also have to at least represent Nick Kurtz. 4 for 4 or 6 for 6 with 4 dingers. I'm going to throw in a Nick Kurtz card. If Bednar and Keller get traded, we'll throw rookie cards at them in also.
Wow. I never dreamed of a Nick Kurtz card making an appearance here. I wanted to ask you about one other thing.
Yes, sir.
Caitlin Clark On July 25th, she set a new bar for women's trading cards when her 2024 Flawless Logo Woman 1-of-1 rookie card sold for $660,000. That was $300,000 more than the previous women's sports card record. I'm sure you're aware of this. And does this just keep continuing to go up? And is there anybody else in her league when it comes to such cards?
No, the only thing that's even remotely close, and it's in the distance, is Paige Bruckers. People are starting to get in on her.
Yeah.
But Caitlin Clark is Americana. Like, she transcends cards. She transcends women's basketball. If you can imagine, it's almost like she opened up a door to an entirely non-existent genre, right? Like, she created a market. There was no market. I mean, people bought some girls' basketball cards prior to that, but this is like exponential explosion. It's times 1,000 of what it was. In fact, last year wasn't a great rookie class in the NBA. I would say that she was hotter than any male card. Now, this year's going to be a little different because Cooper Flagg. Last year, Caitlin Clark surpassed any male basketball card.
It's unreal, man. I mean, I often say, other than Tiger Woods, I've never seen one person have such a transformative effect on a single sport as Caitlin Clark. Correct. It's just unreal.
Almost like creating a market that didn't exist, right? It's one thing to succeed in a market, and it's another thing to create a market.
Yeah. Thank you, General.
You're welcome, gentlemen. Have a good week. Let's go Bucks, huh?
See you, buddy. What a nice man he is, huh, Sean? He's so nice that Sean is now saying goodbye to him. He'll chat you up even after he says goodbye.
He's a very nice man, yes, and a generous one.
I can't say the same about Mark Cabali, but he's okay, right? He'll do.
Yeah.
He's coming up next if he's awake at this point in the day.
I've checked in, and he is as of now.
Is he going to be on video, or what's the deal?
I don't think. I think that's logistically difficult, but we could. If you want to see his face, I can really try to get him on.
We'll try to get him on. It's always a pleasant sight, and the Steelers, hopefully. I don't think it's raining in Latrobe today. They put on the pads today. It is a big day, and I have a lot of questions for the big boy, including this Will Howard phenomenon. A video that we had on our website apparently took off unlike any other, and I think it was like Will Howard dropping back to throw a football. What is happening with this guy? Let's talk to the big boy next. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group. Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Extremely hot again, a high of Chad Brown at 94. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township.
Now, Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates playing in San Francisco today as they look to finish that series on a high note after a 3-1 victory last night. The matchup today, Mike Burrows against Logan Webb. We will have coverage on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK beginning at 2:45. That presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want to save big for back to school? Check out Going Gone by Dick's Sporting Goods and score up to 70% off thousands of styles from top brands like Nike, Adidas, Jordan, and more. Score big with A+ deals on shoes, tees, shorts, pants, and backpacks. Your year, your style, your price.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
What chicken are you picking? Cohen's famous chicken bites now come 3 ways. The original crispy, spicy, and now sauced with your favorite flavor. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today to figure out your favorite. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. You've been considering replacing your windows but haven't found the right company yet. Window Nation makes it easy. Their local experts know what windows work best in Pittsburgh homes like yours. Prepare for the future. Save big today with Window Nation's biggest sale of the year. Now you get 50% off all window styles and no interest until 2030. That's right, 0 interest for 5 whole years. Plus, with one-day installation, you can live more comfortably right away. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com for your free quote.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my run in PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-351-4596. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
With your fan headlines, it's Sean Myers. Pirates 3-1 winners last night in San Francisco, scoring twice in the 8th inning. The Buccos have now won 7 of their past 8 games. Bailey Falter, a strong start. 5 innings, giving up 1 run. Braxton Ashcraft in relief earned the victory. 3 scoreless and hitless innings. Tommy Pham had 3 hits. Pirates wrap up the series against the Giants today before a day off on Thursday. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at 2:45. That can be heard on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. If you'd like to read more headlines, you can visit 937thefan.com.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's that time of the week that everybody on Earth looks forward to. Big boy time with Mark Cabali. Is he going to be on video, or what's happening here?
No, we can't get his face on video today, just audio.
Why's that?
He's on the move.
Okay. Big boy, how are you?
Oh, what's up, Joseph? How you been?
I've been good. Good to hear your voice again. Everything on track here for them to put the pads on for the first time today.
Looks like it. It's going to be a nice, warm, crisp one out here in Latrobe, but I think the rain is supposed to stay away. Fields are a little soggy. They're going through some walkthrough right now on the turf field before they start practice about 2 o'clock, but everything seems like it's in order to actually put the old pads on.
What time do the festivities begin?
Well, as for the pads, typically practice starts at 1:55. By the time they go through all the individuals, they'll probably start hitting about 2:35, 2:40 at the latest. They'll go through 7 shots as a live drill. They'll go to back on backers, and they'll normally do team run drill right after, like 3 right in a row. Then maybe one later in the session. So it should be right before 3 o'clock. You should be getting some reports and some tweets of what's going on.
The back-on-backer matchup you're most looking forward to, should it come to pass, is what?
Oh, anybody with Darnell Washington. Because
how about Jack Sawyer? How about Jack Sawyer on Darnell Washington? Might that happen or no?
Yeah, that could happen. I think Mike Tomlin's infatuated in this drill with Mark Robinson. Remember that name?
Oh, yeah.
So I think he might put him up against a guy like Caleb Johnson early in the session, because Caleb Johnson pretty much is asking for the best guy available, and Mark Robinson will run through a brick wall. That might be the only thing he can do, but he does it extremely well. So I just remember watching Darnell last year in this drill, and it was just like wherever he wanted to move a guy, he moved the guy. So I'm curious if he does go against Jack Sawyer. TJ and Alex Highsmith aren't going to go. They're not going to participate in this. But some of the younger guys are going to get up to speed really quick. And Sawyer is like, man, I can't wait to hit, because he's a Steeler. I mean, if you were going into AI and say create the prototypical Steeler linebacker, Jack Sawyer would pop up. That's how I view him.
Yeah, man. If I was there today, I'd be following him around. I would want to see what his day is like, the first day in pads. Meanwhile, Peyton Wilson yesterday, and this was maybe he talked to a lot of people, I don't know, but this was via the Batconian Mongoose, a good friend of yours. Quote, I feel like I'm one of the better cover linebackers in the world, to be honest, says Peyton Wilson. Is he a little bit out over his skis here, or is he speaking truth?
I'm saying he's definitely a little bit out over his skis there right now because we really didn't see much from him. Maybe he enjoys his ability and thinks he can be able to do that, but until you do it at this level, and not only in practice but even in game situations, preseason games, you can't really say that. He's not a guy that seems to be, full of himself. So surely he believes that he is quick. He might be the fastest linebacker they have, even if you put in Herbig and Watt into that occasion as well. But, Patrick Queen's not too bad either. So in the world, what does that mean? In the NFL, right? Really, that's what it means.
Yeah.
But he needs to go out and prove it first. He has the moxie to say it. Now I think even Tomlin might have been asked that, and he's like, yeah, okay, let's see what he can do. And that's basically where you're here at with him right now. But what a difference he would make if he was that coverage linebacker along with Queen, the different type of schemes you can put forward just with those two and keeping those two on the field at the same time. So they're going to give him every opportunity to be a three-down linebacker. And I don't know if anybody in the league even has two inside guys or three-down linebackers anymore. To be honest with you, Baltimore used to have it, but I don't even know if they have that anymore. So it'll be a big advantage if he was, the best in maybe the NFL. But let's see.
Fred Warner's out there, but I will say this: if Highsmith is healthy and revved up this season, their linebackers across the board could be really, really good.
No, that, Joe, is I think they'll be put in better situations to rush the ball. You got three guys who are man coverage guys, and what that does is prevents the quick dump-off passes. So you're going to see Joe Burrow holding on to the ball more than 1.1 second. That allows these guys to get to him more, or at least have the opportunity to get to him more. So that's why I think they're all set up. They had a pretty miserable year last year in sacks. I think they had 17th or 18th in the league with only 40. I think that number will just shoot up because, first of all, the talent, and second of all, how they want to play the game with their man corners. They just want a man. They want a man on man. Let's see if you can beat our guy, and that's very exciting football in my book.
Mark Caballi of the Pat McAfee Show joining us in What a Man He Is. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The fan text line, you can communicate with Sean Myers here, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. A person of some concern for me is...
I know where you're going.
Where am I going? Take a guess.
Roger Jones?
No, although he is a person of some concern for me. He's a person of great concern for me. What about one of the other Wilsons around here, Roman Wilson?
Yeah.
What do we have here? The only thing I've really seen of him so far in reading all the coverage is that him and Aaron Rodgers had a mix-up on one play, I think resulted in an interception. What's the deal with this guy? Is he going to step up and be an impact player? Or are we looking at somebody who could be a washout? Which direction is he headed in?
I think your guess is as good as anybody's right now. I did talk to him yesterday, and you ever talk to somebody and about 5 minutes, about a minute into and say, man, I ain't getting nothing out of this one. That's basically where I was with Roman Wilson, and he wasn't giving up anything. I tried every trick in the book to get him to loosen up and say something. I don't know if that's just his personality or if he's focused to this degree of wanting to put last year behind him. I will be talking to his receiver coach later, actually probably in about 20 minutes or a half hour, to see if he has any insight into this. But you haven't seen much of it right now. You see him on the outside a little bit right now, but they really haven't had long practices with the 4 acclimation periods, and 3 of the 5 practices have been pretty truncated or canceled because of weather, and they've been working on other stuff as well. So they really haven't got into a lot of wide receiver stuff other than maybe some with DK Metcalf. So I can just go off of what I saw in OTAs and mini camp. He looked like a different guy, but nothing has translated over to here yet because some guy's beeping at me. I'm standing in his parking lot.
Fight him.
What is this all about?
Fight him.
Literally, there's a forced parking spots. He beeps at me because I'm standing in one of them. Jeez. All right, but Roman Wilson, we'll see here. I mean, it's really too early to be able to gauge what it is because Calvin Austin really hasn't done much either. Robert Woods really hasn't done much either. And so I think it's still just up in the air, Joe. You just have to see what he does throughout preseason. And I don't know what they're looking for. Are they looking for a slot guy? Are they looking for an outside guy? What are they looking for Roman Wilson to do? I'm not even sure of that yet right now. So it's just a big question mark right now.
Ben is very curious how they're going to utilize. He says he's excited about the tight end room. You have Jonnu Smith, you have Freiermuth, you have Mount Washington. Do you feel like Arthur Smith's offense, I mean, on one hand, you know, he's said to be a tight end friendly guy. On the other hand, Kyle Pitts was kind of a bust under him. Is he somebody who's going to be able to capitalize on the talents in that tight end room? Does this offense accentuate that?
Yeah, I think it does. You saw that early in the acclimation period practices where they were really feeding the ball to the tight ends, and this was without even Jonnu Smith around that they were feeding it to him. And they even got a lower round pick. I know he was undrafted, J.J. Galbraith, who might make the practice squad. Has popped a little bit as well. But I think even that is, I think they're going to be able to use tight ends in different situations where you have Freiermuth being more the route runner, the choice route runner, Jonnu Smith just being that explosive player. And Darnell Washington could be a great red zone threat, and you have seen a lot of that here in the 7 shots of him being a red zone threat, along with being sort of a de facto tackle on some plays as well. So you got 3 very different skill sets that he can, you know, mix and match here. But it's up to him. I like the room, but honestly, I mean, it all boils down to what, Joe? The quarterback. Is the quarterback going to get him the ball, or is he not going to get him the ball? I mean, well, that's basically what it is.
Let's talk to the quarterback. It's Mark Cabali from the Pat McAfee Show. First of all, has your relationship with McAfee been broached with Aaron Rodgers? Are you two bonding yet over the fact that you're both McAfee guys?
Oh, yeah, I've talked to Aaron from time to time in the cafeteria, walking around a little bit briefly. He just seems like a guy to me. I mean, I really didn't have any expectations. I've never met him before.
Does he call you Mark yet?
Yeah. Oh, you have to understand. He does his due diligence, and not only on the field, but with the media. I mean, apparently they give away packets of different media personalities.
I wonder what my packet says.
And apparently there's some notes included into it.
Wow.
To let you know. But this is just not a Rodgers-specific thing. This is the entire team.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking I know he's more than glanced it over a little bit, and he's very prepared of who he's talking to.
Wait a second. Hold on here. Let's not bury the lead. Have you gotten a hold of one of these packets? So if it were my packet, it's handed out by like Burt Lawton and Company. And it has my photo on it, and then a little dossier of things I've written and watch out for this guy, although you'll probably never see him type thing.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where the notes come in at. I know in the past, at least 10, 15 years ago, they used to have it. And do you remember Bill DeFabio?
Oh, yeah.
Bill DeFabio was bald, but in this picture, he had his hairpiece on. And Pouncey used to destroy him every day about this hairpiece.
I remember that.
So it's nothing new, but it's just updated a little bit.
Well, what do you think your dossier says? Cabali, he's a friendly guy, gets to know the players. Once in a while, we'll rip some of you guys, so watch out for him.
It might be Steelers apologist, right, Joe?
It could be. This guy will be friendly to you, but watch out. Watch out for Cabali also.
I'm going to have to ask around to see what my little note says a little bit. But I think, Aaron knew about, not to say anything, but he knew about me beforehand through Pat.
Yeah.
So he asked right away. So I talked to him before. But back to him, man, he's strolling the campus here at St. Vincent like he doesn't have a care in the world, man. To me, I just view him and just watching and see how he interacts and how he moves as a guy that's just enjoying not being, the GM, the head coach, the quarterback, the saving grace of the organization. That's how it comes across to me. Maybe I'm off base here.
Well, he doesn't have a care in the world. He's got pre-retirement elation, pre-quitting elation, they call it. I've had that at various jobs. Nothing to lose, and his legacy is really set. I mean, he can certainly enhance it, but it's pretty much set as a first ballot, 4-time MVP Hall of Famer. So
not only that, Joe. I mean, people, you usually say, "How's Aaron?" "Oh, he's great," right? But you up here, you have a lot of time, and you run into people, and you're like, "Okay, man, tell me what Aaron's really like." And not one person has said something negative about him at all. I mean, there's people that say negative stuff about George Pickens, but not Aaron, man. So whatever that thought of him out there was, whatever he was, a bad teammate, whatever it was, it's just not here. He either left it behind him, he left it in New York and Green Bay or whatever, or it just doesn't exist. Because right now, I know it's training camp and what do you have to worry about, but it seems like he should be like strolling the streets of Latrobe with a box of popcorn, just relaxing, maybe going to Kennywood and sit on the bench type of mentality as it came to me. So I don't know if that means he'll be a better quarterback for it, but he sure the heck seems like he's enjoying what he's doing.
Well, that's good to hear. So tell me, what are the interactions like? I want to know every single detail. You'll be and I know how it is at Latrobe. You randomly run into people. You see Rogers. Who says something first? Does he say, "Hey, Mark, what's up? What's Pat up to today?" I guess McAfee's out there today, right?
Yeah, I see right now there has to be 1,000 or so people around his set right now. It's across the way from me right now. So a lot of people make their way up here just for this right now. So they're going to be getting started here probably in a half hour. It's going to be a lot of players. I think Aaron's going over and stuff like that, and Hayward and TJ and tons of Steelers. So if you're a big Steeler fan, today would be the day to watch Pat's show because he's just going to roll them through there. But as for Rodgers, I was just walking away from the locker room yesterday, and somebody slaps me in the middle of the back. "Hey, Mark!" And I look, I'm like, "Who's this?" And it was Rodgers. I'm like, "Hey, just BSing, like, hey, how's your camp so far? It's good. I love it. Blah blah blah." And that's it. I mean, we're not getting into Joe Rogan talk and anything like that. Just some pleasantries, right?
Well, it sounds great. I mean, that actually sounds like you're off to a really good start with him. So I expect some good stuff this year. Maybe some exclusives.
Apparently, he's quite. I mean, you have to understand the media here too. There are media coming from all over the continent. Just a request for Aaron Rodgers. It's been pretty spectacular so far in the first couple of days. How many people come up here and request him for their one-on-ones, national guys? So
yeah,
it's been he's been a very popular person amongst the media.
And I understand there was a giant crowd. I don't know if this is McAfee related or first day in pads related or beautiful weather, a little hot, but you know what I mean. Huge lines today. Is that correct? And why are they that way?
I rolled in at like 9:30, and they were already lined up to get in, and we're talking 2 hours before they open campus and 4.5 hours before they get on the field. So I'm not quite sure if that was because of Pat's show, although I hear a big loud scream from up there today. If it's the weather, I mean, normally on what is today, Wednesday? I lose track of days. Wednesdays, it's pretty a light turnout, so to speak,
Yeah.
But it looks like there's going to be a number of people right now. Right now, like I said, they are all packed around McAfee's set right now. And they're just they're just starting to round up the end of walkthrough here of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Another couple minutes.
All right, big boy. Can you think of anything else, Sean? I mean, there's a million things to talk about, but this guy has to go, from my understanding.
Yeah, he's a busy man today. We don't want to keep him.
I just have to talk to the wide receiver coach whenever he's available, and I'm just not quite sure when he's available between now and 11:45. So.
Your first question should be, do you agree with me that any team that wants to win a Super Bowl needs a Ben Skoranek, like you told us the one day?
I tweeted that back in training camp. These are guys you win Super Bowls with. I took a lot of flack for that.
I love it.
It's true. Don't you need those type of guys? Maybe not. You need that type of mentality, that dirtbag mentality. Did you know his dad was from Connellsville?
No.
I did not know that, too. But apparently Ben Skoranek's relatives are from Connellsville, PA, at least his dad.
Your Broderick Jones comments got a lot of play. You said he's been something, he's struggling maybe a little bit. Do you expect to see him today? Tomlin said he'll be out there today. And
he's supposed to be out there. What? I mean, it's tough. So far, it's so early in camp. I hate to make a across-the-board decision. This guy's going to be a bust yet. I just noticed he's lost a lot of weight. I mean, Darnell Washington has to weigh 50 pounds more than him, and he's getting pretty much beat. A lot of speed rushers with Herbig and Highsmith, and they're very noticeable. Now, if that's because he's playing a different position than he's normal to, not quite sure. But for him to drop that much of weight, and they really have an undersized offensive line if you look across the board, they want to get those guys on the move. So it might not matter, to be honest with you, if he's 280 or 290. As long as he can move, they can always chip for a Washington over there and help him out. Now, if you have two tackles that struggle, then that's when you're in deep, deep trouble. Because if Fatano doesn't live up to his hype, then, you can't hide both of them. You can hide one of them. So it's still really early. Let's see what he can do in preseason. He's not going to be judged until preseason. And even if he does struggle, they're going to stick with him. They're going to stick with him because they don't have much behind him to be able to even think about being better than him right now. So better sit there and hope that Roger Jones figures some things out.
You heard from Ron lately?
No, Ron doesn't respond to any texts anymore. Maybe he got a girlfriend. You notice anything?
No, I don't follow. Is he on social media? I don't follow any of his social media. I would think if he had one, he may post a photo of him and her. I don't know.
Great for talk radio, my man.
I haven't been in contact with him since, I can't even remember. We texted about something way early in the summer.
Didn't he come up to Pennsylvania and didn't even tell you?
Yeah.
That's kind of rude.
I thought so. Yeah. I wouldn't call it a rift in our relationship. I don't even know if we had a relationship to have a rift in, but I thought if he was coming to Pittsburgh, he would at least text me. Of course, I went to Fort Myers and didn't text him.
Well, as Ron would say, a coach is no more than me. What was his famous quote there?
Basically that they see these guys every day. Who am I to have an opinion?
I wonder if Ron realizes how much you talked about him on the radio on a daily basis.
Still, you mean?
Yeah.
He asked somebody the other day, "Did they ever mention me on the radio?" If only he knew. He was
every single day, right?
Pretty much. There's at least one clip of Ron every single day. He was a lovable creature, though, wasn't he, big boy?
The funny thing is when I first started in this business, he was the biggest jerk in the world. But then he mellowed a little bit.
Right.
And do you not agree with me? I mean, the 2005, 06, 07, early 10s.
Yeah.
He was a jerk.
Very, very untrusting. Perhaps a residue of some childhood trauma, but
You're a pathetic person.
Very untrusting. But once you get to know him, once you break that shell a little bit, you've never met a more caring man.
You're absolutely right.
Except he doesn't return texts anymore. Thank you, big boy. Good luck with your interview.
All right, Joseph. We'll see you.
See you, buddy. He's always fun, isn't he, Sean?
I liked when someone was beeping at him for the specific spot that he was standing in. I thought
probably taking up too.
He was going to clap back and create a little moment there on the radio, but
I almost made a joke
prevailed.
that he couldn't help but take up two spots, but I felt that would be too personal and insulting. He's actually in pretty good shape these days.
After his 2 Achilles injuries.
Yeah, exactly. Coming up, John Wehner hates Adam Crowley, or at least he did this morning. Right, Sean? I haven't heard this yet.
That is pretty accurate, yes.
I'm eagerly looking forward to this. And then we have Dan Zangrilli at noon on the trade deadline. And he's the one who asked Paul Skenes the big question the other day, to which Skenes answered basically, we better, in so many words, we better get off our rear ends here soon and improve this team. So Zangrilli's the perfect guy to have on around the trade deadline. All of that coming up on Pomp. Well, sometimes Pomp and Joe. 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA, and WAMO 107.3 are partnering to support Pittsburgh public school students for the school year by providing stuffed backpacks for Pittsburgh for PPS. That's hashtag Pittsburgh for PPS Backpack Drive, presented by Target Freight Management. You can support by purchasing backpacks or dropping at a location near you, including Piata Italian Street Food in Robinson and Northway Mall. For details, visit 937thefan.com to drop off your donation. Brought to you by GBU Life Insurance, Annuities, and Member Benefits since 1892. Yes, Ron was their first customer.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Sean Myers with your fan headlines. The Pirates notched a 3-1 win in San Francisco last night against the Giants. Buccos scoring a couple of runs in the 8th inning to break a 1-all tie. They have now won 7 of their past 8 games. Bailey Falter went 5 strong innings, giving up 1 run. Braxton Ashcraft in relief got the victory, 3 scoreless and hitless innings. Tommy Pham sparked the offense with 3 hits. Buccos against the Giants today, 3:45 the first pitch. Mike Burrows against Logan Webb is the matchup. Buccos have Thursday off before they head to Colorado. Our coverage on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK begins at 2:45 today. That presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more of them, you can check out 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy, so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Sheldon Rankins is back in Houston and back to full strength. The veteran D-tackle missed the end of last season with what was called an illness. Now we know what it was. Viral meningitis and shingles. He dropped 50 pounds, spent weeks in the dark, and had to rebuild from scratch. He's healthy now, locked in, and ready to make an impact again for D'Amico Ryan's defense. I'm Maggie Gray.
As you head out to training camp in Latrobe, look for your cold Miller Lite on displays at the following distributors: Greater Latrobe Beverage, Lloyd Avenue, Hop Shop, Beatty Road, and Rosa Distributing, Cedar Street.
Jim Shorkey Toyota in Greensburg delivers up July deals for the
the people. New 25 Toyota Tundras, low 1.99% financing for an incredible 72 months. Wow. Or choose a new 25 Toyota Corolla, Camry, or RAV4 and finance at 4.99% for 60 months. Plus, you'll really celebrate the freedom to upgrade by grabbing up to $500 more for your trade. Shop us in Greensburg or online at JimShorkeyToyotaGreensburg.com. Call 1-855-410-4036 for complete details on all offers and terms.
FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights, golf on pristine green fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments in between. You were going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway. Might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. New to FanDuel, new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today or visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Upgrade your learning experience during Dell Technologies Back to School event with AI PCs like the Dell 14 Plus featuring an Intel Core Ultra processor starting at $749.99. Supercharge your studies with features like real-time notes transcription, AI accelerated hardware to run multiple apps without slowing down, extended battery life, and more. That's the power of new AI PCs with Intel inside. Discover a smarter way to learn at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, it's Malzy. Let's talk about the roof on your home. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this summer, but be forewarned. There are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important part of the process, the attic ventilation. You see, if your attic doesn't have proper air circulation, it can cause problems such as mold and wood rot, leaks in the winter, not to mention higher AC bills in the summer. This is one of the reasons I recommend MHI Roofing to my listeners. Their process begins with a free 21-point roof inspection that includes a thorough inspection of your attic. They know that if the ventilation isn't right, the roof will be built on a shaky foundation. Every MHI roof comes with a well-thought-out attic ventilation plan, and that's why they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Money-saving discounts and financing incentives are available. Call for your free 21-point roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
A new football season in Pittsburgh brings high hopes. Men with ED, what are your expectations? At New Flow Men's Health, we expect you to get back to an all-pro level. Pills, injections, those don't work. New Flow will get you back in the game. Don't get cut this training camp. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-518-9137. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-518-9137. 800-518-9137. 800-518-9137.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wacom 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means I have a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wacom 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on home and auto insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check your house sitter has the new code first before leaving for vacation.
System lockout.
But that's the code!
Contacting authority.
I'm out of here. Oh, seriously, the car too? Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a home and auto bundle that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Sun and clouds this afternoon. The high 92.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
I have to admit there's a tiny part of me that wonders if the Steelers will be really good. Just tiny and just wondering. Because I do think that there's some potentially pretty explosive young talent over there. Who am I talking about? Troy Fautanu, for one. Peyton Wilson, perhaps, for another. Derek Harmon, obviously. Caleb Johnson. Just a small part and just a wondering, a passing wondering. Many wonderings wander through during the course of a day, Sean, don't they?
Yes, they come and go very quickly.
What do you wonder about this team?
To me, the biggest thing that I wonder is, will Rodgers look serviceable? Will he look better than what he has the last couple of years? Or will he look like a quarterback who has fallen off a cliff in terms of his ability? Because it really could go any of the three ways, and I don't know which it's going to be.
It's 17 long games. That's the thing. And
which is why the first month is not necessarily indicative of what the team's going to look like at the end of the year.
They better do some winning in the first month. That's for sure. First 2 months, really. Anywho, Dan Zangrilli's coming up, top of the hour, and I have so many questions for him about the pending MLB trade deadline. What is Ben Sherrington?
He will be in the studio.
Beautiful.
You'll see him face to face.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township, and the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. John Wehner called the morning show. Did they know how early it was out in San Fran? Were they aware of this?
No idea how time works, it seems.
I mean, you'd think that they were, but it was like 5 a.m. when this dude woke up. And my understanding is, and I haven't heard it yet, it was some combination of funny and Wehner now hates Crowley. I don't know. Can we listen?
Yeah, I think that's an accurate description. Here we go.
John, are you out there on the West Coast?
Yes.
Oh man.
Well, don't you guys watch?
Last night, John, I don't even need truth here. Yeah, we ain't watching that. John, we count on you to tell us what happened.
All right. Well, I'm here. I'm ready. I'm excited.
It's 5:37 in the morning.
5:20.
Yeah. My bad. I forgot.
You guys are funny. They
Well,
did it to me when I was in L.A. Same thing in L.A. I'm like, well, they did it to me in L.A. I know they're going to do it to me here.
John, were you worried yesterday about like a tsunami coming in? Like, in all seriousness.
No, I was not.
Okay.
I mean, no, I was not. I was worried about not waking up for this great show of yours.
It's tremendous. That is absolutely tremendous. Do they not know that he's out there?
Apparently have no clue, yeah. I think it was something that they realized at the moment that they actually had him on the phone. They're like, hey, we got to talk about the game in San Francisco last night. Oh, he's probably should be sleeping at this hour. I mean, 5:30 in the morning is a pretty early wake up.
That was great. Hey, the Yankees have brought in a guy. Did you see that?
I did. I have no idea who that is, though.
Neither do I, but he crushes left-handed pitching. Austin Slater from the White Sox. Why would anybody know who he is? He plays for the White Sox, and they gave up a pitching prospect who's in Double-A. Against lefties, he hits an 859 OPS, 522 slug. And it reminds me of what could also be some solutions for the Pirates. Like, I still don't know why they haven't tried Joey Bart at first base in a platoon with Spencer Horwitz. Like, they're going to have to, no matter what they do at this deadline, and probably even in the offseason, there's going to be some holes in the lineup next year. So they're going to have to get smart about platoons and things like that. Do you think they're going to trade Ke'Bryan Hayes?
Well, I don't know if you saw this. Apparently, Charlie Hayes had an interesting tweet, which he said, basically speculating that something could be happening with Ke'Bryan. I don't know a team is,
Tell me about that. Tell me more about that. What? What do you mean?
I'll have to look it up specifically because I don't want to misquote, but it was something along the lines of Charlie Hayes, former Pirate himself, saying everything happens for a reason.
Yeah.
And so he wasn't explicitly saying this is referring to my son getting traded or whatever, but that was kind of implied when you know how tweets go at this time of year. You say something indirectly and all of a sudden people think it's...
Yeah, it gets a little tiresome when the parents become involved.
Everything happens for a reason with 4 exclamations, Charlie Hayes.
And tell me some of the reaction below that, if you wouldn't mind. That's what I always get
Nick
curious
Gonzalez's mustache says, please no. With a frowning
Please
face.
no what? Please no, don't trade him?
Yeah,
Is Nick Gonzalez's mustache out of its mind?
Yeah, I think a lot of people, well, I mean, to be honest.
What else are people saying?
More responses than not are positive towards Ke'Bryan
Let's
because
hear
they
some
know
of it.
This is his dad, right?
Well, yeah. Do people care about such things on social media?
Some normal people do. Don't listen to all this yapping. Key is a great Pirate and a great player. I hope he doesn't get traded.
I mean, who would write that? I don't want to be mean-spirited, and I won't. Ke'Bryan Hayes is one of the best fielders that I have ever seen in my life at any position. But it's just a fact that he can't hit major league pitching. And it's killing the Pirates. It's one of the things that is absolutely killing them because they paid him. Did they pay him big major league money? No. Did they pay him big Pirate money? Yes. And he's horrible. That's not an opinion. That's a fact. In his last 720 at-bats over 2 seasons, he has 6 home runs. He's hitting .236 this year with a .290 slug. That's almost hard to do. He's such a good fielder, a great fielder. that his WAR is still positive at a 1.2, but he is a horrendous hitter that you can't live with unless he's a luxury in an already good lineup, and we all know that's not the case. He's an anchor on this team.
I just wonder if he could even start on a playoff contending team, even as good as he is defensively.
I think he can, yeah. If he's a luxury player, sure. Yeah, that's a big deal.
If you say we have 7 competent hitters, 8 competent hitters, and he's the lone guy that we can just punt on, like you would do with a catcher in the past.
Sure, and he has gotten hot at times in his career. I realize that. He's coming off a month of June where he hit 301. So there are times, yeah, absolutely. But it's not. It hasn't worked here. So I think that's almost a positive tweet from Charlie Hayes. Like everything happens for a reason! Exclamation points. Yes, this could be best for both sides just to move on. Please move on.
You're probably in this scenario getting nothing of value back, and that still might be a win for the Pirates because we know they are, so against going out and spending money that they could reallocate that, whatever, $7-8 million a year, hopefully towards something more productive offensively.
Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Extremely hot again with a high of Lawrence Timmons, 94. All right, coming up, let's talk about Ke'Bryan Hayes and Mitch Keller and David Bednar and some of these possible bats in return. A guy never shy of an opinion, Dr. Daniel Zangrilli, is going to be in studio with me. Let's break down the deadline next on Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sean Myers with your fan headlines. A 3-1 victory for the Pirates last night in San Fran against the Giants. They've now won 7 of their past 8 games. Bailey Falter was strong, 5 innings. 1 run. Braxton Ashcraft out of the pen got the win, going 3 scoreless and hitless innings. Pirates and Giants today, 3:45 the first pitch. Mike Burrows toes the rubber for the Pirates. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at 2:45 on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, also on the free Odyssey app. We also were talking about Ke'Bryan Hayes and some potential trades. This Bucks Trade Talk brought to you by Globe Airport Parking. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and my friends at Universal Windows Direct want to make it easier than ever this summer to keep your home cool and comfortable. Right now, you can choose your offer. That's right. Pick the one that works best for you. Payments as low as $99 a month or 12 months with no payments and no interest. Universal Windows Direct's Super Spacer technology helps block drafts and saves you money on heating and cooling. Schedule your free in-home estimate today. 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with a Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar in the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, Premier League action, and more. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Celebrate the grand opening of the area's newest and premier Mitsubishi destination, Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. In-demand Outlander's huge selection, 0% financing for 60 months. Outlander hybrids now up to $5,000 off or just $289 a month. Plus grand opening trade values at up to 125% of KBB value. It's a July savings spectacular, and we're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or crownmitsubishipa.com. See dealer for complete details.
Upside presents Locals Just Know. In Pittsburgh, there are things that you just know. Like on game day, you can wear whatever you want as long as it's black or yellow.
Look, Mom, I dressed myself. That's great, honey, but it's game day, and you're wearing Eagle colors. Let's go swap that shirt.
Well, here's something not all Pittsburghers know yet. You can now earn Upside cash back at hundreds of nearby restaurants, gas stations, and grocery stores. Even local favorites like Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get Go. The best part? With Upside, you can earn cash back on top of your credit or debit card rewards and loyalty programs like My Perks from Giant Eagle. Download the free Upside app, and soon you'll feel like every day is game day. For a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PITT02. That's promo code PITT02 for an extra 10% cashback bonus. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights, golf on pristine green fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments in between. You were going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway. Might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. New to FanDuel, new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today and visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to get started. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, what's up, Flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need to trade in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. Even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualify imported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payoff via virtual prepaid card of 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. The Pirates, a 3-1 winner last night in San Francisco against the Giants. They have now won 7 of their past 8. They'll look to make it 8 in a row, or 8 out of 9, I should say, today against the Giants at 3:45. Mike Burrows against Logan Webb is the matchup before the Pirates have an off day. Our coverage on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, that begins at 2:45, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
Showtime, ladies and gentlemen. Now, more Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, so the West Nile mosquitoes now aren't enough around here, Dan Zangrilli.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to catch me up to speed.
And I don't know, I saw a story in the Trib today on mosquitoes in various parts of western Pennsylvania doing things or carrying things that aren't good. Now I see a headline from Daily Mail, I think, that a respected Harvard astrophysicist has revealed new evidence suggesting there's a mysterious object barreling toward Earth this December and could be an alien craft. You nervous at all?
No, because you're here sitting in front of me. You're not up in that alien craft. I would just think it would be you coming to work.
If I told you this thing was 7 miles long, would you feel a little more nervous?
I suppose. But I could see your palms sweating from here. The anxiety is
every day. It's something. If it's not the mosquitoes, it's the alien spacecraft. Okay, so it's one thing or another, Sean. You can't even relax for a second anymore.
Joe, I was just talking to somebody here a moment ago. We have to live and deal in worst case scenarios, and then just be okay with them. So what's the worst case scenario?
Then it hits Earth and everything blows up, I guess.
Okay, and then what?
No more pirates.
Okay, so there you have it. Then, so are you okay? Are you okay with any of these scenarios, Joe?
I mean, guess the more you talk about it, that one might be okay. Yes. In the meantime, we have a trade deadline, Dan.
We do.
It's tomorrow at 6 p.m. I don't even know where to start. I'll start where I started on the show today. I'm starting to get concerned that Ben Cherington may be, and Ken Rosenthal alluded to this, maybe thinking to himself, my God, we're winning. We've won 7 of 8, 4 in a row. We're basically 500 under Don Kelly, I think 2 games below. My best chance to keep my job is to keep that going. Therefore, I'm going to find a way to keep Mitch Keller, David Bednar, maybe even Tommy Pham, who's been as good as anybody for about a month and a half, that he might sacrifice what's best for the franchise for what's best for him. That's the best way to say it that I can think of. Thoughts?
See, I don't think that he, say what you want about him. I don't, and this goes back to Neil Huntington, and I think this is just an overall general manager mindset. They are wired uniquely, not like the average person that's just trying to save face, especially if they've got some comfort and security, and I think Cherington does, and he would work elsewhere, maybe not as a general manager.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Parado, I think, I was told anyway, reported that Cherington is signed through 27. Do you have the same information?
I don't know, but even if he is or was, okay, that's a shoulder shrug from both standpoints, right? He's secure, and even if his contract ended in 25, he's secure. He's worked all those years in the game and at high levels. I'm sure he would be, again, okay, would work elsewhere as an advisor or an AGM. So I think their mindset is more so, and he kind of said this on Sunday to us, they just do the work. They literally are married, maybe unhealthily so, to a process, regardless, even almost like a martyr. Like, we believe in this process, even if it means our own demise. That's how Huntington, many general managers around the league are wired. So I don't necessarily get on board with that thought that he's going to do something to save his job.
Fair enough. Does he strike you in the time that you've known him and have observed his work as a guy who leans more toward big risk or low risk? Is he trying to hit home runs, or is he choking up even before he gets to 2 strikes and trying to hit singles? Which way do you view him?
So it's funny. I literally used, and Sean, if you go in the Pirates pre-folder in News Boss, I asked him Sunday about risk, taking on risk. Are you risk averse? Because listen, if you're going to trade a bona fide guy, because like thinking of Keller or anybody under contractual control that has a track record, you need to be able to get a bona fide bat in return, you would think, as opposed to the Pirates unnecessarily taking on risk.
Yeah.
He mentioned, and you could revisit this clip here, that the Pirates need to embrace and be willing to take on risk. So I think that almost too much so, he would be willing and able and receptive to rolling the dice.
But he hasn't yet, though.
Sure he did. In the Starling Marte deal, it blew up. He did in the Jameson Taillon deal. It blew up. They didn't work. They took a risk because guess what? We can get Roansy Contreras. Really high upside, unknown. That's the risk, but that's the gamble that a team like the Pirates have to take.
So you're talking risk from the perspective of your return and not having bona fide major leaguers as part of it.
Correct, but big upside. Leover Peguero, Brennan Malone, they have a huge ceiling here, but we don't know who they are. That's, I guess, the risk. The lottery, he's willing to buy a lottery ticket and hope that he hits, and feels that a team like the Pirates, and he qualified it, needs to be willing to take on those risks because, well, that's the only way that you can get the aircraft carrier. That's why you trade Tony Watson for O'Neal Cruz. He was the low A ball player that just happened to, dare I say, work out. So those type of risks are the ones that he's saying that the Pirates need to take. Now, financial risks as far as going into contracts and things of that nature, it's probably not necessarily a question for him. It's a question for his boss.
Yeah, I'm not interested in an A-ball player right now. I'm hoping at the very least that they get somebody who fits the profile of an Owen Casey from the Cubs, who clearly seems more than ready but is being blocked. But let's first talk about this, Dan. And we're talking to Dan Zangrilli. You know him from pregame, postgame, all things Pirates. What about an established bat or somewhat established bat? Let me give you some names of guys whose names have been thrown out there. Obviously, if you're the Pirates, you need at least 1 year of control after this. Taylor Ward is out there. Stephen Kwan, 2-time All-Stars, out there. Jaron Duran is out there with three years left for Duran. Kwan, 2 years left. Ward just 1. Joe Adell out in Anaheim's another guy with 2 years left. And the guy that I would prefer because he's consistent and proven, and I think the minute you put him in your lineup, he's your best hitter, is Yandy Diaz out in Tampa.
Yeah, for sure.
He's going to be 34, but he fits the Skenes window with 2 years left. What do you think of a player of those profiles, ones like them, getting somebody that we already know can at least do some damage?
Sure. They have a track record. That's absolutely what you need to be trading for. Unfortunately, I think the general manager would be more inclined to take the riskier option, and that's somebody with the 6 years of control, somebody that can extend this window, somebody that you're going to be able to realize multiple years as opposed to a Ward in the 1 year. Like I think the trade this past offseason really illuminates that. Like, look, the Guardians were willing to deal Josh Naylor and Spencer Horwitz. The cost for Naylor was very similar, in many respects less than Horwitz. The Pirates gave up 3 pieces to get Horwitz, including Luis Ortiz. Well, what was more intriguing, albeit riskier, to the Pirates was the controllable piece of Horwitz, even though Naylor clearly would have improved, at least this year, your lineup. Naylor's on a 1-year deal.
Yes. When you say extend the window to me is Paul Skenes,
Sure.
which means I'm taking Naylor over Horwitz,
and that's where
I'm taking one of these guys.
And that's the nuanced area and the fence that I think the Pirates are straddling. They want their cake and they want to eat it too. They want the good player, maybe is on the precipice of breaking out, doesn't have the track record, that's their risk, but their reward is, if it hits, we got him for 3 more years, as opposed to the sure thing over here, Naylor, 1-year deal. Well, we only have him for the 1 year. So it's trying to have your cake and eat it too, and sometimes I just don't think you're able to do that.
Well, rarely, but as Sean Don't Call Me Seth Meyers here says, maybe with such good pieces to deal in Bednar and Keller, maybe they can have one of each. And maybe a prospect or 2 thrown in there, a red-hot Tommy Pham thrown into a deal, a Key Brian Hayes, I don't know, Dennis Santana. They've got pieces here.
So we're talking about a 3-team deal right there.
Well, or separate deals. One where you get a Yandy Diaz, and then another one where you get an Owen Casey.
And all of the things that you're talking about, Joe, and this is why I've said it from the right now, like the deadline isn't July 31st to improve your 26 roster. All of this stuff can be done in December. I think there's a higher likelihood of what you're saying, what needs to be done, and I would agree with you here. I don't think this happens in July because Yandy Diaz isn't. The Rays are in it. They don't want to. They're not going to detract with Diaz.
Well, they're talking. They're budging on him because they're barely in it.
They're a buy-sell team like the Diamondbacks.
Right.
So are they doing that now? No, I think all of the bigger deals that are going to be really big needle movers for both teams, I think everybody takes a breath and when we're talking about 26 roster construction, you do this in December.
But the taking a breath part is sometimes the problem, too, because then people do it soberly. I would rather have them drunk with visions of contention the way the Padres were a couple of years ago.
To get bona fide
that was a deadline deal.
I
They traded Soto to the Padres, and they wound up getting James Wood and Abrams and Gore in that deal at the deadline. Sometimes you can find people. And the second piece to this is that Bednar and Keller are at their highest peak value right now.
I get that.
Keller hasn't shown he can finish seasons. What if he crumbles again in August and September? And what if Bednar slumps?
So the Soto deal, though, that was a high-risk deal for the Nationals. High risk. So, but it kind of contradicts what you're saying. You want bona fide bats.
I want both. I want both.
Well, you can probably get the riskier guys, the top 100 guys at the deadline, yes. But does that make you better for 26? Maybe. Bona fide bats will make you better for 26.
Yeah.
Those are coming in December. They're not coming in July.
I hope.
They're not.
If my trade assets are still as productive as they are right now, what if Mitch Keller, like he has for the last 4 years, struggles in August and September?
I think the overall complete picture and the value of Keller really doesn't change all that much because everything that you're afraid of with Keller falling off a cliff and his value going down, I don't think it's going to precipitously drop here because everybody has a long memory of what's happened each of the last 2 seasons with Keller. So they're probably looking for the same thing, maybe even anticipating it. They're looking at Keller as the complete player, taking the good with the bad. And I don't really think that the back half of 25 is going to change the perception and the valuation of him one way or the other because teams already know he is who he is.
Dan Zangrilli, we can say he's on the fan hotline, even though he's right here in studio, is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net, and you can communicate with Sean Myers right here on the fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. All right, we can talk all day about what we think they should do. What will they do? Will Keller and Bednar be dealt at this deadline? To me, they're clearly the 2 biggest possibilities. Although, Dan, when I look closer at Bailey Falter, his resume this year and last is not very different from Keller's. The ERA is the same, plus he's a lefty. The whip is better. both years, I might add. What about Bailey Falter? And what about a Santana? They've got some pretty nice assets. Who goes and who stays?
I think all of the controllable guys stay. Not maybe you. When I say controllable, I'm talking really about Keller, who I think I've maintained that I don't believe he's going at the deadline. I've said that for a month, and I think that's looking more and more to be the case. And if you're going to deal him, the propensity of that happening again off season. Reynolds, Cruz, all those guys, they stay. I think a reliever goes. I'd be surprised if it's Santana and Bednar. I just don't think that they're going to detract that much. I just don't think that they may not both be here opening day, but as far as deadline deals, I think a reliever can go. All of the expiring guys gone. Heaney, IKF,
Pham,
Ferguson. I would think Pham, sure. And some of these guys, if you really like them, IKF, Pham, you can re-engage with them in the offseason to try to re-sign them. There's no rules against that, but you're going to absolutely try to get what you can for them. It's not going to be a significant return for any of them, but all of the expiring guys, I think they're as good as gone.
How many more years for Bednar?
He has one. Yeah. I mean, he'll after 26 is his walk year. So, sure, there's, pretty good track record, pitching very well. You'll fetch a nice piece. Now that the Emmanuel Clase thing has gone on, I think teams are going to be far more drunk to make those type of deals for somebody like Bednar, for sure.
Okay, so if they were to deal Keller, if they did, let's say in the offseason, I don't mind a rotation. If you're telling me next year's rotation would start off with Skenes, Chandler, Oviedo, Falter, and there's a guy that he pitched last night that I love moving forward. Has a lively arm and seems to have an idea of what he's doing. That's Ashcraft. Do you project him as a starter next year?
They do. I haven't seen enough of him as a starter. I'm almost really more tempted to keep him in the role that he's been in because he's been really good. So good there. But how about the guy going today in Burrows?
Burrows,
each of the last two starts.
Doesn't this enable you to motivate you to trade Keller for what you need? They've had Keller's been great this year. So has Skenes. So has Falter, and they can't win because they can't hit.
One of those guys is a sure thing. Falter, he can throw to a .76 earned run average in May and then throw to a 5.5 in June. So he's a bit more mercurial. Overall, the body of wax is going to be pretty good, right? At the end of the year, what he averages out, he's probably going to be a high 3, maybe a low 4.
He's a left-handed Keller.
He is, but he's a back end of the rotation guy. So your sure things and what you really know about going in then. If you deal Keller to 26, you have two guys that have the track record that you know they are who they are. The other three that you mentioned, you could hit 3 for 3 or you could go 0 for 3. There's a lot of fluctuation and volatility there, I would say. One way or the other. I don't know. Do you feel good going now that I painted it that way? You feel good going into 26?
Because I think there's other options, both young and old. And if Charrington has shown he can do one thing good, it's fine veteran arms to plug into that rotation.
And that's fair. And then, okay, so then you keep Keller. Now you've got 4 comfortable, predictable arms, and then the other pieces are higher upside. And then injury attrition, right?
But who's hitting?
That depth.
That's the question.
I get it. You're going to have to certainly dip into the surplus, no doubt. There's no ifs, ands, or buts around it because you haven't developed well enough. There's nothing depth-wise from a bat perspective that you have. Nobody's pushing anybody for their job in this system, and that's maybe the biggest problem of them all to what the Pirates' issues are.
Theoretically, and I know this is very theoretical, if you move on from Keller's salary, that should free up money in the offseason that you can put toward a bat as well.
Absolutely. No doubt. There's definitely a case to be made both ways, and I think that you'll have to do something of that significance to move the needle the way that you want to. And maybe even you package a couple of these arms, and I think you need to do a bigger deal to get some bigger pieces. It's got to be a blockbuster trade where you're getting 2 bats, maybe even 5 pieces in return, but maybe 2 bats that are controllable, that are fairly major league ready, and then a couple of lottery tickets, and that's your roll of the dice. That's your Hail Mary.
Sean, do you have a burning question? Are you sitting over there wanting to ask something?
I guess it's kind of a question of, you mentioned a Stephen Kwan with the Guardians probably out of the race, or a Tampa, or even a Baltimore, which we know has had a ton of great hitters that they've moved on from. They traded away a guy who's become an all-star with the Marlins. What type of return would a team like that, who's not contending right now, but has been close to contending for multiple years now, look for in return? Would they want an established veteran back for a Stephen Kwan, or would they want a prospect?
Well, I think the Guardians are maybe in a bit of a different situation because they have so much going on behind the scenes, and who knows where they're going to be. So could they be fire selling, and maybe they'd be more willing to take your lottery tickets, your prospects? Yeah, perhaps. I guess it all depends on the window. I would like to think that the Orioles, because they're not too far away from a really good year last year, that this year is more of an anomaly, that they're going to want to keep more, and I don't think that they're in tear down, rebuild, blow it up mode.
But they do need pitching.
They do. So yeah, you can, again, surplus for surplus. So I mean, it depends if we're talking Cleveland or we're talking Baltimore. I think two teams that are on different trajectory paths. Man, you can get a lot of things done. I mean, either way, that's why I think a multi-team deal is what is going to need to take place here, where there's a number of different players exchanged for multiple reasons. Not to answer this like in a politically correct way, but that's why I think, because everybody's needs are different and it's so nuanced, that it's got to be a 3 or 4 team blockbuster where you're getting a piece from over here, a piece from over here. These different pieces go out. Some are veterans, some are guys that haven't touched the big leagues, they're prospects, and everybody's needs get met in a blockbuster multi-team deal like that.
All right. Another player of great interest to me, and we just saw, I don't know if Dan's were you aware of the Charlie Hayes tweet today?
No, I didn't.
Why don't you tell Dan about that?
What else is new? I'll look it up here.
Sean? Yeah, basically the gist of it is he said something, everything happens for a reason.
Yeah, that was a few days ago,
with
right?
exclamation points that would indicate, at least in many people's opinion, that he's talking about his son and his future.
Either way, Key Brian Hayes, as great of a fielder as he is just an absolute anchor on this offense, and I don't mean that in a good way. I mean he's sinking the ship.
A piano on the back, if you will.
Yes, he's batting 5th, for God's sakes. He has 2 home runs. Nothing ever happens. It just feels like it's time to move on. Do you think they will? Do you think somebody would want him? And would it be addition by subtraction because of the salary and lack of offensive production? I know it's not an exorbitant salary, but for the Pirates, it's still significant money.
To onboard that money, I think you have to pay somebody indirectly a prospect price to do that, like they did in, 2016 when they dumped the Liriano money on the Blue Jays for Drew Hutchison.
And we've been watching him for a while.
And they sent, Harold Ramirez and Reese McGuire? So there was a prospect cost to that to offload the Liriano money.
Yeah.
So if you're going to do that, it's going to cost you the Gold Glover, the really good defender, maybe not as significantly because the money's not as significant and there is some defensive value there, and maybe somebody feels that they can unlock him offensively. I don't know, probably not, but I don't think anybody's just like, oh, yeah, I want Key Brian Hayes straight up 1-for-1 because I value him and that player for him as he currently sits. That's going to be a tough sell for any organization, big or small market, to just take on that money without getting a little kicker in return.
Chance he goes
60-40.
I think that would be really a step forward.
And to your question, is it addition by subtraction? I just think a change of scenery would be great
for everybody.
For everybody, sure.
I agree. How soon before Connor Griffin gets here, do you think, next year?
I mean, why isn't he in Double-A at this point?
Yeah, why isn't he?
And I think he will be before too long. I mean, if he's on the trajectory that he's on and everything continues to go as it has, why are we ruling out next year? Why are we even ruling out opening day?
Right. It happens in other organizations.
It does. I mean, that's hard to really want to go all in on that because that's a dangerous proposition for such a young kid to just say, okay, we're going to bypass AAA. But so far, he's shown you that he's a different breed. And if anybody could do it, he's responded to every other aggressive promotion that they've given him. Until he tells you otherwise, why not continue to stay in the left lane?
All right. finally, Dan, I love the trip around the minors with the different broadcasters that you do on Sundays. I imagine you're somewhat, although nobody's fully, fluent in prospects that the Pirates could trade for. But there's a number of guys that are, first of all, enticing. Second of all, absolutely on fire right now. One of them's Owen Casey from the Cubs, who I think has 3 multiple homer games this month, a 5 home run game. He's just banging on the door to get to the majors. Another one is Spencer Jones, a 6'7" kid from the Yankees who dropped out of the top 100 before the season. Well, guess what? In AAA, he's homered 10 times in the last 18 games to the point where people don't think the Yankees will even want to get rid of him. There's a number of other guys out there. Harry Ford, this catcher, who might not be a catcher, Sean tells me, when he gets to the majors, but he can hit. There's Tyler Locklear from the same organization, a first baseman in Seattle. There's a first baseman in Cleveland's organization who's pounding the ball. All these guys are said to be available. Do any of them tickle your fancy more than the others?
So Owen Casey is the top prospect in the Cubs organization. I've heard through my internal sourcing that his agent doesn't feel that he's going to be dealt.
Okay.
Moises Ballesteros is their number 2 prospect. He's really an interesting guy. Defensively, he's a catcher, first baseman maybe. He can hit in the big leagues right now.
He can leave his glove at the hotel. Can he hit?
So what I'm hearing. But again, this chasm, AAA to the big leagues.
I know.
I
know.
This Kevin Alcantara, I heard he's a goof. And
who's he?
He's in the Cubs organization, and you don't want to onboard that.
Okay.
As talented as he may be, it's a problem. He'll, a slump, and all of a sudden, I need a few days off.
Give me the one guy that you heard of that you would sacrifice Keller for.
I mean, this Owen Casey, the top prospect, but I don't think the Cubs are even willing to move on from him. This Ballesteros guy is you got to get something else with Ballesteros, but maybe Ballesteros, sure. Let me see what else here.
It's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, and that's with the Cubs, and then you're trading him to a division.
Yeah,
rival.
that's true. That's always a little tricky.
They for whatever reason that was something that you never did. It was like taboo almost.
Yeah.
And now I guess nobody's afraid of that, which I don't understand that logic, especially if it's a controllable guy.
Yeah.
Does
Oviedo make his next start here?
I think they go with the bullpen. I was talking about this last night on the show in the wee hours. I think they're going to go with a rotation of guys. I think they're going to sprinkle in Oviedo, yes. For Heaney, this is Heaney's rotation spot. Ashcraft may get a look-see, maybe even a Chandler, bring him up for a start or two.
Be nice.
And heck, we may even see a Majinski, start sprinkled in there. I think they're going to take that spot, use maybe 3 or 4 different guys. Who knows if it's a true bullpen game or if these guys are doing more 4 innings. I think their bullpen innings are in a good spot because their starters have gone so deep in games. So
I bet you other organizations look at Majinski and think that would be a nice sweetener to have in any deal if the Pirates would be willing to throw that arm in.
And
there.
I mean, as Noah reported earlier this year, there was some consternation, it sounded like, and maybe when we talk about fresh starts, I mean, he's been pitching in relatively low leverage, lopsided games in the back end one way or the other, 6-1 ball games, and I'm sure that's not what he wants, and maybe when we talk about fresh starts, that's a potential for him to find a different opportunity, and the Pirates, I think, to get something decent in return.
Dan, should be a mighty interesting 24-4, 27 and a half hours. It's going to be very, very interesting. More than that, 30 and a half. I can't figure out my math.
And I bet you it's going to be like from 4 to 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Like an avalanche. The dam's going to break, and then where our heads are going to be spinning. It's been so quiet, I'd say, relatively speaking, even more so than it has been in years past. So buckle up, hang on, and enjoy the ride.
Appreciate the time.
Thanks.
Oh, I forgot to ask you.
Yes.
I have one more question for you.
Oh, yes.
You did a great interview with Paul Skenes post-game the other day. You asked him, are we closer to closer or further away here? Which are we is basically what you asked him.
Yeah, but I think that's just a big question as we assess this whole thing, and I wanted to get his thoughts because the pitching has been so good.
Let's hear his answer. Sean,
closer versus farther away. What's your sense as to where this team is at in that respect?
I would argue both to an extent, because we are very close, but we need to consciously and intentionally make moves to get us better. I think that's, something that we might have been a victim of in the offseason a little bit, just because we have guys that can get better, on the pitching side and offensively. That seemed like that was the goal and the outlook during the offseason. Not that we made some moves, but there are guys that we have now that can get better, that will get better, but we have to make it happen. And then obviously going out there and, trading for guys, signing guys, who knows from there. But I think it's something that we have to be conscious and intentional about.
Dan, great job, and that is the most pleasant, euphemistic calling out of an ownership management group in the history of professional sports, but it's exactly what he did. He basically said, we have to get off our asses and start doing something here. We were a victim of not doing that in the offseason. That's what I heard. You?
Well, I mean, number one, I didn't anticipate him going down that path. But, accountability in all forms is good, from employer to employee and employee to employer, especially when we're talking about, moving this thing forward or any sort of project forward. If you're passionate about what you do, he obviously is. And and I don't know if I would go as far as calling him frustrated there, but he obviously sees things and he sees potential that is unrealized. What's wrong with accountability? He wants to be held accountable, and I would assume that his bosses want to be held accountable too. And if you do it in a healthy, respectful manner, as he did, I see nothing wrong with it. And as a leader, and I think everybody's starting to really look at him as the leader, the face, and now maybe even the voice of this franchise. That's the kind of professionalism that you need. And he always says, how you do anything is how you do everything. Well, that's a motto that you got to live. And to have him living it and being comfortable in his own skin to respectfully voice his opinion, what's wrong with that? That is the definition of leadership. Leadership comes in all forms. And if accountability is something that anybody is afraid of, then you've got a culture problem.
I love it, man. And that was a great job. Thank you, Dan. We'll be talking to you next week, maybe with a little bit of a reformed roster. We shall see.
Yeah. All right, Joe. Thanks.
Coming up next, some interesting doings as we do a little trip around the football world, a limitless express, if you will, in the AFC North. Cincinnati and Baltimore and Cleveland. There's some stories, including a guy who just returned to Bengals camp but still doesn't have a deal. We'll talk about that next on Pumpin' Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Sean Myers with your fan headlines. The Pirates scored a 3-1 victory last night in San Francisco against the Giants. Pirates had a couple of runs in the 8th inning that broke that tie. They've now won 7 of their past 8 contests. Bailey Falter was good, 5 innings, 1 run. Braxton Ashcraft earned the victory out of the bullpen, 3 scoreless and hitless innings. Pirates-Giants today, 3:45 Mike Burrows against Logan Webb is the pitching matchup before Pittsburgh has a day off. Our coverage on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK begins at 2:45. That, of course, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. If you'd like to find more, visit 937thefan.com.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. DJ Metcalf. Once again, the Steelers have one of the NFL's standout wide receivers on their side. Standing 6'4", 230 pounds, Metcalf spent his first 6 seasons with the Seahawks, racking up 48 touchdowns and over 6,000 receiving yards. He was traded to the Steelers this spring in a stunner back in March. And with the departure of George Pickens this offseason, Metcalf becomes Pittsburgh's clear top receiver heading into the fall. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
We're definitely going to be late for kickoff. We should be at the game by now.
I'm just taking a little detour. I've got to fill up my gas tank, and I know this place a couple of towns over where the gas is cheaper.
Are you serious? We missed tailgating because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas. Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is the free cashback app that gets you real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, I can get cash back just for buying the gas I need anyway?
Yes, I use it all the time, and I made around $200. Now pull over so you can download the Upside app before we miss the whole first quarter.
Football fans, download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SEASON25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SEASON25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SEASON25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code SEASON25.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Matthew Golden's turning heads in Green Bay. The rookie wideout taken in the first round out of Texas made a statement at camp with a contested catch in one-on-ones. He's showing strong hands, sharp instincts, and a knack for winning the ball in the air. Jordan Love likes the early chemistry. Coaches like the upside. Golden's not the biggest target, but he plays big. Wide receiver one talk? It's early, but it's not crazy. I'm Maggie Gray.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Waken 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means a half a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Waken 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565. Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well,
trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The world comes to Washington County for the Prince K Pony League World Series, presented by Dick's Sporting Goods, August 8th to the 13th at historic Louis Pony Field. Catch all the action as the best youth baseball teams play for the World Championship. Daily admission is just $8, $5 for kids. Go to ponyworldseries.org for a complete schedule. History will be made one batter at a time at the Prince K Pony League World Series. Don't miss it for the world. Sponsored by Washington County Tourism Promotion Agency.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Good morning, Doctor. Doctor? Hi, Doctor. Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Big day over at Steeler camp. Not only are they in pads for the first time, but Pat McAfee is there with his buddy Mark Caballi and his other buddy Aaron Rodgers. And Rodgers is expected to speak to the media today. So, has he already, Sean? Or is he going to momentarily, I think?
I thought I saw something about him highlighting Zach Frazier. So I don't know if this was the full.
I think it hasn't happened yet from what I understand from Brian Batko. Now, practice starts at 1:55, so he thinks sometime before then, but only after Rodgers goes on the McAfee show. When is that usually?
That's a good question. I think it started at noon today, so maybe he's already made that appearance. We'll have to investigate further.
All right. We shall do that. In the meantime, a a Limitless Express, which is basically a football fix. Let's take off, shall we?
Let's do it. And we'll focus primarily on the AFC North to begin. So pretty notable developments. We'll start with the Ravens, and one of their two-star tight ends, Isaiah Likely, fractured his foot on Tuesday. This was initially feared to be maybe something that would be very serious, that would hamper him well into the regular season. Now the timeline indicates that he could be back for the regular season opener. How important is it that they have him available, and does it really matter if it's at the start of the season or if they get him back maybe a handful
I don't think it matters at the start of the season, although, yeah, my understanding is he would be back by the start of the season, but the Ravens have so many weapons, and they have that guy at quarterback. If Mark Andrews doesn't drop that ball in Buffalo, I think the Ravens would have been in the Super Bowl last year. I honestly believe that.
I agree. I wonder if Likely pretty clearly overtakes Andrews this season, though.
Maybe. I think the quarterback there makes a lot of people look real good. That's what I think. Next.
Well, there's a couple of developments with the Cincinnati Bengals. One, which is kind of a minor development, is today they released running back Zach Moss. Played for them last year, didn't contribute a ton, was injured. He is now no longer a Bengal. He's had some good run throughout his career, but didn't seem like he was going to be a big-time factor for them. But someone who will be a massive factor for them potentially is Trey Hendrickson. He does not have a deal yet, but he has decided that he is going to report to camp, I believe today, after holding out for the first week or so of practice. So will this ultimately yield a deal sooner rather than later?
Yes, of course it will. A lot of these guys around the league who are having these alleged, gigantic contract disputes, it's all going to end well. I mean, what else is going to happen there? He's going to wind up getting somewhere in the neighborhood of TJ and Myles Garrett, and this is a clear sign of that. In other words, nothing with him or James Cook, or even I see Micah Parsons, who's there and everything, but wants a new deal, and Florio reporting that the talks have gone, quote, backwards. It's all going to get done in the end, Sean. It's all going to get done. How often do we actually see a guy not play? How often do we see a Le'Veon Bell? I mean, that situation, the way that one actually played out, was practically one of a kind. So, yes, Hendrickson will be on the field.
This is a little bit off the NFL grid, but it relates to a guy who's an NFL legend, and that's Deion Sanders. I'm assuming you heard the news that he had his bladder removed in May, and it was a really scary situation. A very aggressive form of a cancerous tumor was discovered. Initially, I think there were some people thinking that he might have to step away from coaching altogether this year. It looks like he will stay with Colorado. Great to hear that he is seemingly okay. What does his future look like? Will he continue to be a college coach? Will he be a guy that ultimately gets into NFL coaching? What do you see for his future?
Pretty much whatever he wants, I think. That's what I believe about Deion Sanders.
For years, people speculated once Shedeur left that he would follow to wherever he went.
That's right. But I think he's been successful there. I mean, they haven't won a national championship or anything, but he's been successful. And he's got that personality, and he's a very sharp guy, and he turned a program around. And I think if he wants to coach in the NFL, he'll absolutely have that opportunity someday. I saw him yesterday getting interviewed somewhere about Shedeur, and he said he wanted to come visit, and Shedeur said no, and I think that's a wise idea as well. I think Shedeur needs to carve out his own way here without Dad showing up on the scene like he did on that, was it a conference call with some team where all of a sudden Deion broke in? Do you remember that?
And
leading into
a
the
lot
draft?
Of teams got scared away from drafting Shedeur.
Yeah, yes. And I think that's good for Shedeur, although Shedeur's not getting a whole lot of reps over there, even with Pickett hurt right now. Can you imagine if Dylan Gabriel starts for the Browns at the beginning of the year? Are we trending in that direction?
That would be a surprise. Even though he was drafted higher than Shedeur, I don't think many people actually thought Dylan Gabriel was the better pro prospect.
Yeah.
Even though he brings a lot of, I guess, leadership and intangibles along those lines. But to continue on this topic, so Shedeur Sanders with the Browns, whether or not he plays this year, we'll see. Do you see a scenario where Deion becomes their coach in the future?
If Oh, man.
Because that's
I don't see that
he's
scenario.
He's going to be Cowboys or something like that.
Yeah.
But if his son's in Cleveland, it has to be appealing if they have an opening.
I mean, if his son starts to establish himself as the guy, then and the Browns still stink and they want to make a move, I guess. But I'm not seeing that. No, Sean, I'm not. That's the one place I wouldn't see it. It seems like Shedeur, based on what I just said a couple minutes ago, would really not be up for that. Meanwhile, I have one for you.
Yes?
Trey Lance, quote, fighting for his NFL career in the Hall of Fame game that's coming up here. I feel badly for this dude, man. I thought he was going to be really good, and I thought he was in a place early in his career in San Francisco that might work for him. But it just goes to show that even when you have a brilliant quarterback mind and an offensive guru like a Kyle Shanahan, even he misidentifies guys, right?
Yes. But here's the crazy thing that you always think of. This was the thing that changed the course of an organization. Trey Lance was going to be their starter a few seasons ago. He had a rough week 1 performance. I think they lost to the lowly Bears.
Yeah.
He was having a better game 2, suffered an injury. I think it was a broken ankle or something along those lines. They go to Jimmy G. Before Lance can come back, Jimmy G gets hurt. They go to Brock Purdy. If Lance never gets hurt, they probably have him play the majority, if not the entirety of that season as the 49ers quarterback. Everything would have been different. Maybe he becomes a guy that's at least a serviceable starter. We've never really seen him get in games and fail. He's just not playing at all. So it is a fascinating arc of what happened to him with one injury when he had that opportunity, and it seems like he may never get that opportunity
Man, sometimes it's all about the opportunity when it arises and what team you're with and all of that, especially it seems with quarterbacks. It's a matter of timing and place. Meantime, Aaron Rodgers is speaking right now to reporters, so hopefully we'll get that turned around in a hurry. We certainly have some of the quotes for you. This one via Mike DeFabo. Aaron Rodgers on working with Arthur Smith says, I like the flexibility. Arthur is not rigid. He wants to tailor the scheme to personnel. Aaron Rodgers, as much as I have a good feel for the offense, I'm not what I would call an expert on the offense yet. I become an expert when you break the huddle and you can see the picture in your mind, and every now and then the picture is a little fuzzy still. Well, that's understandable. It's their first day in pads, for God's sakes, right? So, yeah, that would naturally take a little while with a new offense. The question is how long. But the bottom line here is we're going to be all over the Rodgers quotes and hopefully have some sound to turn around as we're doing that. The PM guys yesterday delivered a very strong opinion in which I and others were indicted. Those of us who feel that Ben Roethlisberger belongs ahead of Brett Favre among all-time quarterbacks. That was summarily dismissed by the PM guys, all 3 of them. I would include Donnie here.
I would include intern Dom even.
Yeah, and intern Dom yesterday said the same thing. Like, it's not even conceivable. It's ludicrous that anybody would think that Ben should be ahead of Brett Favre on the all-time quarterback list. I'm going to tell you why it's not ludicrous at all, and in fact, why Ben does belong ahead of Brett Favre. And this is not, homering for Ben here. I don't even like Ben that much. At least I certainly didn't. I don't think he liked me very much when we were both working in the same locker room, so to speak. So it's certainly not
Must have
about...
been a dossier that he read about you.
he
not
might have.
Positive.
He might have, according to Cabali. So it's not about that at all. It's not about, seeking any sort of positive feedback or trying to ingratiate myself, if that's the right word, with Ben. Those days have long since passed, or with the Steeler fan base. I hope I've earned a reputation where I'll say what I think no matter what, whether it's the Pirates or anybody else. I simply say what I think. That's what I do. And in this case, I think I have a pretty solid case for Ben. We'll talk about that next. Fan weather Brought to you by Myers Lager, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Really hot again with a high of Lawrence Timmons. That's a 94. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. And in support of the hashtag Pittsburgh for PPS Backpack Drive, you can bring a brand new backpack to Donaldson's Crossroads inside the Mini Mall on Friday, August 1st from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. and stop and chat with the one and only Adam Crowley of the Fan Morning Show. Help us get students in the Pittsburgh Public Schools ready for the upcoming school year. Details at 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. Pirates scored a 3-1 victory last night out on the West Coast against the San Francisco Giants. Buccos have won 7 of their past 8 games. Bailey Falter went 5 strong, giving up 1 run. Braxton Ashcraft earned the victory in relief, working 3 scoreless and hitless frames. Pirates-Giants conclude the series today, 3:45 the first pitch. Logan Webb will be throwing it for the Giants. Mike Burrows opposes for the Pirates. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at 2:45 on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly pharmacists have most prescriptions ready in under 20 minutes or choose same-day delivery. Plus, members save even more with over 600 generic medications for $10 or less. Get everything you need when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy for details.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Donaldson's Crossroads, the Zamias Properties entity, is proud to support the Pittsburgh Public Schools Backpack Drive, now in its 11th year. Drop off your backpacks now through July 31st in the bin near the Little Gym inside the Mini Mall. Then join Kids Fest Friday, August 1st from 1 to 4 p.m. Games, prizes, and 93.7 The Fan on site from 1 to 2 p.m. This all leads up to Pittsburgh for PPS, the official back-to-school event for PPS students, August 18th at the Gold Lot 1 on the North Shore. Let's give every student a strong start together with Donaldson's Crossroads and Odyssey Pittsburgh.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar in the place, to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, Premier League action, and more. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
Get 50% off windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com today.
Get to the Garden Restaurant in the South Hills. Enjoy Blue Moon 23-ounce $6 drafts. Daily specials, beer battered fish, or a large 22-inch pizza are always a favorite at the Garden Restaurant, 4912 Gardenville Road in Pittsburgh.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business. And get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots, on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile, Wi-Fi, and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When their world isn't safe, they need someone to notice, to wonder and worry, to be their voice. If you suspect child abuse in any way, report it. You can be their hero. Your call can change their world.
Report suspected abuse by calling 1-800-932-0313 or visit keepkidssafe.pa.gov for more information. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
Looking for the perfect spot to enjoy outdoor drinks and dining? Shooters Golf in Wexford has one of the best outdoor patios around. It's the ideal place to kick back, grab a bite, and sip your favorite cocktail. Our outdoor bar and patio are open Monday through Friday from 5 to 11, Saturdays noon to 11, and Sundays noon to 8. Want something more private? Reserve a cabana by emailing info@shootersgolf.com. Shooters Golf, where summer nights come to life.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bounty. Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sean Myers with your fan headlines. The Pirates won 3-1 last night against the San Francisco Giants, scoring a couple of runs in the 8th inning to break a tie. Buccos have now taken 7 of their past 8. They'll look to make it 8 out of 9 today at 3:45. Mike Burrows against Logan Webb is the matchup. Our coverage on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, that begins at 2:45, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Huge day over at the Steelers. First day in pads. They're getting ready here to start warming up at the end of the hour at about 1:55. Plus, the Pat McAfee show is in town. Danny Smith got invited on the show. Sean, how about that? I didn't see that one coming. Did you?
He's not going to be able to answer anything. He's going to be busy chewing gum the whole time.
I just looked. He wasn't chewing gum. He's a great interview, though. That's a good choice by McAfee. Now, the big news might be that Cabali apparently didn't get invited on the show. He's Mark Cabali of the Pat McAfee show.
Is there a rift?
How does he not get invited?
That's a good question. He's such a diligent reporter that he couldn't step away from his obligations.
Maybe, one of which was to talk to us. But the other piece of news is that Aaron Rodgers has spoken today. And was it Jeff who turned this around this quickly?
Yes, it was.
Kudos to him.
Man.
We have about 5 minutes of Aaron Rodgers with reporters. Let's get right to it, shall we?
Aaron, it looks like you're having a lot of fun out there. Are you? And how does a guy be doing this as long as you've been doing it and still have fun at camp?
I mean, once it stops being fun, you should probably hang it up. So I love that we're out here in Latrobe. I love the opportunity for true camaraderie at nighttime after meetings are done. Guys hang out. You know, guys come into my room. Last night I was in Highsmith's room. So it's pretty cool to see everybody hanging out the way they are, and it's a lot of fun.
Aaron, you've played in a lot of really great offenses over the years. What do you like about this offense under Arthur Smith specifically?
I like the flexibility. You know, Arthur's not rigid in what he's doing. He wants to tailor the scheme to the personnel that you got. And when you bring in a Kenny Gainwell, bring in a Jonnu Smith, bring in DK Metcalf, and myself with some of the stuff I've done over the years, you know, we're trying to find out what guys do best and implement that in the offense. So I love that about Arthur. So we're going to keep doing that.
Thursday actual pads today. What are you looking forward to for that?
Listen, I mean, I love throwing run solutions. You know, when the box is loaded, you got one-on-ones outside. But today I'm going to kind of let it go. I haven't been a part of a true tackling period in a long time. So there might be some times where in the game I might want to spit it out to DK or Calvin. But today I might just hand it off to Jalen and see what happens.
When was the last time you were in a tackling?
I was trying to rack my brain sitting next to AJ over there, but it's been a long time. It's got to be, you know, over a decade.
Do you think people were overlooking Jalen Warren with the rookie in the backfield, Caleb Johnson?
I'm not sure. I don't know what the narratives are out there, but Jalen's super smart. Just from playing against him, I know he was a great change-up back. He was great in protection, great on third downs. But I think he can be a three-down back, and that's the biggest compliment you can give a running back.
You like the way it protects you? Like the way it protects you too?
Well, we haven't had pads on yet, but I like what I've seen on some old clips. Yeah.
How has the defense helped you guys improve? It seems like they're giving you guys a lot of looks, and you're doing that back. How have you seen you guys' chemistry improve against them?
I mean, they played pretty soft the first 4 days, so you know, there's a lot of checkdowns and different things. But we got a lot of players on that side of the ball. You know, obviously we brought in Jalen, got multiple guys that can rush, got a good interior rush, got great linebackers who are multiple, can cover and pressure and fill holes. So, you know, it's going to be a good test for us. I think for any offense, it's kind of trying to find their footing, as we are. It's not a bad thing to get beat up a little bit. So if we go out there today and they kind of get after us a little bit, that'll be the best thing for us. So you're not hoping for that because you want to have great practices, but, you know, sometimes you can learn more from the failures in training camp than getting after them every single day.
Aaron, how has the acclimation gone with Zach on the offensive line? How do you feel that's meshing?
Well, it starts with Zach. I mean, Zach is a highly intelligent player, and it helps because as much as I have a good feel for the offense, I'm not what I would call an expert of the offense yet. You become an expert. Well, I become an expert when you break the huddle and you can see the picture in your mind, And every now and then the picture's a little fuzzy still, so I'm still working some things out. But Zach is so freaking smart. He's making some calls for me. I told him the other day, I said, don't get used to that. I said, at some point I'm gonna be making the calls for you. But he's got a real good disposition for a center. He's obviously a talented player, and I think his leadership is what I'd like to see most continue to grow, because the leadership often grows at the same rate as the performance, and everybody knows what kind of player he is, so he's going to have more opportunities to lead.
Why was he your first pick for a fight today during pads?
Because if you watch the first 4 days, there was 2 matchups that they brought out a little bit of angst, shall we say. And when he gets those big West Virginia paws on somebody, that could definitely start something.
You mentioned
2 more, guys. 2 more.
In the offense, how long does that process take for you to start seeing the picture come in a little bit more clearly at the snap?
No, I mean, I want to have it down by the end of this week, but we'll see.
You getting to know Jalen Ramsey at all? How's he as a teammate?
He's a tempo violator in the walkthroughs. I like Jalen. I have a ton of respect for him, what he's accomplished in his career. He's a very versatile guy. I was telling him we were walking to the calf one of these days, and I was reminding him how Charles Woodson, late in his career, moved to safety. And there's, truly only a few elite guys who've done everything that he's done. If you think about it, you can play outside corner and dominate, you can play nickel and dominate, and then go to safety and be a dominant player. And I think he can do all 3 of those things.
That last part was very interesting. How much safety will we see Jalen Ramsey play? And he's right about Charles Woodson and also Rod Woodson. Both played safety late in their careers. And, it takes all-time type of talent to be able to do that. Well, you have it there, and you have it here in Jalen Ramsey. I don't know, Sean, am I starting to get the Steeler flu here? I feel like I am. When I hear him mention some of the weapons that they brought in, I think Gainwell could be an underrated weapon. Jonnu Smith and DK Metcalf, they brought in some pretty nice talent on the offensive side of the ball. I was reading Dulac's chat today where there's a lot of angst, including from Jerry, on the lack of a true number 2, bona fide number 2 receiver. Is it going to matter that much? I mean, if, and this is a big if, Rodgers can still play, I think they have adequate weaponry. They kind of scoffed in the Dulac chat about the idea of a tight end playing the role of receiver too. To me, it's all interchangeable. If you line up on a 3rd down with Freiermuth and Jonnu Smith and Gainwell and DK Metcalf, and maybe Austin, what does it matter? What does it matter if you have a true receiver too? Isn't Jonnu Smith half man, half receiver type thing? Who cares if he's listed as a tight end?
And we talked about Baltimore, and that's sort of what the Ravens have done for a few years now with Likely and Andrews. You could argue that 2 of their 3 best pass catchers are the tight ends, and they find a way to use both of them. And they're not a prolific passing attack, but they've been a very effective one. So, yeah, I don't think you necessarily need a wide receiver 2 if you're using 2 tight ends that both can catch passes quite a bit.
And a running back coming out of the backfield who can catch and make plays, and he's a first down maker, Gainwell. Listen, I'd love to have one, but I'm not. The big question to me is, is Rodgers going to have adequate time to make plays? Can he still move around and avoid tacklers behind the line of scrimmage? Is he going to want to get rid of the ball the way Ben did late in his career? Or is he still going to be able to buy a little time and deliver? And if he has time, and if he can buy more if he needs it, we know he still has the arm. We know he still has the football acumen. I think they have pretty adequate weaponry. That's just me.
I would say that the Jets had maybe even better options around him last year, certainly after the Devontae Adams trade, because they had 2 legitimate star receivers.
Well, they couldn't protect him, and he didn't look like he could protect himself very well either. But
and I think those same questions would linger this year. Because the Jets probably, when you factor in Breece Hall's ability, might be even better at those skill positions. And not that Rodgers struggled mightily the entire time, but we saw it wasn't, a good enough season for him to have a winning team. So I don't know that this year with the guys around him in Pittsburgh would be much different. other than what you said, which was the offensive line potentially could be a differentiating factor. And it seems like he's very confident in the guy who's snapping him the football, which is a good sign.
I'll say, get those big West Virginia paws on somebody. We should, Crowley is salivating right now, isn't
Crowley
he?
does not have big paws, I can say that.
No, he doesn't. We've played, have you played basketball with him?
He refused to play at the 5-alarm.
Did he?
Yeah, he refused. I begged him. We implored him. I think we bribed him. He wouldn't do it.
Well, this guy, hold on a second here, Sean. I almost just sneezed right into the mic. Not that I've never done that before, but
God bless you.
Listen, I think there are some reasons for optimism, and I can feel myself starting to fall under a spell here. I mentioned it a couple segments ago. There's a small part of me that thinks they can be really good. Right now, if I had to pick, I think typical 10-8 get blown out in the playoffs. But I'm very eager to see how this preseason evolves. You know what I think their undoing might be? Broderick Jones and the offensive line.
I don't know where they pivot if he does not work out.
I mean, where do you pivot? Ron Cook's son, Ryan Cook, Dylan Cook, is that his name? Spencer Anderson? I don't know,
There's
man.
a couple Andersons, I think. Yeah, none of those guys are anywhere close to being proven solutions at one of the most important positions on the offense.
Agreed. Jerry Dulac's chat is out in the meantime. I didn't see a whole lot else there in Aaron Rodgers. It seems like between McAfee and talking to Pittsburgh reporters, it was pretty tame today. Yes?
Yeah, I would say so. I do think he continues to do what you said is basically should be the bare minimum, which is give thoughtful answers, not create any issues. Seemingly, he's very positive, very laid back. We heard that from Mark as well. So if you read into that stuff, I guess it's a positive. But to your point, I think what's really going to matter is what happens in the second half of the season with his play, and will he continue to be so positive and supportive and such a good teammate if things go south?
Yeah, I mean, once you start to get hit, then everything changes, for everybody, not just him. But it's going to be, I think they're the biggest story in the NFL in training camp right now. I think the Steelers, because of Rodgers, are the biggest story in the league. And a whole lot of other reasons, too. I mean, when I turn on these shows in the morning, it's usually a lot of Cowboys. I've been seeing a lot of Steelers. All eyes are on this team right now, and the preseason is going to be fascinating. The opener against the Jets is going to be, it should be a night game, first of all. I wrote today in the Post-Gazette about the two Steelers that could define the season ahead. Obviously, this is aside from Rodgers. You could say about any team, the way the quarterback goes, so goes the team. And then there's a lot of other kind of X-factor players who might have some star potential. We don't know about them yet, who could heavily influence the season. People like Fatanu, somebody like a Peyton Wilson, Caleb Johnson, Keanu Benton. Who knows what we'll see with Nick Herbig this year, depending on whether the people in front of him stay healthy. But there's two guys, really, beyond the quarterback. And this is assuming that the veterans, Cam Hayward, T.J. Watt, D.K. Metcalf, Ramsey, perform as their resumes would indicate, right? This is all things being equal. The two big boomer bust X-factor type players, to me, are Broderick Jones and Joey Porter Jr. Taken, 18 picks apart 3 years ago? It's year 3. Jones is 24. Porter's 25. They play critical positions. Jones obviously protecting the 41-year-old quarterback's blind side. And Porter likely going to be going against a bunch of number one receivers who this year would include Garrett Wilson, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, bunches of guys just like that for a good majority of the season. And his development, if he fulfills his potential, then that definitely allows you to move Ramsey around as you like and protects Darius Slay in what might be the last year of his career. The problem is that everybody's talking about these two guys, Jones and Porter, as breakout players last year, and instead they both struggled. A lot of times they were more like breakdown players. Pro Football Focus had Joey Porter as 161st ranked corner out of 222 last year. Now, you can say they're way off, but nobody except Joey is putting Joey in the elite category. That's for sure. Over 2 seasons, he has 18 penalties and 2 interceptions. Year 3 is gigantic for him and for the Steelers to have him fulfill his potential, and the exact same is true about Broderick Jones. And Broderick Jones allowed more sacks than any right tackle in football last year. Tons of pressures as well, right up and through that debacle in Baltimore where he allowed a sack and a couple pressures in that game. Now the hope is he's moving back to his natural position. We'll see if he's out on the field today. Had some sort of soft tissue injury. Sayamalo already has apparently something like that. That offensive line is going to be something to watch. But those 2 players, because of their star potential, their pedigree, and the positions that they play of critical importance to me, are the big X factor players for the Steelers. Broderick Jones and Joey Porter Jr. The Steelers moved up 3 spots to get Broderick. They got him at number 14. There's only 3 players since the year 2000 that they have chosen, that they've had a higher draft pick with than the 14th pick. Can you name those players, Sean? Don't call me Seth Meyers.
Since 2000?
Wrong.
Devin Bush.
Yes.
Was Plax in 2000?
Yes, he was. He was 8th overall. Very good. You got
and
one more.
Big Ben.
You're right. City Limits wouldn't have guessed that.
No.
Dom definitely would not have. Intern Dom.
Dom wasn't even born when any of those guys played, except for maybe the last couple seasons of Big Ben's.
Well, he wasn't born when Roger Staubach played, but he was telling us yesterday that Staubach was better than Bradshaw. And he might be right. I went home and looked at like tons of top 10 lists from respected people, and I would say the majority had Staubach above Bradshaw, which I never really considered. But there it was. Anyway, they moved up to 14. They moved up 3 spots to get Broderick Jones, and he has struggled. That's inarguable. And they were also in need of a corner that year, hence picking Joey Porter Jr. 32nd. And they passed up Christian Gonzalez, who is on the verge of becoming a star. You could say he's one already in New England. He was 2nd team All-Pro last year. So this is a huge year. Remember, we were calling him the con artist when he went out and got that 32nd pick from the Bears, and then they got Broderick Jones and Joey Porter Jr. Those are 2 huge, huge investments. And now you look at them going into year 3, and I would say both are huge question marks. I know Joey was quoted last week as saying we have 3 elite defensive backs on this team, clearly including himself. He'd be the only one, including himself right now. He's got the talent to do it. So does Jones, very clearly. But it's time to show for both those guys. Coming up, we'll pick apart more Aaron Rodgers quotes from today, see if there was anything else that was especially interesting. And then the PM guys indirectly attacking me, really. And all of you out there who would put Ben over Brett Favre on the all-time quarterback list. Art Rooney, II, said that Ben belongs in the top 10. I fully agree. I think he's above Favre, and I'm going to tell you why next, and I think it's a pretty airtight case, as a matter of fact. Those guys said that no objective person could even look at that and choose Ben. I'll tell you why they're the ones who are crazy. Coming up next, Fan Twitter, brought to you by Southside Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southsidekia.net. Fan Text Line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the time right now is 1:28, brought to you by Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
With your fan headlines, it's Sean Myers. The Pirates scored a 3-1 victory in San Fran against the Giants last night. Bailey Falter, 5 strong innings. Braxton Ashcraft got the victory in relief. Pirates wrap up the series against San Fran today, 3:45 the first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins an hour prior, 2:45 on 100.1 FM, also AM 1020 KDK. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, check out 937thefan.com.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the fan.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all three if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Empower. Invest well so you can live a little at empower.com. Buy or sell? That's a question around MLB today. The trade deadline is Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern. For the contenders, it's a no-brainer. Expect them to all try to bolster their bullpens and maybe find a starter. But then there's a group in the middle. Teams have to be wondering if the Boston Red Sox might want to trade away talent. Young star Aaron Duran could be on the block, but they also hold the last wild card spot, so maybe they'll go all in. The next 24 hours should be wild. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Hey, it's Mulsey. Let's talk about the roof on your home. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this summer, but be forewarned. There are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important part of the process, the attic ventilation. You see, if your attic doesn't have proper air circulation, it can cause problems such as mold and wood rot, leaks in the winter, not to mention higher AC bills in the summer. This is one of the reasons I recommend MHI Roofing to my listeners. Their process begins with a free 21-point roof inspection that includes a thorough inspection of your attic. They know that if the ventilation isn't right, the roof will be built on a shaky foundation. Every MHI roof comes with a well-thought-out attic ventilation plan, and that's why they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Money-saving discounts and financing incentives are available. Call for your free 21-point roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Celebrate the grand opening of the area's newest and premier Mitsubishi destination, Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. In-demand Outlanders, you Huge selection, 0% financing for 60 months. Outlander hybrids now up to $5,000 off or just $289 a month. Plus grand opening trade values at up to 125% of KBB value. It's a July savings spectacular, and we're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or crownmitsubishipa.com. See dealer for complete details.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Upside presents Locals Just Know. In Pittsburgh, there are things that you just know. Like on game day, you can wear whatever you want, as long as it's black or yellow.
Look, Mom, I dressed myself. That's great, honey, but it's game day, and you're wearing Eagle colors. Let's go swap that shirt.
Well, here's something not all Pittsburghers know yet. You can now earn Upside cash back at hundreds of nearby restaurants, gas stations, and grocery stores. Even local favorites like Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get Go. The best part? With Upside, you can earn cash back on top of your credit or debit card rewards and loyalty programs like My Perks from Giant Eagle. Download the free Upside app, and soon you'll feel like every day is game day. For a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PITT02. That's promo code PITT02 for an extra 10% cashback bonus. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
A new football season in Pittsburgh brings high hopes. Men with ED, what are your expectations? At New Flow Men's Health, we expect you to get back to an all-pro level. Pills, injections, those don't work. New Flow will get you back in the game. Don't get cut this training camp. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey, more like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work? It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pump and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Aaron Rodgers on the Pat McAfee Show today and spoke to Pittsburgh reporters, highly complimentary of Zach Frazier, for one thing, Adam Crowley's West Virginia buddy, talking about how intelligent he is, and also highly complimentary of you out there. Do we have that little clip, Sean, from the McAfee Show?
I love the Yinzers. I've been around them my entire career. You guys know Big Mike was on the show? There's just something special about the people from this area. You know, there's something in the water maybe, but
rust.
But steel, rust, yeah. They're
E.
built.
coli, maybe.
They're built a little differently.
Yeah, and they love.
Man, he is playing this one very well so far, isn't he, Sean? I love it.
He knows what he's doing, and we heard that he really didn't get like a raucous response when he was out there on the field at training camp, and
just sort of a polite one, yeah. Where Will Howard has been the guy who gets the raucous response.
That
right?
said, maybe stuff like this, and if he continues to to play well, because I know he's had some rough practices so far. Maybe that combination gets more and more Steelers fans in his corner. And you said you're starting to fall for it a little bit, maybe even two, right?
I am starting to fall for it. It reminds me of when I've been at spring training with the Pirates, when you're immersed in it, and I'm not even out there. I feel I can't help it. It's like when you start to get a cold. Something's coming on here, and I can't stop it. Now, if you ask me right now for my prediction, it would be the usual. 9-8, something like that, 10-7 with a first round blowout loss. Man, McAfee got, but there's just that little idea that's creeping up on me that they could be better than I think, that he could be better than I think. And I can't help it. I can't help what's happening. McAfee got everybody on this thing. Got T.J. Watt. He got Tomlin. He got Rodgers.
Did not get Mark Cabali, apparently.
But not Cabali, which I'm sure is a big loss for him, right? I mean, if it came down to T.J. Watt and Cabali, you take Cabali every time. Yeah, don't you? On your show?
Agree so, yeah.
Tomlin tells McAfee it feels pretty good having Aaron Rodgers on this football team. He gives us all great confidence. And the crowd out there is going wild today.
He's got Gene Steratore on now.
He does?
He does, yeah. Talking about rules, I guess.
Maybe he'll throw a flag while he's on there. Listen, I'm throwing a flag on the... I'm not seeing anything that's like really headline worthy, though. Are you, from Rodgers? I haven't seen that.
No, I mean, I think
is something.
The fact that he is so positive about his center, because we all remember what happened at the end of Big Ben's career, right? He got stuck with a center that it just was not.
Who didn't want to play center.
Yes.
And couldn't play it even if he did.
And you almost take for granted that a quarterback is going to work well with a center. But when you come to a new place, it's, you can't necessarily say it's going to be seamless. And so far, based on what Rodgers is saying, that's no longer a question. I think he feels confident that that's going to be a guy he can count on.
I tell you what is a question is, does Ben belong in the top 10 all time? Aaron Rodgers, I think, certainly does. This took me to a deep dive yesterday on all these top 10 quarterback lists from everybody you can think of, because myself and intern Dom, who's very adamant on certain things, argued about this yesterday.
He was ornery.
We heard Art recently say, when Ben was nominated for the Hall of Honor or put into the Hall of Honor, that Ben's a top 10 quarterback. I fully agree with that. And part of it is just the eye test. Part of it is the numbers test. And the same thing is true when we come to comparing Ben and Brett Favre. First, let me tell you, 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. What's Cookin', brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. And Fan Weather, brought to you by Myers Law Group. No relation to Sean Don't Call Me Seth Myers, sitting to my left. Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Very hot again with a high of Lawrence Timmons, which is 94. I'm going to play golf at a very nice place today. I'm going to play it horribly, but I'm going to have fun over at Nevillewood.
What time are you going to be done?
Probably like 6:30, 7 o'clock.
There's talk of a basketball game taking place amongst some of the producers.
Where?
I'll probably have to give you that information.
Yeah,
I don't want too many people showing up to ruin our game.
Right. I'd like to beat up on you guys.
Intern Dom is in.
Oh, yes. I am absolutely in. I'm serious about that. I can't wait to punish him. Anyway, so there's all these debates raging about the top 10 and about Favre and Ben in particular, it seems. And the PM guys made it sound like to even bring this up, you have to be a hopeless homer to even think that Ben belongs above Brett Favre in the top 10. Can we play a sampling of that, please?
Outside of Pittsburgh, there's no other football fan who would evaluate the two careers and say that Ben was better.
None?
No one else. No objective fan would say that.
No objective.
People also,
black and white.
Yeah, people also feel like, if I vote somebody against Big Ben, it's a knock on Ben. Like, no, it's not. I mean, you can still say, like we were saying yesterday, I think Ben is probably in like the top 12 to 15 of all time. I think Brett Favre is probably like top 8 or top 8 to 10.
just to put a finer point on this, and you guys were in the right to say Brett Favre's better and to roll your eyes at this. Ben, whether you think it's fair or not one single MVP vote received in his whole career. Brett Favre pulled a Tom Amansky, back to back to back NFL MVPs.
Okay. Come on, Malsey. There's a little bit more to the story than MVP votes and back-to-back-to-back MVPs. And I'll get to that in a minute. But them rolling their eyes, Pony saying no objective fan outside of here would even think this. Take a listen. Take a listen, because the savvy old news sound went deep on this one, Sean. You ready?
I'm ready.
And I sent this to Donnie Football after the show. I said, you guys made it sound like putting Ben above Favre is ludicrous. I said, I think the opposite. Now, maybe I don't think it's ludicrous to put Favre above Ben, but there's certainly a major case for Ben. Start with this, Sean. Favre had 50 more starts and nearly 2,000 more attempts. So he's obviously going to have the cumulative stats, okay? Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
I'm not necessarily a cumulative stat guy in terms of deciding arguments, although Ben also has some of these, which is unbelievable. All right. Interestingly, Ben and Brett Favre have the same touchdown percentage. 5% of their passes went for touchdowns. The same. Ben has a way better interception rate, only 2.5 compared to the old gunslinger who's at 3.3, and that's despite Ben having a higher career yards per attempt, 7.6 to 7.1. That's very significant. So if you want to call one of the two a gunslinger in terms of getting it downfield, it's Ben. Yet Ben has a lower interception rate, and they have the same touchdown rate. Okay? You following so far?
I am following along.
All right. Now, I don't want to be esoteric anymore, so let's just get to the meat of this story. For all these people who roll their eyes, as Mulsey said, or for anyone who says no objective observer could possibly put Ben above Favre, could possibly do it. You have to be a hopeless homer to do it. Are you ready, Sean?
I'm ready.
Categories in which Ben leads Brett Favre all time. Passer rating, 93.5 to 86.0. Favre is only 49th all time. Completion percentage. Again, despite the higher yards per attempt for Ben, he completed a higher percentage of his passes. Yards per attempt, 7.6 to 7.1. Favre is only 81st all time. Win percentage. That's kind of important. 670 to 624. Fourth quarter comebacks, 41 to 28. Ben is third all time. Favre isn't in the top 10. Game-winning drives, meaning last-minute type things, 53 to 43. 500-yard games, 3 to none. Ben's the all-time leader. 400-yard games, 12 to 2. Ben is fifth all-time, just behind Dan Marino. And if you're saying, oh, well, that's a different era, of course Ben had more 400-yard games. Even guys from Favre's era, even guys before Favre, like Dave freaking Craig, had twice as many 400-yard games as Brett Favre, 4 to 2. 6 touchdown games, 2 to 1. 5 touchdown games, 6 to 4. Passing yards per game, 257 to 237. Passes completed per game, 22 to 20. Rushing touchdowns, 20 to 14. Super Bowl appearances, 3 to 2. Super Bowl wins, 2 to 1. Playoff win percentage, playoff completion percentage, and playoff passer rating. Take that, Mulsey. Take that, Pony. Take that, Donnie. And if the comeback is, well, Favre won 3 MVPs and Roethlisberger never even got an MVP vote, you're really ignoring the story. As Mulsey would say, and he does have a way with words, you are being willfully ignorant. That's the very definition of that, because you're completely ignoring that the era in which Favre won his 3 MVPs was kind of a slow era for quarterbacks right there in the mid to late 90s. Whereas Ben had to contend with the likes of Brady, Manning, Rodgers, and Breeze for the majority of his career. And I'll give you a graphic example of that. The first year Favre won MVP, do you know who the only other quarterback to get MVP votes was, Sean?
What year is this, 97?
Wrong. Jim Harbaugh.
Captain Comeback.
Jim Harbaugh. The second year in a row that Favre won MVP. Do you know who had the second most TD passes in the league? Wrong. Vinny Testaverde. Okay? And the third straight year that Favre won MVP, the guy with the second most touchdown passes was Jeff Blanking George.
He had Ron Cook's hairline as a quarterback.
So Ben, you know, he didn't have to deal with Jim Harbaugh, Jeff George, and Vinny Testaverde. He had to go Brady, Manning, Rodgers, Breeze, and all those other guys for his whole career. So let's just ignore that. Let's just ignore all of this and say you have to be a homer to say that Ben is above Brett Favre. Bull crap. He is. Thank you, Sean. Who's in tomorrow?
I think City Limits triumphantly returns.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. The Pirates notched a 3-1 win last night in San Fran against the Giants. Buccos scoring twice in the 8th inning to break the tie. They've now won 7 of their past 8 games heading into the trade deadline. Pirates and Giants run it back today. 3:45 the first pitch. Logan Webb throws it for San Fran. The Pirates counter with Mike Burrows. Buccos are off tomorrow. Our coverage on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK begins at 2:45, less than an hour from now, and that's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
I'm Denton Day, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. We're going to the WNBA tonight. I'm taking Fever guard Kelsey Mitchell to go over 19.5 against the Phoenix Mercury. In the absence of Caitlin Clark, Mitchell has been a massive bright spot offensively for the Fever. She had 35 on Sunday against Chicago, and she's gone over this 19.5 mark in every single game since the All-Star break. Take Kelsey Mitchell over 19.5 points tonight. I'm Denton Day from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wakem 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means a half a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wakem 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Fan About Town. After a hot day in the sun watching the black and gold practice, Sharky's in Latrobe is the place to cool off with an ice-cold Miller Lite. Join Donnie Football on July 30th as he broadcasts live from Sharky's 6 to 10. Donaldson's Crossroads, a Zamias Properties entity, is proud to support the Pittsburgh Public Schools Backpack Drive. Drop off your backpacks through July 31st in the bin near the Little Gym inside the Mini Mall. Then join Kids Fest Friday, August 1st from 1 to 4 p.m. with games, prizes, and Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan from 1 to 2 p.m. Training camp is back and Live Casino is your go-to before and after practice. Hit Sports and Social Steel City on the second floor of Live Casino and cool off with an ice cold Miller Lite. And join Donnie Football broadcasting live from 6 to 10 on July 31st. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Join the fun on DraftKings Casino. Ranked the #1 online casino experience. They've got everything you've been searching for. Thousands of exciting games, huge jackpots, exclusive offers, and more. New players get a 10-day welcome offer. 500 spins on Huff and More Puff when you play just $5 to start. Download the DraftKings Casino app and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN. And spin your favorite slots with DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days. Valid for featured game only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends 8/24/25 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. #1 based on Eilers and Kraychak 2H24 product analysis.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it. I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce. Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
You need parts? O'Reilly has parts. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct pads for just $20. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet. Thank you. Thank you. High five, everybody. High five.
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five.
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, just underway. The Steelers' first padded practice since last year when they were eliminated from the playoffs by the Baltimore Ravens. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a hump day edition of the PM Team.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
I think every year we're like that. Every time we get a chance to lace them up, you got TJ over there. Years past, we've had Ben. You know, I don't take it for granted, but I have the privilege of every year we try to compete. And I'm very thankful to have Mike T and Omar doing that for us.
I love the Yinzers. I've been around them my entire career. You guys know Big Mike was on the show. There's just something special about the people from this area. You know, there's something in the water maybe, but
rust.
But
steel,
rust, yeah. They're built. They're built a little differently.
Yeah, and they love their Steelers. They love you already, man, and they will love you forever if you go do what you're going to do for them here in a couple.
All right. Hello, everybody. Immaculate vibes, I suppose, over at Steelers training camp. Weather cooperating, so they are hitting each other. Backs on backers. The quasi-Oklahoma drill from back in the day. Steelers one of the few teams to do it. Football's in the air, and that was Pat McAfee and the gang. They made it out to Latrobe, and they had all the big names on. Hayward, Watt, Rodgers, Tomlin, Omar Khan, Gene Steratore even made a cameo. No Kabali, which I thought was strange.
Which Mark will claim he doesn't take personally, but on the inside, it's a mixture of being hurt.
You think he's a sad clown right now?
Seething. Is that Pagliacci was the sad clown? Yeah.
Listen to this guy, Dom. Pagliacci.
Well, it's the old, hey, you're sad? You should go see Pagliacci, the clown. He's in town. Doc, I am Pagliacci. Anyway.
None of us have ever heard that expression
If you've
before.
seen the movie Watchmen, you've seen that reference.
I thought Pagliacci was like a Greek philosopher.
Well, did you know Donnie?
I thought Pagliacci was my old bookie.
I believe Donnie thought that, Plato lived in the 1700s?
1800s.
1800s?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, vibes were high, except for Kabali, who will say that it doesn't bother him, but it does. He'll text me that it doesn't bother him here in about 10 minutes if he hears this.
Well, he can't because he should be doing his job and watching the Steelers practice right now.
Yes.
Look, here is my take as a Steelers fan on their situation right now. It is very easy to get swept up in this because Aaron Rodgers is an all-time great quarterback. And we've seen ancient quarterbacks turn back the clock, go to new teams, and win. We've gone over those guys. They also brought in other big-name players, Jalen Ramsey. They drafted Derek Harmon in the first round. They brought in Darius Slay from a Super Bowl winning team. They get Troy Fautanu back from injury, so it's like having 2 first-round picks in a way.
They brought in did you say Metcalf already? They got the
Metcalf.
somewhat of a headache
I
George
forget
Pickens
about Metcalf sometimes because it happened, and then we immediately started to get to Aaron Rodgers' watch.
Yeah.
So there is that, but I am still of the opinion that the best thing that could happen to this team in 2025 is to have a down year and put themselves in position to draft their next franchise quarterback when the draft is here in April. I do believe among realistic, and I do think it's realistic, scenarios, that's the best one. So that's the tug of war that I have inside of me. Part of me wants to dump the Kool-Aid into the funnel and chug it. Even though I'm not a good chugger, you've seen me funnel before and it went badly.
Yeah,
Remember that? That was Steelers' opening day. That was at home opener.
You've dunked a basketball in your life. I've never done that or close. I've funneled beers at a high level.
You made 9 straight threes. I still have people that come up to me and ask if it happened.
Pony,
I
would trade that story and that thing I did to have dunked a ball cleanly one time in my life without a second's hesitation.
Well, I'm trying to get back to that, and I'm not there yet. But maybe someday.
Well, here's my question about you saying what you just said about the best outcome for them you think in the long term, because I think you don't need me to say explicitly that I agree with that, and I've said that for a while. How easy will it be for you if they start hot this season, say 4-1 through 5 games, okay? Mm-hmm. Third of the season roughly is down.
Yep.
How much will you ditch your take here on July 30th in the moment and be like, this kicks at, like, especially if Rodgers looks pretty sharp and all that?
Yeah.
How much are you going to say, screw that, I'm into it now?
Yes.
Okay, just yes.
Yes.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Because if Donnie was over there, I know he'd say the same thing.
Yeah.
He'd be in it in the moment. So it's basically the bloodless version of you that's able to say it now because they're just starting to hit each other at training camp versus what could happen when the season starts.
If they get beat by the Jets in week 1, I don't think I'm going to come in here and say, hey, guys, this is actually a good thing. Let's rally behind this.
You'll be foaming
I'll be
at the
frustrated and upset that they got beat by Justin Fields and the Jets and Aaron Rodgers' old team after the quarterback swap that the two teams did in the offseason. But, there's manufactured Super Bowl hope, and then there's real, authentic Super Bowl hope like they have in Buffalo and Philadelphia again this year. And Rodgers, every time he talks about this, I think is generally right. We have the clip on McAfee's show. He gave a variation and a version of it again today, talking about the team goal and what his expectations are.
I mean, everybody's 0-0 right now. There's 32 teams that feel like they can win a championship, but you guys know, covering the game, there's only a handful of teams. I always say like 6 to 8, but it's really like 8 to 12 because there's some of those teams like the Commanders last year. I saw the sign. That's what got me. I was just talking to Ty about the San Diego Chargers playing. When you're as old as I am, you played in so many different stadiums and against different team names. We beat the St. Louis Rams.
Yep.
That team doesn't exist anymore, but there's a history of excellence that exists in only a few places around the league, and thankfully I'm here at one of them.
Yes, but he did point out there's a team that kind of comes out of nowhere every year and turns up or becomes an unlikely Super Bowl team. Now, those are usually manned by young quarterbacks who break out.
Jaden
and
Daniels.
Not guys, Joe Burrow, and not guys at 41 years old.
So only a couple of instances of guys who are in their 40s doing that.
So
it just doesn't happen often.
Right now, I feel like it is like manufactured excitement. I think very few people actually hold Dom's opinion that the Steelers are going to be in the AFC Championship game and are one of the 4 best teams in football going into this season. Everybody else is just here to have a good time right now. And pads are back on, and it feels like real football. And for the most part, they don't want to consider apocalyptic scenarios like Aaron Rodgers looking his age or the offensive line performing badly or them not having a real number 2 wide receiver or the defense not being as good as the money they spent on it.
So, question, though.
Yes.
Why is it so hard for people to conceive of or not entertain maybe or understand that it's possible, those scenarios? They've been immensely frustrated to end most of the last several seasons, really. Mm-hmm. Like, is it that much worse to imagine them going 6-11 than some of what we've gotten here, which is dead man walking team drags its carcass into the playoffs as the Christians in a Christians versus the Lions game? I don't think it should be that much tougher to look at that way.
Here is the very optimistic Steelers opinion I've heard a lot on this station and from fans even in just civilian life. Yeah, I think they're going to be the same team this year, but they're going to be more fun. Yeah, they're a 10-7 team that gets in as one of the last wild card teams, and I wouldn't pick them to win in Baltimore, Buffalo, or Kansas City. But you know what?
They're going to be
I'm going to have
bunch.
more fun watching them.
Is it because of Rodgers?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Was he that fun in Jersey last year with the Jets?
No.
I don't think it was fun.
No, it was not. But
Jets are a dysfunctional franchise, but I wouldn't say that the Steelers they're not on the Jets level, but let's be honest, it hasn't been smooth sailing here and fun.
They'll give one of those teams a better run for their money, and you'll look back on it as not a boring, uninteresting, frustrating, disappointing season, and then you turn the page to the quarterback pursuit of 2026. I get that from a lot of Steelers fans.
Man, one of the things that if they're not good, though, that should worry people about 2026 and beyond is it's hard for me to imagine, let me put it this way, Rodgers being terrible, but the offensive line being stellar, and he's just standing tall. If he's bad, part of the reason is almost certainly going to be because Broderick Jones or maybe even Troy Fautanu or both just aren't good this year.
Yeah.
And then that kind of thing, when those are your 2 first-round picks and they're bookend tackles, that sets you back, man.
I know. So when you put it that way, it sounds like you wouldn't mind them having a season like the last couple.
Well, I'm more pointing out that, like, saying that they would have a bad season and that could be a good thing almost certainly comes with it the idea that guys you picked very highly in the draft aren't producing the way you thought they were.
Yeah.
And that isn't, you can't just say 6-11, hey, that's probably best for business in a vacuum.
I bought the Phil Steele football guide today, which is one of my favorite things in the world.
Do you actually read it?
I do, for the most part.
Because it's just written in size 2 font.
It's actually going to be the subject of Judge Dom, who's back after Mulsey wanted him disbarred.
I wanted him disbarred. This is unbelievable that this judge is allowed to try cases in this country.
Phil Steele ranks Penn State as the best team in the country going into this college football season.
Okay.
And so we will be debating, is Penn State worthy of being the number 1 team in the country in Judge Dom's courtroom? But one of the first things I do when I get this magazine every year is I see where he ranks the quarterbacks for the NFL draft. And so if the Steelers struggle and have close to their pick of the litter, or if they have a good year and have to, get the 4th or 5th best quarterback in the draft, here's how he ranks them going into this year. He has Drew Aller 6. He has your boy Lenoris Sellers 5. Sam Levitt from Arizona State 4. Cade Klubnik, Clemson 3. Arch Manning 2.
Nussmeier.
And Garrett Nussmeier from LSU number 1.
I hope everyone's listening to Phil Steele. My guy Lenoris Sellers just laying in the weeds there at 5. He'll be available if the Steelers are picking like 14th. How many teams, by the way, could suck this year realistically and then be drafting a quarterback because it's a need? If the Patriots suck this year, they're not drafting one. So in that division, Jets for sure.
Yep.
In the Steelers division, I think it's
Browns.
Cleveland and the Steelers.
Yep.
In the AFC South, it's not
Colts.
Houston. Colts could do it. Titans, no. Obviously.
They picked Cam Ward.
Yeah. Trevor Lawrence, I think, is going to get a new lease on life.
They wouldn't do it.
And the Raiders in that division.
Yes.
So how many have we named so far? 4 teams in the AFC?
Raiders, Colts, Browns,
Steelers.
And Jets.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so 5 counting the Steelers.
Yep.
Giants will definitely be in that market.
They picked Jackson Dart in the first round, though.
Still might not be out of it. Would you agree if they have a chance to get like an Arch Manning somehow? Could absolutely do it.
I sure.
Like I'm just not saying Jackson Dart's an automatic given where they picked him.
Nobody in the NFC
nobody
North.
in the NFC North. The Saints, I would think.
100%.
I would think they're obvious.
I think Carolina could get back into it if
Totally
Bryce Young
depends,
has a bad year.
If it's Bryce Young being bad, that's one thing. And then Frisco just signed Purdy.
LA for sure.
LA's
because of
going to be
Stafford's
looking.
age.
Is Arizona going to be looking to trade Kyler at
Arizona
some point?
and Seattle are kind of wild cards depending on
All
how
right,
both
so
of
I
those
guess
teams
there's like
go.
8 or 9 teams that could be both bad and need a quarterback.
Yeah.
Interesting calculus to try to figure out.
But Dom thinks this is day 1 of a season that ends in the Steelers playing in late January, correct?
I do, and I just tweeted this out. I think by Halloween, most people at this station, in this city, and most Steelers fans will be saying they're Super Bowl contenders. Just by looking at their schedule at the first couple months, and what the vibes will be, I think people will be talking Super Bowl.
Will Aaron Rodgers be in the MVP conversation?
100%.
What will their record be after 7 games?
100%. There's zero, there's no room for him not
even
being.
99%.
No, it's 100%.
I think 5-1 after 6 games and 6-1 after 7 games, beating the Packers on Sunday Night Football going into
Who the hell is
Halloween.
going to beat them?
Bengals. My Super Bowl winners. But yes, Pony, not only Super Bowl, but I think you're MVP, but I think Rodgers could also win Comeback Player of the Year.
Oh!
A
coming
double,
back from
a double whammy.
Coming back
A
not
double
from
dip.
injury, just from sucking really badly.
Well, injury and sucking really badly.
But he didn't suck really badly because, of course, I've been told his numbers were comparable to Russell Wilson.
They are.
Upping the ante at camp right now, from having Aaron Rodgers on to now Pittsburgh Dad, is where the proceedings have gone on the Pat McAfee show right now. A one-on-one with
Colin
Pittsburgh
was
Dad.
working right now.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line. A personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Coming up next, what Omar Khan said about all the cap space the Steelers have. NFL.com today reported they still think they're going to make a move on a guy. We'll tell you who that is. Matt Clement at 2:35, our 93.7 The Fan MLB analyst, on what he wants the Pirates to do between now and the deadline. But first, an intern down headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates at Giants today, wrapping up their series at 3:45. Pittsburgh looking for a sweep of San Francisco. They have already won 7 of their last 8 games. They'll look to make it 8 of their last 9. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
DQ presents how to make a blizzard treat even sweeter.
Just get a blizzard treat on Miracle Treat Day, July 31st, and help support kids like me, Ari. On Miracle Treat Day, $1 or more of each blizzard treat sold at participating locations benefits your local children's hospital. So treat yourself in the most meaningful way and support local kids like me on Miracle Treat Day at DQ, Thursday, July 31st. DQ, happy tastes good.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's. Right now, get a 4-piece GE kitchen suite for under $2,000. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt Max XR 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. Save big with deals that work as hard as you do. Shop Pro Savings Days in-store or online today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 8/1. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sometimes you have to wonder what NFL teams are doing. The Kansas City Chiefs' success was getting on everyone's nerves. So what happens? They lose the Super Bowl, and we think they're coming back down to earth. Fast forward to this year's draft. The most talented offensive lineman? Probably Ohio State's Josh Simmons. Except he was supposed to be hurt. Turns out, good to go, and looks amazing in camp. And 31 teams let him fall to KC. So if you're one of those fans who's frustrated the Chiefs are winning, blame the rest of the NFL. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
As you head out to training camp in Latrobe, look for your Cole Miller Lite displays at the following distributors: Barkley Beer, Route 982, Bradenville, and Beverage Warehouse, Wilson Avenue in Greensburg.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly, knowledgeable pharmacists are here to help, and most prescriptions are ready in under 20 minutes. Can't make it in? Choose same-day prescription delivery. All the value you expect from Sam's Club is at the pharmacy too. And Plus members save even more with over 600 generic prescriptions for $10 or less. Pick up your prescriptions and all your club favorites in one easy trip when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy or your local Sam's Club pharmacy for details.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
Let's go black and gold. Smale Kia is proud to sponsor the Pittsburgh training camp. Live on 93.7 The Fan. Right now, get 1.9% APR for up to 60 months. Plus Kia bonus cash available on select models. $1,000 on 2025 Carnival Hybrid, and Sereno 2.5T models. $500 on 2025 Celta Sportage Hybrid, Nero Gas, and Sereno Gas models. Go to SmaleKia.com. See Smale Kia for details.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers, and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I mean, you never say you're done, but, I really like the group that we have here, and, we've done a lot this offseason, and, we'll see. If there's ever an opportunity to improve the team, we'll think about it and talk about it, but, we feel good about the team, Pat.
You never say you're done. Omar Khan, moments ago with Pat McAfee. You never say you're done. NFL.com doesn't think the Steelers are done because NFL.com has the Steelers acquiring Keenan Allen right now. That is their projection. Finding homes for the remaining free agents. They think Allen is going to go back on his wish to play on the West Coast. And because those opportunities are seemingly non-existent, if it's Pittsburgh or don't play, he's going to give in and pick the Steelers. Which would make me feel better about them.
I mean, that would make them a better football team.
100%.
He's a definition of a professional route runner and a quarterback safety.
Yeah, he's not cut from the Robert Woods, Allen Robinson, Van Jefferson cloth. He's a legit dude, and I think his game ages well. I mean, look at how long Adam Thielen has lasted. He's still in Carolina kicking. You usually have...
Keenan Allen's like a Hall of Very good player.
Yeah, in every era, you have a wide receiver who sticks around and plays pretty well into his mid to late 30s, and I honestly think he has the chance to do that.
Actually, if Keenan Allen doesn't miss a couple seasons, basically like a season and a half early in his career, I feel like that guy is starting to talk about gold jacket territory. He'd probably be up near 15,000 receiving yards. He's that dude, man, or was, and he's still a solid football player.
So I would love that.
You've heard me bang the drum for Amari Cooper to a point that probably has annoyed you at this juncture.
Mm-hmm. It actually isn't, Malsey.
I would absolutely rather have Keenan Allen than Amari Cooper. I did see Jerry Dulac in a chat last week was asked about Cooper by, I think, Austin Bechtold.
Oh.
Or intern Dom. And he indicated that he felt Cooper had lost a step or two based on what he had seen.
Oh, Jerry's own observations, not what he heard from the Steelers. This is Dulac's own
Yes, it was Jerry's opinion that he felt like Cooper. He disagreed with intern Dom, I think it was, asking the question.
So once the Steelers got eliminated from the playoffs, he didn't start watching old Ryder Cup matches. He kept up with the playoffs at that point.
I was going to say that maybe he saw Amari Cooper on the golf course.
Isn't the PGA in Hawaii at that point in January?
Open?
Yeah. How about the Bob Hope? Isn't that going on around that time?
They don't call it the Bob Hope. It's a signature event now.
Gotcha. Well, then even more reason for him to watch and not pay attention to what Amari Cooper was doing with the Bills. Someone named Ralph Vacchiano now works for Fox Sports. He's not one of the guys who were let go in the bloodletting there. And he ranked NFL teams and put the Steelers 6.
He ranked teams and put the Steelers.
He has the Steelers as the 6th best team in the NFL. He has them ahead of your Lions, Malsey. Steelers 6, the Lions down at 9. Steelers ahead of the Commanders from last year's NFC Championship game. Eagles 1, Ravens 2. Again, more Ravens propaganda. Chiefs 3, Bills 4. Packers a surprising 5. And then your Pittsburgh Steelers 6. 4th best team in the AFC. You go by this logic, he has them in divisional round weekend. Ravens, Chiefs, Bills, and then the Steelers.
They don't drug test at Fox Sports, I assume.
Well, Nick and Danny work there, so they probably don't. On Twitter, I asked, are you starting to believe that the Steelers are dark horse Super Bowl contenders? This is neck and neck. 52% say no, they're not. The great vibes of training camp do not have hope springing that eternal, but it is close. I mean, it's basically man on the street. 1 out of 2 people would say, yeah, I do actually think they're right there. Not a clear-cut favorite, but you can squint and see them as a contender. Mike Tomlin admitted today what he does in his spare time. Did you guys see this? With Kevin Clark.
Listens to the PM team?
He wouldn't admit that even though he does. He likes to play Sudoku. He says he spends hours a day doing Sudoku and playing crosswords. He said, quote, I'm a puzzler.
You'd think he'd be better at like in-game tactics than with that kind of an analytical mind.
I hate to say it, but that lowers Mike Tomlin's aura, playing Sudoku.
How much does losing playoff games by 2 or 3 touchdowns lower his aura?
Let's see if I can play this audio here. Now, this is one of those things where for some reason, why can't I play videos off of this website?
Is your tab muted?
How do you do? No, the tab has the little
sounds up and everything.
Yeah.
I had an issue with my computer that wouldn't play sound while you were on vacation. I still sat over here, and we had to get our guy Ron.
Go to Kevin Clark on X, and you're going to see, quote, Mike Tomlin, I am a puzzler.
All right, I have it by Kevin Clark. Would you like to put my computer up? Is this oh, no, he says
you have to go down a little bit. This is from 5 hours ago. They did it in some field, this interview at
it's in
St. Vincent College. There's like high grass in the background.
All right, is this like a 40-second clip?
Yes.
Okay, hold on.
You're not going to be able to play it either.
No, I will.
How?
I bet you I'll be able to.
You have more?
I have more aura than you do. Dom, can you put my speakers on and see if this one works?
It's not going to work.
Okay, ready,
Go
Dom?
ahead. I bet it doesn't work. Yep, told you.
Oh, what the hell? All right, hold on.
It's not going to work.
I'm a big Sudoku guy.
Really?
I am. I'm a puzzler. Crossword puzzles, Sudoku.
Sudoku?
It's like a
Spider
Ron
solitaire.
Solitaire?
I like mind stimulation.
So that's just, I mean, how often are you just in your office? Sometimes you just need a break, maybe 10 minutes?
Yeah, pretty much daily. It's a component of what I do.
I like that.
Yeah.
How'd you get into that?
I've always been into it, man. When I was a little guy, my mother and I, we'd fight over the crossword puzzle in the daily newspaper. She'd always let me go first, and that made me angry because then she would fill the rest of it in. And so I'm a competitor. That's kind of what got me going.
What if he's like iron sharpens iron, my mother and I doing crosswords, things of that nature? What would he have been? So he grew up in what, Newport News?
Mm-hmm.
Would that have been like the Virginia Pilot or something? Like what
I don't know.
Be
maybe
the paper of record
Maybe
there?
his mom still stepped up her game and got the New York Times every day.
Do you do the New York Times crossword?
I don't do any crossword puzzles.
I like them. I feel like smart people generally
I think all
do
of
them.
those things are a waste of time.
But watching the Steelers and Dolphins from 1996
Okay,
is
that's what Donnie did.
You do that same thing. You watch 70 Steelers games.
Sure.
Not a waste of time, though.
No, because it applies to my job.
How?
Because we talk about the Steelers, so having a wealth of knowledge on the Steelers doesn't hurt. I don't see how doing crossword puzzles helps. You think Bill Belichick's sitting around, Dom? You think
Bill
back
Belichick
in the day? You think
put
he's doing
together,
crossword
he likes to do
puzzles?
ships in a bottle. So he likes to study naval tactics. Does that help on football?
I think, yes. I think, as a matter of fact, naval tactics would.
Give me one prominent naval tactic that would apply to football.
I don't know about prominent naval tactics.
Well, maybe
you know why,
should
Chris?
learn about them because it
I'm
would
not
help
a
you
football
analyze
coach.
football.
I'm not a football coach.
But you like to think like a coach. By that logic, you shouldn't criticize any coach because you're not studying what they're studying.
So you think that in answering a question like, this actor played the character Cosmo Kramer on Seinfeld, and him putting in Richards or whatever the name is, you think that's making him a better coach? It's a waste of bleeping time.
If a coach you actually liked was doing it, you'd say, man, what a Renaissance man this
No,
guy
I would
is.
do exactly what Dom just said, which is, you know what? I like this guy, but he just went down in my book.
Well, he just said it was an aura issue. You know what's another smart person thing that I would love to do, and I just don't have I'm frankly too dumb to do it? Chess. Every smart person I feel like knows how to play chess.
I agree with you. If he had said, I'm a big chess guy, he goes up in my book.
Because you're a big chess guy.
No, I'm not really a big chess guy, but I get what you're saying. It's like thinking a couple of steps ahead. That is part of being a football coach. Puzzler, yeah, he's puzzled on game day and game management situations.
What if he was doing the jumbled words? He was doing like the stupid puzzles in there. I love the jumbled words as a kid. The crypto quip.
See, there has to be a better thing to do than Sudoku. Like the crossword puzzle I'm good with. I like people that are well-rounded. But find a game that's more fun. Do the Wordle or, anything else.
Wordle's so easy.
It's not.
If he said he went on and did the thing that, if he said Immaculate Grid, and I'm just naming dudes who played for the Steelers and Seahawks.
That's sports, though. Do something other than sports.
He's in sports.
What?
You're talking about me or are you talking about Tomlin?
I'm talking about Tomlin.
Okay, he's not doing stuff that's sports-related here with this.
I know.
You're still criticizing him.
No, I said don't do the Immaculate Grid like you said. Do something non-sports, but more fun than Sudoku.
I don't know. I'd be able to relate to him better if he did an Immaculate Grid. That's why I threw that out there.
The YouTube comments really a mess right now. Chris, I'm with you on chess. I have friends who are chess whizzes, and it's annoying. Johnny the Barber has chimed in. I'm also a chess guy, but he put a T in there.
I love chess. There was a girl up at school that I kind of liked, and we would play chess on our phone. And I beat her every time.
How far did that go with her? Anything beyond that?
No, not at all.
Possibly consider
losing on purpose.
Tanking one time.
I heard that's a bad move. Like, that sets a bad precedent.
You don't have to tell her.
That's a bad precedent. Obviously, the precedent you set so far isn't working.
Well, that's true.
Why didn't you?
You're not even on first base. You're barely in the batter's box.
You're kicking the dirt off your cleats with your bat there. You gotta you don't tell her that you're throwing
hitting
the game.
Brian Hayes in this situation.
What are you doing here? You're Tommy Pham pre-contest.
At this point, we might have to call Austin Bechtold and see if he can
well, because
better.
She was talking a lot of games, so I thought, all right, maybe if I show her up and beat her, it'll impress her.
Yeah, and it hasn't.
Yeah.
I'm a puzzler.
I think we need to get that clip. It would be a perfect thing to play when he makes a horrifying in-game decision later this
year. That won't take long.
Right. We'll use it in week 1, even if they win, and we'll just I'm a puzzler. I'm out there. I'm doing the puzzles. You think do you think he would have said growing up, he would have said, I was a kid who read the Sunday Funnies?
Yes.
100%.
He's a football guy.
He's a football guy. Yeah. All right. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Go visit them at southhillskia.net. All right. Matt Clement next. Matt Clement, 93.7 The Fan, MLB analyst. His thoughts on the Pirates trade deadline. It is now the eve of the deadline. We still don't have a deal outside of Adam Frazier. Keller, Bednar, and the bunch there. Some of his anecdotes from trades and trade deadlines that he's great at coming up next as well. Quick timeout, then we're back with Matt. It's the PM team on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates at Giants today, 3:45 in San Francisco. Mike Burrows gets the start for the Buccos. Logan Webb gets the start for San Francisco. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Tell your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistic solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Upside presents Locals Just Know. In Pittsburgh, there are things that you just know. Like on game day, you can wear whatever you want, as long as it's black or yellow.
Look, Mom, I dressed myself.
That's great, honey, but it's game day, and you're wearing Eagle colors. Let's go swap that shirt.
Well, here's something not all Pittsburghers know yet. You can now earn Upside cash back at hundreds of nearby restaurants, gas stations, and grocery stores. Even local favorites like Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get Go. The best part? With Upside, you can earn cash back on top of your credit or debit card rewards and loyalty programs like My Perks from Giant Eagle. Download the free Upside app, and soon you'll feel like every day is game day. For a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PITT02. That's promo code PITT02 for an extra 10% cashback bonus. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Get 50% off windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com today.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Our Bucco game preview starts in less than an hour. We'll get you ready for the Bucks and Giants as Pittsburgh goes for a sweep out west against a team that's fighting for a playoff spot, the Giants. A day away from MLB's trade deadline. Things are moving at a glacial pace throughout the league. guy no one ever heard of was traded from the White Sox to the Yankees today. That's the extent of it. Still just the Adam Frazier move for the Buccos. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That's where we find our 93.7 The Fan MLB analyst, former big league pitcher Matt Clement with us. Matt, you were traded a couple times. Give us a good trade story involving you, or maybe a trade deadline story involving a teammate.
Well, my two trades were ironically 364 days apart with like 3 days left in spring training. So I don't have the trade deadline feel, but also I think that might be the worst time you could possibly get traded, getting ready to move into your new city and have everything ready to go in your family, and then everything falls apart on you, and you're going to a whole new situation, and you have to start over and get rid of all the leases and cars getting transported and everything else. So
does the players' union help with that, or are you on your own in that situation, Matt?
You get some assistance from both the teams actually. When I went from San Diego to Florida and Florida to the Cubs, both the teams help.
That's traveling secretary territory, right? That traveling secretary's got to be
interesting.
Burning the lines up, I would think.
Yeah, and you know what? You have good as a player, I always tried to treat everybody at the highest end, and because of situations like that, also that's just how I am. Number one, but also in situations like that, like they're obviously more willing to, like, you're in a panic mode, they're going to figure things out for you. But that's part of their job description, a traveling secretary. And honestly, there were two kind of out of the blue trades for me too. Ones I wasn't expected. I wasn't rumored to be traded, and it happened. And the one trade happened. My wife was we were in Florida, and we were in Melbourne, getting ready to basically go to Fort Lauderdale or Pembroke Pines area for that season with the Marlins, and I got traded to the Cubs. And I happened to have one of my good friends was in town visiting, watching me play my last spring training start, and he drove back with my wife to Pennsylvania. I canceled his plane ticket. He drove back and helped her get back to Pennsylvania at the time. Those are just kind of how things work in that situation. So this is a little easier right now. Not easier because it's a small time frame you're looking at, not the whole season.
Matt, we always I try to catch myself when I'm doing this. The players are human beings here who are getting traded. It uproots things. You just described it. You get traded right at the end of spring training. Did you feel like either time it hurt your ability to perform to the level you expected to perform right at like the start of the season because you were so just trying to get your bearings basically over that 2-week stretch or thereabouts?
Maybe to an extent. I think the more, as you asked that question, what came to my mind was like the urgency to do well in a new situation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because you have one chance to make a first impression. You don't have all spring training to make that first impression. Where you're learning your way through, you have a couple bad outings. Like the urgency to like kind of fit in and show that you have a little bit. There's a little bit. I'm not going to lie to you. Some like, I'll show them why'd they trade me. And you want to show, you want to prove them wrong for trading the other team wrong, like the Padres and the Marlins when they traded me. Like you have that a little bit going on, but also like that urgency to like kind of like show that, they made a good move at the same time, like they're picking you up.
Who was a guy on the Cubs when you got traded who made you feel real welcome, like it was an easy transition into the clubhouse because somebody was there that just kind of smoothed that out and what have you?
Easy. Joe Girardi. I mean, it was like my favorite, one of my favorite people that I, ever played with, but also got to throw to. And he was my catcher when I walked in the place. And he was one of those guys like you're playing, and he was almost like, he was like managing the team as a player, like as an assistant manager, an assistant coach when you walked in, and just, first off, just a tremendous human being and person to be around and leader. But like, he helped me immensely pitching wise, honestly. Like it was the thing I kind of needed when I got to the Cubs, was having that catcher to take me under his wing and let's figure out, almost like he wasn't doing this, but to me, he was. Like, okay, you have all this potential. Let's figure out how to get all this potential out of you and make you a big league player.
Matt Clement with us here, 93.7 The Fan MLB analyst. One more reminiscing question, then we'll get to the topic of the day, and that's what the Pirates should do. You were on the Cubs when the Pirates made one of the most infamous trades in their team history. They sent Aramis Ramirez and Kenny Lofton to the Cubbies, and the Pirates got back who, Mulsey? Bobby Hill,
Matt Brubeck, and I believe Jose Hernandez. Not that I think about that trade all the time and clutch my fists.
What was your reaction, Matt, when you got those guys from the Pirates for basically nothing?
Well, I couldn't have named any of the people we gave up. I can tell you that. I remember them now, but no, I couldn't have named any of them if you would have asked me. I would have lost that trivia question. But it was like a burst. Like for a team that, like we were that year, trying to as we did get to the playoffs and went around, and unfortunately, what happened at the end, we won't talk about that incident.
Mm-hmm.
Bringing in those two guys was like a burst of energy into our team, and especially somebody like, probably I guess one of the guys that I think was misunderstood as a player until you played with him was like Kenny Lofton. Like, what a leader, what an awesome guy, a leader as a leader of the lineup, and a leader as a player, and just really a really fun guy to play with, and really made a huge difference. And then obviously Rammy was. He is what he is. He's a Cubs Hall of Famer now, so that's where that trade really
Yeah.
Matt, do you know the Kenny Lofton trivia question that covers the two sports that you hold nearest and dearest to your heart?
I don't know the trivia question. I know he's a hooper, though.
He is the only player, to my knowledge, to appear in both the Final Four and the World Series.
Wow, I did not know that.
He could play some basketball over at Arizona, I believe.
And if you would put a ball in Ethan Morton's hand, he might be able to claim the same thing, Matt. What the heck? You didn't teach him a curveball?
People tried to get me to do that at one point. They were trying, but he was already too far down the road in basketball to go that route.
All right, we've asked you this a million times, but obviously things are fluid and things change. Where do you come down right now on the Pirates trading Mitch Keller and/or David Bednar?
Well, I think this Bednar market is so crazy right now with it's gotten better for the Pirates. Now, he's continued to pitch so well, which has really helped it. But I think that, like, the way, you have Clase kind of getting removed, you have the Dominguez trade last night. It was like a rental, but a top 10 prospect. You have a lot of people putting themselves in positions to pay big.
Yep.
I got to say this, both sides of this, right? I think David Bednar embodies Pittsburgh, and I don't want to see him leave. But at the same time, me knowing him, and I'd like to see him get a chance to win. Like, he could end up on like what we were just talking about, that excitement. He could be the Kenny Lofton of a team and have the chance to win right now. And I think the Pirates could get a pretty good haul back for him that I don't know they thought they could get. Even, let's not talk about how the season started, but like, even since he's been going good, I think it's a pretty big haul you're going to get back. It's funny. You look at Major League rumors right now, and it's all about relievers. You're going to win. People that are going to win this thing, they're going to win with relief pitching right now. It's at an all-time premium high that these are the people that are winning games right now, and they're paying for those people right now. So I just think, like, the Pirates in the situation they're in, I think it's a trade. It's a trade that needs to be made because of the haul you can get, and also I look at it from the side of the other side. I'm sure he doesn't want to leave Pittsburgh because it's home, but he could also have a chance to go.
Matt, I got to cut you off here. We have breaking news that just came in per intern Dom, just got in my ear. Ke'Bryan Hayes has been traded to the Reds.
Wow.
Breaking,
Alex
Jeff Passan.
Stumpf, yeah, Mark Feinsand, they all got it.
Ke'Bryan Hayes has been traded to the Cincinnati Reds. Hayes is among the best defensive players in baseball. 5 years of club control beyond the season. We don't know right now what the return is.
What's your reaction to that just right off the bat, not knowing the return, though, that he's not only traded but to a division opponent here, Matt?
Well, I just think we talked about him a couple weeks ago. I think with the contract that he had, that was another move that needed to be made. So, let's hope that the results of the trade and the prospects that we got back, or hopefully maybe a lineup guy right now, is big. But I think the bigger contract, where you are as a team, kind of having to rebuild that offense, doesn't surprise me. It's hard to evaluate the trade until we see what we got there. And but at the same time, like, not unexpected, and gives some I hate to say this word, like some financial flexibility for the Pirates because you don't know what they're going to do with that financial flexibility.
Well, that just is kind of my first thought is they really wanted to move on from him because you trade him to a team in your division.
Matt, I'm curious to get your thought because I usually say this, and you pitched, and you struck a lot of guys out, but you obviously want guys behind you to catch the ball and field the ball. If I were a pitcher, I'd rather have a third baseman that could pop the ball over the wall and drive in runs than a guy who fielded it like Brooks Robinson. I want my defense to be great up the middle. I want my shortstop. I want my catcher. I want my center fielder. You know, I'm curious from your perspective, did you really care if your third baseman was a Gold Glover or not?
Well, obviously it was nice to have that if it was the case, but that wasn't my I would tend to agree with you. Like my priority is, especially I started my career on some rough teams where I had bad run support. I can't win without runs, and it puts you in such a disadvantage and as a pitcher, and you start to pitch differently when you feel like runs aren't going to be scored. So, and I think one point to be made, like, Gold Glove third baseman to the middle of the range third baseman isn't that big of a difference. These guys in the big league, they don't make errors. Like you flip a game on, you see an error, and it's almost like uncommon. They make all the routine plays. They make the hard plays look routine. They're big leaguers. Guys who are playing in big league infield are good infielders. It's not like you're not going from Brian Hayes to the dude that's going to boot 25 balls at third base.
Matt, thank you so much. I wish we could sit here and do this for another half hour and wait till we find out who's coming back from the deal, but we have great sponsors we need to hear from, and we'll break it all down next week with you as far as what the Pirates didn't do. You bet. Matt Clement with us.
Man.
Yeah.
Pirates wanted that. We knew they wanted that contract off the books.
And Charlie Hayes seemed to know something.
He did.
The Charlie Hayes tweet that we brought up a couple days ago. Yes. There you go. I agree with our boss who just walked in and gave us a thumbs up on how that conversation went. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. All right, let's come back. By the time we come back in our Bucko game preview, we should find out who's going to Pittsburgh in this deal. If you're just tuning in, Ke'Bryan Hayes is the first domino to fall. He has been shipped off to the in-division Cincinnati Reds, Tito Francona's Reds, acquiring Ke'Bryan Hayes.
Who's on the move? Another major league trade presented by Globe Airport Parking.
Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment is the PM team.
Bring the family to Washington County to see the best youth baseball players at the Princegate Pony League World Series, presented by Dick's Sporting Goods, August 8th through the 13th. Enjoy the Champions League game, mascot night, military and first responders night, giveaways, and so much more. Go to ponyworldseries.org for a complete schedule. History will be made one batter at a time at the Princegate Pony League World Series. Don't miss it for the world. Sponsored by Washington County Tourism Promotion Agency.
Jim Shorkey Toyota in the North Hills delivers up July deals for the people. New 25 Toyota Tundras, low 1.99% financing for an incredible 72 months. Wow. Or choose a new 25 Toyota Corolla, Camry, or RAV4 and finance at 4.99% for 60 months. Plus, you'll celebrate the freedom to upgrade by grabbing up to $500 more for your trade. Pittsburgh's #1 volume Toyota dealer, JimShorkeyToyota.com. Call 1-855-410-4036 for complete details on all offers and terms.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich, and this is an important message for all who ride motorcycles. Accidents happen. And when it comes to motorcycle accidents, there are no fender benders. Injuries are usually severe and life-changing. If you do one thing today, protect yourself by calling your insurance agent and make sure that you have at least $100,000 in uninsured and underinsured coverage. If you have questions or if you've been injured, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. You see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVay is your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVay offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVay, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVay or go to callmcvay.com to schedule an appointment online.
Back at Jeep of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's one and only single location, family-owned and operated Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram store with our friend Taylor Fournier. Taylor, why is it so important for the customer to understand family-owned and operated?
We guarantee a member of our family is always working to get the best deal for our customers. Dealerships all buy their cars for the same price from the manufacturer, no matter the number of locations. But because we're focused on just our one location, we can beat our competitors' price in less time, all the time.
And during the Make This the Summer Sales event, I hear you're expanding your Three Rivers Protection Program.
We sure did, Bob. The new and improved Three Rivers Protection Program. When you buy a new vehicle at zero cost to our customers, we cover paintless dent and ding repairs, wheel and tire coverage, lost key replacement, and many more. It's all part of our 3RP Protection Program.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for that humongous yellow Jeep in the sky, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by JP Roofing and Setting, your hometown roofing expert. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Key Brian Hayes has been dealt to the Cincinnati Reds. We'll tell you who they're getting back in the deal next. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. More PM.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Here's the 0-1. And a drive to left center field, hit deep to the track, to the wall, and clear the deck. Cannonball coming. Key Brian Hayes, his second home run of the season. Pirates are on the board. It's 3-1.
And that's all he's done as far as the power goes, and that's all he'll do for the Pirates in 2025 and beyond. It's over. the Ke'Bryan Hayes era. The first, quote-unquote, big contract that Ben Cherington handed out among the three guys who got long-term deals, Hayes, Keller, and Reynolds. Hayes is now done. He's shipped off to the Reds at the 50-minute mark, brought to you. I already did that. With temperatures right now in Latrobe for Steelers training camp in the 80s. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. He is gone, and now he's off to Cincinnati. And here's what the Pirates are getting back in the deal. Per Jeff Passan, two players. One guy you've absolutely heard of if you're a baseball fan, and that is reliever Taylor Rogers. Not to be confused with his twin brother Tyler, who pitched against the Pirates last night with the Giants. He has been a pitch for Milwaukee for a short time. He's been in the big leagues for 10 years. He is in the final year of a contract with the Reds, and now the Pirates paying him $12 million. So he's actually making more money than Hayes is right now.
But that final year of the deal thing means he won't be making it for long.
And they also get a prospect, Sammy Stafura, a shortstop who's at single A, 20-year-old shortstop who is hitting .262, high on base percentage, .393. He walks a lot.
Oh, they're doing Moneyball again.
.393, 4 homers, 48 RBIs in 88 games. He was not on the Reds' top 30 prospect list.
They're getting off the salary here.
They dumped the salary.
That's it. He was due $7 million over the next 2 seasons each year, then $8 million over the next 2 after that, and then they had a team option on Ke'Bryan Hayes, did the Pirates, for $12 million with a $6 million buyout attached to it in 2030. Okay, so that's the next 5 years. He's due $30 million for sure, $36 million no matter what, because that's the buyout.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting out of there. We're bailing. And he stunk as a hitter. And the Reds, the funny thing is, we all assumed they would dump him to a team like the Yankees till they made a trade, obviously, to get McMahon from the Rockies and fill that need. We all assumed it would be a deep-pocketed team that would take on a no-hit, all-glove third baseman at it's a power infield spot.
Yep.
No. It's a team in your division in a comparably sized market.
Hold on here. I just got a text from one of our loyal listeners. I actually have to take back what I said. I made a mistake. Stafura actually is. How about this? He is a Reds top 10 prospect.
So what the hell was the disparity there? How did we...
Because they already moved him to the Pirates page.
Yes, the Confluence has told him, has now tweeted us and said he's number 9 on the Reds list.
He's number 9.
All right, so maybe he is a Moneyball man.
So they got a Reds top 10 prospect, and I've got another text here that says, don't be surprised if Rogers never pitches for the Pirates.
Oh, if they
gets immediately flipped in another deal.
That sucks for Bucko Auction House because you need a total number of trades to happen here. I don't care about whether if they immediately flip Rogers, I'm going to be livid.
That's what this says.
All right, I have to do one thing then here, and that's it's still, I think, mostly to get the salary out of there. Majority. Do you disagree with that?
No, I don't.
To their credit, if you are flipping salary off the books, getting somebody that I see our old pal Shelby Cassesi is saying he was the Reds' 15th ranked prospect. I've seen 9th elsewhere. There's going to be disparities in these things based on which service you're using.
Yes.
Getting somebody who's around that top 10 or 12 is a hell of a lot better than a guy outside their top 30. So I have to walk that back and say they might have got an interesting player. But you know what? You know what else Ben Cherington has stockpiled during his tenure here? Middle infielders with maybe a projectable trait who don't pan out into anything.
Yeah.
So if the guy's if the old Moneyball bit here is he gets on base, and Jonah Hill saying he gets on base, what is he, 20 already in A-ball?
Yes.
Not great.
Not bad either, though.
Not terrible, but not great. He's hitting .262. He's drawing a lot of walks. Okay.
I think the bottom line here is Ke'Bryan Hayes was an awful, awful, awful hitter with the Pirates. .233 last year, 4 homers, only played 96 games.
That's my real
worry.
That's my real worry here is that he goes to Cincinnati and hits.
Well, if he's ever going to hit, it's going to be there.
Yes, because it's a bandbox.
It's easy to hit home runs to left field, and he's a right-handed hitter.
It's easy to hit home runs anywhere there.
But yeah, and he's in a better lineup. The Reds have, for the most part, been in the upper half of run-scoring teams this year. They don't have like a ton of big-name guys beyond De La Cruz, but it is a ballpark that is. You're right. It's
It's a hitter's park.
It's a place where
it's one of the friendliest hitter parks in the entire big leagues.
Correct.
Maybe the friendliest.
I mean, it's not Coors Field, but
yes, non-mountain division.
And I think, just from the things I've heard, Hayes, I think, resented the Pirates. And I think he feels like some of his struggles here are related to the team at large.
Like they screwed him up?
I don't know. I mean,
hold on, just because now I'm
remember
getting very
the story.
fired up
He
now.
consulted with his own with the Double-A hitting coach.
Then
when
they
he was
fired
in the majors,
hitting
and they
coach,
got rid of the guy.
John Nunnally.
Yep.
Then he hired him, and they didn't block him, according to their side of the story, from hiring him on the side to work with him.
But that didn't make him a better hitter.
Right.
So the Nunnally effect or factor wore off.
Which is just like what we heard. Didn't Dayon say the Pirates were going to go back to their team-oriented hitting approach and not the mandated hitting approach when they went in the tank for 3 games?
They were going to go rogue after they got swept in Seattle and start doing it their way.
Yes,
and then they
their
played
offense
like
was
crap against
even
Kansas
worse.
City and Minnesota.
So,
yes.
yeah, I'm sorry. Hayes might have some gripes here. His dad and his brother were very vocal in their annoyance with this, that, or the other thing. You got a big contract. You got an amount of money that might not be crazy in baseball terms, but for your overall performance was a lot. Like, I'm not going to be too sympathetic to Ke'Bryan Hayes, man. At some point, there's got to be some ownership on his part of, I never hit here other than my very first debut in the major leagues. I've had constant back problems. I'm not going to talk about that as if it's his fault.
Yep.
But, like, you are what you are at this point. I don't think the Pirates telling you that they are firing the hitting coach you liked is some mortal sin against the team, especially when they let you keep working with him just out of your own pocket.
It also shows that they did not really care about the Gold Glove, Platinum Glove play at third. Because if they did, they would say, okay, paying him $7 million to play elite defense is worth it. What they ended up doing was trading him in the division. So they were fed up with him, or they were tired of it. They also, you can conclude from this, thought that he wasn't going to ever figure it out.
When did they ink that deal with him? That was like right before or right at around opening day in what,
2021?
So after his little COVID explosion season where he just comes right out of the gate hitting like, like a Gold Glover and a MVP candidate. 1124 OPS feels like a fever dream.
Well, that you've said many times that season shouldn't count.
Well, it was clear that it was kind of a farce for him. It was the best you were ever going to see him hit. His OPS has only been good, I would say, objectively, one other year, and that was 23, where he got torrid at the end of the year to salvage that season. Otherwise, he's never hit. He's just never hit. That's the other thing.
Contract was consummated on April 7th, 2022.
Okay, so he had already had the comeback to earth, and they were betting on him.
Yep. That's why they got him for somewhat of a bargain
and for the
compromise deal.
April, so I'll just say the entirety of the 2022 season. Under this new contract, cumulatively, he hit 248 with a 299 on base percentage, so he couldn't even draw walks. A 353 slugging percentage. I'm willing to bet I could find you some pitchers who slugged it better. And a 651 OPS. And you know what? The thing that, again, I'll point back to is a team in a comparably sized market, though, who is a better baseball team. There's no doubt. I'm not, dogging the Pirates for making this trade. It didn't even take the New York Yankees or some deep-pocketed team to say we're willing to suck up the salary for a guy who won't hit.
Austin Bechtold, acquiring Taylor Rogers screams David Bednar is getting traded and Rogers will be the closer. Why would you make a 35-year-old with no future
your closer
for the rest of the year? Or why not see if guys like Majinski or Ashcraft can do the job? That would be dumb.
Yeah,
I don't think it screams Bednar's getting traded.
No.
I mean, it might. They need guys to log innings, and
one
maybe
doesn't have anything to do with the other, in my opinion.
I mean, maybe they're worried with innings numbers with some of their younger pitchers, but if a 35-year-old with no future with the team or 34-year-old is getting saves for you and pitching the ninth inning the last 2 months of the season, that is really, really stupid. That goes against what Greg Brown came on the air yesterday and said that would be the thing the team he works for could do that would drive him crazy, is have guys with no future here
just dead
log
enders,
important innings or get important at-bats.
And he was right to say that. Would you have just either or? So take Rogers out of the equation. I'm again disgusted if they flip him immediately because you're going to win Bucko Auction House for that one. Would you rather have had the following if I could give you these two equivalent things? Guy who's like the 10th rated prospect in the Red system instead of 9th, but what he is a corner outfielder who definitely has a trait that's bad. He strikes out a ton already, but he hits the ball over the fence.
Yes.
Or a middle infielder who might never hit. Thank you.
that one.
So as our buddy Adam Gretz said, it's part of this that drives him nuts is Ben Cherington satisfying his desire for more middle infielders that may not hit. He certainly has a type.
412-928-9370. The first domino has fallen. The Pirates have traded Key Brian Hayes to the Reds. What is your reaction to that? 412-928-9370. I want to hear from Pirates fans at 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner & Associates fan text line. A personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here is an Intern Dom headline. All right, not Intern Dom, Intern Jack.
By Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Just a few moments ago, the Pirates traded Key Brian Hayes to division rival, the Cincinnati Reds, for Sammy Stafura, a 20-year-old minor leaguer that plays shortstop, and Taylor Rogers, a reliever. Stafura is a top 10 prospect in the Red system and has an 800 OPS in A-ball this year. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. They've been my baseball enemy for as long as I can remember, so it's hard to have sympathy for the Atlanta Braves, but they deserve it right now. Their entire opening day rotation is on the 60-day IL, and now Ronald Acuna Jr. is out with right Achilles pain. He lost most of last season to a torn ACL. If this Achilles becomes a long-term thing, that's terrible for the Braves, of course, but for the game as a whole as well. I'm Andrew Bogish.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
At the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, we believe athletes are defined by their journey, not the medals they win. And creating a safer stage for all levels of competition is our priority. Join the movement to end abuse at uscenterforsafesport.org.
Get a $15 O'Reilly Auto Parts gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of select Mobil 1 synthetic motor oil in-store or online.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim. The crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features. Now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market. Now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the stars, stripes, and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well-qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card within 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center. The PF team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Another 3-2 pitch. Grounded. Diving stop at third. Hayes, long throw to first. Got him with a one hop. Gold glove caliber play again at the hot corner from Ke'Bryan Hayes.
And now that guy is going to Cincinnati. He's a Red. Ke'Bryan Hayes traded for the Reds' 9th-ranked prospect, not a top 100 guy, Sammy Stafura, 20 years old at single-A Dayton, and 34-year-old Taylor Rogers, who's making $12 million this year, which is more than Hayes is making.
But it's only for this year, and he ain't coming back. He might never
pitch here.
Yep.
Lots of reviews of this trade coming in. 412-928-9370. Mulsey is speculating off the air. I don't know why he's not bringing this on the air. That the Reds are going to fix Ke'Bryan Hayes.
I said I thought they might fix him on the air.
Well, you said it more strongly off the air.
I'll say it this way. We think that Hayes had beef with the Pirates. Terry Francona's got way more juice, respectfully, than Don Kelly. Terry Francona's managed in the World Series and won a World Series. So he's taken multiple teams to a World Series. I also think a guy like Ke'Bryan Hayes, if he really was, and his family, they were all fed up with the Pirates for one reason or another, even though the Pirates did give him the contract. I think you would be naturally inclined, if you were in his shoes, to be more open to new ideas at a new team with a manager who has a lot more gravitas. Oh, and by the way, it's probably, and I'm not saying this will all work, I'm just saying this could absolutely be the confluence of factors here. They're still in the race. It would be very easy, I think, to get a little bit juiced up and to get excited and to maybe have a fresh outlook on work if you got out of the place you hated being, you got to a better team. You, by the way, get to play that team later this year and try to screw them in this.
Yeah.
And you're listening to different voices tell you how maybe you can help your own hitting.
Well, if I were Paul Skenes, I'd buy a limousine to have Ke'Bryan Hayes get a ride to the ballpark to hit in the lineup because I think he would be an easy automatic out every time. I mean, I'm inclined to agree with Adam Crowley, who's calling you an idiot.
Oh, he is?
Adam Crowley, Great American Small Park ain't turning that guy into a good hitter. Balco ain't turning that guy into a good hitter, says Crowley.
Did he say I'm an idiot, though?
You?
I think the answer, or are you just stirring crap up?
He's subtweeting you right now.
Now, see, I like subtweeting people, so I know a good one when I see it.
Jack Hillgrove, the grandson of the great Bill Hillgrove, who you hear on the Fan, hates this trade. A shortstop prospect that's older and not as good as the one you already have? Yeah, man.
I mean, you can run this through a very specific filter. Were you sick of watching Ke'Bryan Hayes not hit for the Pirates?
Yes.
Hand up, yes. Do you trust Ben Cherington to trade at a lunch table pretzels for chips? No.
But the more important thing is you freed up that position.
Well, what are they?
And we don't have to watch, like, you can actually get a better player than Brian Hayes there now, which is not hard to do.
Okay, well, it requires you possibly to spend some money. What do you do with the $7 or $8 million you're going to save on average?
Find a third baseman for $7 or $8 million who's better than Brian Hayes, which shouldn't be hard.
Okay, go tell me who are guys who would be available as free agents.
I don't know, Chris. I don't actually know this.
Do you
off the top
trust
of my
that they're
head
going
right
to
now.
spend the money that they saved on players that are going to make next year's team hopefully better? That's another question you have to ask yourself here. I'm getting the YouTube commenters who I love, and there's a nice lively chat, are saying, I can't believe you're not on board this, Mulsey. I am.
No, you're not. You're saying Hayes is going to
I wanted him gone.
revitalize his career with the Reds.
I didn't want him to be here. It's an overall take on my cynicism about everything that this franchise touches that's not named Paul Skenes
yes,
right
you're
now.
implying that Hayes is going to find his bat in Cincinnati, which I vehemently disagree with.
I'm implying that I have misgivings about the Pirates being able to get the best out of him and the Reds maybe doing a better job. Maybe. I also want to know, okay, we know now that you don't have $7 million on the books for next year, the year after, and then $8 million the 2 years individually after that. How does that money get spent? Who are you going to make what are you going to do to augment the team? Paul Skenes is going to hit arbitration.
Yes.
So is
not
going
next year?
I know, but is it going to start going into the Paul Skenes arbitration fund? That's not making your team better. That's paying to do business. That's cost of doing business.
Noah Hiles says Brian Hayes will fill, or Jared Triolo will fill.
A guy with an even worse
Brian
bat.
Hayes' spot at third.
Hey,
Yes.
Pirates fans, if you like a guy with all glove, no hit at third base, do we have a change for you?
Here is Dave to lead us off here on this topic. Hello, Dave.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, as a Pirate fan, the worst thing to watching Hayes the last 2 years would be to watch him for the next 5 years. So I wish him the best, but I'm glad he's gone.
Do you wish him the best, though? I feel like you don't.
I don't wish him the best because he plays for the Reds. Why the hell would I want someone for Cincinnati to play well?
Well, he's actually good for us because he's an automatic out when we play him.
That's how I feel.
I don't think they'll fix him.
Malsey thinks so because he trusts Tito Francona in the ballpark there.
Well, maybe he's right. I doubt it, though. I mean,
well, he's been wrong before. Thank you, Dave.
From Chalk Hill.
I don't know where that is. Should I?
In between Uniontown and Nemacolin.
Here's Martin next. Hello, Martin.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, Marty.
I think it's a terrible trade. You're getting a 20-year-old A player and a 34-year-old reliever who's not going to be here next year. What is good about this trade?
You don't have Brian Hayes anymore.
And you're going to put a guy who hits worse than Brian Hayes.
No, you're not. You can find a guy off the scrap heap.
He means Triola right this second.
Okay. Well, big picture, you're going to find somebody that's better than 2 homers and a 236 average to play third base.
As long as they'll spend the money. I mean,
you don't have to spend a lot of money to find a third baseman who can hit better than that.
That doesn't mean they're going to, though.
But you guys talk about $7-8 million like it's a lot of money. That's nothing in baseball.
I know it's not.
We know it's not, but I'm also doing this on the scale of what they operate under.
And I'm also doing it under the scale of the bar being set low by Brian Hayes and it not being too hard or too expensive to find somebody better.
I think they don't have an identity. If you're going to go with pitching, you better go with defense.
Oh, who cares about third base defense? Give me a break on that. Okay, Brooks Robinson played 60 friggin' years ago.
Well, he also had 3,000 hits.
Okay, because he played for a long time, hit for no power.
Brooks Robinson?
Yes. What's his career high in homers, Mulsey, in a season?
Brooks Robinson hit 20-plus home runs. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 6 separate times.
All right.
Would you like to walk that one back or no?
I just did. He's a deserving member of the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Thank you.
How many years would it take Brian Hayes to hit 20 home runs?
Heat death of the universe would happen before he'd get there.
Really? Because I thought you just said in Cincinnati you think he might find his power stroke.
I said might. You're saying will. You are conflating two terms that don't actually mean the same thing.
Yes, the correct answer should be it won't happen because he's not a good hitter.
Again, I feel like I have to repeat myself here.
Well,
much of this is derived from my incredible amount of cynicism about this franchise's player development and everything that goes into it.
Honestly, if he does hit there over the next 2 months, then Cherington does have to absolutely get fired. If he really is teetering like Noah Hiles said yesterday and it could go either way, we're not going to know what happens with the Stafura kid because he's years away. Who cares about a 34-year-old middle reliever that you got? If Hayes just goes to Cincinnati and the light switch and the light bulb goes on, that would be an unbelievably damning thing. That would be the kind of thing that gets any general manager who's on the hot seat fired. It should.
I would agree with that. There are also people saying, I'm with Pony on this, Hayes' bat stinks. So I guess they're with you on the idea that he definitely will not hit there in Cincy. But like, to be very clear, I'm perfectly happy that they traded him. I was sick of watching him, and I was sick of his family tweeting about him all the time.
Here, how about the guy who goes by Platinum Hayes? Is he going to have to change his moniker now?
Go make it Platinum Triolo.
Here's Abraham next. Hello, Abraham.
Hey, fellas. I don't know if you can hear me yet.
No, we hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
Actually, can you speak up a little bit?
Well, I'll try and keep it at radio tone.
Thank you.
I'm not sure where my phone's at. I'm 100% happy with the trade. The Sunflower Kid is gone.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The guy that was eating sunflower seeds while play was still going on. Yeah, good point.
Well, maybe they got Bailey Falter for Mr. Cell Phone. So maybe they'll get it. Maybe this Stafura guy or whatever is going to be a useful player.
You guys know I'm a big body language guy. I thought the guy's body language was constantly horrible. If you could watch somebody and determine just from the way they carried themselves, does this individual want to play for this team, yes or no, you could easily come to the conclusion that he never wanted to be here.
Unfortunately, you could do that for a lot of Pirates players, it seems. How would you describe my body language pre-show most days?
Not bad. Depends like what world event or thing going on in your personal life is grinding your gears or getting under your skin. Would you agree with that, Dom?
Why are you asking Dom?
Yes, I would.
Because Dom's been prepping with us a lot lately.
Also, I'm being told by people, Pony, that you referred to Bill Hillgrove as the late, great Bill Hillgrove.
Oh,
he is
crap.
great, but he's not late.
Did I really do that? No!
It went right under my glove.
Oh, no.
We're talking about third base. I didn't man the hot
I just
corner
killed Bill Hillgrove.
Well, now, given how your predictions usually go or your statements, he'll live to be 120.
Good point. He's going to be Methuselah. All right, we're still 20 minutes away from first pitch. Plenty of time to get your thoughts in on this Ke'Bryan Hayes trade. If you're just finding us, he is heading to the Cincinnati Reds. They found a taker, and they got more than a warm six-pack back. They got the 9th-ranked Reds prospect and a 34-year-old relief pitcher with good numbers who they can probably flip for somebody else in the next 24 hours or so. 412-928-9370. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Here is Intern Jack's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Just moments ago, the Pirates traded Ke'Bryan Hayes to the Reds for Sammy Stafura and Taylor Rogers. In other news, the Pirates are looking for a sweep of San Francisco today at 3:45 in a couple minutes. Mike Burrows will take the hill against Logan Webb, who has been really good this year. The Pirates have won 7 of their last 8, looking to make it 8 of their last 9. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Weather Seal Home Services. Look, trying to save money. Teams try to save money because they want to reallocate that money to other things. And you can do the same thing when you buy a new roof with Weather Seal. In fact, you can put off paying them for 2 years. It's a great deal running. It's their affordable roofing replacement program, which means straight up that you don't pay anything for 2 years. You don't pay interest for 2 years. You also get gutters thrown in for free. Anybody, any GM, even a bad one, would make that trade. So homeowners out there, step up to the plate now and make it happen. Weather Seal, a 4.8 rating on Google, an A+ accredited rating with the BBB. So where else would you turn when you need a great deal this time of year? Weather Seal Home Services. 855-351-SEAL. That's 855-351-SEAL. Or go to weathersealhomeservices.com. Don't delay. Call today. It's Weather Seal.
Special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-518-9137. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-518-9137. 800-518-9137. 800-518-9137.
Doran Dickerson here with an exciting announcement for my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel. A huge promotional offer this month for you to take advantage of for your organization, group, charity, or sports team. If you buy 4 dozen or more t-shirts, you can get them for just $6.95. That's an incredible deal from an incredible company that's located right here in Western Pennsylvania. Keystone Custom Apparel. Take advantage of this offer. Tell them Score and Doran sent you, and visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com today.
Craving your favorite alcohol? Get it delivered to your door with beverages2you.com. No limits, no hassle. Craft beer, shots, bubbly wine, and beverages for the whole family. They bring the party to you. That's beverages, the number 2, the letter U.com. Drinks delivered.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service.
Really?
Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intra-line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's a 1-1 and a swing and a ball hit to Hayes. He fields out a hop and throws on to first to get the out. He somehow was falling on it, backhanded it. It was hit sharply on that short hop. He gloved it and got the out. An extraordinary play by Hayes.
Oh, wow. And we'll see it again, but this time it'll be in a Reds uniform. Yes, he is a slick defender. He is a worthy Gold Glove winner, but if you could DH for him in the old National League, you might want to DH him and have your pitcher hit. He's been that lousy.
If your pitcher was like Chris Owings or whoever it was, Madison Bumgarner, Mike Hampton back in the day, are you kidding me? You'd absolutely hit your pitcher for him. He stinks offensively.
But you think he could turn it around in Cincinnati?
It's just a complete commentary on how cynical I am about the Pirates player development. That's all that is. That's all, I guess, I am showing that I like this trade, and I'm glad he's gone in a weird way.
I would say in a totally Mulsey way, where you say, I like the deal, then the next thing you say is something that rips the deal.
How have you put up with me for this long?
Good question. But Pittsburgh can't get enough. One of the longest tenured afternoon drive hosts in America. The bald man sitting across from me, Chris Muller. All right, let's get more of your thoughts in this Bucko Minute, 412-928-9370. Here's Mark. Hello, Mark.
I've seen Stafora the last 2 years in Daytona Beach play in the Florida State League, and he's been a huge disappointment. In fact, the Reds drafted 2 shortstops.
Stafora. He's bad. He's been disappointing. He takes a lot of walks down there, though, Mark.
Yeah, but he's banging 262. If you're repeating low A ball when you're a number 2 draft choice out of Westchester County, New York, when they give you $4.5 million to sign, it's not a good sign.
Mark, you sound like a guy that's from Westchester County originally.
You're also the guy that's called into our show repeatedly and said that Henry Davis is a ball player, and Henry Davis sucks. So, I mean, I'm not going to take your word on everything. I get things wrong too, but you are a big Henry Davis guy, and Henry Davis blows. The only thing he can do is catch Paul Skenes, which literally any catcher in the world could do.
Well, has Henry Davis had a proper runway in Pittsburgh? Let's be fair about that, too.
Yes, he has. Every time he plays, he doesn't hit.
I mean, the guy's become a platoon player. But the other thing real quick is...
so I'm confused. So do you like this deal or not? It sounds like you don't because you think that the Pirates get everything wrong.
Well, no, I like it because it dumps Hayes' salary. I just think that gets some money off the books. But next question is what Ben Cherington does with that money. I think that we can answer the question fully. But Charlie Hayes Hayes' father. Charlie played for Terry Francona in Philadelphia.
Yes, he
they
did.
Go back a long time.
Good point. That is a good point. Sorry, I snapped on you, but
you're not sorry at all. Come on.
I've just heard his Henry Davis propaganda too much, and it bothers me.
There was a Mark from Fort Lauderdale on Twitter who would always go after me. I don't know if it's the same guy, though.
Charlie Borges, producer extraordinaire, with a list of potential third base free agents. Alex Bregman, too expensive. Eugenio Suarez, too expensive. Justin Turner, too old. Jose Iglesias, platoon guy. Miguel Andujar, former Bucco. So, yeah. I wouldn't say that the answer is in free agency unless the Pirates step way out of their comfort zone and give Suarez or Bregman huge money.
Why would you even bring that up as a I don't even mean this.
I'm not bringing it up as a possibility. I just said I don't see it happening.
It's just come on. It's not.
Yeah.
Let's be serious here.
So that's going to have to happen in a trade, you'd think. Here is Tyler on the Fan on the Brian Hayes trade. Hello, Tyler.
Hey guys. So I'm actually kind of torn with this trade. I'm glad about it because God, dude, the Pirates get rid of some worthless batter, but at the same time, I don't really know if we need to make this kind of trade right now because this doesn't tell me anything about building to have a better team next year unless we're going to take the prospects and throw them in the trade for somebody better in the offseason. And from everything I know and I've heard, the management is too not smart to do something like that.
Too not smart. I guess he didn't want to say stupid or dumb because he thought it was disrespectful to those people. No, I'll say it for you. They've earned that label. They've also earned your skepticism, cynicism, as Mulsey has said several times here.
They've richly earned that.
Yes.
Ben Cherington has really, just even independent of the will they spend the money, he has earned more skepticism than almost anyone about would he spend it intelligently.
Here is Jeff in Cannonsburg. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, man. What's up?
Hey, here's my thoughts on the Key Bryan trade.
Yep.
Absolutely amazing. Amazing. Because I'll tell you what, for the last how many years, I'm tired of looking at that loopy, ridiculous, pathetic swing.
Oh, you're actually speaking directly to me right now, and you don't even know it because I have not seen an actual physical. It's like it's the polar opposite of the Ken Griffey Jr. swing, which is you could watch it on loop or Barry Bonds in his prime, the way he'd whip the bat through. Key Bryan Hayes looked like he was trying to get the bat to take the slowest and longest way possible to the ball on every swing.
He looked like he was trying to set a record for the number of times he could weakly ground out to the left side of the infield with some kind of hopper or chopper or something along those lines. That dude's
talking directly to me with that one. I literally hated watching him swing.
I actually want to go back to Mark here and just apologize a little bit because he said something that now is resonating with me. I don't agree with you that Key Bryan Hayes is going to turn into a good hitter. However, the idea that we see these guys go and we're convinced they stink. Well, we said that about Clay Holmes a couple of years ago, and he's been outstanding both as a reliever with the Yankees, where he was an all-star, except in some big games, an all-star, and he's been good as a starter with the Mets this year. And the Pirates just gave him away. Look at what Quinn Priester is doing. Quinn Priester, the Brewers have won 11 straight games he started. His record in those games is 9-0. His ERA in those games is 2.60. And the Pirates flipped him for Nick York last year at this time. And we all sat around and said, hey, this is actually a good move. Quinn Priester's never going to be a good major league pitcher. He doesn't throw hard enough. So we'll take a guy that, might profile as a decent hitting middle infielder. And York can't get out of the minor leagues. So that's I guess, a point in your favor here, Chris. And this is why I don't want Ben Cherington to make bigger trades.
This is
because
why
I don't trust him.
This is why I continue to wonder why Ben Cherington's employed. This is It was going to poison the well about any trade they made other than something that got unanimously praised as a total slam dunk.
Now, it would genuinely surprise me if Ke'Bryan Hayes ever turned into a good hitter.
Fine.
I don't think he'll ever hit for power. I guess maybe they could make him into a 270 hitter.
If he hits if he just has an OPS that's okay, like I think league average OPS is 720. If he even is that player offensively,
in 2023, he hit 271.
And that was the best year he had that was actually something resembling a full season. And he was a slightly above average offensive player that year.
412-928-9370. If you're just tuning in, the Pirates play in about 10 minutes. They made their first big trade today. Ke'Bryan Hayes is gone, and he's been sent to the division rival Reds. Here's Greg in Youngstown with reaction. Hello, Greg.
Hey, how's it going? You know what? Do I care? Not really. But like Ballsy said, I think this guy's going to end up being a good ball player. It's going to smack us in the face. I think this guy wanted out of this town, and he did everything in his power to leave, him and his dad. And I think he's going to be better on the Reds, unfortunately, because every player that leaves here is better. So do I care he's on the team right now? No, I can stand him. But I think he's going to be better in the end, and it's going to make us look stupid.
Ke'Bryan Hayes will be back here as a member of the visiting team on August 7th, Pony. What will the reaction be at PNC Park that night?
How many fans are there?
12,131.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get boos, and I don't think he's going to get cheered. I think it's going to be pretty ambivalent towards him.
What if he were to crack a home run to dead center field, which might require him standing on the pitcher's mound?
See, I honestly think in those situations there'd be more vitriol for Pirates management for getting rid of him than there would be at him specifically.
I think more people, if Pirates fans are going to monitor Reds games now, I don't think it's going to be saying it, I hope, oh, he stinks and look at him, buyer beware. I think they're going to be wondering, is he going like 3 for 4 in these games?
Johnny's next. Gaps? Hello, Johnny.
Hey, guys.
Hey, man.
Ke'Bryan, he may not like a bandit. Okay? He's going to a team. He's going to, aesthetically, he's going to look good at third in the red and white. But he's going to
Why is that, by the way? Why would you say?
It's just something about infielders with red and white. They get dirty and they're sliding, and Ozzie Smith's doing flips. And
yes, that was the St. Louis Cardinals that you're thinking of.
I know, but it's red and white. It's just not specific to
So watching
team.
Barry Larkin play shortstop in Cincinnati tickled your fancy.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
What about Sabo? What about Brandon Phillips at second base?
Chris Sabo.
Sabo with the corked bat and the rec specs. And he's named Chris. Kind of an inspiration.
Mariano
He's going
Duncan.
to a team that respects their history.
That they do.
The Nuttings do not. Look. If anything
Hold on a second here on that. Hold on a second on that. The Reds haven't made the playoffs since 2013. Or no, that's not true. They made it in the COVID year. But other than that,
they're much more of a major market than the Pittsburgh.
Not.
I'm sorry, and I'm a huge Pirates
They're
fan.
not a major market. They're the same market size, but they just treat opening day like a literal holiday.
No, but to Johnny's point, they draw from a bigger area because they have friends into Kentucky and places like that.
It's a springboard. It's more of a springboard. It's like it's the promotion is what he got. He got an MLB promotion, and then if he's either going to lose it or he's going to go to like the Yankees. But, here he's in quicksand, and it's because of the Nuttings. If anything defies
Well, he's got to come on. He's got to thanks, Johnny. He's got to take some culpability
also,
for his
it is
own
not a bigger.
play.
Hold on, I'm going to be a stick in the mud. There are like 100,000 more people in this broad area than there are in Cincinnati.
I understand that, but I think their baseball footprint is a little bit bigger. So
do you think they're a
than
bigger
Pittsburgh.
regional team the way Atlanta used to be when there was no one else in Florida?
Not quite the size of Atlanta, but yeah.
Atlanta became a regional team because so they basically, you're saying, get Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana.
Yeah, they get into those areas.
If that's what your argument is geographically.
I mean, I'm not saying it's like I think that they're close to analogous.
He's also Johnny's right about this. That franchise hasn't had the success that you would suggest they would if they were like the Cardinals. They absolutely do have it's more of a baseball town. You've said it many times. Opening day is an actual work holiday there.
Yes, but
they shut it down. They love baseball.
They don't have a reputation as a successful franchise, though. They made the playoffs in the COVID year when they had Trevor Bauer, and they went in 2013 and lost the wild card game, obviously. They have not won a playoff series since 1995, when Davey Johnson was the manager and still got fired because Marge Schott was mad that he was living with a woman that wasn't his wife.
Marge Schott should probably have talked. You want to talk about moral Mulsey here? Bad woman, Marge Schott. Real bad.
Yes.
One of the worst.
I don't think they have a sterling track record. That you know what they did? They hired Terry Francona, which legitimized their team.
I mean,
and they've been a decent team all year.
I know
not,
that they
not
haven't-
too good, but decent.
I'm not saying this 1 = 1 here, 1 + 1 = 2, but like here's a thing that they've done, and maybe people who are true ball knowers and Moneyball types said this was a bad move. They gave a dude who was their talent, their player that came up through their system, Joey Votto, a $220 million contract.
Right.
Like they took that part of it more seriously. Was it a good move in the end? No, but you know why I'm bringing that up.
Yeah, they kept one of their own.
It suggests like a certain level, and they paid probably market rate or even slightly higher.
Mike Florio usually joins us in this spot. He got moved back because of this big trade. He'll jump on Friday and react to Steelers camp. Brought to you by Goodrich & Geist. Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist. And JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. Here is John in Louisiana on the Key Brian Hayes trade. Hello, John.
Hello. Nothing but a salary dump, guys. And as such, I don't have a lot of faith in Charrington, the owner, to use the money wisely. I mean, as far as the actual trade goes, you're talking about probably the best third baseman in the game defensively for a single-A ball player who, incidentally, isn't going to be around during the Skenes window. So I'm not sure. I mean, you guys are down on Hayes. I can hear that. But.
Sure, but I mean, do you think he's worth the money? It's not a lot, but do you think he's a $7 million a year third baseman? He hits .230 with no power.
No, I don't.
Let me throw this at you both, though, to be fair. I mean, forget about the money. He was not clearly worth what the Pirates thought he was going to be because they're working on different scales. In free agency, 1 win above replacement is worth about $8 million. People who do these kind of calculations have come up with that calculation. Sure. Key Brian Hayes is a 1.2 WAR player. By that metric, he is worth the money.
Yeah, but his WAR is tied up in defense, and the WAR stat has admitted that they don't do a great job of measuring defense.
Okay, but would you agree that a guy who's maybe the best defensive third baseman, that probably is worth about 2 wins? If you're the best in baseball at it, it's probably worth that much.
I don't know, man.
Honestly, if they've acknowledged in the WAR community that they don't do a good job quantifying defense, they should stop having it as a stat then. Because people, they
say if you want to do defense, go to ultimate zone rating and things like that, not to bore people with
I'm just saying, like, he actually,
baseball jargon.
If you believe in that stat in its legitimacy overall, he's actually getting paid roughly what he is as a player right now, and if he hits at all, he turns into a massive bargain. If he hits even close to league average, I'm not even saying he has to get to league average.
I know, he becomes
a bargain.
Watching him play every day, it seems like it's an impossibility for him to get there.
Tony, listen, man, I understand that. I guess I want to split hairs here and say the thing about this that bothers me the most is that the guy making the trade.
It's rankled you.
Yes. The guy making the deal, even though the guy they get back, who knows, maybe he could turn into something, is not a guy I trust to make a single decision related to the Pittsburgh Pirates' future. And it bugs me that I'm going to be analyzing his moves over the next 36 hours because I wish he was unemployed.
Well said. I wasn't paying attention, though, because I was looking at what Noah Hiles just tweeted about the trade.
I know you weren't. If it were Starkey over there, he'd have said, Mulsey, say that again for me.
All right. We will get back to the baseball discussion on the Fan all night long with reaction to this trade. Coming up next, Aaron Rodgers is talking at Steelers training camp. What is he saying about his first few days? What is the analysis on the first padded practice for the Steelers? The first real day of football in Latrobe. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team on the Fan.
Baker could be coming back down to earth. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. I was in on Tampa Bay last season, but I'm going the other way this year. Baker's best came with Liam Cohen as the OC, now in Jacksonville. Mike Evans and Chris Godwin have been around for a combined 20 years, and you add a rough secondary. Going Bucks under 9.5 wins. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom opening soon in Mount Lebanon. The 8,000-square-foot showroom will feature an extensive selection of Anderson products, including the 100, 200, and 400 series windows and doors, as well as A-series and E-series product lines. The space is designed specifically for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. See you soon at 1675 Washington Road.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wacom 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means a half a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wacom 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with a Wacom 180 weight loss. Online at Wacom180weightloss.com.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA. Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late model equipment, including international and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
You are in luck. Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington has extended our incredible July 4th deals. New Ram 1500s over 50 available, up to $15,000 off MSRP or 1.9% financing for 72 months. New Jeep Grand Cherokees 0% for 72 months. Jeep Compass just $289 a month. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. We're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See the for details on all offers.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, August 16th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
Here's a harsh fact.
40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Pirates have made a trade. Key Brian Hayes sent to the Reds for Cincinnati's 9th-ranked prospect, a single-A shortstop, and veteran reliever Taylor Rogers, who is in the final year of his deal. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more PM Team.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. The first real Steelers practice in months going on right now in Latrobe. And the weather there is 90 degrees with no rain or thunderstorms. That is your fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Reports trickling in right now. Donnie Football is there. Donnie's going to have his training camp report show tonight at 6 from Sharkies. And he's going to join us at 5:15. He is credentialed. He has friends in high places. I believe he's on the sideline there watching. And so we'll get his boots on the ground reports on what's going on. From the insiders who are there, it sounds like more up and down play from Aaron Rodgers, and that the guys on defense are the ones who are really shining out here in the first practice. As a matter of fact, Nick Farabaugh tweeted out moments ago that the winners of today's camp practice so far, the stars of practice.
Please not be somebody that lined up against Broderick Jones. Please don't
Nick
be somebody.
Herbig, Joey Porter Jr., and here's a guy on the roster bubble, Mark Robinson, who is down the line at inside linebacker now that...
Apparently he crushed, Evan Hall, I believe it was, in backs on backers.
Now that Malik Harrison is here, and obviously Cole Holcomb is back healthy. Drops have been a problem there. Wide receiver drops. Troy Fautanu has gone up against T.J. Watt and has held his own. So that's obviously a really good sign.
I guess Jones. I was name searching him to see what was happening, and the last thing I saw was maybe DeFabo. DeFabo. Broderick Jones not taking team reps in full live contact at least during 7 shots.
And that's how they start practice, with those fourth down plays from the 2-yard line.
Doing individual stuff and drills, I see him, trying to move.
Well, let's be real here. I mean, the defense should beat the offense. The defense is better than the offense. The defense is the highest paid unit in the NFL. There's more continuity on the defense. So, all things being equal, if I went to practice...
Isn't defense supposed to be ahead of offense around the league at this time of year?
I thought that
was
in
always
baseball,
the old
it's
axiom.
in March and April, pitching is ahead of hitting. It's the same thing in football.
But yeah, I do. Don't you want to see Aaron Rodgers looking all sharp, carving people up? I do. And I'm not even somebody that is
but then
some
we'd
huge
say,
believer.
well, Kenny Pickett did the same thing.
No, it's not a preseason game.
Well, Kenny was great in training camp his second year.
Not as great as Mason Rudolph, according to Kabali, who I think has said now for how many years running, how many ever years Mason Rudolph, when he's been on the Steelers, has been the best quarterback in camp since at least 2022.
Let's hear Aaron Rodgers. Jeff Hathorne and others were there for Rodgers' second conversation with the media. Here he is talking about what practicing in pads means and his early observations on the Steelers now with a few practices under his belt.
Aaron, it looks like you're having a lot of fun out there. Are you? And how does a guy be doing this as long as you've been doing it and still have fun at camp?
I mean, once it stops being fun, you should probably hang it up. So I love that we're out here in Latrobe. I love the opportunity for true camaraderie at nighttime. After meetings are done, guys hang out. You know, guys come into my room. Last night I was in Highsmith's room. So it's pretty cool to see everybody hanging out the way they are, and it's a lot of fun.
Don't you think it would be weird right now in your life to be back in a dorm room college setting? And Rodgers is older than us. He's 41, and it's back to going down the hall to hang out with your buddy and BS.
DK Metcalf will only flush the toilet if you're awake, and he doesn't want to wake you up.
Yeah. Back to college shenanigans.
Didn't they make an entire movie about that called PCU? Or no, wasn't just back to
yes, it was called
school.
It was called Old School. It had Will Ferrell and Vince Vaughn. And
didn't
they
Rodney
had to go
Dangerfield though do one?
Rodney Dangerfield was in Caddyshack, Chris. You're mistaken. He was in a movie called Ladybugs, which was
Dangerfield wasn't back to school in 1986.
Yeah, and you've never seen it, so I don't know why you're referencing it. You don't know what the movie's about, other than the fact that he's an old man that goes back to college.
Which is literally how you started this segment, which is, wouldn't it be weird
We
to
don't
be
know if he
40
was
years
staying
old?
in dorms. I'm talking about the dorm experience.
I'm sure he was going to the dorms.
Oh, are
Probably
you?
did method
Did you
acting.
see it?
Oh, yeah, I've seen it a lot.
Who else is in it?
Actors like Sally Kellerman, who could forget her role, Robert Downey Jr., Adrian
Wait,
Barbeau.
Robert Downey Jr. is in that
Adrian
movie?
Barbeau. You want to talk about a babe? Adrian Barbeau in Escape from New York. Woo-hoo!
I have no idea who that is.
Well, go watch Escape from New York. You'll find out real quick.
Aaron, you've played in a lot of really great offenses over the years. What do you like about this offense under Arthur Smith specifically?
I like the flexibility. You know, Arthur's not rigid in what he's doing. He wants to tailor the scheme to the personnel that you got. And when you bring in a Kenny Gainwell, bring in a Jonnu Smith, bring in DK Metcalf, and myself with some of the stuff I've done over the years, you know, we're trying to find out what guys do best and implement that in the offense. So I love that about Arthur. So we're going to keep doing that.
I also think inherent in that answer is he's flexible, meaning he's going to give me some authority to do what I want when I want and do the things that I like.
Because of some of what I've done in my career.
Yeah.
There's deference. That's deference.
And I just don't think ultimately, when it was all said and done, clearly, Arthur Smith felt that way about another Super Bowl winning quarterback in Russell Wilson. That he thought when Russell was left to his own devices, Russ would screw up more than he would cook.
I also think that there's another thing at work here, which I have been pro-Rodgers about. I do think Rodgers, the teammate, and Rodgers, like the coachable player, believe it or not, is a way easier person to get along with, to deal with, however you want to frame it, than Russell Wilson, who would always say the right, like, saccharine, very sterile thing in front of the cameras, but I think has a reputation now pretty well earned for being kind of difficult behind the scenes.
He's earned the corny label.
Well, but I think like the insincere label too.
Sure, he's totally artificial. He doesn't act like a real human being.
Rodgers, the football player, and Rodgers, the guy talking about football, comes off as 10 million times more authentic than Russell Wilson.
Agreed, 100%.
Thursday actual pads today. What are you looking forward to for that?
Listen, I mean, I love throwing run solutions. You know, when the box is loaded, you got one-on-ones outside. But today I'm going to kind of let it go. I haven't been a part of a true tackling period in a long time. So there might be some times where in a game I might want to spit it out to DK or Calvin, but today I might just hand it off to Jalen and see what happens.
When was the last time you were in a tackling session?
I was trying to rack my brain sitting next to AJ over there, but it's been a long time. It's got to be, over a decade.
You think?
Wow. So training camps in Green Bay with LaFleur, and then what happened in New York for 2 years because he was a part of that first training camp before he blew his Achilles out. they wouldn't tackle in practice. That's how much the NFL has evolved, and I think because Mike broke in and has now been around for longer than anybody else, he still does it a way that no one else does.
Wouldn't you think that would yield better results late in the season and in the playoffs than getting run over for 300 yards or 220 like they did against Baltimore? You'd think they'd be a little surer with their tackling.
But maybe it speaks to, at least last year, they were great defensively out of the box. Atlanta, Denver.
But wasn't the lesson
Chargers.
of Mike's very first year not to play him so hard in camp? And then in 2008, he learned his lesson when the veterans talked to him and they thrived down the stretch?
I'm not a big Mike Tomlin guy, but in this respect, I would agree with him. If you're going to play football, practice football.
I'm just being disagreeable.
Sure, you don't, which is just you being you.
Fair.
You don't want to overdo it and grind guys to a nub, but you can't just be a club med for 3 weeks. And you don't want guys to get injured. I understand that too, but you've got to do a little bit of football, especially if these guys aren't going to play in the preseason games.
People were overlooking Jalen Warren with the rookie in the backfield, Caleb Johnson.
I'm not sure. I don't know what the narratives are out there, but Jalen's super smart. Just from playing against him, I know he was a great change-up back. He was great in protection, great on third downs. But I think he can be a three-down back, and that's the biggest compliment you can give a running back.
You like the way it protects you? Like the way it protects you too?
Well, we haven't had pads on yet, but I like what I've seen on some old clips. Yeah.
How the defense helped you guys improve? It seems like they're giving you guys a lot of looks, and you're doing that back. How have you seen you guys' chemistry improve against them?
I mean, they played pretty soft the first 4 days, so there's a lot of checkdowns and different things. But we got a lot of players on that side of the ball. Obviously we brought in Jalen, got multiple guys that can rush, got a good interior rush, got great linebackers who are multiple, can cover and pressure and fill holes. So it's going to be a good test for us. I think for any offense that's kind of trying to find their footing, as we are, it's not a bad thing to get beat up a little bit. So if we go out there today and they kind of get after us a little bit, that'll be the best thing for us. So you're not hoping for that because you want to have great practices, but sometimes you can learn more from the failures in training camp than getting after them every single day.
So those are two back-to-back answers, you're right, Chris, that are so unbelievably different from Russell Wilson. The Jalen Warren, Caleb Johnson question, Russell Wilson would have just proceeded to talk about every running back on the depth chart in that room and how good all of them are.
Correct.
And then with that question,
we got beat up a little bit.
But instead of saying, like, actually the first few days were meaningless, we weren't playing football yet, he would have given you some stock answer about how iron sharpens iron and they've got good players on offense, but they also have good players on defense.
Yes. I forget who said it or who relayed the story. You might remember. Every Russell Wilson quote or soundbite makes more sense if you consider that his dream since he was young is to be president of the United States.
Yes, but even look at the president now. Like, he doesn't...
Probably, I would say different tone he would have taken than the current one.
I don't even know if he talks like a president anymore. He talks like he's in charge of a PR firm that's like, never say anything critical or negative.
There's a little latch in the back of Russ and somebody punches in buttons. My command says to tell you that we have a lot of great skill players on this roster, and Coach T is great at getting the most out of them.
It was
Rodgers is
nauseating.
Rodgers just a lot more authentic. You know where he's actually doing, though, Russell Wilson 2.0? Where somebody pointed this out in the YouTube comments. It was Level Outlook. I'll give him credit. He said Rodgers' statements about Pittsburgh and Latrobe are getting stale, like just being Mr. Pittsburgh, Mr. Latrobe, and how great it is.
Yeah.
That is absolutely true.
You don't like that.
Well, I'm just saying, there's a juxtaposition. He's being pretty honest and authentic about football, but, man, I love being around Yinzers, my whole life, Yinzers, Mike McCarthy.
Yes, I like that. You
cool,
don't?
Man. It's fine, but he's laying it on pretty thick now.
He's getting asked questions about being in Pittsburgh now, and he's saying that he has good relationships with Pittsburghers. I don't see anything wrong with that.
The football stuff I hear from him comes off a lot less conscious effort thing and more, I love talking about football, and that's a compliment to him.
Aaron, how has the acclimation gone with Zach on the offensive line? How do you feel that's meshing?
Well, it starts with Zach. I mean, Zach is a highly intelligent player. And it helps because as much as I have a good feel for the offense, I'm not what I would call an expert of the offense yet. You become an expert, I become an expert when you break the huddle and you can see the picture in your mind. And every now and then the picture's a little fuzzy still, so I'm still working some things out. But Zach is so freaking smart. he's making some calls for me. I told him the other day, I said, don't get used to that. I said, at some point, I'm gonna be making the calls for you. But he's got a really good disposition for a center. He's obviously a talented player, and I think his leadership is what I'd like to see most continue to grow, because the leadership often grows at the same rate as the performance, and everybody knows what kind of player he is, so he's going to have more opportunities to lead.
Why was he your first pick for a fight today during pads?
Because if you watch the first 4 days, there was 2 matchups that they brought out a little bit of angst, shall we say. And when he gets those big
if you will,
paws on somebody, that could definitely start something.
You mentioned
2 more, guys. 2 more.
In the offense, how long does that process take for you to start seeing the picture come in a little bit more clearly at the snap?
No, I mean, I want to have it down by the end of this week, but we'll see.
You getting to know Jalen Ramsey at all? How's he as a teammate?
He's a tempo violator in the walkthroughs. I like Jalen. I have a ton of respect for him, what he's accomplished in his career. He's a very versatile guy. I was telling him we were walking to the calf one of these days, and I was reminding him how Charles Woodson, late in his career, moved to safety. And there's, truly only a few elite guys who've done everything that he's done. If you think about it, you can play outside corner and dominate, you can play nickel and dominate, and go to safety and be a dominant player. And I think he can do all 3 of those things.
Which is what I said Mike Tomlin was doing, exactly trying to do with Ramsey. Turn him into Charles Woodson, the guy that the Steelers had to play in the Super Bowl when they lost to Green Bay in 2010. 15 years later, he's trying to recreate that team the Steelers lost to with Aaron Rodgers, and he can't bring Charles Woodson out of retirement, so he's found the next best thing. And
is James Jones available?
And Jalen Ramsey. Well, yeah, because James isn't working for Fox anymore.
Call him up.
Sign Keenan Allen and just have him wear a hoodie. I think Keenan Allen did wear a hoodie.
He did. He started rocking the
hoodie. So there you
too.
go. Do that.
Pony, we're on to something. Do they have a white receiver who's like 6'3", 220 who could be Jordy Nelson? Yeah, but he has to be good. Ben Skoranek,
don't say that around Kabali. He's a football guy.
Yeah, Skoranek is an awesome special teamer, and I love watching him knock people's heads off. Jordy Nelson was a beast.
Yeah. Well, the first Steelers real practice is in the books. We will have Donnie on to recap it. Donnie was wearing, I think, a 1995 Steelers AFC Central Division champ shirt at practice.
You know how football, is really back? Alex Kozora, I preface it always with, you and I both like him and respect the amount of work he puts in.
Okay.
Steelers, a note on the defense through 5 practices so far, seeing a lot of double mug looks by inside linebackers.
I'm so happy to hear it.
To his credit, he does explain putting both of them in the A-gaps to stress protection, seeing it increasingly around the NFL, and Steelers now showing it frequently. I'm sorry, when you got people on July 30th talking double mug, baby, I mean,
I'm excited about a double mug look around 6:30 tonight.
I was going to say, I think we've got different definitions. Right.
All right. We'll go all access with Aditi, get her reaction to the start of Steelers training camp. Texas on the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's get to an intern Jack, not Dom, headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
A little bit ago, the Pirates traded Ke'Bryan Hayes to the Reds for Sammy Stafura and Taylor Rogers. Right now, the Pirates are looking for a sweep of San Francisco, and they are tied in the second inning at 0-0. They've already struck out 5 times in those 2 innings. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant and risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sportsman. It's sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hard-working pros they serve. So Jim Harbaugh is at it again, telling anyone who will listen that Justin Herbert is an all-time great quarterback. That was the message when he said everyone else, himself included, have to raise their level to that of a quarterback who's never won a playoff game. On the face, it seems silly, but this is classic Harbaugh. Shower your QB with praise and hope it works out. I'm Bill Ryder.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM Grand Stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read their full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group specializes in helping clients traverse the complex divorce process. Their experienced family law attorneys bring in-depth knowledge, experience, and expertise to each case, whether child custody, adoption, or prenup creation. Call Myers Law Group today at 724-778-8800 or visit jpmyerslaw.com. Call Myers Law Group for affordable legal solutions.
Cloudy and humid tonight, the low 69.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Shenderovich and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Getting reports for a lane restriction on the Parkway East outbound right before the Monroeville exit heading into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. On the other major roadways, the Parkway West outbound is congested from the county jail. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensall.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Did you know dropping your first 25 pounds with Awaken 180 adds 6 to 10 yards to every shot? Even better scores every 5 pounds after? Look it up. Freedom from excess fat is measurable. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
4:15, time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610. Grin and Barrett at 4:30 when we have to go to the substitute teacher, intern Dom, for the Donnie football debrief, the biggest
Bring in that
football
TV
topic
on
of the
wheels. Bring in that TV on wheels for the substitute teacher. And then he's going to be a substitute judge.
Full analysis of the Steelers' first real practice. They were in pads. They hit today. Coming up later this hour when we hear from Mike Tomlin. And Donnie has a full report. He was there next hour as well. Time to go all access with Aditi Kinkhabwala from the NFL on CBS. She is canvassing the entire league, making training camp stops throughout the NFL. I saw that the NFL on CBS released its announcer teams today for 2025, and Aditi's name was featured prominently on that release. So congratulations on all your success, Aditi.
I appreciate that. I don't know about how prominently, but thank you.
Well, you got
always
the same,
good to be employed.
You got the same amount of space as J.J. Watt and Tony Romo.
I did, but I was a little bit lower on the sheet than J.J. Watt and Tony Romo.
Our YouTube commenters, Aditi.
Wait, did I take up a little more face because Aditi Kinkhabwala is
Good
a
point.
lot more letters.
You're
than
also
DJ Watt.
you're also higher on the sheet than Gene Steratore.
But that's because Gene is in a class of his own. Let's be honest.
The lowest class, according to this sheet. He's
Yeah, if this was the
last row.
Titanic, he'd have been in steerage, it sounds like.
Oh, man, poor Gene. Gene is available to every crew. I am on one crew,
Yes.
so there is that.
Aditi, also, you're getting rave reviews from our YouTube commenters who love the Joe Flacco interview. People raving about that.
How about that?
Well, thank you.
Well, let's...
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm like dying over here. I don't know why, but
let's do this.
Cover for
Let's
me.
do this to start. We just heard Aaron Rodgers talk about how it's been like a decade since he took part in a practice like the one today, where there was live hitting in training camp. You bounce around the NFL. What do you think is the thought around the league that the Steelers still do this, that Mike Tomlin has his guys basically open season on each other to start training camp?
Well, I can tell you that the Jets did it, and I was with the Jets last week, and before they did it, I sat with Quinnen Williams and Quincy Williams, the brothers. Quinnen, of course, is one of the league's best defensive tackles. Quincy has just gotten better and better at linebacker, and they both said they could not wait. Quincy said that this is what this team needs. We've been promised, he said, Aaron Glenn, has promised us back on Packers, Oklahoma. That's what we need. So they certainly revel in that. Yesterday I was with the Eagles, the defending Super Bowl champions, who don't want to be referred as that because they are starting a brand new year. But I was with them on the first day of pads. It was 99 degrees. I don't think that I sweat that much when I stand on a tennis court, when I run on a tennis court, as I did standing on the sideline. And I was with Lane Johnson and Jordan Mailata afterwards, and they just, neither of whom took a single rep off. And they said, this is what forges great teams. So I'll tell you, the teams that really want to compete, the teams that really believe they have a chance, they embrace that physicality for as much as the game has changed. And I'll also tell you there is an AFC team that has had high expectations the last few years, who I have sort of repeatedly felt just doesn't practice hard when I'm at their practices.
I know who it is.
And
I'm not going to say who, but I know who you're talking about.
And I think that I don't feel particularly good about that team's chances this year either, or the future for that coach, as smart as he may be, because if you don't practice hard, then you don't play hard.
I'm going to hold out on guessing who that team might be.
You'd also like to see that team run the ball a little bit more, but that's...
You can privately message me
Aditi,
later.
I said hold out from guessing that team for a very specific reason. Anyway, is this a time when you are
That wasn't actually the team I was referring to.
Oh, wow, we're both
I
wrong.
was going to say, Pony and I kind of simultaneously
We thought
mouthed
for
one
sure it
team.
was the Bengals.
Yeah,
Oops.
okay. Interesting, Aditi. I have one other theory. I'm not going to throw that out there. I will message you later. Let me ask you this, too, about just because Rodgers, I thought, and Andrew and I have been in agreement on this, he is very much more authentic when he's talking about football than Russell Wilson came off. When you hear Rodgers just talk ball, there's no, like, stretching and believing what he's saying. He's not trying to, like, placate people necessarily. And he mentioned about how, like, he thinks it's okay for an offense to kind of take their lumps early against a defense. Generally speaking, when you're covering teams, what is the breakdown when they're actually hitting on who gets the better of the action, offense or defense?
Well, early in camp, it's always the defense.
Always?
I mean,
Okay.
yesterday, I can tell you the Eagles' defense, all the questions surrounding the Eagles this year, and I go back to them because I was there yesterday and because they are essentially the team to beat in the NFC right now, maybe in the league. All the questions surrounding the Eagles are that defense. They lost some key components in the defense. They are extremely young on defense. They won't have a starter who has hit 30 on that defense. And yet the defense absolutely got the better of the offense yesterday. And that, I mean, 16 years of covering the National Football League, it's always like that early in camp. It's always that the defense sort of has things sorted out or can be more physical. And part of it is because the offense is trying things. The offense is figuring things out. And this is where I'll fall in line with J.J. Watt, and I've been the same way. You guys consistently know this. we can't get too carried away about training camp stats. You have no idea what they're trying to do. I don't want to hear what Aaron Rodgers is on his connection ratio right now to DK Metcalf, because you don't know what they're trying. I was at the Giants last week, and Jackson Dart's first pass in full drills was a pick six. Okay, well, the most important thing for a rookie quarterback is to recognize that the way that he could seam a pass in college, he cannot do that against NFL players.
Yep.
Much better to learn that in practice than in a game, right?
Agreed.
So, let's settle down a little bit about what we're seeing out of any offense 1 week into training camp.
Aditi, you were in Latrobe several times for the famous and very popular backs on backers drills. They still do that. They did it again today. There were some highlights. Mark Robinson blew a poor running back up and basically knocked him out cold. Do you have any favorite memories of the back on backer drills?
100%. So Ben Roethlisberger was being the quarterback in the backs on backers. And as you know, it can get extremely competitive. And Todd Haley was the offensive coordinator. And Todd was getting a little frustrated that there was all this action right up against his starting quarterback. And Ben was just standing in there, and there was all this violence going, and Todd was getting a little whatever. And I won't say exactly what he said, but under his breath, he mumbled something about living in fears versus living in reality.
Ooh.
As you know, Mike Tomlin loves to say, I don't live in my fears. But here was the starting quarterback, very, very, very close to the line of fire in a drill that everybody at camp loves. And, of course, this was, 8-9 years ago when you were allowed to be way more physical.
Yeah.
God, Haley trying to protect Ben even then, and it still just did him no good in that relationship.
Well, as Coach Cowher has often said, sometimes a little bit of stress and tension is not a bad thing. I'll tell you another funny story. You mentioned my day visiting with Joe Flacco and his 5 kids, and even though...
Do they have unibrows yet, or are they still young enough to not have that hereditary
Let me tell you,
issue?
Those kids, all 5 of those kids are athletes, but right now, number 2, Daniel... Whoa. Just remember that I am telling you right now in 2025, Daniel Flacco, remember that name.
He's going to come to Pitt, and there's going to be a local quarterback that gets the job over him is what's going to happen.
Is sick. It's sick behavior that both of us were going to make the same joke, and he beat me to the punch. Sick.
Well, wait a minute. I thought that Ben's son was a golf superstar.
No, we were going back to the Flacco-Palco days at Pitt.
Yes, he got beat out by Palco and left to Delaware.
And then he became a blue hen.
Yeah, no. But there's a whole backstory to that, too.
Yes, we're aware of it.
Remember Luke Getsy, who's a coach in the league as well, was also part of that.
That's true. Look at you knowing your Pitt history.
There was Anthony Morelli sniffing around the situation, too.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you a funny story is that I had my husband knew that I was with Joe and his kids that day.
Yep.
And my husband sent me a text. I had messaged Matt to figure out if Matt and Flacco were at Pitt at the same time together. Matt lives in the same freshman dorm as Palco and Larry Fitz. They were all, they all knew each other then. And I'd messaged Matt, and Matt had a random aside about the chances or lack thereof that Getsy and Flacco had because of certain characteristics that Palco had that may or may not have had anything to do with what he did on the field. And I showed that text to Flacco, who got a kick out of it and said, your husband is correct. But that is also for another time. But really quickly,
go ahead.
When I was doing the Flacco piece, which I would encourage anybody, even if you are meant to hate the Browns and hate the Ravens, it's still a really fun piece. And it's a really great look at a guy who's played in the league for 18 years. And Ben Roethlisberger is mentioned in the piece. Flacco and I were talking about a play that the Browns had thrown up. Browns offensive coordinator Tommy Rees had thrown up from however many years ago, where on 4th down, Joe Flacco had thrown to Ray Rice. It was like a 4th and 30. And he dumped the ball off to Ray Rice, who ended up getting the first down. And he said they watched the play, and they literally counted in that one play 8 things that would be illegal today. Like 8 things that happened in that play that today would get flagged. So the game was just different when the three of us were growing up and fell in love with the game.
All right, so as a ball knower and ball lover like yourself, Art Rooney, too, came out and called Ben a top 10 quarterback of all time when Ben went into the Hall of Honor. And I love Ben, but I can't kick these guys off my list for Ben. And I want to know if you would quibble with any of these, Aditi. Brady, Manning, Rodgers, Breeze, Favre, Terry Bradshaw, Dan Marino, Joe Montana, John Elway, Patrick Mahomes.
My gosh, you always set me up for Steelers fans to think that I don't like the
Well, what do you
Steelers.
mean? I just prefaced it and said myself I didn't put him in the top 10.
Neither did I. Neither did Donnie Football.
But I said I respect Ben and love Ben.
You
I
know
don't think
what?
this is...
I would have to suspect, I'd have to think that as confident as Ben is in himself and as he should be, I think that he appreciates and respects the game enough that he wouldn't quibble with your saying that. And I'm sorry, but I would agree with you. I don't know which one of those I would lose.
Joe Starkey apparently said he would ditch Brett Favre and made a case for Ben over Brett Favre, a man who won 3 consecutive MVP awards in the 90s.
I think that's nutsy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't agree with Joe on that one.
Neither can we, so it's all good.
Aditi, you're the best. We will talk again next week at this time. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Have fun, guys.
See ya. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Mike Tomlin later this hour. Intern Dom next with a football debrief. Dom probably loves that combination being mentioned in the same sentence as Tomlin. Because
Starkey just texted me. Oh,
no.
No, it was just 48 with 2 pars on the front. He's not listening.
All right. By the way, Dom is back for Judge Donnie at 5:30. Phil Steele has ranked Penn State the best team in America. Are the Nittany Lions worthy of being number 1? We will debate that in the courtroom. But first, an intern Jack headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Earlier today, the Pirates traded Ke'Bryan Hayes to the Reds for Sammy Stafura and Taylor Rogers. The Pirates right now are looking to complete a sweep of the San Francisco Giants. It's currently tied at 0-0 in the 3rd inning. The Pirates have struck out 8 times in those 3 innings. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Want to save big for back to school? Check out Going Gone by Dick's Sporting Goods and score up to 70% off thousands of styles from top brands like Nike, Adidas, Jordan, and more. Score big with A+ deals on shoes, tees, shorts, pants, and backpacks. Your year, your style, your price.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, August 16th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at pia.edu.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
A new football season in Pittsburgh brings high hopes. Men with ED, what are your expectations? At New Flow Men's Health, we expect you to get back to an all-pro level. Pills, injections, those don't work. New Flow will get you back in the game. Don't get cut this training camp. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, it's time for a Donnie football debrief, but Donnie follows us tonight at 6 from Sharky's in Latrobe, another training camp report. So in the meantime, we have intern Dom filling in. What happened to the music? Jack, bring that back a little bit, my friend. Bring that up a little bit. There you go. The debrief is brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company, over 100 years of baking experience. Dom? Hi.
The debrief. What's today's date?
July 30, 2025.
Man, you put a lot of effort into this bad boy.
I told you I get nervous doing these because you guys bully me whenever I do the debrief.
No, we don't bully you. We give you honest analysis and critiques of how you do, which is
First
what you
critique.
should want.
First critique. Know the date before you start the debrief.
Good point.
The debrief, July 30, 2025. So Mark Cabali was on today with Joe Starkey live from Latrobe.
Yeah.
And I was listening, very riveting stuff. And Cabali actually brought up something that I did not know existed. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this, but he mentioned to Joe something that the Steelers give to all of their players. So, Pony, go ahead and play what Mark said the Steelers give to all their players ahead of the season.
Apparently, they give away packets of different media personalities.
I wonder what my packet says.
And apparently, there's some notes included into it.
So they give out sheets of paper that have the face of the reporter. Like, here's Cabali's photo, Mark Cabali from the Pat McAfee show. And then there are a couple bullet points on that person.
Okay, so it's a media guide, but instead of like biographical info, born this day, this place, parents are so-and-so, dad was a volleyball player, it's opinion bullets.
Yes, from the PR staff. So they'll say, all right, this reporter has a tendency to stir things up. This guy will ask you softball questions.
Yeah, this bums me out because I think for mine it's going to be not a combative guy, easy interviewer.
I don't think we'd be on there. I think Jeff would be on there. I think Cabali's on there. I think it's people that they assume or expect will be
covering the team.
Yeah,
okay.
Pomp.
So I think Jeff's
would say Pittsburgh royalty.
I think Jeff's would
the
say
preseason
pros.
Games.
Jeff's would say pros pro. What would Richie say? Dude.
Might ask
hair
you,
conscious.
Might ask you the same question.
Is not Evan Washburn?
Might ask you about Aaron Rodgers' zip on his ball.
I bet you
might ask you about golf.
I bet you Ashley Lyotis has quite a set of bullet points.
But I think they even included in there things that person liked,
so that you could try to soften
make small
them
talk.
up. Oh,
yeah, like.
So, for Lyotis, would it be father was an official for
maybe.
a long time?
Okay. Richie Walsh loves golf. Things like that. Jeff went to Ohio State.
Bob loves a fine wine.
Sure.
Do you think they have ones for people at the station, though?
What if for Cabali's it was Sun Clogs toilets?
Keeps sandwiches in his cargo short pocket during practice.
That is
a true story.
That is a disgusting habit.
Do you think we could get our hands on one of these? Because
Yes.
I'm very curious.
I know that would be very funny.
I think we can. And you know how we do it? I think we have one of us ask Fryermuth or Hayward or somebody like that to just take a picture of it and
send it to us.
Pony, let's say the Steelers came to you and said, Andrew, we want to make one for people at the fan, but we want you to write it.
Okay, I like this.
What would you write for Adam Crowley?
Loves West Virginia.
Guinness.
Yeah.
Would you say
sure.
Crowley is self-loathing? Or are you just reserving that
No,
in
that
all
would be
caps
for
for
you.
me? Just self-loathing. Very moral.
Not going to do any gotcha stuff. Not going to really.
He'll occasionally say something that's unintentionally very funny, like the TK all downhill from here
Good
bit.
point.
Mosey, what if they said you have to write one for Joe Starkey?
You know what? I think I would I'm going to try to give you an honest answer. I would say the following about Joe. Can be very fun-loving and quirky, but I think when Joe is really locked in on an interview, I don't know if there's any. Pony's really good at it too, I would say.
Oh, wow, thank you, Mosey.
But I don't know if there's anybody who asks better, more incisive, and sometimes very challenging questions than a motivated Joe.
Okay, but that was such a backhanded compliment. Because you started it by saying when Joe is focused or locked in on an interview, and there's 100% the implication there that he doesn't do that all the time.
Well, I think when Joe is on with a big guest and he knows he's not going to talk to them every week, he's way more locked in, which I think is a human nature thing.
So he mails it in when Bat goes on? Or
yeah, that's kind of what it sounds like to me, too, Dom. That's what I'm hearing.
He knows
I'm
that when he's having a Batco or somebody else
he turns into Karl Malone and the mailman just shows up and it's just 25 minutes of mailing it in.
I've heard Joe ask some absolute bulldog questions when he knows he's getting one shot at it with that person, and I respect him for that. But I do think he's really good at that when he's locked in.
What do you think Cook's scouting report said?
Ben Roethlisberger in all caps.
Yeah, loves Ben.
Loves
always
free
takes
beer.
Ben's side.
Cries a lot.
What if Dorans just said, like, ultimate ball knower? Played college, played NFL, knows ball.
Sounds right.
Knows more about football in his pinky than the combined football intelligence of the rest of the staff.
I think he's put ball knower, certified.
Yeah.
Do you think the players even really read these or go through them? Like, do you think
Probably.
they care?
I think the guys who want to be in the media.
I'm on Dom's side. I think most of them don't. I think Rodgers would. I think Rodgers
probably would. Well, I'll tell you who was always getting in there. I mean, he works part-time for us. He was on last night. Roundtree was always good for some Bulldog questions.
He was.
You also think Roundtree, I played golf with him this past Sunday. It came up how he's tickled that you think his social media, Dom, is so good.
It's hilarious.
Well, he just went viral. He got 2 million impressions because of something he said about Happy Gilmore, too. So the masses are starting to come to Dom's side on things.
The two funniest people at this station. Well, 3, because I'm 1. I think Donnie is 2 overall. I think Josh is 3.
Wow.
God, it's no wonder people text me things like, when is annoying Dom going to stop talking?
Well, your surgeon's a clown, by the way, because we don't even know the guy's name.
Justin. I'm not going to name him publicly his first and last name after he clowned you.
Well, I at least want a first name. Hey, speaking of the media, I have a quick question.
What are you going to do, look him up?
No, I just want to know the guy's name. If he doesn't like me, I want to at least know, first name.
Do you know how there's probably a guy who's got every conceivable first name under the sun in this city who doesn't like you? Why does it matter?
Well, that's true. Man, I just want to know.
Okay.
I'd like to know. Speaking of the media, do you guys think, I've always wondered this.
Oh, boy.
So I think Jeff Passan broke the news of Hayes first.
Yeah.
Do you think guys like Hiles and Stumpf and all the local guys are mad that the national people get these stories first?
I do, but I think they're accepting of it.
Because I think they know that it's just very hard for them, no matter how well-sourced they are locally, to get it from where these guys often get it from.
Yeah.
Which is the very highest levels, agents, etc. Like, I just think it's hard for them to cultivate those connections. Who among the beat writers covering any sport in this town gets most upset when they get scooped nationally, and why is it Mark Cavalli?
But I think Mark also has that defeatist, like, well, they've got an advantage on us. They've got the agents.
He definitely revels in it the most when somebody gets something wrong. Would you agree with that? He loves it when somebody screws up and has egg on their face.
So when someone mentions, like, oh, the Ayuk thing's at the goal line, you think he gets a nice chortle out of that still?
I don't even think with that so much. I think we all love busting your chops about that. When a big national name gets something wrong, I do think Mark revels
when the
in
national
it.
does, yeah, you're right.
That's what I mean.
People at school will text me and say, is Pony an insider? Like Steelers fans or whatever, because you tweet out quasi-insider stuff.
I just pass along what people tell me.
And I say, yeah, he's kind of an insider.
I think the problem for you is the Ayuk thing. I have a very good feel for where that came from, or specifically who primarily you were getting that from, and I would have acted more or less the exact same way about it that you did.
Thank you, Mulsey. All right, Dom. You did better than usual here.
Yes.
All right. Reaction to the Steelers' first real practice. What did Mike Tomlin have to say about it afterwards? It's all coming up. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. But first, a message from Mulsey.
Thanks, Pony. It is a message from me about MHI Roofing. Love working with MHI Roofing because they get it. I found that out firsthand when Xavier from MHI came to check on my roof, make sure there wasn't hail damage after a big storm. He did the full thing, though, the full 21-point roof inspection. Funny enough, you might not think this if you haven't paused to consider it. You know where he started off with that roof inspection? In my attic. Because guess what? The most important part of the roofing process is your attic ventilation. If the air isn't circulating right, things like mold and wood rot, leaks in the winter can happen. Summer temperatures can reach as high as 180 degrees, sometimes even higher. That means your AC works a lot harder. MHI knows that if the ventilation isn't right, then the foundation of the roof is going to be shaky. It's just not going to be what it needs to be. Their attention to detail on this matter is just one of many reasons that they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So, call for your free roof inspection and estimate today, 412-998-8864, or book your appointment online, mhiroof.com.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com. So hard to do anything nowadays, especially find a home improvement company that is credible, reliable, and takes pride in their work. One of the best decisions I've made is finding Precision Pointing to restore my all-brick home. This ad, it doesn't do their craftsmanship and professionalism justice, so all I can do is tell you to call Precision Pointing if you have a masonry restoration project and see for yourself. They're scaled to handle all projects from residential to commercial, and no down payment. A huge plus. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net and thank me later.
Upside presents Locals Just Know. In Pittsburgh, there are things that you just know. Like on game day, you can wear whatever you want as long as it's black or yellow.
Look, Mom, I dressed myself. That's great, honey, but it's game day, and you're wearing Eagle colors. Let's go swap that shirt.
Well, here's something not all Pittsburghers know yet. You can now earn Upside cash back at hundreds of nearby restaurants, gas stations, and grocery stores. Even local favorites like Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get Go. The best part? With Upside, you can earn cash back on top of your credit or debit card rewards and loyalty programs like My Perks from Giant Eagle. Download the free Upside app, and soon you'll feel like every day is game day. For a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PITT02. That's promo code PITT02 for an extra 10% cashback bonus. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone, come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, it's Malzy. Let's talk about the roof on your home. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this summer, but be forewarned. There are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important part of the process, the attic ventilation. You see, if your attic doesn't have proper air circulation, it can cause problems such as mold and wood rot, leaks in the winter, not to mention higher AC bills in the summer. This is one of the reasons I recommend MHI Roofing to my listeners. Their process begins with a free 21-point roof inspection that includes a thorough inspection of your attic. They know that if the ventilation isn't right, the roof will be built on a shaky foundation. Every MHI roof comes with a well-thought-out attic ventilation plan, and that's why they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Money-saving discounts and financing incentives are available. Call for your free 21-point roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
Hi, welcome to IKEA. Hi, I'm in a whirlwind of college prep. Gotcha. We've got affordable solutions to create the perfect college living space. Great. And visit our website to see how verified college students with an IKEA family account can receive a one-time use 15% off coupon. Nice. You guys think of everything. Pretty much. Offer ends 9/30/25. Valid ID required. Discount applied proportionally across items purchased as shown on receipt. See IKEA-USA.com/ready-for-college for complete terms.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Oh, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Celebrate the grand opening of the area's newest and premier Mitsubishi destination, Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. In-demand Outlanders, huge selection, 0% financing for 60 months. Outlander hybrids now up to $5,000 off or just $289 a month. Plus grand opening trade values at up to 125% of KBB value. It's a July savings spectacular, and we're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownmitsubishipa.com. See dealer for complete details.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right. Steelers practice in the books, their first real practice. We will get into some of the reviews of that first practice next. Also, Ke'Bryan Hayes traded to the Reds today for reliever Taylor Rogers and prospect, what's his name? Sammy Stafora. 9th rated prospect in the Reds organization. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. More PM Team.
Okay, let's go, come on! Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Fan weather, 90 degrees in Latrobe for Steelers practice this afternoon, just the way Mike Tomlin likes it. Brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We don't have Mike Tomlin talking because Jeff Hathorn told our media guy, Ben Tenuta, that no one wanted to hear Tomlin.
What?
Yeah. I said, did you get Tomlin? He said, no, Jeff told me to get players. So I got Freiermuth, Joey Porter Jr., and Herbig.
No one in the request that went out, they said everybody need Mike, and everyone just said, no, we're good?
No, Jeff, I think, told Ben to prioritize Nick Herbig over Tomlin.
Is that because Jeff knew Tomlin went on with McAfee and might be giving more?
I don't know. I'd rather hear
answers.
I'd rather hear a synopsis of the first padded practice than hear what Mike Tomlin said about the Steelers globally.
Now, is this
or
you
what he
trying
said
to
about
nicely?
Sudoku.
Now, is this you trying to nicely criticize Jeff's decision there?
I don't even know if I'm nicely doing it.
No,
I'm
I
just
think you're
straight
kind
up
of out
criticizing
in
it.
the opening. Okay. You seem like you were tiptoeing around it and trying to say it
I'm not
without saying
tiptoeing
it.
anything.
Well, you definitely were a blunt instrument eating that salad just now. The YouTube commenters fascinated that you can down an entire salad with dressing and an avocado on top of it in 2 minutes.
Yeah. Well, I knew that I was in a pinch here to get back on the air.
These people are just amazed by you.
So you won't hear Tomlin. That's okay.
Is it though? Because you seem pretty ticked off.
Well,
about
I
it.
just